Every Danan embodies one single idea made flesh, and right now we're meeting two of them. Aaron Danua carries justice. Ingus, strumming a golden harp in the dark, carries love. And then there's this one, all golden hair and golden confidence, introducing himself as Nuada Ergetlam. Nuada isn't just any god, he's the Danan of kings, the very concept of royalty walking around in a body. He says he ruled like the sun, shining down on everyone the same. For untold ages he guarded that throne, worshipped by every Danan alive. Until one day he lost his arm and everything changed. Something a lot darker stirs in the wake of that loss. You can feel this story about to turn ugly. See, the throne of the God King can only pass to someone with a flawless, unblemished body. No exceptions. So the second his arm was gone, his reign was finished. Nuada claims he abdicated without complaint, at peace with losing both the arm and the crown. Under his rule, the Danans had already outlasted wars against giants, demons, every hostile race you can imagine. By his own account, he saved the entire world doing it. But he admits to one regret: that he never finished wiping out an entire people he sneers at as you goidals. You can see exactly how much that regret still burns in him. He wanted to finish that genocide personally, with his own two hands. Someone fires right back at him, accusing him of forging the very steel that humanity later turned against the Danans. We glimpse a white-haired woman frozen solid in crystal, sealed away while the innocent Danans were being betrayed all around her. Nuada left the Danan of justice behind here, hoping she alone could steer this broken world in the right direction. But was that really the right call? Someone's furious enough to scream the question straight back at him. Their clash turns absolutely nuclear. Blade and flame tear through the sky in a blur. Neither side is holding back anymore. Someone takes a brutal hit, choking on the pain. The bleeding's bad, waste any more time here and it's over. A much younger version of the Duke, yes, that Duke, the one Corinlock face down as a corrupted demon, throws himself right back into the fight, battered but nowhere near done. He shouts that sure, Nuada's got grudges to settle, but humans aren't the ones who wronged the Danans, and he refuses to be lumped in with them. Spear in hand, the Duke launches straight at the Golden God King. He unleashes a technique he calls Ominous Serpent, then follows it with something called Enlightenment Light, itself carving through the air. Nuada roars back that power like that could only come from goidals, like it's an insult and not a compliment. The strike lands anyway hard. For a split second, even Nuada looks rattled. Not that he'll admit it. I disagree, he snaps and spins right back around swinging. The counter tears straight through the Duke, leaving him bloodied. Nuada lectures him through it all, that mortals waste themselves fighting over race, religion, ideology, gold. Endless wars that just tear the world itself apart, and so he says there's only one fix left. Inevitably, in his mind, mortals were always doomed to make it worse. Left unchecked, he claims, this world would turn crueler than even the hell the giants once ruled over. So before that can happen, he's decided to step in. And he means to do it personally. Peace, he insists, has to be forced back onto this land. With overwhelming, crushing force, whether anyone agrees with him or not. He backs that threat up immediately, blasting the battlefield apart. The explosion swallows everything in white light. In the haze after the blast, a single eye flickers open, fire still dancing in its reflection. I remember, the thought surfaces unbidden. The memory jumps somewhere else entirely, the Rhodian River, mid-flood, total chaos. A voice screams out from the water, save me. A man fights the current with everything he's got, gasping and clinging on for his life. More voices join the plea, please, save us, anyone, while monstrous shapes close in around the drowning survivors. The flood just keeps dragging people under. For a flicker of a second, two unfamiliar faces cut through the memory, one grinning like none of this touches him, the other watching in cold silence. And through it all, he says he could only watch, powerless to help. The survivor's face twists in the memory, tears mixing with blood as he relives every second of it. I remember, the thought repeats, heavier this time. Somewhere in the dark, a dying voice rasps out a single word, Rin. A younger Corinlock jolts upright, gasping like that name just reached across time to grab him. Someone begs him point blank, Saw, save me. Another fallen soldier chokes out the same fear everyone in this memory shares: I don't want to die. The wails of every comrade who ever begged him for a rescue he couldn't give, that's what's replaying now. Back in the God King's battle, the fighting reignites just as violently. Another body goes down, scorched and broken. I remember it echoes again, dragging him deeper. Blood spreads bright red across untouched snow. A dying voice reaches for him one more time: Lord, Korin, you were my fate. Whoever's remembering this goes completely still, eyes wide with shock. A wounded, red-haired swordswoman gasps out the rest of it. She only realized it too late. Every person who died while he stood there, unable to do a single thing, that's the weight he's still carrying. His grip tightens on the spear. He starts and can't quite finish the thought. The memory rockets back into the fight, a beam of fire tearing across the field. Another slash follows right behind it. Everything goes white in the blast. Nuada grits his teeth through the impact. This fight is costing him too. Something catches him completely off guard. The exchange keeps escalating. Neither side is backing down. Bloodied and staggering, the Duke grits out one line: he refuses to die in a place like this. Because if he gives up now, what happens to everyone counting on him to protect them? He plants his feet and strikes back, cratering the ground. There's still too much left undone for him to fall here. Not before he dies trying, at least. For once, Nuada has nothing to say back. Then he changes tack completely. When the Danan of Justice sent you here, he begins. I was able to see every one of your memories, he says, mid-swing. And here's the gut punch: you killed Balthazar's original opponent Park Sihu. He watched, fascinated, as a supposedly talentless nobody became the new one destined to face Balthazar instead. However, he adds, compared to that Park Sihu bastard who never had a shot against Balthazar anyway. The Duke just grits through it, refusing to fall. You're still far too weak, Nuada finishes and cuts him down again just to prove it. He raises a blade wreathed entirely in fire for the finishing blow. This, he explains, is his final stage, the form that maximizes the raw power of the sun itself. The weapon in his hand practically becomes a second sun. It surpasses ordinary concentration and manifestation entirely, he claims. Somewhere in the glow, a different figure smirks like they've seen this trick before. A spear rises to meet the blaze head-on, a sun-shaped emblem burning bright behind it. The fire coils tighter around the arm itself, like it's alive. Turns out the sun's compressed power is packed straight into his prosthetic left arm, the one he calls Ergetlam. You should give up now, weakling, Nuada sneers while the Duke just stands there heaving for breath. This is the last mercy I can offer you, he says. The Duke just spits blood and answers, yeah. I'm weak, he admits flat out. But even if I were strong, I'd never use that strength to force some perfect world on anyone. He squares up against a literal god anyway. He steps forward, refusing to yield an inch. Want a world? He grips his spear tighter. Where ordinary people actually get to live their own lives, simple as that. Nuada just screams Goidel, back at him like it's the worst insult he owns. The Duke grins through the pain and dares him to give it his absolute best shot. Steel and fire crash together in a shower of sparks. The spear punches through with a burst of blinding light. Crimson lightning detonates across the battlefield. It keeps striking again and again. One of them goes flying from the sheer force of it. The sky itself streaks red with the aftermath. Nuada actually looks stunned. How with that ragged body? Because I'm not holding on with just my own strength, the Duke answers through gritted teeth. His hand presses hard against a wound over his chest, right where something is carved into his skin. He explains it: the commandments reflect both his own actions and thoughts, and his enemies too. His first commandment is duty: never turn a blind eye to someone else's misfortune. He carved that rule into himself just to grow physically stronger, he admits, but it turned into something much bigger than that. Living by it, he says, he actually got to see people's real expressions. A memory surfaces of someone laughing, bright and completely unguarded. He heard words he'd never heard before, saw things he'd never been able to see before. That rule reshaped him completely. In a burning building, someone drops to their knees before him. I beg of thee. This power, he says, as hands reach toward him out of the dark, is power given to me by the very people I'm protecting. Every hand he ever pulled from the wreckage feeds straight back into his strength. As long as you stand against Tades, he tells Nuada, the commandments have no choice but to keep making me stronger. A system readout flares up in the memory itself. Sebansha Duke's core activate. Since I swore an oath, the voice growls, now dripping with something far less human. I can't turn a blind eye to others' misfortunes, and the whole battlefield detonates with it. A hulking clawed shape rises out of the smoke. Sebansha Duke's core discharge, the power just keeps climbing. The demonic form crystallizes further, sharper and more monstrous by the second. It erupts outward in a blast of raw, violent color. And then this isn't the Duke's memory anymore. Fangs bared, red eyes blazing, this is Corinlock right now channeling that exact same demonic core. A blade of pure crimson energy forms in his grip. The demonic power warps his face into something feral for a second. But those amber eyes glaring out from underneath, it all are unmistakably his own. He grins through the blood, practically manic, this world. Power surges down through his arm. He takes a single, deliberate step forward through the haze. Back in the vision, the fight is over. The Duke lies collapsed in a smoking crater and Nuada stands over him. Silence stretches between them. Someone else watches on, unreadable. Nuada looks down at him and scoffs, "You'll save it." Dark energy crackles ominously around him as he says it. The whole sky seems to warp with the threat of what comes next. His spear lowers, aimed for the final blow. Bandaged hands stretch out, desperate, reaching for anything to hold onto. They clasp together at the last second, like a prayer no one expected to work. A green glow answers that prayer instead of the killing blow. As the Danan of medicine, Diane's sect, I shall follow your command, a new voice says, though Nuada insists his own thoughts haven't changed one bit. The world can only be moved with strength, he still insists. Then he turns to the healed Duke, now bearing a fresh scar, and you can never beat Balthazar as you are now. However, until that fated day comes, he adds. The possibility just hangs there, crackling in the air between them. I've become curious how many humans you'll manage to save, and just how strong you'll actually get. With that admission, he simply turns and walks away. The ground splits behind him as he leaves one last verdict ringing out, you have passed the trial. Struggle, he calls back, and prove your will. The healer kneels beside the beaten Duke, tending to what's left of him. And Nuada just strolls off with that same insufferable, satisfied smirk, a god who's already decided how this whole story ends. Corinlock stirs awake inside a strange vision, blinking into a soft white glow that does not belong to the waking world. A healer's voice drifts through the haze, chiding him for treating his own body so carelessly, then worrying aloud to someone named Aaron about how much this reckless kid carries on his shoulders. The name plate reads Diane's sect, Danan of medicine. Corin can only stare and think, wait, this is. The vision widens into an ancient stone circle under open sky, Corin perched on a slab while the silver-haired healer god looms over him like he is grading a test. The scene flickers to somewhere darker, a memory that is not quite his own, and a voice snarls a promise, I definitely will. A battered chest strap fills the frame, and the words remember being cut down hang in the air, an old wound this vision refuses to let go of. Under a bleeding sunset, a golden-haired warrior kneels alone in a cracked, scorched wasteland, the ground itself split open beneath him. A towering figure wreathed in crackling purple light grins and bites down on his own glove, radiating power that has no business being in a simple trial. A message gets passed along, plain and simple, His Majesty has been watching and the verdict is in, you passed the trial. A golden light flares and Corin whips around, completely blindsided by whatever just happened behind him. His face goes tight with shock, eyes wide, clearly not ready for any of this. A fist ignites in raw fire as gold text stamps itself into the air, Tear Epic Ergetlam. The lore unpacks itself. Forged by Diane's sect the healer and Goibniu the blacksmith, finished by Diane's sect's son Mayich into an arm that can hold infinite power and never break. No system authority, it reads, meaning even the game itself can't leash this thing. In the game, this exact piece once belonged to Ohard Bress, Balthazar's single strongest subordinate. And there he is, Ohard Bress himself, blonde hair and a body wrapped in fire, the original owner of the arm Korin just inherited. Korin's own thoughts cut through the awe, calling this a hidden piece undersells it badly. No player was ever meant to obtain Ergetlam. Nearly dying for it, he decides, was worth every second. Somewhere in the vision, Ohard Bress begs for one more shot at strength so he can finally wield the sun properly, then asks for something else entirely. Give me back the friends who came with me. The answer cold and final, not yet. Korin can only blink, completely lost on what he just witnessed. A hand closes around a stranger's robe as the rules of this place lay themselves out. In Magmel, the gods you meet depend entirely on which item you carry in. In the actual game, meanwhile, no player ever met every god at once. That was simply never in the cards. Of course, the treasure you got was always tied to you personally and always capped at exactly one. Korin's eyes narrow, already sensing this run is breaking every rule. A strange hum builds and Korin mutters this is. 3 towering figures descend from the sky at once, gods stacked on gods, and the sheer scale of it drags a stunned O out of him. Something he never once saw, not in the game and not in his old life, all of them together and every one of them looking straight at him. A booming, jovial giant introduces himself as Dagda, a green orb already glowing in his palm, standing beside a green-haired warrior who looks far too pleased about this. So Dagda booms, we've decided you deserve a reward too. Ah, and apparently Ingus wandered off somewhere insisting he owes the 3 girls a reward of his own, which is a sentence that makes Korin's stomach drop. Korin stares at the glowing orb in his hand going oh okay, while a new voice introduces herself as Manhwa Maklur, Danan of the Sea, and by far the wealthiest of them all. She rises out of a wave of glowing water, all confidence and mischief, clearly enjoying the entrance. Korin recognizes the name instantly. Manhwa also owns the treasure island of Magmel itself. Any hero who clears the king's trial gets a personal gift from her, she declares, striking a pose worthy of the claim. Light sparkles and gathers into another orb hovering in midair. Not 1 treasure but 3, Korin realizes, gawking at the orbs piling up in his hands. Woo. His shock turns to something closer to alarm when he's told exactly who's approaching next. The single strongest Danan who ever lived, the one who abandoned Tades Balthazar. A grim, armored warrior with pale hair and burning red eyes looks down at him without a hint of warmth. Luglamphada, Danan of Light, introduces himself flatly. I already gave Tades everything I had. I have nothing left to give you. However, he adds, and the pause alone is enough to make Korin's pulse spike. If you manage to beat my successor, Lug says, whatever he leaves behind is yours. The stone circle widens back into view, Korin still seated, Lug standing over him. Korin's whole body goes rigid. Even in the original game, once the final boss went down, those treasures were gone for good, and Lug's stash in particular had always belonged to Balthazar from the very start, unobtainable by any means. Korin can't hold the question back. You were on Balthazar's side from the beginning, so why are you going this far for me? Don't misunderstand, child, Lug answers. You're the successor of Danua, the Danan of Justice, and that means you've inherited something far bigger than you realize. Whatever fight is coming between Korin and Tades, Lug declares, will be a fair duel between warriors, and from this moment the gods will not tip the scales for either side. And regardless of who wins, he adds, as the light settles around him. Korin rises off the stone slab as the healer god watches quietly from nearby. Our wish will be fulfilled, someone murmurs, and Korin just blinks, utterly confused. What, he manages as the trial officially wraps up on Lug's typically cryptic note. A blood-red spear materializes, tier legendary Gidirg the Crimson Spear, one of Manhwa's own twin blades. Right behind it, a bottled venom and a golden harp appear, 1 cursed serpent's poison and 1 instrument with a body count. Uathan, the harp of Dagda, tier legendary, said to have slain 9 giants just by being believed in. Counting Ergetlam, Korin has now walked away with 4 treasures, but is this even enough? Enough for Erin's dowry, one of the gods teases, wondering aloud if they should throw in a few more gifts, while Korin sputters that it isn't like that, half drowning in floating trinkets they keep tossing his way. A few weeks pass and Corin's guardians gather for a proper meeting back at the academy. Word gets around fast, Alicia walked away from Magmel with Nevan's red horse, a personal gift from Ingus. And you got stuck with Maha's curse, someone teases the mint-haired mage who looks less than thrilled about the trade. She just shrugs it off, admitting she has no idea why the guy was so generous to them, considering none of them actually passed the trial. Wait, we failed? Mariette and Alicia both go blank, neither one remembers taking any trial at all. H. Warren isn't buying the mystery either, demanding a rematch and wondering out loud what kind of test scrambles 3 different people's memories into thinking about the exact same guy. Somewhere above it all, a god just smiles at the chaos he caused, delighted. Ah, what a beautiful thing. His wish was simple enough: let every one of these girls' feelings for Corin actually bear fruit. And there he is in full glory, Ingus, the god of love himself, positively glowing with mischief. Back on the ground, Corin can't shake the feeling something is very wrong with that laugh he just heard. But senior, someone starts to protest, clearly unconvinced by whatever excuse just got offered. Mariette clears her throat, insisting she still has a mission report to write for the association, very professionally, from a couch she has not gotten up from. H. Warren, meanwhile, is draped across Corin's lap without an ounce of shame, cooing that the paperwork can wait a little longer. You should rest a bit, Mariette adds, leaning in far closer than any report requires. You went and suffered through that mission alone again, she pouts, and none of us got to help at all. Is that so? Corin murmurs, clearly enjoying being fussed over a little too much. It's so soft, he mutters, hand wandering somewhere it definitely should not be. Yeah, maybe just a little. The scream that follows is instant and deafening, and a startled little red-eyed creature bolts upright, just as spooked as everyone else. Oh my, is that you, Butterfly? Come here, someone coos at a black cat that has apparently earned itself a name. The cat, unbothered and a little annoyed, just sits there judging everyone. Turns out this stray has been lurking around the Guardian's office for a while now, and it wants to know if there's any fish left in the kitchen because this one likes fish. Corin scoops it up with a Naya while Mariette narrows it down with suspicious precision. Specifically, she bets it likes braised mackerel. Braised mackerel, she repeats, a distinctly dangerous glint creeping into her eyes. Corin, she asks sweetly, did you happen to hear what present H. Warren got at Magmel? Nope, he says, not a clue. H. Warren wouldn't tell me. Who, is that so? I see, Mariette says, in the exact tone of someone who does not believe him for a second. Butterfly, she says sweetly, want to come play with me, and grabs Corin by the collar with a burst of blue energy that says otherwise. His strangled yell echoes out as the narration cheerfully points out that Merkaba's academic atmosphere is, if nothing else, extremely laid back. Compared to any modern university, the credit requirements are lighter, and most of those can be swapped out for mission work through the Guardian Association anyway. The most driven students are already out clearing missions instead of sitting through lectures. Corin's own guardians are no exception, each one out in the field putting their new power to work. Cranal Ludin pilots his golem through a burst of magic, sword and steel crashing together in the trees. Somewhere else another fight rages, blades and fire lighting up the battlefield. Employer, everything on this end is handled, comes a report from the field. Already, Corin asks Drin as they walk impressed, your flying sword swordsmanship is getting better by the day, he finishes, watching the magic sword gifted by Mananan cut through the air like it belongs there. Turns out Corin wasn't the only one who walked away from Magmel loaded down with gifts. Drin and several others scored their own legendary treasures too. Thanks to that windfall, Corin admits he's been recklessly plowing through every mission the association hands him, to the point he's basically maxed out his promotion quota. You mean your guardian rank, right? Someone clarifies as the group treks on through the woods. Getting promoted to rank 1 less than 2 months after joining is basically a legendary record on its own, and Corin's quick to admit Mariette's wyvern support didn't hurt either. Being able to fly anywhere at will shaved at least 2 full days off every single trip. Good, sounds like everyone's doing fine, Corin says, then pauses. Actually, I haven't seen Germain around lately. That guy's just been busy, Corin figures, brushing it off. Someone else isn't so sure, noting he hasn't actually been seen since yesterday. It's probably about that time comes a quieter reply, one that suggests this isn't as innocent as it sounds. A church steeple rises against the sky as a single word settles over the scene: Bishop. Ah, Germain, the bishop greets warmly from the altar. I heard you recently joined the Promising Guardians. Is that true? Indeed, Germain answers, kneeling. And thanks to that, I was able to help find the information you asked me to dig up. However, he starts, and the hesitation in his voice says plenty. During the mission, he says, I found the Black Mage's experiment lab. Inside was a letter in the bishop's own hand, promising to keep sending boys under 13 to a mage named Jeram at the Mage Tower, so long as the kidnappings of ordinary civilians stopped. There was a letter from you there, Germain presses, voice shaking. Is it true you captured children and sacrificed them? He demands, fists clench so hard they shake. The bishop says nothing for a long moment, then almost gently, brother, how annoying. But this is different, Germain protests as a dark hand closes over his shoulder. Remember the days we hunted witches, the bishop says, unbothered. There were innocent casualties, sure, but didn't we purify hundreds of witches in the process? The path of serving a greater cause is always harsh and full of suffering, he continues. Even God himself will know their sacrifice, he says, and Germain can only sweat, sick to his stomach. I understand, Germain finally says, his silhouette going still against the window. A door bursts open in a flash of fire. Arrogant child, the bishop mutters, a crumpled letter still in his fist. His face twists with barely contained fury. I'll deal with him once this is over, he decides, as the truth comes into focus. The plan to ascend the infernal yaksha and trigger a massacre has completely collapsed. A red magic circle glows ominously, a chained silhouette bound somewhere within it. Elsewhere in a fragment of memory, a bloodied grin flashes in the dark. A gagged prisoner and a ring of hooded figures surround a praying, red-haired woman. In the fallout, 2 of the Mage Tower's 7 factions were completely wiped out. To think that sorcerer from the east got subdued so foolishly, the bishop mutters, crouched and shaking, oddly delighted. However, he goes on, even a failure like that still has its uses. Flames climb up a burning cross behind him. It is, he says, grinning wider than any bishop should. The will of God, he finishes. Elsewhere, someone far more composed asks after business, Saintess, how is the transport plan for the prisoners coming along, while a young man nearby goes red just looking at her. A pink-haired girl strolls off arm in arm with a very flustered companion, footsteps clicking, completely unbothered by the weight of what's coming. They are truly impure beings, someone intones. They must be judged here at the Zion sanctuary. A hand closes around a glowing blue crystal, a captured mage trapped and helpless inside. With more Shaitan of the Mage Tower captured, along with the formation sorcerer Kang Ryan and even the old church's cross-charge squad backing them, a bald man grits his teeth. A gaunt, hooded old man watches on in silence. In that case, Saintess, someone starts, eyeing her outfit. That's a rather disgraceful before getting cut off. There are simply too many prisoners to fly, so the journey will have to go by land. The pink-haired girl just shushes them, thumbing at something on a hidden device. She murmurs, one green eye catching the light. As dusk falls, the procession gets underway in earnest. Someone gasps, a red-haired woman's eyes going wide at a face she clearly did not expect to see. Somewhere close by, a robed figure stands drenched in blood. On the day Merkabah's prisoners are finally transferred, hooded guards escort the convoy out under cover of night. Curtains shift as hooded figures move quietly into position. The prisoner wagon rolls on, flanked on every side. The journey, blessed personally by the Saintess, gets underway, even if some mutter that escorting prisoners is beneath someone of her standing. It's officially a procession toward the Holy Land for the judgment of heretics, and with this many important figures gathered in one place, security has been prepared for the worst. I expected about this much, a hooded figure murmurs, watching, unreadable. It's an ambush, someone screams as fire tears through the convoy. Protect the Saintess, the guards shout over the chaos. Now they're trying to make an enemy out of me too. One attacker snarls, still furious those mage tower bastards tried to kidnap the Dunelif girl once already. Do they have someone backing them, or another wonders, as red-cloaked fighters press the attack? Was the prayer just a little weak? Guess with this many people the effect was always going to thin out, someone remarks over the blasts of fire. In the middle of it all, the saintess lounges back, calmly licking a bit of blood off her thumb like none of this concerns her. "Saintess, please get out of here, it's too dangerous," a guard begs as a clawed attacker lunges. "Ooh-huh," someone yelps, startled in a darkened hallway. A shadow moves closer through the corridor. "Ho-ho, look who it is," a voice purrs from the dark. "Saintess," someone breathes as light spills through an open doorway. There she stands, pale hair catching the glow, utterly composed. To think a so-called saintess could be this naive, one of the freed prisoners sneers, mocking her as another reaches for a glowing sigil. "Does she really not realize," he laughs, "that opening our cage also undid every restraint binding us?" Dark energy floods out of the broken cage, completely unrestrained. A violent burst of purple and red light tears through the room. Light streaks wildly across the dark. Smoke and raw magic churn together in the gloom. "Cuckoo, so this is the saintess," one of them jeers, pathetically weak. "Is this really all she's got? How dare you defy lawful procedure and commit the grave sin of a prison break?" comes a voice, calm and cutting, as the bald man's face goes white. "How could this be?" he chokes out. "Let us repent," she says simply, as golden flame engulfs her. "The Lord grants me protection," she recites, "so the enemy's iron chariots shall not dare to touch me," fire consuming everything around her. Purple and gold magic collide in a violent clash of light. "The prayers of a saintess make the miracles of God real," she continues, hands clasped. "I shall not be harmed. The Lord shall protect me from warhorses, iron chariots, and fiery steeds," she finishes as the prisoners recoil, cursing her as an insane bitch. "Don't you dare come any closer," one screams, fleeing straight into another wall of fire. "Therefore, if it is her will," she says softly, "may the Lord watch over me," light pouring down around her like a verdict. A cloaked figure braces as her judgment presses on without mercy. "Take the iron staff," she orders coolly, "and crush them to pieces." Then, like a potter shattering clay, she says, "You will smash your enemies," and the scream that follows says the order's already been carried out. "And you," she adds, turning her blood-streaked smile on whoever's left standing. Fire and chaos erupt as monsters swarm the guardians on the beach, blades flashing everywhere. "I'll hold this side," one fighter yells, while another screams that the saintess has vanished and needs to be found. A horned, fanged demon rears up out of the storm, and for a second it looks like these guardians are done for. "Yes, sir," someone barks back, but another guardian chokes out that there's just no end to these things. A guardian slams into the beast, roaring for everyone to hold on, "They've almost got this. We need to protect the saintess," someone screams, and a nearby fighter's eyes go wide with dread. Then finally a shout of relief cuts through the chaos. "Saintess, there you are." But the mages aren't holding up so well either, one warrior coughing blood as he's asked how bad the damage really is. "How are the damages?" comes the grim follow-up, and nobody likes where this is going. A bloodied woman with fiery pink hair rises up wreathed in flame. "This is Estelle, and she is not done fighting yet. Thanks to your protection, there haven't been any casualties yet," someone reports, even as the fires rage on around them. But the injuries keep piling up, and command warns that total wipeout looks certain, then coldly adds that 2 captured enemies were executed on the spot as felons. A hooded fighter howls into the flames, refusing to give an inch. "Boo, but saintess?" someone protests, insisting it's too early to retreat, that the Elder's chimera research still matters, and that the corpse in front of them might even be a fake. Still, Estelle walks off with a warrior at her side, and the narration notes flatly, "She was plenty strong on her own." Then a single word stops everyone cold: "Wait." A clawed hand grabs a woman by the hair, and a voice sneers that it's never seen her face before. A hooded stranger squares off against a pink-haired girl as lightning splits the sky. "Oh my," someone murmurs, unimpressed, as chains crackle to life. But the archmage disguised as one of the followers changed everything, the narration admits. "I made a mistake." A hooded man throws his head back cackling, lightning arcing off him like he owns the storm. His name drops like a title card, the Golden Archmage Tower Master Adrian. Estelle recoils in horror, bloodied and stunned, choking out a single what. Retreating comes the cold order, as chains lash through the rain. Golden chains wrap around Estelle inside a glowing magic circle. She's caught. Blades flash in the dark as the ambush finishes closing in. A golden explosion tears through the forest, the aftermath of whatever just went down. The news breaks in an instant. Extra, extra, Estelle Hadasha El-Raz, Saintess of Zion, kidnapped. The headline screams, naming the tower's golden archmage as the prime suspect. The Saintess has been kidnapped, a royal official cries from his castle balcony. The royal family and the church join forces for a rescue operation, and the Guardian Association scrambles to assemble its 7 elite Guardian guilds. Guild banners roll out one by one. Red Brotherhood, Rounds, Piana Knights, Modern Magic Research Society, Iron Warhammer, Northern Army. And the last banner up is a scrappy little sun emblem, Corrin's Guardians. Corrin's Guardians, someone repeats, unimpressed, then squints at the ship pulling into port. Look at the state of that ship. Sure enough, the ship rolls in looking like it's wrapped in giant cotton balls, not exactly the intimidating war fleet everyone expected. A Northern Army elite guardian lets out a long, exhausted sigh before the ceremony even starts. Since when did they start bringing kids along for something this important? Someone scoffs, watching Corrin and a blue-haired girl stroll up the dock. The two of them walk on, completely unbothered by the whispers. Captain Corrin and Vice Captain Mariette of Corrin's Guardians, please take your seats. Congratulations on your promotion to Elite Guardian, the announcer calls out. 2 guards nearly choke on the news, they're the same rank as us. Those minors, someone splutters, staring daggers at Corrin and Mariette. Mariette just shrugs it off with a little smile. It's understandable to be surprised, she admits. Turns out Corrin's Guardians isn't just him and Mariette either. Warren and Alicia are on the roster too, backed by the Warski Mercenary Corps and even Eden, quietly one of the strongest crews in the room. A glimpse of Alicia mid-fight makes it clear why nobody should be underestimating this kid squad. Elsewhere, a battered, bandage-wrapped white-haired fighter stands ready, clearly no stranger to violence. Becoming a Tier 1 Guardian is normally a long, brutal process, but the association fast-tracked this crew's promotion after their recent string of wins. A goggles-wearing golem summoner and a blade-swinging ally charge into action together. Turns out all that brutal training Corrin pushed his team through wasn't random, it was all leading here. He needed the rank just to get into this tower subjugation mission. Word spreads fast, the association is dispatching its 7 elite guardians to rescue the saint. At a podium, an official confirms it flatly, the mage tower kidnapped the saintess. Here they are, the elite guardians, comes the introduction, and one mercenary immediately cracks that he just hopes there's a decent reward in it for him. A Piana Knight in full armor crosses her arms with a dismissive heap, while a red headband merc grins nearby. A blonde commander shouts about the substantial reward waiting for anyone who survives this tower subjugation. His title card drops, Guardians Association Leader. For Guardians on this mission, unlimited looting will be permitted, he announces, and the fleet's sails snap taut like they heard him. Crowds pack the docks to watch the fleet prepare to ship out. Material resources, human resources, whatever you can grab, the leader adds, and the crowd roars back a gleeful nice. Corrin's crew whoops it up with the rest of the mercenaries, fists pumping in the air. So we can just take all the treasure and magic gear in the tower? One shouts, while another cackles that they're basically being handed the mages as slaves. Corrin's expression, though, stays dead serious. Then weaklings should just back off, right? Someone sneers into the silence. A tense, purple-lit close-up lingers on someone's face in the dark. Corrin, Mariette blurts out, grabbing him from behind. Calm down, senior, she teases, forget elite guardians, this crew looks more like a school club. Behind them, the group walks off. Already, the fight over the rewards has started before the mission's even begun. The narration cuts in dryly. Honestly, in this situation, they should be thanking the tower. After all, it did kidnap the saintess for them, conveniently giving everyone a reason to loot the place. The narration doesn't sugarcoat it either. Not one of these so-called heroes actually cares about saving the Saintess, they're all chasing their own payday. Those bastards, they don't even care about the Saintess. Mariette fumes, then turns to Corin, worried, "Are you alright?" Corin says nothing, just a quiet, "This is what the elite guardians really are, and it clearly weighs on him. I should just ignore threats like that," Corin mutters to himself. Because if this keeps going, he thinks, watching the fleet's red sails cut through the water, all these people are bound to die. This whole mission, it turns out, is actually part of the main story of the game Heroic Legend of Arhin. The tower subjugation. The Steel Archipelago is a maze of small islands guarding one massive central island. To reach the Mage Tower on that main island, every smaller island has to be conquered first, and Estelle's face hovers over the map like the whole thing revolves around her. But in the game's original storyline, the Mage Tower was fully prepared for the invasion. A hooded mage cackles as most of the hastily assembled elite guardians can't even make landfall. The advance party gets wiped out completely, and even the main force isn't spared. In total, 60% of the elite guardians were wiped out in the last attempt. In the previous round, this subjugation mission was, quite clearly, a disaster. A massive magic circle flares to life offshore. The narration calls it plainly, the worst failure in Guardian history, while the mage laughs and dares them to come get turned into fish food. The hooded mage just keeps cackling, completely in control. 500 meters, someone counts down grimly as a ship burns. A doomed ship goes down into the waves. 300 meters, the mage crows, savoring every second of the countdown. A single quiet hangs in the air, something's about to change. Lightning rips across the storm-lashed fleet. "Captain, we've spotted Mage Tower forces on the shore, it looks like an ambush," someone shouts. A soaked fighter punches the air in fury, cursing the Mage Tower and swearing they're all about to be wiped out if this keeps up. More lightning tears through the ships. Hooded mages cast in unison through the downpour. Then one of them freezes mid-spell, confused. "We haven't done anything yet though," one of the mages says, baffled. A soldier grits his teeth, equally lost, Someone goes spinning through the air, caught completely off guard. A jagged bolt of lightning cracks down out of nowhere. A lone figure belts out a song into a makeshift microphone, soaked to the bone and grinning like a maniac. He launches off a rooftop mid-verse. "Rabbit, rabbit," he screams, throwing up a rock-on hand sign. He's leaping from ship to ship, trailing lightning with every step. Musical notes swirl around him as he belts out a Korean children's song, of all things, right in the middle of a war zone. Jumping everywhere, he howls. A legendary item card flashes up. Wadney Dagda's harp, the giant slayer, just trusted and swing. "Where are you going?" he yells at the fleeing enemy ship's harp in hand. An ominous effect label appears on screen, "Natural disaster." A crying, bald guardian gapes in disbelief. What is this crazy bastard even doing right now? A wave crashes down with a scream of awe. "Doron," someone shouts, gesturing wildly. Close up, that harp is absolutely wailing, strings glowing with magic. Dren, white hair whipping in the wind, dual blades crackling, shouts up at Corin, "Is this within your calculations too, employer?" A purple slash rips through the storm. A streak of red fire answers it. Dren holds his ground on the deck, fighting through the chaos with his twin elemental blades. Down in the water, a small rowboat scrambles to pull someone out of the waves. Someone dives in without hesitation. Instead of letting them die, Corin decides, closing his eyes in the rain, he's just going to save them all. "Yeah, the show isn't over yet," he screams, lightning crackling around him. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star," Corin bellows, absolutely feral with that harp in hand. "I'll smash the fleet and send you into the sea," he roars at the enemy ships, one hand blazing on the strings. "How I wonder what you are." The lightning detonates outward in a massive burst. A final bolt of lightning cracks down to finish the job. The storm starts to fade out, the worst of it finally passing. Back on the enemy side, someone snarls that those tower bastards actually unleashed large-scale nature magic on them. A fist slams down on a table. This landing operation mobilized as many as 50 ships. Nobody expected they'd be forced to retreat without even reaching the shore. The commander demands to know their losses. A blood-splattered map tells its own grim story as officers gather around it. Making repairs impossible, someone mutters, "Damn it, it must have been a massacre." An officer and a red-haired woman huddle over the report, bracing for the worst. 13 ships sunk, 21 more heavily damaged, keels shattered beyond repair. The thing is, someone starts and the room goes quiet. Not a single person died. There are a few lightly injured among the wrecked ships, but that's about it, the blonde commander reports, stunned. "What the hell do you mean?" he explodes. "Half the fleet got destroyed and we didn't suffer one casualty." Out on the now calm water, lifeboats bob peacefully, no bodies, no chaos, just survivors. "Those damn mage tower bastards," someone grumbles, then admits, "Thankfully the Koran guardians brought so many lifeboats." A bald guardian just stares, speechless. "No," he finally says. "What saved us?" someone asks, eyes wide. "Was the music," comes the answer, as a lone figure perches high on a ship's mast. There he sits calmly on top of the mast, like he didn't just single-handedly redirect a hurricane. He calmed the hurricane down with music, someone realizes, awestruck. Koran, voice completely wrecked, just mutters of course, too exhausted to even sound proud of himself. Down at his feet, that legendary harp sits quiet now. Music was never meant to kill people, he thinks. The little star, it's meant to save people, the caption reads, credited simply to Koran Law, as he laughs and cries at once, spent but at peace. "Take hold," he says, reaching a hand down to a guardian struggling in the water. In the original story, the narration notes, these elite guardians never even got a chance to shine. But still, Koran thinks, hauling the man up onto the boat, how much effort must it have taken them just to earn that title in the first place? Just because they got blinded by greed for a moment and lost sight of the bigger picture. That doesn't mean he can just let them die, Koran decides, fist clenched. He soars through the air again, chasing down anyone else still stranded out there. Elsewhere, even Lark, who once cleared the tower head-on by himself, is only now learning what really happened. The mage tower kidnapped the saintess. "My future workplace just self-destructed," he groans to his friends. If the whole world learns the truth about the tower and the shadowy Balthazar faction behind it, he figures, it'll only help him gather allies down the line. "Of course, the one thing I wasn't able to prevent was the saintess's abduction," someone admits, tearing up. "But more than that, I'm worried about her. She's still alive, right?" He breaks down crying, "Wah," while the narration notes coldly that her abduction will only strengthen public support for crushing the tower. Koran just smiles to himself. "There's no need to worry now," he says. Off in some quiet corner, a hooded figure demands red wine while a girl beside her happily raises her glass, a small, strange moment of peace. According to the scenario, Estelle, currently locked away in the mage tower, should still be safe. Just like these people here, Koran thinks, as a bald guardian and a red-headed friend flash peace signs from their little rowboat. "Peace, peace," they cheer, grinning ear to ear. But then Koran's expression twists into something darker, eyes glowing, a manic grin spreading. "I can just save them all," he says, and it doesn't sound entirely like relief. Somewhere far away, a cloak shifts in the dark. Blood spatters across a cold stone floor. "How could this be?" Estelle chokes out, clutching her cross pendant, bleeding. A fresh wound blooms across white fabric. A dark shape looms closer. "What?" she gasps. "Did you think a saintess couldn't get hurt?" The hooded stranger sneers, blade dripping red, grinning wide enough to show fangs. Picture a Gothic tower lit up in violent purple, standing alone against the night. This is where tonight's nightmare kicks off. Fresh claw marks gouge the floorboards and blood's already pooling. Something violent just happened here. A voice chokes out in disbelief. "How could this be?" Someone is in serious trouble. It's a young saintess, pink hair, gentle face twisted in shock, blood soaking through her white robes as she grips her cross pendant like a lifeline. "What?" she gasps, bracing for whatever comes next. Out of the shadows steps her captor, a masked figure grinning ear to ear under a wide-brimmed hat. "Did you think a saintess couldn't get hurt?" His gloved hand crackles with dark purple energy, a blade glinting in his grip. This guy's clearly done this before. She's bound and hooded, head bowed, all the fight momentarily knocked out of her. Somehow she still finds her nerve, holding something up to him. "Do you recognize this too?" Her captor freezes. "That's the Holy Grail," and he wants to know how a marked terrorist like her got hold of it. The Holy Grail, that's just what people call it, he sneers, unimpressed by the name. Enough talk, he decides. He wants her holy blood poured straight into something called the undry. His blonde-haired partner picks up the explanation, casual as you like. The Holy Grail, ah right, that's. He yanks her up by the collar, she barely gets an A, out before panic sets in. Stop, what are you trying to do? She begs, but his ringed hand is already dripping with her blood. Turns out holy blood has plenty of uses, and he's about to demonstrate one. Cut to some very startled onlookers, watching something enormous happen off-screen. Word spreads fast, someone's apparently resurrected an ancient giant lost to history for ages. Whatever it is, it's massive and it's making waves, literally. Out at sea, gulls scatter as the water itself starts acting up. Lightning cracks over towering waves. This is, someone stammers, and honestly nobody's ready for this. Back home, a crowd's watching the whole spectacle through a scrying crystal, and they are losing it. Elder Blaine, they chant, throwing gold confetti like he just won the lottery. The senior mages are floored, such amazing magic. Even the guy sweating bullets in the corner can't help but gawk. Cut to the association's situation room, where the real conversation is happening. A modest command tent, red flags snapping outside, doesn't exactly scream secret war council, but that's exactly what's brewing inside. One thing's clear to everyone watching, that wave wasn't natural. Best guess is the mage tower can somehow control the sky and ocean itself. Danua, the council leader, mutters, but we can't just give up. The witch in the room isn't buying the defeatism. That's not what I was suggesting. Her actual point, a spell that huge needs a magic circle to cast it. Find the circle, smash the circle, problem solved. Right, Clara, she says, putting her junior on the spot. Clara stammers out a yes, she's seen this exact trick before back during the witch revolution. Good enough for the room. Here's the twist nobody in that room knows. The historical figure behind this legendary display is just Corin, and the whole natural disaster was his idea. Two of the muscle in the room aren't thrilled, we're supposed to destroy it. Nobody's exactly lining up to volunteer for something this suicidal. Lucky for them, somebody's already got a plan. What is it? The big guy asks, arms crossed, bracing for the worst. The plan: keep the crew small, just a handful going in. And of course, the guy with the idea is putting himself right on the front line. Right, Corin says, already committed before anyone can talk him out of it. He grins like this is the best idea he's ever had. The mission, plain and simple, go get the sane test back. Send an army in and you just get more bodies. Send a few in quiet and you can gut the whole operation from the inside. Somebody clocks it immediately, that flashy ancient giant stunt wasn't really about the giant. It was cover, loud enough to fool the royals. The witch cackles, delighted she caught him red-handed. There's a catch though, after getting embarrassed in the last witch war, the mage tower has locked its defenses down tight. And it's not just walls and wards guarding the place. A whole zoo of monsters rings the tower on top of everything else. Two of the team just shrug that off like it's nothing. Simple question from the back, why not just teleport straight in? Turns out there's history there. The mage tower is convinced space magic is exactly what beat them last time. So they banned it, not just in the tower, the whole island's locked against teleportation now. Then what's this? Someone asks, pointing at a very inconvenient loophole. There's one weak spot, the banned forest. The barrier's thin enough there to slip one person through, problem is nobody wants to go near it. The map lights up with warning markers all over that stretch of woods. Why not? Seems perfect, far from the beach patrols too, someone shrugs. There's a reason nobody's guarding it and it's not a good one. One look at the file and even the seasoned witch gets queasy. It's the single most dangerous spot on the whole island. Whatever's living in there is not friendly. Naturally, Corin's the one who volunteers to walk straight into it. Spear in hand, grin on his face, like he's heading to brunch instead of a death trap. His teammates aren't exactly gentle about it, you're too weak. No, he fires back, you guys are just too strong. Same energy, different spin. Under his breath though, he admits it. Without the commandments backing him up, he really is the weak link here. Still he shakes it off, it's fine. In his head, an old memory surfaces, his late mentor, calling him her disciple one more time. Her voice is as steady as he remembers it. "You can do it, right?" she asks. He doesn't answer right away, he doesn't need to. Of course, he finally says and means it. Back in the present, a teleportation circle flares to life under the team's feet. "You're all ready, right?" Teleporting in 30 seconds, Mariette calls out all business. Light swallows the group whole. "Don't worry about things on this end, just be careful," someone shouts after them. Corin, a voice calls, he turns, "Yeah. Don't get hurt," H. Warren says quietly, cheeks going pink. She catches herself the second the words are out, flustered. "If you're hurt, she trails off, unable to finish the thought. 10 seconds, get ready," Mariette cuts in. I will," Corin answers softly, and it's not clear which promise he means. "See you at the Mage Tower." "Corin, you've got the potatoes, right?" Mariette calls out mid-teleport because apparently that's a thing they need. "Got see you there," he shouts back. H. Warren watches him go, quietly telling herself it'll be fine. "I won't get hurt," he says, flashing her a grin. For just a second their hands brush. "Thanks for worrying about me," he adds, and she just about short-circuits. Even chained up as she is, that gets to her. The light swallows the rest of the team. And then gone. Corin drops in solo at the tree line, spear ready. Welcome to the banned forest, population, things that want him dead. Countless spirits are said to guard every inch of it. One lunges at him almost immediately. Supposedly, even full parties of max-level players get chewed up in here. A sultry spirit slinks up, cooing that he's cute but not too bright for wandering in alone. This one's Huldra, a seduction-type guardian spirit. "Come here," she purrs. He reaches out like he's actually falling for it. Most people who wander in here end up captured by spirits exactly like her. Corin is not most people. One clean motion and she's done, ripped apart before the seduction even lands. The rest of the forest does not take that well. He just laughs it off. "Nice view, haven't gone hiking in ages." The spirits, understandably, are having a rough night. He glances around, scanning for what's actually worth his time. Turns out this death trap doubles as the Mage Tower's private garden. Every rare herb they use gets grown right here. "Oh, a mandrake," he says, plucking one up like he's picking weeds. There's a reason so many demonic spirits guard this place, and they're all screaming it at him right now. And then the big one shows up, the Spirit King itself. "Anyway, I have to win," he decides like it's a formality. The real motivation, a treasure with a 1.5% drop rate, priorities. These particular herbs were personally grown by Elder Dririan, head of the entire green magic faction. Not exactly the community garden. The clash barely takes a second. He comes up holding one of the legendary 3 miracle herbs from an actual storybook, grinning like a kid who found treasure. Item get, one very smug root. The dust settles. Fair's fair though, he leaves something behind in trade. Give and take, even monsters appreciate business ethics. Next guardian up, banshees scream. He walks straight through the blast without slowing down. Then Bayobhan Sith tries her own seduction routine. Turns out both of them were just guardians doing their job, nothing personal. He barely breaks stride. "Pass," he calls out, brushing right by. The little demons watching this are baffled. But so what, he shrugs, guardian or not, they're still in his way. So he clears the swarm out anyway. Here's his secret, an oath that locks away part of his power for a straight 50% damage boost, technically a debuff. The catch, he can't send spirits at all anymore. Same trade-off he's been running since he first crossed paths with the Sabantia Duke. But here's the loophole, he's got basically zero affinity for souls to begin with. Which means spirits literally can't hurt him back. In conclusion, broken build, zero downside. The spirits keep throwing themselves at him anyway. Every single one bounces off. "This place is heaven for me," he cackles, and honestly at this point who's going to argue? Loot notifications start stacking up, poison resistance boosted, a new skill called Swallow's Senses unlocked. Not a scratch that matters. His new sense lets him feel danger on the wind itself. His stat sheet is climbing into hero tier numbers. By his own math, he's about as strong now as Lunia was before she turned vampire, not a small compliment to himself. Then something makes him go still. A notification flashes, special grade spirit field boss Spirit King, the real one this time. A claw the size of a building comes down at him. No warning, no mercy. He just grins and leaps straight into it. Job done, he's back with Mariette holding out a bag. Take these. These are, she gasps, potatoes made with a power he picked up from Dan and Ingus apparently. She's absolutely delighted, cradling them like they're gold. Small print though, it's called Maha's curse, and any man near these crops gets a special sensation for the next 9 days. Nobody's quite sure what that means, and nobody wants to find out the hard way. A pretty nice gift, he says, way too pleased with himself. Grow big and strong, Tilda, he cheers, scattering them straight into the woods for the local spirits to deal with. Chaos incoming, and he could not care less. His laugh echoes through the trees he just planted a curse in. We start underground, in the sewer tunnels running beneath the magic tower itself. One of the infiltration crew drops down into the darkness, boots splashing into the tunnel below. This is the rendezvous point. Charging the tower head-on would be suicide, so the plan is to sneak in from underground, and someone's already carved a rune here that lights up the dark on command. Entering from below and working your way up is the textbook infiltration move. But nothing about this plan is going to stay textbook for long. A voice calls out from the shadows, "Did you get here already?" Someone's beaten the rest of the team to the spot. Warren admits she'd hoped to arrive first, claims she practically turned into a crow to get here, then sheepishly admits she just ran really fast. Corinlock just gives her a flat, unimpressed look, sure she did. He asks if the trip down was rough. He'd heard these tunnels were crawling with monsters. Turns out she got lucky and didn't run into a single one. They head deeper in, figuring it's smartest to hole up here and wait. The rest of the crew won't make it for another 2 days, so this dusty old room is home base for now. Head up through the sewers and you hit an old control room, which means great, they've got some cleaning to do first. Corinlock peels off his gear and gets to work settling in. He teases that HWA hates cleaning, maybe she'd rather let Rand take over. She just goes quiet, suddenly very aware it's the two of them alone together for 2 whole days. Then he notices something, a cut on her hand. She waves it off, but he insists on cleaning the wound himself. Warren goes red as a tomato at the sudden gentle touch. Smooth, Corin. Time blurs down here in the dark. Corinlock honestly can't tell anymore if it's day or night up above. He glances over and finds HWA passed out cold, still in her cleaning apron. He's honestly just grateful she pitched in with the scrubbing at all. Vampire or not, she still tuckered herself right out. With the room finally spotless, he runs through the plan in his head. Only he, Mariette, and Master Aaron are actually heading up into the tower itself. Madame Josephine and Warren are staying behind to hold this base, which is exactly when a sleepy voice pipes up right behind him. Appa. HWA blinks awake, and Corinlock immediately braces for impact. Did I wake you? She asks. No, he lies smoothly. Hwa's still asleep even though she's staring right at him. He tells her to go back to sleep. He's still got things to handle and gets cut off mid-sentence. She just wraps her arms around him and murmurs she wants to stay like this a little longer. He hesitates, not entirely sure which side of her he's even holding, HWA or Ran. She just sighs that being in his arms feels warm and safe, and honestly, that answers the question. Neither of them moves, neither of them really wants to. The silence says more than either of them is ready to admit out loud. For once, there's no monster, no mission, no tower, just the two of them catching their breath together. The quiet moment doesn't last. Something stirs nearby. Footsteps echo down the stairwell toward them. It's Mariette, grinning ear to ear. Turns out Diakku guided her group straight here, no wrong turns needed. Corin, you beat us here, she teases, clearly impressed. He just clears his throat and awkwardly dodges the question. Master Aaron Danua strides in, practically glowing with pride. As expected of my disciple, she says, and launches straight into why. The second he picked the Forbidden Forest for his little side project, she knew he was up to something, and sure enough, she found rune magic etched with insane precision all through these sewers. Turns out Corinlock just casually engraved it all himself, backed by a mana pool north of 10,000. No big deal. 40 runes carved into the waterways in a single day, and side note, he also swiped the biggest sack of potatoes and grew that whole crop himself. Multitasking king. He just laughs it off and hints potatoes weren't the only thing he'd been quietly planting. He'd bundled up a whole stash of elixirs and rare items and hidden the cash out in the forbidden forest. And he tucked it all away with Wadney, the very thing that once caused a full-blown musical natural disaster. Even Diakku looks a little worried about that plan. The stash comes with an auto-recall enchantment so he can summon it back anytime, anywhere, plus spirit guardians watching over it. Overkill? Absolutely. Effective? Also absolutely. Sure enough, some hulking guardian spirit is already camped out over his hoard, arms crossed, daring anyone to try something. Nobody's touching his treasure until he personally comes to collect it. He can't help but gloat this little side hustle paid off better than expected. With the whole crew finally together, his expression shifts, that unnerving demonic grin creeping in. Time to get to work. Josephine volunteers to stay put and keep a teleport ready at a moment's notice, while H. Warren quietly commits to guarding the base. The roles are set. Josephine handles the escape route, H. Warren holds the fort. Magic sparks to life as the real plan kicks into gear. The mission laid bare: get in, grab Estelle, get out. Operation Rescue the Saintess is officially a go. The magic tower looms ahead, all Gothic spires and glowing purple windows, and someone yelps a warning right in Corin's face. A guard stops the disguised group cold at the entrance. So much for a clean walk-in. The guard squints at them, clearly suspicious. Then out of nowhere he snaps to attention and salutes instead. Whatever they're pulling, it's working. Corinlock shoots the group a baffled look. Did that actually just work? Another guard throws the exact same salute at Mariette. The disguise trick is apparently bulletproof. One of the guards just stands there, quietly starstruck. He's practically glowing after getting complimented by staff. Bless him. Just like that, they're through clean, easy, no alarms, almost suspiciously easy. Past this point, only associate professors or higher can go further. The tower's running cutting-edge iris scanners on every door. So now what? Someone asks. Mariette just smirks. They planned for exactly this. She pulls out her ace, a familiar summoned specifically for this job. Magic floods the corridor as the summoning ritual kicks into gear. Not Diakku this time. This is a new familiar she picked up on a trip south. A horn shape forms out of the swirling dark portal. Whoever this is, they're not small. Meet Elder Idmalik, former leader of the Red Faction, now Mariette's secret weapon for the job. Turns out Idmalik has history here. Back in the day, Saintess Estelle herself personally hauled off the Black Faction's leader. And the Red Faction's own leader, captured and turned into a vampire by Corinlock himself, apparently. Small world. Cue the flashback, a furious cry of "I'll never forgive you," answered by a flat sit, Chunsik. That's right, the once feared faction leader is now just Mariette's ghoul, Chunsik. She scolds him for baring his fangs without permission again, and he instantly folds, groveling an apology. The great villain of yesterday, reduced to cowering before his new master. She threatens to send him back to salt mining or pottery duty because it turns out every mage who ever tried to kidnap Mariette got a very specific punishment. The Dunala family, rulers of the South, are famous for the most brutal execution methods around, so things looked grim for the would-be kidnappers. However, Mariette talked her family down to mercy forced labor instead of execution. And thanks to their hard work, the South's production numbers reportedly jumped 10%. Silver linings. Back to the present, Idmalik's power locks onto the scanner, ready to fake their way through. With the scanner beaten, the 5th floor opens right up, though Chunsik gets ordered back inside for his trouble. He scrambles to obey without a second of hesitation. Floor 6, they keep climbing. This deep in, it's not just the tower master they need to worry about. Other dangerous figures could be prowling these halls too. Corinlock's expression hardens. One wrong turn and this whole operation goes sideways fast. Estelle should be held 2 floors up in the special ward, but Diakku's suddenly acting up, and Corin snaps at him to knock it off before he gets them caught. Someone stops him. Diakku isn't just misbehaving, he looks genuinely scared. The little demon is trembling. Whatever he's sensing, it's got him spooked, and that's never a good sign. They press on anyway, deeper into the tower's shadows. A door creaks open ahead, spilling an eerie red light into the hall. This isn't a normal wing of the tower. It looks like they've stumbled straight into the experiment sector. Corin asks if Master Erin's ever seen a place like this. Even during her time as the Academy's own chairman, she says they never once let her in here. Even she looks unsettled by what they are about to walk into. A deep rumble shudders through the floor as they push forward. Someone breathes his name in disbelief at whatever's coming into view. "It can't be," comes the whisper. Whatever's ahead, it's shaken the whole group. Something ancient, something that once ruled this entire world, is staring right back at them. A colossal eye bound in heavy chains glows with a fire that's clearly still very much alive. Only the eye is left of it, which is somehow not remotely comforting. Even the giants they fought back on the Sky Island look like toys next to whatever this thing used to be. One eyeball the size of an entire giant, and its owner's identity is about to drop. The eye seems to pulse, almost like it's aware of them. Elsewhere in the tower, a shadowy figure chuckles. They're getting closer to seeing this thing wake up for themselves. Dark magic coils tighter around the chained relic. The plan gets said out loud at last, the full resurrection of the giant King Balor. Whoever's behind this is dead serious about pulling it off. So the rumors were true. Someone in this tower is actually trying to bring Balor back. Legend paints him as the single most powerful demon king to ever exist. Balor once slew the god King Nuada himself, before finally being brought down by the Danon of Light. His death was the only thing that ever ended the war between the Sky Giants and the Danons. Corin Lox had enough of this tower's obsession with resurrection magic, but this has gone way past too far. This isn't just some old monster. Balor was, quite literally, powerful enough to end the world. The old legends make one thing very clear. Nobody wants this guy waking back up. It took Lug, the Danon of Light, to finally strike him down for good. And somewhere in this tower, someone's determined to undo that victory. Down in the chamber, a hooded figure looms over the sealed relic, sizing up the prize. Do they really not care what happens if this thing comes back? One mutters, the other just smiles. Shall we begin? Elder Idmalik grins wide, purple magic writhing off him like living hair. If this actually works, he wants full credit. He's not bluffing either. He's got Undry in play, one of the 4 great treasures of the Danons, an actual wellspring of infinite life. The ritual keeps building around him, unstoppable. Somewhere close, unseen eyes are watching this all unfold. The chamber pulses with dark magic, the ritual nearing its climax. Whatever's about to happen, there's no stopping it now. Then, mid-ritual, he goes still like he's just sensed something he shouldn't have. Back with Corin's group, everyone freezes, pressed into the shadows. "What is it?" someone whispers, barely breathing. "SHH, quiet," comes the reply. "Are they here?" A beat of silence. Maybe, maybe not. Corin Lock's stomach drops anyway. That was way too close. Back in the ritual chamber, the figure's grin curdles into fury. Those rats. Flames rip through the chamber as the ritual lashes out. Whatever they just triggered, it is not happy about being interrupted. Somewhere in the dark, a hooded figure holds dead still, barely breathing. "Are they here?" No answer comes back, just swirling purple flame creeping closer, like something has already made up its mind. Out in the shadows, a burning silhouette sniffs out its prey, growling about those rats hiding somewhere close. The fire roars higher, an animal shape twisting inside it, hunting on pure instinct. Corin Lock catches sight of it and swears under his breath. Of course, the one op that was going too smoothly just hit a snag. The thing laughs in the dark. "Hide well, little rats, or that hair color of yours is going to give you away." And there it is, a hulking demon wreathed in red flame, done playing hide and seek. Corin Lock presses flat against the wall with 2 companions in tow, everyone holding their breath as the heat closes in. Something is closing in, one heavy step at a time, close enough you can practically feel the floor shake. A massive eye snaps open in the dark and locks right onto their hiding spot. "Found you," the beast howls, jaws splitting wide. So much for the element of surprise. Fire erupts everywhere as the fight kicks off for real. The demon lashes out, trailing flame with every strike. Whoever is on the receiving end of that hit is not having a good night. The creature rears back, its whole silhouette swallowed in smoke and heat. When the smoke finally clears, nothing is left standing but wreckage. Cut to a much less dramatic scene. Somebody is staring down actual literal rats. "They're lab rats," one mage explains dryly. Looks like somebody let the containment lapse. Oh really? Comes the unimpressed reply, already turning to leave the mess behind. They would rather not stick around anyway. The standoff with the royal army out front is still very much unresolved. Elsewhere, two shapes step through a blinding doorway of light, clearly not finished with business here. Alright, someone agrees, picking a path through the rubble. A silhouette slips through the glow, quiet and purposeful. The dark corridor swallows them whole as they push deeper in. Because make no mistake, going toe-to-toe with Idrin and Dune skies in the middle of this mage tower right now would be flat-out suicide. Someone leans in a little too close and comments on how broad Corinlock's chest is, and he has absolutely no idea what to do with that. He stammers that they are just minimizing contact area for the hiding spot, purely tactical, obviously. Cutting his own excuse short, he moves things along. They know the plan now, time to focus. Their target, a massive chained eye pulsing with dark red light buried deep inside the tower. All we have to do is take out that eye, right? Someone asks like that is a small ask. Corinlock shuts down any second guessing. They cannot afford to drag this infiltration out. Whatever that eye is, it can wait. Saving the Saintess comes first. Part of him would love to just nuke the whole ward with remote rune magic and call it a day. But that is easier said than done. This tower took a beating from Master during the Witch War, and its defenses have only gotten meaner since. Which means the tower is now layered with anti-space and anti-remote rune wards from top to bottom. No easy shortcuts here. Outside, Madame Josephine kneels over a glowing circle, buying the team a narrow window with a temporary spatial gate. It should be ready any minute now, but for the moment they are on their own inside. Floor 10, not exactly a welcoming sign posted on the door. We don't have much time, let's split up and search different areas, comes the order. If we get detected, cause as much chaos as possible and regroup. The team, Corinlock, Mariette, and Ally, and the little demon Diaku split into pairs to cover more ground. Corinlock steels himself for what is next. Everyone be careful, someone calls out as the group scatters through the tower. Corinlock nods once and takes off. Room after room after room, Corinlock is starting to lose count and his patience. Then a bottle shatters somewhere close by and things get loud fast. He rounds the corner to a very unexpected face, one that is already scolding him for something. Turns out the emergency is a wine complaint. Apparently this is 17-year-old vintage, not the 35 she ordered. Priorities. Corinlock just stares, momentarily speechless. She squints at him through the bars, half checking he is actually fine after wherever he has been. Recognition finally clicks. Corin, he cannot help but laugh at the reunion. Well, I figured the treatment in here would not be that bad, he jokes before she realizes it. He actually came to rescue her. Looking around the cell, you would almost mistake it for a hotel suite. Or a very well-decorated prison. Either way, first things first, step back from the bars. She hesitates, her cross pendant catching the light. Wait a second. Breaking these particular bars without setting off an alarm is not going to be simple. Whoever built this place layered every enchantment they had into these walls. Corinlock's eyes flare red, fangs bared for just a moment. Don't worry. Power crackles down his arm as he tears straight through the ward. The barrier does not stand a chance. Somewhere deep in his power, an old vow stirs. A child of the seas, Manonin Mac Lur once named him First Spear. The name surfaces like a memory made real, Guy Dirg. Power floods the weapon, red light crawling up his arm. This is no ordinary spear, grade legendary. One of the twin spears of Manonin Mac Lur. It nullifies any magic on a single target, tears extra damage out of beast-type enemies, and curses whatever it cuts with the mark of the beast hunter. This is Guy Dirg, Corinlock says, already moving. One clean strike, and the magic-proof bars mean nothing. A spear built to erase magic itself, handy thing to have on a jailbreak. Hoo-ha, that shouldn't have been possible, she gasps, staring at the broken cage. Anyway, we can escape now, he shrugs, like breaking ancient wards is just a Tuesday. Once they are moving, Estelle admits something is wrong. Her holy power just will not switch on. Corinlock half expected this. In the story he remembers, Estelle could not use her powers at this point either. He has a guess why but keeps it to himself. For now, we need to regroup with the others first, he starts, before something cuts him off cold. A sudden bone-deep chill sweeps the corridor, this chill. Frost creeps across the stone floor out of nowhere. He grabs Estelle and moves fast. Something drops into view behind them, closing the distance. According to everything Corin Locke remembers of the original story, the strongest cryomancer around here was supposed to be Elder Slarian of the Blue School, gritting his teeth as ice magic surges around him. Except that is just how it went in the story he remembers. Reality is already rewriting the script. In this timeline, the strongest cryomancer in the building is somebody else entirely. Ice erupts around a familiar figure, hair whipping in the frozen wind. She channels the storm like she was born to it. Mariette Dunhalef showing off a side of herself even the old story never saw coming. She catches herself mid-flex and immediately turns bright red with embarrassment. Corin, I wanted to handle this quietly, but that did not really go to plan, she admits sheepishly. No, that was amazing, he tells her honestly, though the noise probably just told every mage in the tower exactly where they are. Diaku comes scrambling back yelling for his master, and the whole group breaks into a run. The tower behind them goes up in a burst of light. Somebody screams as the group tumbles through the chaos. Corin Locke keeps Estelle tucked against him as they leap for it. This is part of the plan too, he insists, not entirely convincingly. Mariette, he calls out, and she is already weaving another spell mid-fall. Okay, wings of solid frost bloom from her back. She takes to the air like she was made for it. The whole group rides the momentum, ducking and weaving through the wreckage. Every second still inside that tower is a second too many. Somewhere behind them, a pair of eyes snap open, furious. Woohoo, there you are, little rats, Tilda, comes the gleeful shriek. Dune Skies is not done with them yet. The demon launches after them, closing fast. Arg, that disgusting bastard, Corin Locke snarls, refusing to let go of Estelle even as the fight catches back up to them. They had already beaten Dune Skies once before, back on Sky Island. Problem is, out of his countless monstrous forms, they only actually managed to kill a bull and a dragon. Which leaves plenty of forms still standing, and yep, here come the dragons again. Not to mention the 2 magic bull forms he has still got in reserve. This fight was never really over. The corridor lights up in a violent flash of pink and purple. Out pours something, enough of it to fill an entire estate apparently. Toads, an absolute army of demonic toads. A massive jaw snaps shut behind the swarm, unimpressed by its own summon. Wings unfurl and the fight goes vertical. Now get over here, Tilda. Ah, Tilda, Dune Skies cackles, clearly enjoying this way too much. Kaya, what the hell is that? Kill it, someone screams from the group. A massive crimson circle blooms to life in answer. 200 blood spears incoming. Dune Skies takes the full volley and screams bloody murder. Toads alone were never going to cut it against a spell like that, Mariette says coolly. Before we go, how about a parting gift? Corin Locke levels his spear, magic surging down the shaft. One more strike, aim to finish the job. Light and smoke erupt as the technique lands. Silver spear resonance activated. The tower's interior is still too heavily warded to just teleport out clean though. But if they can just reach the sewers below, they can finally activate the rune magic waiting for them there. The whole tower behind them goes up like a torch. Fire chases them down every hallway they pass. Corin Locke and Estelle sprint flat out through the flames, no time to look back. Over here, someone shouts, waving them toward the exit. Prepare to leap, Mariette calls, already lining up the jump. She and their hooded ally dive straight into the glowing circle below. 10 seconds, distance remaining 100 meters, comes the countdown, way too close for comfort. They clear the last stretch in a blur. That should be enough, someone breathes. On the other side, a familiar face waits, and freezes the second she sees the state they are in. But thanks to everyone pulling their weight, they actually made it out. Corin Locke touches down hard, but he is still standing. My friend, a voice purrs from somewhere close, and it is decidedly not a friend. A massive shadow unfolds behind them, eyes glowing through the smoke. We made it, Corin Locke tells himself, not quite believing it yet. Then the beast's full face comes into view, and belief stops mattering. Are you in a rush? It taunts, clearly not planning to let them leave that easily. Corin Locke grits his teeth, TCH. Back at the extraction point, a nun and a blonde ally both freeze, sensing exactly how bad this just got. Far from the chaos, a beam of light cuts across open ocean. The water churns below, calm and endless. A ship rides the swells, flags snapping in the wind. Wow, good job, the mission was a success, someone cheers from the deck. A sword-carrying crewmate throws her arms up in celebration. Then the smile falters, wait. Where is he? Someone else asks, scanning the deck with rising dread. Where's Corin? The question lands like a punch. Back where they landed, someone is on their knees and the dropped spear on the ground says everything words cannot. Mariette kneels there, hollowed out, staring at nothing. Whatever victory they thought they had won a moment ago, it was not won, not really, not without him. Somewhere out in the dark, a voice cracks over and over, calling Corin's name like she can't stop. Mariette breaks down completely, screaming his name through the tears. She's clearly convinced the worst has happened. Her friends hold her back. We need to go back now, she begs, ready to march off alone if she has to, until Madame Josephine steps in. Mariette, please calm down. Josephine levels with her. Security's only gotten tighter since they last hit the Mage Tower. Charging back in now isn't brave, it's suicidal. She doesn't sugarcoat it either way. Going back now is suicide. Mariette's voice breaks, but there's nothing left to argue with. Josephine softens, it'll be all right. Believe in Corin, he'll always make it out alive, keep that in mind. Mariette clutches her own hands to her chest, torn between panic and the thin hope she's just been handed. She shakes her head hard, flushed and shaky. No, she forces out, still fighting the urge to bolt. Cut to a trio crossing a ship's deck, Josephine and Mariette among them. Someone notes flatly there's 3. Boots hurry across the deck. Speaking of, someone mutters, catching sight of something. The ship cuts through open water as Mariette murmurs, worried, H. Warren. Waves crash against the hull as the ship presses on through the open sea. Far away, a crimson sigil flares to life against bare stone. The ground cracks and shatters under some unseen force. A monstrous, fur-covered beast throws its head back and roars into a storm of crackling purple lightning. 2 figures brace against the creature's fury, dwarfed by its size. Elsewhere, a twisted, tentacled horror writhes in the shadows, groaning in pain. A hooded man mutters that their target was probably swept into the sewers. Do you think they might have died? The monstrous creature shrieks in fury at the thought. A grizzled, silver-haired man snaps back, the Saintess dead, don't say such things. Another voice warns them plainly. Without her holy blood, they can't resurrect the giant at all. The chained, tentacled mass thrashes, its many mouths screeching. Find her now, someone bellows. The creature rages that it was so close. The miracle of Undry was almost within reach. It snarls that whoever ruined its master's plan is going to pay for it. Back in the wreckage, a battered figure groans, barely conscious. A broken hand reaches out, a voice rasping half a name, Ko-Rin Lo, before the current swallows the rest. Filthy sewer water and debris churn violently around them. The flood spits them out somewhere cold, dark, and very far from home. Corin and a pink-haired stranger lie collapsed together in the snow, unmoving. Corin stirs first, shaking her gently. Saintess, are you all right? Her eyes flutter open, dazed and confused. He manages a weak grin. Whoa, we're still alive, small victories. His face drops as he spots blood soaking her side, your stomach. Still catching her breath, she warns him, staying put means the Mage Tower will find them. They huddle for cover between icy ruins, and besides that, she adds, a brutal gust nearly buries them, they could freeze to death right here. Frozen waterfalls loom over the ruined landscape around them. Tucked into an ice cave, she shivers hard, it's so cold. A caption places them north of the Steel Isles, right at the edge of the Northern Kingdom. Here, it's winter all year round, no matter the season. He checks on her, are you sure you're okay? By the firelight, he gets a better look at the wound. It's quite deep, he says. She balks at his plan. Can't we just stay hiding here? He shrugs. If you're confident you can last that long, be my guest. Long, how long? She presses. His answer lands hard, 20 days. Corin stands resolute among the embers, already thinking 3 steps ahead. She can't believe what she's hearing. Who? A map spells out the problem. The whole island, ports included, is locked down tight. There's no clean way out. Waiting on reinforcements would mean 20 days stuck deep behind enemy lines. And I, Corin adds, don't much want to stay here that long either. The map traces a new route straight across the frozen sea, heading north. Their destination, the Dingle Peninsula deep in the northern kingdom. It's frozen solid all season, stable enough to walk across, and with her powers still down, the ports aren't an option anyway. She prays quietly, it's the only way left to shake the mage tower's tracking spells. A long silence, then a flat final word, no. She argues they escaped the magic prison fare and swear her powers should return any time now, and then they could just fight their way out. Corin doesn't sugarcoat it, it won't return for quite some time. That lands like a punch, her eyes go wide. Think about it, he says simply. She turns the question back on him. Did you really lose your powers because of the magic prison? The question drags her back to another moment entirely, the exact instant her powers first failed her. Flashback, Corin, watching her closely, asks if she noticed anything suspicious among her own allies. You mean, she trails off. The implication lands hard, there's a traitor amongst my men. Yes, someone high up in the order, her tone turns serious. Let me give you a word of advice, Corin Loch. If you value your life, she warns, flames rising behind her, watch your words. Hands clasped in prayer, she adds coldly, say that anywhere else and he'd be executed for it. Corin doesn't back down, really. Have you truly never doubted the existence of God? She answers with a blade instead of words, he barely dodges the strike. Why would you say such a blasphemous thing? She demands, furious. He grips his spear unbothered, because it's the truth, he says. Of this world, he finishes, letting the words hang in the firelight. His eyes burn with quiet conviction. That you will one day come to learn as well, he warns her. Back in the present, she claps a hand over her mouth. Oh dear. She spotted a tiny bunny and she is absolutely losing it. Oh dear, my little bunny friend. She cups her hands into a little heart around it, cooing that it's like a child, like an angel. Kneeling in the snow, she seriously offers the rabbit a place in her garden. Priorities, apparently. Corin strolls back holding up a very different rabbit. Dinner, we're in luck, there's probably more nearby. Nice and plump, it'll taste great, he adds, completely missing her horror. Yo-yo. Demon, she shrieks aghast while he just clears his throat. They're heading north. It won't be easy, but it's the only way to dodge the mage tower's tracking, not that she's thrilled. Such a barbaric food. Rabbit skewers sizzle away over the fire. She glares at the cooked meat, arms crossed. You think I'd ever praise its taste? Then hands him another skewer anyway. Eat up, I have another one here. They push on through daylight, even with warming magic woven into her robes and rosary. The cold still cuts through. Corin trudges on, teeth chattering, it's so cold, ugh. The patrols out here keep a tight watch, so their trick is simple: play dead in the snow and let the search pass right over them. At night, they dig into the snow itself and wait out the dark together. His spear plunges into the ice, marking another stretch covered. Night after night, they repeat the same grim routine. What matters most, though, is time, and they've already been walking for a full week. However long they've got left, it isn't much. Corin exhales hard, running on fumes. The two of them slump down together, spent. What's wrong, he asks, catching her expression. She admits quietly, realized how much of a burden I am. Now isn't the time to be feeling down on yourself, he tells her, still catching his breath. I don't regret it, she says softly. Corin, flushed and out of breath, admits he'd sensed trouble coming her way and he had the means to stop it. That's why I came, he says. If I hadn't, I'd have regretted it forever. She's genuinely moved. If you really mean that, you truly are impressive. She starts teasing that if he weren't such a heathen, she might actually, then stops cold. Are you okay? Corin doubles over, gripping his chest in sudden agony. He collapses with a strangled groan. She notices his clothes are soaked through and scrambles to help. Let's get you dry, she says, and freezes. Wow, what's this? The wound underneath is ugly and raw, could it be? From back then, dark energy pulses from the wound as he grits through the pain. It's the curse of Panbihana, a wound from the white ox's horns that refuses to heal, and thanks to some cruel twist of sun magic, it can't even be cauterized shut. Drenched in sweat, he mutters that of all things, this had to be what finally slowed him down. His body's turning cold as ice. Wake up, she screams. She presses her rosary into his hands. Keep this, hold on to it. Damn it, she curses, it's not enough. He'd been carrying this wound the entire time and still marched 7 straight days just to get her to safety. The wind howls through the dark, empty forest around them. There's only one thing left she can think to do: keep him from freezing to death, whatever it takes. That's why she declares, steeling herself, the princess, the saintess, am going this far. She looks down at him, resolved. His body needs warmth. So under the moonlight she does the only thing she can think of, presses herself right against him to share her warmth. Use your imagination on this one. A bright flash of light bursts through the trees. Morning breaks, sunlight spilling gold across the snow. Corin stirs, face flushed, murmuring hum. It's warm, he mumbles, still half asleep, like. Are you awake? Comes a voice above him, backlit by the morning sun. Their faces are close, very close, and both of them are blushing hard. Tangled together under a fur blanket, bare shoulders and all, the two of them are one full-body blush. Neither one can quite look away, sweating and flustered in equal measure. Corin finally snaps out of it, Saintess, why are you? Look away, she shrieks, scrambling to cover up. From a distance, someone watching them exhales in relief, thank goodness. Corin, thoroughly flustered, crosses his arms and refuses to make eye contact. At least you're alive, comes the dry remark. Speaking of, I thought that curse was permanent. Corin blinks, confused. What happened? My mana's lower than before. And somehow his wound is actually healing. This is. Somewhere close by, an unseen eye watches them in the dark. Then the alarm hits, the mage tower. Corin scoops her up and bolts across an icy ledge. Armored figures close in fast, they couldn't have come after us this fast. A clawed hand flexes, crackling with dark purple energy. Corin's back tenses as his own aura flares up to answer it. He lunges into the fight, blade of light in hand, putting himself squarely between her and the enemy. Something catches him completely off guard. Corin, she screams as blood streaks down his face. An icy shockwave rips through the battlefield. A fur-armored soldier crashes through the trees, closing the distance fast. Corin and the enemy soldiers collide head-on in the frozen ruins, spear against blade. Steel and energy clash in a blinding slash. A monstrous fist clenches, crackling with power. We're told each of these brutes fights above the level of a second-rank knight. And here's the proof: a hulking, tusked giant hybrid glaring down at them, radiating raw menace. These are the half-giants, human-giant hybrids in service to the tyrant Tades Balthazar. Its face twists into a snarl, eyes blazing, ready to tear into them, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. Deep in the frozen north, something massive grits its teeth as blades of wind and dark energy come screaming down on it. Every single one of these things is rated stronger than a second-rank knight, no pressure or anything. A hulking shape drops straight out of the blizzard toward a line of spear-wielding hunters. One swing of that fist, and the whole squad might as well be throwing snowballs at it. These aren't ordinary half-giants either. They are hybrids twisted into servants of the tyrant Tades Balthazar, and they answer to nobody else. Something behind those eyes glows an unnatural purple. Whatever's driving this thing, it isn't just hunger. Half-giants, or so they're supposed to be, that little question mark is doing a whole lot of heavy lifting. The beast throws its head back and cackles, hauling off two chained captives like party favors. Charming guy. Cut to the present and someone blurts out the obvious question first: how did this even happen? These people are from a tribe I know, Estelle explains, recognizing them instantly. I met them back when a half-giant named Berjecker said he was heading off to the academy. She grins, thinking back on it. It's the half-giants. Someone laughs through old battle scars, clearly still fond of the memory. Bald is apparently the single most important detail anyone remembers about him. Yes, the top student of the third-year night department, she says, not entirely sarcastically. Half-giant Berserker Berjecker himself, mid-meltdown and living up to every syllable of that name. So that's how it happened, Estelle nods, tying the memory off neatly. But there's a serious edge underneath the jokes. For a long time, the church treated demihumans no better than monsters or evil spirits. Then the new religion came along and flipped that whole worldview on demons entirely. It's sealed with an actual vow between a knight and a nun bathed in golden light, properly dramatic stuff. The whole goal: protection and harmony toward demihumans instead of extermination. Exhibit A: demons were actually let into the academy itself. In my year there was H. Warren, Estelle recalls, and you can practically feel the temperature drop. One glimpse of that true demon form and you understand why nobody argued with her twice. Among the seniors there were two other standout cases too, she says. Vampire Mariette Dunaleaf and half-giant Berjecker, the Academy's original odd couple of monsters. The reason they got in despite all the pushback? Berjecker is an excellent student, Estelle teases, leaning right into Corin as she says it. So here's the real question. Why did the half-giants cross the strait and travel all the way here in the first place? Flashback 3 years back, a rider on a massive frost wolf spots the tribe on the move. The chase is on, blades already flashing across the ice. Yeah, let's get them, someone whoops like this is a game and not actual people's lives. Turns out the ones being hunted are our very own Corin and Estelle, dragged along on a wolf-drawn sled for dear life. Who are they even after? Grumbles a half-giant nearby, only mildly interested. Down below, fire mages are lighting up the ice trying to burn an escape route open. Hurry up, we can't let the half-giants notice, one hisses, which is a bit late given the fireworks show. Bad news, the ice is too thick, and their little sneak-op is about 30 seconds from blowing up in their faces. The spell finally goes off, and it is very, very much noticed. Mage Tower scum who disturb our ancestors' rest prepare to die, roars a half-giant. Yay, that tracks. One shockwave later, and the casters are already regretting every life choice that led here. It's the half-giants, someone mutters, the color draining right out of their face. Cast the defense magic now, a little late for manners at this point. A streak of pure force rips clean through their shields like wet paper. Those damned mages, someone starts before getting cut off entirely. Fair warning though, this mage squad has numbers and real power behind it. Not giant level but nothing to laugh off either. And then someone pulls out an honest-to-goodness legendary weapon, the spear G-Durg built to nullify magic and wreck beasts. Somebody came prepared. The spear connects and the fight tips hard in one direction. Of course, the half-giant mutters, not even winded. Crush them isn't exactly a subtle battle plan, but it works. Someone watching from the sidelines just shrugs, doesn't look like they need my help. A wall of ice detonates around the half-giant like a snow globe from hell. The mages throw everything they've got into one last stand. It is predictably not enough. Not bad, you're pretty strong, the half-giant admits, grudgingly impressed. And just like that, an ambush turns into the start of an unlikely friendship. Back in the present, Corin, blushing furiously, wants to know exactly why they are here. Good to see the famous saintess of the southern people again, the chief booms. Hello, Chief Karim, has it really been 3 years? Estelle answers. The tribe's hall glows warm against the snow outside. So is that rascal Berjecker behaving himself at school? Chief Karim asks, name card and all. Of course your son's the top student in the 3rd-year night department, Estelle assures him. Gahaha, well if he's my son he'd better be able to manage that much, Karim roars with pride. Then the mood shifts, however we don't usually accept outsiders. His eyes narrow hard on the stranger she brought along. Who exactly is, Karim asks, sizing Corin up like a piece of meat. Corin's answer to the interrogation is pure, unfiltered flattery. I've always believed giants are the true creators of this world. He says it with the conviction of a man who very much does not actually believe that. Whenever I heard the history of the grand race of giants, my heart would race. He keeps going and unbelievably it's working. Somewhere off to the side, Estelle is absolutely fuming at this shameless display. I heard Southerners dismiss our history as mere mythology though, Karim asks, testing him. What about you? Comes the pointed follow-up. Corin, Estelle mutters under her breath, you're blaspheming again. Of Lord Balor himself, Karim finishes proudly. Great giant king have actually seen his remains, Corin blurts, immediately regretting every word. Turns out he's not lying either. He really did see the giant king's eye on display at the Mage Tower of all places. An ancient king's remains, chained up like a trophy. Is that true? Karim roars, all pretense of calm gone in an instant. They desecrated our ancestors and now the king himself. This is not a calm man anymore. Those damned mages, Estelle steps in fast before he can finish that sentence. However, they do have numbers and real strength, she reminds him, playing peacemaker. Then what should we do instead, he demands. The rage is still simmering right under the surface. Estelle just takes his hand and holds on until the shaking finally stops. Grab your weapons, the whole tribe answers the call in seconds. Corin and Estelle fall right in behind them because apparently that's just a Tuesday now. So that the ancestors may finally rest in peace, they march out together. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Corin tilde Estelle teases, watching him grin like an idiot. Was all this part of your plan too? She presses. No, I only found out they were here after we arrived, he admits. Then why are you smiling like that, busted? He does not have a good answer for that one. Truth is, in the game this whole village was locked behind a hidden questline. You needed max affinity with Berjacker just to get invited. And when Berjacker and the player finally do visit, well, this is exactly the kind of night it kicks off. Since everyone's still alive, comes the quiet relief in his voice. The battle's clearly done a number on both sides, but they made it through. Turns out this tribe was the only one who never sold out to Baltazar in the first place. That kind of loyalty under that kind of pressure is worth remembering. Corin just watches the sky for a moment, letting it all sink in. And just like that, an alliance with the half-giants is sealed. The whole camp settles into a rare, hard-earned quiet. I survived a full week out there with Estelle, and with the half-giants' help, Corin recaps, tracing the whole journey on the map. 2 weeks after it all started, they finally make it home. Word gets around fast that they're actually back. Someone comes flying off the steps to meet them, absolutely no chill whatsoever. I thought you died, she practically screams. A couple of fellow students dissolve into tears right along with her. Ah, yes, I believed in you, my disciple, Estelle's mentor declares, doing a full emotional 180. Corin just stands there, quietly soaking in the chaos of it all. I'm glad you made it back safe and sound, someone else adds, far more composed about the whole thing. You, the Saintess, and H. Warren, when people hear what you three actually pulled off, everyone's going to be floored. Corin just grins, already imagining the bragging rights. Wait, you two weren't together this whole time? Someone asks, putting the pieces together. Where could she even be? They'd apparently been wondering about a third party the entire time. See, Corin and Estelle spent that whole week running from Mage Tower pursuers. Except weirdly, those pursuers just kept turning up dead in the snow. The two of them never actually had to fight a single mage the entire time. Someone else was doing all the dirty work for them, someone who doesn't need to eat, drink, or sleep. You can probably guess where this is going. The bloody trail she leaves behind speaks for itself. After all, the heavenly Yaksha doesn't exactly do things halfway. H. Warren just walks off into the storm like it's nothing at all. Meanwhile, back at the top floor of the Mage Tower. When on earth are those guys planning to attack? Someone yawns, blissfully unaware of what's coming. Enter Elder Voline of the blue faction and Elder Darian of the green, bickering as usual. Have they been scared out of their wits or what? It's been nearly 2 weeks since we've even seen the royal army, one scoffs. Somewhere out at sea, a storm rips itself apart in enormous bolts of lightning. Just shows how devastating Elder Voline's disaster spell must have been. They congratulate themselves. Ha ahem, indeed, she agrees, taking full credit for a storm she almost certainly didn't cause. Then a student comes sprinting in screaming that the royal army has actually arrived. Heap moths to the flame, the elders scoff. Battle formation time to show them the tower's true power. That confidence lasts about 5 seconds, it's not just the fleet. Flying beasts in the sky, someone's day just got a whole lot worse. Wyverns can't even fly right up here, looks like they all plan to freeze to death, someone jokes, badly misjudging the situation. That is very much not a wyvern. It's Hreesvelger, as in the legendary eagle, not some random bird. And it isn't just one, there are over 30 of them. Each one of those costs more than 20,000 gold. How is this even possible? No time to argue economics. Ice spear, someone yells, and the counterattack begins. A storm of ice magic circles blooms across the sky. Spike after glowing spike rockets skyward. One of the giant eagles barely twists out of the way in time. But there's nowhere near enough room to dodge them all. The whole tower skyline turns into a field of ice javelins. Shards rain down in every direction as the barrage connects. For one brief moment, it actually looks like the defense is holding. Then all three elders go pale at once. A masked swordswoman drops out of the sky onto one of the eagles like she owns the place. "You've kept me waiting long enough, my fiancé," she purrs at someone off panel. "Yeah, hey, we need way more context on that one too." She wastes zero time getting to work, a blade in each hand. Slash them all, not exactly subtle but undeniably effective. Down below, a whole camp scrambles as the sky starts raining death. A mercenary captain rallies his riders forward. "We will follow your command," comes the roared response. "Aiden's first sword division has arrived, we need support," someone shouts from the tower. One of the mages doubles over, clutching his stomach at possibly the worst timing imaginable. The Warski mercenary corps lets charge in too, and the battlefield somehow gets even more crowded. One more name gets added to the list of people having a very bad day. The Warski mercenary corps has entered the chat. Cut to something completely different, two guys losing it over what sounds like a genuinely terrible surprise. "Who was that? Who's making weird noises in a situation like this?" someone demands, extremely done with today. "Og my stomach, yeah, that tracks." Nobody knows the real reason why, and honestly nobody ever will. There are cursed seeds scattered across the entire archipelago now. This one's called the Seed of Kriniuk, and someone's just casually tossing it around like a hacky sack. It ends up in the hands of a quiet stranger who doesn't look too bothered by any of it. The vile treasure brought from the land of the gods bears a horrifying curse, cackles whatever the poor guy has turned into. Little red curse spirits swarm out of nowhere like this whole thing is only just getting started. Back to our comedic victims, still very much not okay about any of this. The actual curse effect pops up on screen, labor pains, yes really. Somewhere on a sunlit green island, someone else is having an equally rough day. A cloaked figure with stark white wings drops in, blade already drawn. "Ingus, you evil scoundrel," someone spits and the green-haired man just grins wider. Deep in a smoke-filled corridor, someone crashes to the floor as boots stomp past overhead, and a terrified voice screams for their tower master to explain what the hell is happening. A hooded figure surveys the wreckage grimly. Some kind of powerful curse just tore through their ranks and the magic tower has lost half its available troops in one shot. A blonde stranger and a masked, wide-brimmed hooded figure pick through the rubble together, shaking their heads at just how brutally fast the place fell apart. "If they'd only had a little more time," the hooded figure grumbles, "they could have revived every single one of the sky giants buried down here, not just a few." Down in the crimson depths, the two of them stand before a mountain of ancient giant bones, sizing up exactly what they've got left to work with. No big deal either way," the blonde man shrugs. Turns out they've found a much darker shortcut. They can clone blood straight from a captured saintess. He grins wide, twirling a vial of stolen crimson blood between his fingers like it's the best toy he's ever found. "The magic tower was always disposable in his eyes," he says coldly. He's got a private lab up north where the real research can finally continue. A grinning hooded figure, wreathed in purple light, brushes off the idea that hauling a few sky giant corpses is any kind of real challenge. The actual headache, he admits as purple energy detonates behind him, is wiping out every last one of the bastards getting in their way outside. The blonde man hefts a vial of blood with a smirk. Between the saintess and the giants, they've got more than enough raw material to keep cloning. So if that's the case, someone muses, do they even still need to drag that thing along with them? Chains rattle loose and a single eye flares open in the dark, bathed in searing orange light. Whatever they've been guarding is finally waking up. Purple lightning crackles up the blonde man's arm as he flexes, clearly itching to test out whatever power he's just gotten his hands on. High above the chaos, the magic tower itself still stands. For now, its violet-lit spires catching the morning light like nothing's wrong at all. Elsewhere, an old green-robed mage collapses to the ground, gasping his thanks that his magic resistance held, because whatever just hit everyone else clearly didn't play around. If it hadn't held, he groans, dragging himself upright with a pained ugh. He doesn't even want to think about it. A woman in blue looks around in alarm as people drop left and right, clutching their stomachs, demanding to know what the hell is going on. A kid in a huge straw hat wails for their mother, clinging to her as she admits she doesn't even want to imagine what's causing it. Someone shouts after the old mage as he bolts for the door. Elder Drayan, where on earth is he running off to in such a hurry? He insists he absolutely must get to the forest right now no matter what, which, given the timing, raises more than a few eyebrows. Sure, there might be rare herbs out there, someone argues back, but rare doesn't even begin to cover it. The Goryeo ginseng they've been hunting, the stuff that ate up 10 years of their entire faction's funding, is sitting out there for the taking. Nothing's stopping him now. The ginseng elder charges off into the dark forest, determined to grab it no matter the cost. Deep in the purple-lit woods he finally spots them, a cluster of glowing green herbs just within reach. Then he freezes mid-reach and screams, something in the dark just noticed him too. Turns out the magic tower, already gutted by that mystery curse, lost control of its monster ranks entirely, and they are loose in these very woods. A snarling, red-skinned horror looms out of the fire and shadow, fangs bared, eyes burning. A massive clawed hand reaches straight down for the old man, who suddenly looks very, very small. His scream for help is cut short in an instant, so much for that ginseng. Miles away, the magic tower's silhouette still looms peacefully against the sky, utterly unaware of the carnage spreading beneath it. Somewhere else again, a gloved hand presses flat against a war map, already plotting the next move. Word is already spreading, they'll report the situation immediately. Down on the ground east of the Steel Isles, a squad pushes onward. That same curse that gutted the magic tower's defenses is exactly what let the Eastern Landing Force break through so easily. Inside the tower itself, looters are already at it. A green-robed mage and a hooded rival tear into each other over who gets to keep the precious materials. A coal-dyed mercenary commander with silver hair and a fur-trimmed coat draws her knife. This is the Warski crew's operation now, and she runs it. Word spreads fast, the Warski mercenaries have officially taken over the magic tower. West of the Steel Isles, a young swordswoman with a high ponytail cuts down a dragon-like beast mid-charge, blood spraying. Focus first, celebrate later, she reminds herself. Yes sis, a soldier calls back, wiping off the blood. The West Front is clearing out faster than anywhere else, all thanks to the Arden's handiwork. South of the Steel Isles, a white-haired captain in a red cape reports in. East, west, and south are all locked down, but the mages keep slipping north through the frozen reef. Trouble is, they just don't have the manpower to seal off the north as well. At this rate, someone snaps, they're going to lose every single one of the escaping mages, and the blonde man from before narrows his eyes, hearing something the rest of them haven't caught yet. A mage in blue gasps in disbelief. The Guardian's captain has arrived. Corinlock strides forward through the smoke, a hulking fur-cloaked giant ally at his side, both of them ready for whatever's waiting up north. He cuts an imposing figure against the firelight, adventurers gear worn and battle ready. The two of them push on through the darkened forest, closing in on the fleeing mages. Behind them, a full column of guardians moves through the misty woods in tight formation. The panicking mages spot them coming and completely lose it. How in the world did this guy track them all the way out here? Just like Corinlock predicted, the giant ally mutters grimly, surveying the scene. They're coming, Corinlock says quietly. People like this stop at absolutely nothing to get what they want. Something monstrous and red-eyed is closing in fast, and it does not look friendly. The group flinches as something huge tears through the trees ahead of them. The old giant elder stares in horror, murmuring that their ancestor, the one who was supposed to finally rest, is standing right there. So they actually went and resurrected him, a red-eyed young fighter mutters darkly, like he already knows exactly how badly this is about to go. Everyone braces, weapons ready, as the newly woken figure looms closer. This is the slayer of the divine King Nuada himself, the legendary giant king. They're calling him Balor of the Deathly Eye. A colossal, scarred, stitched-together body rises out of the smoke, one massive eye burning open in its skull. Balor lumbers forward, claws dragging deep gouges into the earth with every step. Two hooded mages cackle with glee. Did everyone see that? This is the pinnacle of the Magic Tower's research, a weapon that has literally surpassed death itself. The red-eyed fighter's eyes widen, welling up as the full horror of what's been unleashed sinks in. The two proud mages stand grinning before their new creation, right up until Balor's shadow falls completely over them. Just how, they barely get the words out before an explosion of red light swallows them whole. The blast sends the giant elder flying backward through the air. Villagers scatter screaming, "Why is it attacking them too?" Someone yells for the chief to evacuate immediately. The old chief stands frozen amid the burning wreckage, whispering that this is his sin to bear. His ancestor, he says, forced awake from a well-earned rest, has come back to punish him for it, he finishes, as Balor's massive hand reaches down over the village. That scarred, monstrous arm keeps closing in, crackling with dark energy. The chief and the red-eyed fighter watch on in the rain, both looking utterly helpless. A sudden burst of light slams into Balor's claw before it can land. His stitched arm tenses, absorbing the hit without so much as flinching. A streak of rainbow-tinted light rockets in out of nowhere. It erupts into a blinding burst of violet energy. Someone just arrived and they mean business. "It's not your sin to bear," a familiar voice tells the old chief, cutting straight through his guilt. The chief startles. The real culprit here is the Magic Tower, Corinlock tells him, for forcing kin to slaughter kin in the first place. Corinlock plants himself between the village and the monster, spear crackling with violet light, daring Balor to try again. The villagers gasp in relief, they actually survived. Someone shouts a warning. Corinlock, Balor's corpse is just a mindless puppet. But mindless or not, a shaken woman beside him adds, "That thing still hits like the end of the world." Corinlock's jaw sets. They're going to need something that can actually go toe-to-toe with that. "Pardon?" someone asks, not quite following. He calls it in loud and clear. Corin guardians assemble. Cranel and Yule come sprinting in, ready to fight. One of his guardians launches into the fray mid-leap, blade drawn. Corinlock lands hard and gives the order everyone's been waiting for. He's allowing the ultimate fusion. "Okay," Cranel and Yule both shout back, power surging up around them in a blaze of red and green. Cranel practically vibrates with excitement while Yule visibly braces herself, muttering a nervous "got it" under her breath. Behind her, the druid's ultimate golem move powers up. They're calling this one Walkerman. Cranel's own siege golem, the scrappy junk golem, surges forward to meet it. This time, Cranel grins with feral confidence. It's going to be different. A hulking mechanical frame descends in a column of light, arms unfolding piece by piece. Beams of energy pour down as the massive war machine keeps assembling itself over the battlefield. Combined, someone yells and a glowing green-runed fist clenches tight, ready to throw down. Lightning-veined runes race up the golem's arm as the fusion locks into place. Its chest core flares teal-blue, systems all green, and the whole thing is finally online. "You have control," the interface flashes, reflected in Cranel's grinning face. Balor keeps marching forward through the flames, utterly unfazed, but this new fusion form is unlike anything he's faced yet. The finished golem rears back and its true name blazes into view, Nature Golem. It strikes a pose, glowing core pulsing with raw power, fully ready for round 2. Its true form has a name of its own now too, Walker Warrior. Turns out this is the completed form of the legendary Moitra crafting set, the secret art the three great Danann smiths built centuries ago just to stand a chance against the giants. Getting here apparently took finishing Cranel and Yule's own training arc and fetching this crafting set from a treasure island, a properly hard-to-complete side quest if there ever was one. Balor swings back hard, and the two titans' fists collide in a shockwave. "Too slow," Balor taunts with a booming laugh, shrugging the golem's attack off like nothing. The golem's fist charges up, crackling yellow energy building for a real answer. Its blade ignites with the same lightning, primed for a full-force strike. "Let's go!" Walker Warrior surges forward, unleashing its signature move, the Brave Sword. The watching tribe can barely speak. Walker Warrior, completely floored by what they're seeing. Cranel whoops with delight while Yule snaps at him to shut up and actually concentrate. Balor catches the blade in his bare hand, sparks flying everywhere. The golem forces the blade through anyway, lightning tearing a burning gash across him. Balor lets out a furious roar as the strike actually connects. Nice, the whole crew cheers together, watching their combined attack finally land clean. Let's go, someone shouts, and better yet, his core just got exposed. A dark, cracked core pulses with violet energy right at the center of the wound. That's the trick, the tower's been steering Balor's corpse this whole time using golem tech. Rip that out and he stops being a puppet with a pulse. That's it, the red-eyed fighter realizes, a clawed hand igniting as he moves to act on it. The golem tightens its grip. Wait, what? As something goes very wrong. Resistance is futile, Balor intones flatly, reaching forward with sudden, terrible purpose. Energy floods across his massive shoulders, building toward something huge. The red-eyed fighter's face goes pale. Watch out, he screams. His true weapon reveals itself at last, the deathly eye, a colossal orb of searing power gathering right in his skull. Cranel's face lights up orange as the thing screams to life, activate. A blinding lance of destruction rips loose across the battlefield. The beam tears straight through everything in its path. Smoke and scorched earth are all that's left in its wake. Cranel staggers up out of the wreckage, stunned. How the hell did he even do that? Balor almost sounds impressed. That's a well-crafted golem, he admits, giving credit where it's due to the leader of the Golden faction. But he's already seen the true peak of golem technology, he says, and honestly, golems just aren't perfect. Someone called Balthazar showed him a better way, he grins, a sky giant's body fused with a mage's mind. The legendary Giant King's own body, he continues, savoring every word. Combined with a mind that represents the very pinnacle of the Magic Tower's research, together, he claims, that makes him the perfect being. Cut to Balthazar himself, laughing maniacally as a massive pink magic circle blazes to life around him. The rune-etched circle labeled Corex flares brighter. This, he crows, is what he's wanted all along. His deranged laughter echoes out over the ruined tower as the sky itself turns red. Balor drifts toward the Magic Tower's spire, grinning. Now this is more like it, he says. Below, someone catches sight of him and freezes. What the hell is that? He hovers there, a stolen crystal glinting in his grip as the tower's own defenses open fire on him. He blasts straight through the building anyway, sending chunks of it raining down in an explosion. Debris crashes down around the giant elder, who can only stare up in dread. Something slams into the forest far off in the distance. Someone or something just landed hard. Sand and rubble kick up in a blur of motion as they hit the ground running. A pair of boots plant firmly on the wreckage, wrapped in a haze of red energy. This is the top floor, right? A voice asks. Giant King, or whoever the hell you actually are, the newcomer growls, come at me. Lunia and Alicia step into view together, crackling with power and ready for war. Boots grind into the dust as the mystery challenger lands amid a swirl of red aura. You're being crushed to bits. The horned, red-haired stranger grins, orange eyes blazing with confidence he probably hasn't earned yet. Somewhere on a battle-scarred island, a lone challenge rings out, Giant King or whatever. Come at me. A boot slams down onto the rock, Corin's answer to a monster old enough to have slain gods. Behind him, the whole crew rallies golem pilot Cranel Ludin, veteran instructors, every ally who came to fight bathed in a furious red glow. Mariette Dunelif's people close in from the other flank, grim and ready for what's coming. Boots hit the ground running, auras blazing. This whole army is closing the distance fast. We'll crush you all, H. Warren grins, fangs bared, clearly itching for this fight. Somewhere close, a far less impressed voice sneers back, such heartfelt friendship dripping with sarcasm. Jaeger Hinchpetter just clicks his tongue, glaring death down the enemy line. Then it hits. A blinding pink shockwave rips through the battlefield and the ground itself comes apart. Corin, go already, Cranel Ludin screams, fist pumping. There's no more time to wait. We blocked it earlier, but the next death eye will blow this whole island away. Someone warns the countdown to Armageddon has already started. Got it, you'll move me to the core, Corin shouts back, already moving. The plan is simple and insane. Balor's core won't crack without firepower that rivals a full-sized golem. Got it, comes the reply. Yule's stitched golem construct roars to life, one glowing orange eye locking onto the target. Green energy floods the golem's frame. It's about to launch something or someone. Elsewhere, an ally the enemy will soon call the sun's successor reaches the final stage of amplifying that solar power in her fist. There's only one way left to use it, and she's not holding back. Her eyes burn amber through the flame, jaw set, fully committed. In the 10 seconds I can keep my ability up, she thinks, racing her own clock against something huge looming nearby. Back with Korin, the golem's green energy launches him spear first straight at the enemy. Green sparks trail behind him as he closes the gap. He comes down burning, aimed dead at the stitched, glowing head of the beast. Legs kick through the air mid-strike, there's no pulling this punch. I need to ram this thing into its core, Korin thinks, spear locked and loaded. The flaming spear tip connects. How bold, the creature growls, more amused than hurt for now. I am the giant King Balor, slayer of the god King Nuada, it bellows, and for a second even Korin's team freezes. Ice shards rain down as someone calls out Korin's name in warning. Korin, hurry, we can't last long, Josephine yells, red magic flaring from her staff as she holds the line. The ice attack lands clean, thank you, Korin calls back without breaking stride. You damn rat, Balor snarls at him, and for a moment Korin's hair and eyes flare white with borrowed power. A massive clawed hand, veined with red light, reaches to crush him. Korin meets it head-on, spear wreathed in flame. The giant hand clenches around empty air, pink light crackling at the edges. Get your dirty hands away from him, someone screams, slashing in to cover Korin as the attacks collide. For a second, memory bleeds through a familiar silhouette against a blue sky, Korin's old master's voice. Don't stop, Korin. Back in the present, Jaeger snaps at the mages holding position. What are you waiting for? Attack him now, he barks, done waiting. Another memory surfaces, an old fight, a fallen foe called Tower Master Idrin, and a voice telling him to give it up. Bodies litter the ground in the flashback, the cost of that earlier fight plain to see. A pale-haired woman recalls it as part of the tower's history, old power and old grudges, still shaping today's fight. The memory fades as a cloaked figure walks off into the dark. This will end here and now, someone declares, lightning crackling around them. A figure drops through fire and lightning, landing a brutal strike. Elsewhere on the field, a wild-haired figure with blood on his lip just laughs. Hey hey. Haven't you forgotten something, friend? He taunts, right as a dragon's jaws roar open behind him. Wild purple hair, a wide-brimmed hat, fist raised to the sky, Elder Idmalik is calling something enormous into the fight. I was wondering when he'd arrive, comes the gleeful reply. Without flinching, a blue-white-haired figure leaps straight into the dragon's open mouth. Rows of fangs close in around him. Beast King, someone asks, half in disbelief at what Idmalik's just summoned. A beast of all things, comes a mocking grin from the sidelines. Red lightning gathers into a blade, ready to answer the taunt. Infinite returning heaven's Korin's spear technique tears through the air in streaks of red light. Chaos spear follows right behind it, detonating against Balor's massive form. Balor's answering roar shakes the whole battlefield, Grrra. Korin lands the combo midair, spear glowing, hair whipped white-blue with power. The creature's jaws snap in pain, blood-red light pouring from the wound. A pulse of dark energy confirms it. The stolen Sebansha Duke core has fully activated inside him. Red lightning spirals outward from Korin, barely contained. Black Mystery Demonic Spear 5, he calls out the next strike by name. Fist raised, spear ablaze with borrowed demonic power, Korin unleashes it. Something purple-haired and bleeding staggers back from the hit. Pure shock ripples across a nearby face. A golden shockwave detonates, blades clashing in a full circle of light. Balor roars something that sounds almost like praise. It is the return of the legends, kneel before the giant king, successor of the sun. He's not talking to Korin, he's calling out the sun's successor, descending in a column of gold light. She cries out in pain as the clash connects. Golden light screams around her, the fight far from finished. Another fiery impact rocks the battlefield. Rain falls somewhere quieter, one small red petal drifting down through the smoke. A glimpse of red hair and pearl jewelry flashes by one more fighter caught in the chaos. Someone drops hard, blood trailing behind them in the fall. Claws rake through the air in a spray of pink light. Another slash connects, the fight never letting up for a second. A beam of pure orange-red energy tears across the sky. Lightning and fire collide somewhere in the dark. The explosion keeps building, swallowing everything nearby. Rock shatters under another direct hit. H. Warren, dodge it! Josephine screams from above and H. Warren, black hood and cross pendant flashing, barely manages an okay. It's not over yet, I'll use the death eye once more, Balor threatens and the sun's successor's eyes go wide. A fist wreathed in fire answers the threat before it can finish. She leaps back into the fray, blade trailing flame. 3 seconds, Korin mutters, white-haired and focused, counting down his own window to strike. Someone turns their back on the chaos, resolved. A horned, purple-eyed beast lunges snarling, Gwa, Korin Lach, enemy of my master. Do not get in my master's way, it howls, leaping to intercept him. Red and white energy collide as the creature crashes straight into Korin's guard. Don't you get it? Korin answers coldly, the black mystery demonic spear still glowing in his hand. The winged creature reels backward, wounded. Korin presses the advantage, dropping through red light with the spear already sweeping back around. 5 Dragons, the name of the next technique, starts blazing across the sky. Fall from heaven, Korin's ultimate technique comes crashing down. Since when did you? The wounded creature rasps, staring up at him in disbelief. Do you now see? Korin asks, white hair and amber eyes utterly calm. The difference in our level, the question lands harder than any spear could. This can't be, just die, the creature screams, lunging one last desperate time. It doesn't land, the winged beast finally goes down for good. The dust barely settles before the next move begins. 1. Someone counts under their breath. 2nd, a yell rips free as the countdown keeps climbing, urgent and sharp. Dark energy slashes through the air right on cue. Somewhere in the wreckage, a glowing purple gem, Balor's true weak point, comes into view. A white-haired figure raises a blade against a wall of red-orange fire, closing in on it. Clau Sola's Solar Genesis, the finishing technique, detonates against the gem in a wave of purple and pink light. The blast keeps tearing through, the technique's name still echoing. Far above the battlefield, an eagle carries a small group to safety. It's dangerous, Saintess. We need to return to camp immediately, one of them urges. All right, she answers, but I need to watch the fight of these people who work to save me. A burst of white light pulls her and us into memory. Rain falls in an old vision, a cross barely visible through the downpour. The rain-soaked memory holds, heavy with meaning. In monochrome, a young girl kneels in prayer, light flaring around her. This is, someone gasps because the girl was closer to God than anyone else, someone connected to God. Tears streak her face as she awakens to her blood, finally understanding the power of God running through it. She awakened to the truth, the memory says, God does not dwell within a church nor chapel. The saintess, blade in hand even in memory, finishes the thought her younger self once discovered. That was the place where she could finally, truly pray, and the memory folds back into fire. Back on the battlefield, the sun's successor fights on, one arm bandaged, weapon still burning bright. A god exists, the declaration detonates outward in a wall of flame. The fire keeps rolling across the battlefield, unrelenting. Someone drops hard in the middle of it, a tiny silhouette against the blaze. Cough, the sun's successor hits the ground, badly burned, barely holding on. Balor roars in matching pain, both sides paying dearly for every hit. A hand reaches out, I can't die here, she forces out through gritted teeth. A place, she manages, collapsing forward, in such a place. Balor leaps back into the fray, gloating, as long as I'm connected to the bowl of life, I can regenerate endlessly. I can't believe you're still alive. The monster's secret is finally out loud. A strange, purple-glowing bowl comes into view, the source of Balor's endless healing. But that ends here, Korin says, dark-haired again, pouring something dark and purple straight into it. He holds the glowing bowl steady, fully committed to what comes next. Thaw that's, Balor realizes exactly what's being poured into his precious relic. No Nuo, you can't, Balor screams. This was the treasure given to me by Diane's sect at Magmel. A brief vision flickers, a robed woman with a torch, a man kneeling before her, the bowl's true origin. The poison has a name, rank legendary Vergang's boiling snake venom, drawn from a creature cursed with total annihilation. It works fast, Balor's own body starts dissolving in a screaming wash of purple. Aya, ak yua, ma master, his demon minion sobs, watching its master come apart. A dissolving hand reaches uselessly for the sky. The melting continues, unstoppable now. Purple splatters across the cracked ground, all that's left of a legend that once slew a god. With Skia's death, the Giant King's second reign finally truly ends. 1 month later, the sun's successor floats peacefully in golden light, fully healed and at rest. Korin walks through town with a companion at his side, drawing plenty of stunned, pointing looks from total strangers. Old memories flicker again in black and white snow, silhouettes, weapons raised. A clenched fist holds steady against the past. Then color floods back and the whole crew together and unhurt, Cranel Luden waving like an idiot, Warren trailing her cross pendant, Korin's teal-haired companion beaming beside them all. She holds her staff loosely now, at ease for the first time in a while. The long fight, the one that nearly took everyone in it, was finally truly over. Someone finally catches up to her. Where have you been all alone all this time? And towering right behind her is the answer, her true monstrous form, casually hoisting a boulder like it weighs nothing while onlookers just about faint. Under a bruised purple sky, two figures face off in dead silence on the cratered battlefield, the air practically crackling with everything neither one is saying. Warren just crosses her arms and stares back in silence. Her only answer, muttered under her breath, nobody would ever have to know. Turns out nobody would know meant she held an entire invading army back completely alone for over 2 weeks straight, without a single bite to eat or sip to drink. Standing solo against a blizzard and an invading army that's not just tough, that's the kind of thing they write legends about up north. Bottom line, without her holding that line, Estelle and Korin might not have made it out alive at all. Well, you're safe now, someone finally breathes out in relief. Korin just blinks, completely caught off guard. Wait, what? Elsewhere, word of what just happened lands hard and all Mariette can manage is a stunned little gasp. Because while all that was going down, the Korin Guardian's own assault on the Mage Tower turned into an absolute, overwhelming curb stomp. Victory banners fly, literally a flock of triumphant white birds sweeps over the wrecked battlefield as the dust settles. Just like that, the North's supposedly unstoppable legend gets reduced to a footnote. And of course, word of this win spreads across the entire world within days. A system message flashes across Korin's vision, plain and official. He's just taken down one of the biggest threats on the planet. The names on the kill list, the monstrous Dune Skies and the traitorous Archmage Idrin, both officially off the board. The reward screen practically glows an A++ difficulty rating, a fat pile of stat points, and both his aura and mana ranks about to jump a full tier. 2 brand new perks unlock 2 Etha Understanding, letting him read magic on instinct, and the War Flag, turning him into a literal rallying symbol on the battlefield. His aura and mana both just rocketed up to the highest tier there is. Quick lore break: aura is that raw supernatural force people bend to their will, and right now, the undisputed best in the world at it is Warren. It's about absorbing and steering the magical energy around you to pull off the impossible. And mana, different flavor of the same power, and the reigning champ there is Mariette. Here's the kicker: across the entire world, only 3 people have ever hit best rank in both at once. One of them is a name that should send a chill down your spine by now, Park Sihu. Also apparently going by the grandiose title Omnipotent Demon King these days. And there's one more name. Tades Balthazar. A hulking, purple flame-wreathed figure who's apparently got an entire faction of fighters answering to him as their self-declared king of paradise. Turns out he's got his own set of divine commandments just like the others, which makes him just as otherworldly. Korin can't help but think that tier of power still feels miles away from where he's standing. Still, credit where it's due, he just took down the Mage Tower and saved a small army's worth of people. For once, he lets himself relax a little. No need to rush, he's earned this win. But he's not getting complacent either, he just needs to keep getting strong enough for whatever's coming next. Aaron waves him over from the doorway, all smiles, the cleanup's officially finished. What happened, he asks. Turns out this whole Rescue the Saintess op came with a very generous perk: unlimited plundering rights. Anyone who took part in bringing down the Mage Tower gets to loot the place completely guilt-free. Loot, prisoners, whatever's on the table. Korin jokes that he skipped the treasure entirely with Mariette around, he had other priorities. Eren rattles off the tally like a proud accountant: 457 captured mages, including 2 elder ranks and 6 professor ranks, and she's already offering to handle the paperwork. The captured mages get marched off under guard, their whole operation completely dismantled. Meanwhile, back at home base, Corrin's got a new headache: a small army of ghouls that now needs managing. Warren, still recovering from her 2-week stand, decides she needs a top-up fresh blood specifically. She says it with a completely straight face, like she's ordering a snack. Corrin's teal-haired vampire companion volunteers without much fuss: if HWA needs it, she's free right now. The moment fangs sink in, though, she's clearly not as ready for it as she thought. She lets out a startled little yelp, going stiff as Warren feeds. Right in the middle of it, Corrin wanders in and does a double take. HWA, what's going on here? You have a guest? Warren mutters, completely unbothered, while the poor girl mid-bite just groans. Warren wipes her mouth with a satisfied little smirk. Meal accomplished. Cut to the Saintess, striding off with purpose, clearly a woman with something on her mind. She catches Corrin with a simple question: does he have a minute? There's a soft blush creeping across her face already, which, fair warning, Corrin never means just a minute. What is it? He asks, right as an honor guard raises their weapons in a ceremonial arch behind her. She walks straight through the formal salute like it's just another Tuesday. They finally get a quiet moment together and she starts simple. First off, thank you. Thanks for saving me, Corrin, she says, then immediately calls him out with a smirk. Is he seriously trying to get away with just a thanks? He plays it cool, joking that the royal family owes him a proper reward, though the order's a little swamped right now, so it might be running late. The order's busy, huh? She repeats right before Corrin gets an ominous little nosebleed, like he already knows what's coming. She decides not to wait for the order at all. I'll just give you your reward myself in advance. Corrin's brain short-circuits on the spot. What is all he manages to get out? Answer: a kiss delivered without a shred of hesitation. Here's your reward for saving me, she says sweetly. It lingers a beat longer than a polite thank you kiss really should. Close your eyes, she murmurs, moving in for round 2, this time along his neck. And she is very, very thorough about it. I'm used to it, she adds with zero shame whatsoever, like this is a totally normal reward tier. Corrin's left dazed, drowning in the scent of peaches and completely unable to form a sentence. In his head, he starts narrating the kiss like a scientist filing a lab report, because apparently that's his coping mechanism now. Very detailed, very unnecessary, very him. The Saintess catches him mid-thought and arches an eyebrow, hard. She just laughs it off, delighted at how flustered she's made him. And she's clearly not done teasing yet. You sly little thing, so you really are a man after all, she cackles, yanking him into a crushing hug. Oh come on, you totally saw that coming, she teases. Look how red your face is, want a mirror? We'll pick this up later, she winks, but you'll have to start calling me sister first, Corrin tilde. Whoa, okay, that joke just crossed a line, Corrin yelps, scrambling to reset the mood. Honestly, he thinks to himself, this woman is a genuine handful. Still, watching her walk off through the ruins with that much grace, it's hard not to be a little affected. He can't quite shake the moment, replaying it over in his head. For just a beat, the two of them let themselves lean into something real. It's quiet, genuine, the kind of moment neither of them rushes to end. This is a first for me, she admits softly, cheeks burning. For someone usually so composed, that admission means a lot. Her thoughts drift to something bigger than the moment: the incredible, almost overwhelming divine power she's carried her whole life. She remembers the very first time she touched that power, and how it shattered every false belief she'd been raised on. Corrin turns serious for a second, asking about the abduction. Did she notice anything off about the people around her beforehand? She holds onto him a little tighter as she thinks it over. Turns out he was right to ask. Her sacred rosario, the one she'd worn her whole life, was solid pure gold. Which explains something that had been bugging her: why her divine power just hadn't been coming back. Someone had secretly swapped it out for a fake. And the list of people with access to that rosario? Only the Order's highest-ranking members, meaning the traitor is someone close to the top. Right on cue, she's summoned to meet with the Pope himself. She heads off in full ceremonial dress, guards in tow, bracing for a very political conversation. But even mid-conspiracy, part of her mind is still stuck on one question: will she get to see Corin again over summer break? Her resolve hardens fast, though. She wants to stand before her god again with a clean conscience, and that means hunting down every last traitor first. Her whole demeanor shifts, eyes burning with quiet fury. Every single traitor inside the order is going down. No exceptions. Meanwhile, way down south, at a very unassuming little potato farm, an alarm blares across the fields, loud enough to wake the dead. Groggy bodies bolt upright, groaning at the rude awakening. It's a full house of exhausted, sunburnt laborers, none of them thrilled about the morning. Wait, it's already morning, someone groans in disbelief. Dunelif's morning exercise begin, a voice bellows 1212. And just like that, a whole yard of very unhappy workers starts marching in forced unison. One grumbling prisoner mutters through the breakfast options: boiled potato, roasted potato, or dried potato. Again. Seriously, is there a ghost haunting us that died from potato deprivation? He groans right before a hoe comes down on his head. No talking on the job, the guard snaps. Every single potato you trash are shoveling into your mouths was grown with real farmer blood and sweat. The guard rages on. These are the people's sacred taxes. Each word gets its own furious swing of the pickaxe. One battered ex-professor mutters bitterly under his breath, blaming that potato-obsessed woman and that smug little swallow-looking bastard for all of this. Internally, he's still holding onto his pride. Once this dark age passes, Professor Jolin will rise again. He will not break here. Nearby, something with glowing eyes stirs in the shadows, watching quietly. Two battered academics lock eyes across the field, recognizing each other in disbelief. Fellow professors, both reduced to potato duty. One of them lights up with hope. Finally, are you here to rescue us? The answer comes back flat and immediate: no. Turns out this newcomer isn't a rescuer at all. They got caught too. Whatever hope was left drains out of him instantly, replaced by pure, chained-up despair. As the caption cruelly puts it, hope really is just despair wearing a mask. He struggles uselessly against the chains, screaming into the void. 1 month later, life's a lot quieter back at a cozy little house far from all the chaos. Darling, did you see the letter that came this morning? Corin's mother calls out from the kitchen. His father's already mid-meltdown, waving a pipe around like a weapon. I raised that boy wrong, I really did. A few months at that academy and he's completely forgotten his own parents exist, he rants. Cue a warm little flashback: baby Corin, wrapped up in his mother's arms, golden and sentimental. Then their own wedding photo gets pulled out for good measure. He's probably just off having the time of his life, Dad grumbles. His mom, meanwhile, is actually reading the letter and her tone shifts. Still, it sounds like Corin's really making a name for himself lately. He got promoted, she gasps, practically glowing with pride. Wait, the Guardians? Dad blurts as flashes of Corin's actual battles, golems, monsters, chaos flicker through their heads. Apparently he started some kind of club with them, Mom adds, then drops the real bombshell. And you know that saintess who got kidnapped? Word is Corin actually helped save her. Dad instantly flips to full pride mode, laughing loud. Of course, a real man's got to chase fame, prestige, glory. Mom, blissfully unaware of everything we just watched, wonders aloud if Corin's even dating anyone. He's got the face for it, but I doubt he can even talk to a girl without freezing up. Honestly, the boy needs at least one girlfriend just to grow up a little in that department, Dad adds through a mouthful of food. Cut to a griffin soaring across the sky, because irony waits for no one. Yeah, our Corin still got a long way to go, Mom sighs right as his carriage pulls up at the academy gate. And waiting right there for him, a whole lineup of his very much not just friends. Emotions are already running hot before he's even out of the carriage. He'll probably show up with some boy in tow too at this rate, someone jokes while Corin just grins and pumps a fist. Let's go. Okay then, comes the group's unified, slightly ominous reply as they all set off together. And so the Corin Guardians hit the road again, this time heading straight for the royal capital. Back home, Dad's already planning the welcome feast. Since he's bringing friends, guess I better go catch us a hen, haha, that should do it, haha. The chapter opens cold, just a groggy, disbelieving fuck. A figure steps up to a grand stone academy, staring at spires that definitely aren't home. He flexes an arm that isn't his, dressed in clothes he's never worn, inside a body he doesn't recognize. An inventory screen blinks open in front of him. Item box, skills, stats, all of it straight out of a video game. The player name reads Park Sihu, and the game itself is called Heroic Legend of Arhin. He's reincarnated straight into that very game, and lucky for him, he used to be a legend on its forums, memorizing every secret this world has. But that was a long time ago. He grips the sheets and lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. His head snaps up, panic flashing across his face, like the reality of it all just hit him again. This world, this body, this system nagging him to save everyone, all of it, he admits, is completely batshit crazy. Up on a balcony, the academy's silver-haired headmaster addresses a crowd of gathered students. Watching heroes throw their lives away to save strangers always exhausted him back when this was just fiction. Honestly, it's part of why he hates heroes. But one thing is certain either way. This world is doomed to be torn apart by a man named Tades Balthazar. He pictures it, a cathedral city collapsing into ruin, purple fire swallowing everything. In that future, almost no one makes it out alive. Back in the present, he falls in step with the other new students, blending in like he belongs. Whether he likes it or not, he's a player in this world now, and that apparently means the responsibility to save it lands on him too. Luckily, he thinks, striding forward, this game happens to be one he already knows inside and out. He's decided he's going to survive this by taking the single most efficient path there is. No wasted moves, no unnecessary risks, just cold, calculated efficiency from here on out. Step 1. Master this system window and grab every hidden bonus this early part of the story has to offer. Since he's stuck here anyway, he decides he might as well do exactly as he pleases. As long as the world gets saved in the end, he genuinely does not care what happens to anyone else's story along the way. He refuses to let himself feel frustrated about any of it, not while someone else's silhouette walks off in the background. All he wants right now is to feel refreshed, unburdened just for a second. But something darker flickers behind his eyes instead, a glint of red he can't quite shake. He grits it out like a vow, "I will live for myself," right before someone yells "hey" and yanks him out of his own head. He whips around, thrown. Who the hell is this guy interrupting his brooding? The stranger's opener is, weirdly, "Do you know kimchi?" Turns out they're both Korean. The guy starts rattling off increasingly random questions to prove it, and Sihu, flustered, just keeps insisting he already gets it. Practically sparkling with excitement, the stranger, Korenlock, starts to ask if he's perhaps different. Sihu cuts him off, sweating. He's not ready to have that conversation yet. Korenlock just grins wider, thrilled to meet someone from home, and immediately asks how old he is. Sihu lies through his teeth and claims 26, when he's actually only 22. Korenlock immediately claims seniority. "I'm 1 year older, call me bro," and throws an arm around him while Sihu seethes. Sihu curses himself internally. He should have lied even harder to dodge being the little brother. He decides there's no reason to reveal anything more about himself than he has to. Korenlock just raises an eyebrow, "Really now?" Sihu has no idea, honestly, what kind of person is actually hiding behind the face of the man who reincarnated into Korenlock, so he plays it smooth instead. "Don't worry, I know this game inside and out, just trust me," and talks him into pulling up his status window. The two of them walk off together, Korenlock still mulling over this whole status window business. Sihu shrugs it off in his head. Fine, whatever, he'll just treat this guy as a useful subordinate for now. Under a starry sky, the two of them stand side by side, an unlikely pair thrown together by the same reincarnation. Korenlock, we learn, was a 28-year-old physical education student at a well-known university back home, now demoted to a background extra in someone else's story. Watch him move with that spear though, and extra feels like the wrong word entirely. Sihu asks the obvious question. If he studied at a famous university, why was he stuck working as a lowly trainer? Korenlock explains, some bastard got paid off by the association president to fix matches. He called it out and got antagonized and kicked out for his trouble. Sihu just thinks he's an idiot, it wasn't even his fight to pick. He can't help but ask though, does Korenlock really not regret it? Any of it? Korenlock admits if he'd stayed quiet he could have made more money, gone pro in Brazil, maybe even become a national athlete. Though, he'd have regretted staying silent a whole lot more. He says it with a satisfied little grin, like the choice was never really a hard one. Watching Korenlock train, Sihu scoffs. The guys who used to chase him around campus back home had that same cocky energy. Alone in a dim hallway, Sihu keeps walking, keeping his real thoughts carefully hidden. In his head, he's already plotting. Pretend to be good, pretend to be kind, and use Korenlock as a meat shield against every boss fight ahead. Even as he thinks it, something in his expression cracks, like the plan costs him more than he'll admit. And then, once he's no longer useful, abandon him completely. 1 month later, under a cold full moon. The aftermath looks like a war zone, blood-red crystal spikes jutting out of the ruins. Shit, someone gasps as another burst of crimson energy tears through the scene. Sihu's the one catching his breath, badly hurt, barely holding himself up. In this timeline, he'd killed Alicia Arden and moved fast to join up with Lunia Arden instead. It bought him power and pulled him straight into the middle of a war zone. He'd rapidly built up allies like Drinwarski and Kranil Ludin too, but now all of it is falling apart around him. He's being torn apart by the story's Part 1 final boss. A monstrous, corrupted version of Mariette Dunilef, dripping with crackling red power. Even after sweeping up every hidden bonus the Academy had to offer, Gold Mandrake included, it's still not enough. His magic slips out of control mid-fight, and he ends up blasting Kranil's own golem by mistake. Fuck, he screams as the whole fight spirals even further out of hand. One slightly off shot, and the entire situation has gone completely to hell. The corrupted boss roars, closing in for the kill. Sihu scrambles, trying to work out any angle he could possibly hit it from. He throws everything he's got into one massive spell circle. Purple light floods the battlefield as the spell rips loose. The monster shrugs it off and lunges back, jaws wide, undeterred. All of these bastards, Sihu grits out, realizing he's completely outmatched. He'd picked magic specifically because he hates using his body, and on paper, his stats should have let him solo a starved, weakened Mariette easily. On paper, shit, he snarls, realizing the math clearly isn't adding up in real life. The chaos rages on around him under the moonlight, nowhere left to retreat to. He's boxed in a dead end, no way out. Blood streaks down his face as a brutal truth sets in. The monster's attack detonates, sending crimson shockwaves tearing through everything nearby. Claws the size of his whole body come crashing down toward him. Game and reality, he realizes with horror, are not the same thing at all. There's no respawn button here, just blood on the ground and a body running out of options. A blinding explosion swallows the battlefield whole. When it clears, all that's left is smoke and streaks of red. It hurts, fuck, it can't be game over. No, he screams, panic finally breaking through. He starts to say the word die out loud and can't finish it. Then out of nowhere, hey, a familiar voice cuts through, blood streaked across the frame. Korenlock's there, spear in hand, asking if he's okay. A massive clawed strike comes down right as he says it. Koren, Sihu chokes out, coughing, Stundy actually came back for him. Korenlock, bleeding badly himself, jokes weakly that if Sihu can still talk, he must be fine. Okay, ugh, that hurts like hell, he grunts through the pain. Sihu can only manage one word, why? Why would he go this far for someone who has nothing to do with him? Korenlock just says if possible everyone being happy is a good thing and somebody dying definitely isn't. You too, he adds, wincing. His eyes start to slip shut and Sihu panics. Koren, wake up, you can't sleep, do you want to die? Korenlock mumbles back, half-conscious, you need to be happy too. Sihu hauls him up, huffing. He refuses to let him die somewhere like this. He drags him away from the wreckage, half carrying his dead weight through the ruins. You idiot, you blockhead, you crazy bastard, he mutters, voice cracking. Blood drips steadily onto the stone with every step. Don't die, Hayoung, Sihu begs, then seeing him fade, screams no. He reaches out, desperate, refusing to let go. Then, in the panic, the word that slips out isn't Hayoung at all, it's Appa, a slip that says more about him than he ever meant to reveal. Back in the present, Sihu stands over Korin Locke sicked, muttering that the idiot went around swinging his spear like he was invincible, and a month later he still hasn't recovered. It really was a serious injury. There are hard limits to what the weak, ordinary body of Korin Locke can actually survive. Well, Sihu decides, stepping out the door, it doesn't really matter. If anything, he's now more certain than ever of exactly what he has to do. This body answers to the name Park Sihu, but a translucent figure drifts beside him, an echo of who he used to be. Turns out, back on Earth, Park Sihu used to be a 22-year-old, top-of-the-class math major at Yonsei University, and apparently a popular female student to boot. Real name Park Siren, her future by all accounts had serious potential. A pretty, composed young woman who clearly turned heads on campus. Countless men used to chase after Park Siren back then. Currently though, that same person is trapped in this world as a player, wearing the name and the face of Park Sihu. For an entire month straight, Sihu grinds, training, pushing, stacking up power. With Yule guiding him through it, he blows past the level of most first-rank mages in the academy. He puts that new power straight to use against whatever's thrown in front of him. No hesitation this time, just cold, deliberate confidence. Somewhere nearby, someone else cries out in pain from the fallout of it all. A stray spell circle flares out of control, and the blast catches Korin Locke by surprise. Sihu's fury is instant and venomous. This bitch made Korin hurt himself, he snarls in his head. What about Korin? He demands out loud, eyes locking onto the injury. Korin's teal-haired vampire companion looks horrified, gasping that she's the one who hurt him. Blood streaked down her front, she can barely get the words out, is Korin okay? It only takes Sihu a split second, watching her reaction, to realize something he wasn't expecting. This girl has actually liked Korin from the very start. You too, he mutters, something ugly curdling behind his eyes. You NPC bitch, you don't even know your place, he snaps, jealousy boiling straight over. He's mine, Sihu insists, practically shaking. He's the only real thing in this whole fake world. No NPC gets to long for him, Sihu decides coldly, and now, he's going to blitz through the main story as fast as humanly possible to make sure of it. A slow, unsettling laugh creeps across his face. Once he clears it, he tells himself he'll finally get to go back to the original world. With Korin at his side, his grin says he's already decided that part isn't up for debate. Word around campus is that a girl named Miel bakes an incredible cake and somebody's laying the compliments on real thick to get a taste. Sure enough, the charm works. He walks away with an extra slice because that's just how effortlessly likable this guy is. Elsewhere, a struggling mage named Real gets caught hauling a mountain of supply crates all by herself. Naturally, he swoops in to carry half the load. Even the professors aren't immune. Professor Dana gets offered half a sandwich just for saying hello. But somewhere close by, someone's watching all this generosity unfold and grinding their teeth about it. What is this guy's deal? They mutter, completely baffled. Good looks, easy charm, a reputation that spans the whole campus, man or woman, everybody's a little bit in love with him. No wonder it's driving somebody crazy. Even the way he talks gets under this person's skin, some special, friendly way of speaking that makes everyone feel good about themselves. And that, they decide, is exactly the problem. Turns out the jealous one is Park Sihu, sitting right beside the guy himself, fresh off a workout, listening to him casually wonder whatever happened to Hanbyul, an old training partner from back home. She used to give him free massages, apparently. Just a really nice kid, he shrugs, completely unaware of the vein throbbing in Sihu's forehead. Then there's Seung, dragged into a match-fixing scandal by her coach. He still wonders how she's doing, ice cream date and all. They got close after that whole mess and even hung out around Hongdae, he adds. Shame he never got a proper date in before ending up here, he sighs. Before all this, he insists he really did just have a lot of friends. Sihu's face says he's not buying a word of it. Is this guy actually insane? Sihu thinks, stunned by the sheer lack of self-awareness on display. Why does his first love have to be this much of a disaster womanizer? Sihu despairs right before Korin turns around and teases him for still having the same face despite all the new muscle. I'm a player, Sihu shoots back with a smirk. You think looks like these change that easily. Sihu's ears go bright red at something his friend just said, jaw practically on the floor. Turns out it's about the Academy's cross-dressing contest, and Korin, ever helpful, points out that with a face like his, Sihu's basically got the prize locked in. Really? Sihu stammers, then adds that if Korin dresses him up himself, he might just be persuaded. Good decision, Korin grins, already planning the whole outfit hat down to the stockings. So, is he free tonight? Sihu's got a meal ticket for the hottest spot in the city. He can't figure out why he's this excited over dinner plans, and then Korin, completely unbothered, says he can't make it. Turns out a junior named Yuna wants to buy him a meal to consult him about something. Sihu's expression goes from confused to full-blown furious in about 2 seconds. "Ah fuck," Sihu growls under his breath. "Why are you cursing?" Korin asks, genuinely clueless. "Damn it," Sihu mutters, watching his friend get chased down by yet another admirer. "Let's just call it what it is." Sihu finally admits attracting women is basically a law of nature for this guy at this point. Then the mood turns cold. Somebody's clearly plotting something, and it is not a friendly kind of scheming. The method, he decides, is simple. No room for ambiguity allowed. He even scribbles up a fake notice reading the party is full, ready to cut Lunia Arden, one of his biggest assets, straight out of the roster if it keeps her near Korin. Step 1: fill the entire party with men only. Sure, it'll make the run harder, he reasons, but if he calculates everything carefully enough, it's not impossible. Step 2: reroute the entire questline not toward the fastest path to the ending, but toward whichever route has the lowest chance of running into any female characters at all. There's just one snag: to actually beat the boss Balthazar, he needs Saint Estelle in the party by the end. Inconvenient. So he'll manufacture a scandal, instead pit the saint and the pope against each other. Then, right before the final battle, he'll swoop in on the saint's side just long enough to steal every buff going and bail. Do all that, and Korin never even gets the chance to meet her. The plan clicks into place, and a dark, unmistakable aura rises around him. It's now painfully clear who's really been pulling these strings. And that's how it starts, the slow unraveling of somebody who used to be one of the good guys. 2 years, he mutters over a raised drink. 2 whole years just to earn a face this pretty. Across the table, someone's already a wreck, choking out apologies between sniffles deep into a rough night of drinking. Fuck, why did it have to blow up right there of all places? He sobs into his cup. Is this about the Rhodian River? Sihu asks flatly, because yeah, that one's on him. Mariette, H. Warren, Cranel, Ewell, so many people gone all at once. Sihu, he chokes out, what the hell did I do? The guilt is eating him alive, and it shows. Sihu already knew all of it. He admits privately knew this guy would spend forever mourning people he couldn't save, this hopeless pushover who can't accept they're just NPCs. Because Sihu thinks coldly. Because he was too weak to stop it. There is a way to get stronger, Sihu offers quietly, but that woman, the mentor of the world's chosen hero, could probably take his training to a whole new level, Sihu figures. You can get stronger, Sihu tells him, gripping his hand tight. Let's make it to the ending together, no matter what. They vow an arm wrestling match turned solemn promise. They drink deep into the night, sealing the pact the only way 2 idiots know how. You and I, Sihu starts to say, then catches himself with a bitter little scoff. But what if all this training ends up charming Aaron Danua into the mix too? Whatever, Sihu decides one more name changes nothing. He'll just keep watching him around the clock, same as always. Every woman in his orbit, allies, party members, friends, professors, all of it, Sihu quietly appoints himself the gatekeeper. A few months pass. Back at the academy, someone calls out his name. Sihu's halfway out the door for a bite in the city when Korin drops it, casual as anything. I got a kid. Sihu just stops. Yeah, so funny story. The other party happens to be a boss character, Korin admits, not sounding remotely worried about it. Turns out, after the royal ball, he and Princess Mir got a lot closer than anyone realized. Congratulate me, he beams, arms wide. I'm going to be a dad. Sihu, Korin turns around, only now noticing something's very wrong. Because Sihu is not okay. Not even a little bit okay. What the fuck? That very night, the royal palace still blazes with light, security never letting up for a second. This is supposedly the most heavily guarded place in the whole game. Security doesn't get tighter than this. Chapel knights and armed patrols cover every inch of it. None of that stops Sihu from walking straight into the second princess's private chambers, uninvited. One hit is all it takes to drop her guard entirely. As expected of the kingdom's celebrated hero, she coughs out not exactly a compliment right now. Sir Corin's taste in people really was something else, she manages. She just didn't expect Sihu to be quite this blatant about his feelings. Did she really think she could hide her secret from him? Sihu demands. And speaking of secrets, how well is she hiding Mariette Dunilif these days? Jaeger Lark Bugman, he knows about everyone. She goes pale, he knows everything, he saw it. Let's make a deal, Sihu says, cold as ice. I know exactly what you're after, the princess counters, refusing to back down. If that's really true, Sihu says, then he's got no choice but to act. Her composure finally starts to crack. Congratulations, she says bitterly. Checkmate. Sihu corrects her, and it isn't a compliment. Something dark stirs behind his eyes. I know you, she says quietly. I know the one thing Corin can never forgive. You, she finishes. And now he has no choice but to do it right here, right now. Bleeding out, she still finds the strength to laugh softly. She'd wanted so badly to have their child. I'm sorry, baby, she whispers, I'm so sorry. I love you, she says, holding on. Sorry it took me this long to say it. I love you, Corin. I really do. She gets out with her last breath while somewhere nearby, Sihu just sneers that she should have had the decency to die quietly. Corin holds her as the snow keeps falling. Something shifts in him. He finally realizes, staring straight at the one responsible. Somewhere behind the scenes, the whole scenario starts flashing a warning that it's about to fail. Failed. Ah, fuck, Sihu mutters, storming off down a corridor that looks nothing like the world they were just fighting in. I won't, Sihu growls, power crackling to life around him. Corin can only watch, trapped as it happens. Hold back anymore, Sihu finishes, and whether Corin agrees to any of this or not, frankly, doesn't matter. Chains of pure dark energy wrap around him, and there's nothing he can do about it. You're mine, Sihu tells him. In a world where everything else is fake, he's the one real thing Sihu has left, so just wait. The smile on his face is not a comforting one. The whole world around them starts to glitch and fracture. I'll bring the whole scenario crashing down, Sihu vows, and then I'll finally take you for myself. What follows is nothing less than the final battle for the fate of the entire world. The last stage begins. Golden light erupts across the battlefield, raw power tearing the sky itself apart. Some legendary figure rises through the blaze, radiant and furious. And there he is, demon god Park Sihu, wreathed in a storm of purple runes, unrecognizable from the guy who used to towel off on a park bench. Corin meets him head-on, spear in hand, wrapped in his own crimson battle magic. The clash that follows is nothing short of apocalyptic. Gold and purple collide in a blinding explosion of raw power. Somewhere above the carnage, another figure sails through the ruined, spike-strewn sky. Light streaks across the darkness like the world itself is tearing at the seams. It's chaos on a scale words don't really cover. More blades of pure energy rain down through the smoke. The explosions just keep coming, bigger every time. For a second, everything goes dark and quiet. You're strong, someone tells him, bloodied and barely standing, a kind of strength they've genuinely never seen before, on par with god kings of ages past. Why? They cough out, staggering. Our fates just split victory and defeat down a different road this time, that's all. The battlefield keeps burning. One combatant stands tall in the flames, breathing hard but very much still standing. You're strong, they're told again, but you're still not a complete warrior. It's a pity, in the end we're right back to square one, and Rhea Fowl, whoever that is, will never tolerate an ending this shabby. There's no need for regrets, Sihu tells himself, though somehow the words don't quite land. The fight rages on around him regardless. No matter how many times he does this, he's always the one who wins in the end. That's the story he keeps telling himself anyway. Lightning splits the sky. Another world-shaking clash lights up the battlefield. But underneath all that power, a very different thought surfaces. Regret was never really about winning or losing. It wasn't even about survival, he realizes, tears he'd never admit to slipping loose. He never told him. Even though it was another man he'd fallen for, he should have just said it outright. If he'd known it would end up like this, he'd have told him that he liked him, that he loved him. Then without warning, everything goes white. Agu, wait, this place. A girl slumps forward at a computer desk in an ordinary bedroom, gasping awake. Is this my room? She mumbles, completely disoriented. On the monitor beside her, a message glows. You have failed. All play logs will now be reset. Thank you for your long playtime. Shirin, stop playing games and come eat. Her mom calls from downstairs. Shirin blinks, stunned right back into reality. Mom, it's been a while, she blurts, practically tackling her mother in a hug. Oh my, her mother laughs, caught totally off guard by the sudden affection. I have to go, Shirin says abruptly, already halfway out the door, but She's out the door before she even finishes the thought. Running full speed through the streets, cap pulled low. She skids to a stop outside a gym. Body Jim reads the sign. If he's anywhere in the real world, it's got to be here. He didn't show up for work today, a staff member tells her. More importantly, who even are you? Do you know him? The woman asks, suspicious. Wait, hold on, you can't just grab the contacts list. Someone yelps as Shirin lunges for it anyway. Manager, call the police. Someone yells, chaos breaking out on the sidewalk as Shirin bolts. Just 10 more minutes, she pants, sprinting through the city in a hasty disguise. She can actually meet him. Should she at least stop for new clothes first? She wonders mid-sprint, spiraling a little. Should she grab some makeup, pretty herself up first? No, absolutely not, she can't wait one more second. She pounds up the stairs 2 at a time. She's already waited more than 3 years for this. Huffing and out of breath, she finally reaches his door. The lights are on, he's actually here, she realizes, heart pounding. Right, she tells herself, steadying her nerves in the hallway. She's back too, so. Hey, it's me, Sihu, open the door, she calls out, banging on it hard enough to spark. The hallway sits dark and still. He must already be back, she insists, pounding harder. Hey, it's me, Sihu, I'll explain everything, just let me in. The door finally creaks open. Her face falls the second she sees inside. No, she breathes, eyes wide with dawning horror. This can't be it, the room is completely empty, not a trace of him anywhere. She just stands there frozen. That day, her whole world fell apart, she'll say later, tears finally breaking loose under the brim of her cap. She can't hold it together any longer. No, she screams right as a message flickers onto a nearby screen. Sub-player Corin Loch, beginning Succession, now playing. The gang rolls into the royal capital, and one look at the skyline has jaws on the floor. Ren can't even form words, she's too busy drooling over the size of the place. Ren's already got her eyes on lunch, tugging at Corin's sleeve and begging for a bite of literally anything. The whole crew struts through the market together, Corin front and center, flanked by more women than any one guy has a right to. Turns out this isn't just any city. The royal capital is the beating heart of the El Lost Kingdom, the biggest, busiest place in the whole country. Every government office in the kingdom is crammed in around the palace here, and every road in every direction eventually leads back to this spot. Corin admits he wasn't exactly dying to come back to his hometown. Ren asks the obvious question, isn't this supposed to be home? Corin just mutters something about painful memories and leaves it at that. Cut to H. Warren, mid-eye roll, clearly done listening to somebody's rambling. Mariette shows up loaded down with shopping bags, practically glowing, asking why she brought so much stuff for a simple family visit. She admits she panicked. No idea what Corin's parents would even like, so she just bought a little bit of everything. Corin fills her in on the basics. Ordinary parents, they run a restaurant, and his little sister goes to the Royal Academy. Family, he repeats to himself, like the word doesn't quite fit right in his mouth. Ever since he landed in this world, home has felt like a minefield. As far as he's concerned, he's basically a stranger from Earth who just moved into somebody else's life. He's still carrying the memories and the body of the real Corin Loch, and it's complicated. Park Sihu, the other transplant from Earth, apparently refused to accept this new life right to the very end. Corin admits he might have done the same. Two ghosts of the same idea, standing side by side in his head, a reminder of how differently his story could have gone. He shakes it off with a small, private smile. Whatever the philosophy, he's here now. He looks down at an old family photo, the one thing that ties him to a life he didn't actually live. Didn't have family, he admits, not really, not before this. Last time he went through this loop, he says, he was just as lost, never sure if he'd overwritten the real Corin Locke's soul completely. Or maybe the two of them just melted into something new altogether. Either way, this family welcomed the stranger wearing their son's face without blinking. No interrogation, no suspicion. They just accepted him plain and simple the day he showed up different. And from that day on, he decided to accept it right back. To him, family isn't about blood anymore, it's about the people who actually showed up. The people who made him who he is now, not just the ones who happen to share his last name. A quiet gut check, the kind he clearly doesn't allow himself very often. The whole crew finally rolls up outside his family's place. Corin clears his throat and steps up to knock, visibly bracing himself. He throws the door open himself, hamming it up. "Mother, father, your unworthy son has returned." And then out of nowhere he actually tears up a little. Guess the drama got to him too. Before he can finish the reunion speech, a ladle catches him square in the face. He staggers back, stammering out a wounded mother, father, like he can't believe the welcome he just got. His little sister spots him and the family erupts, half thrilled, half horrified at the state of him. He can only ask why, completely baffled by the chaos he's apparently walked into. And then it lands like a gut punch, his father roaring that he is not his son. Corin, stunned and a little wounded, points out it's been a while, sure, but is that really how you greet your own kid? His father isn't backing down, jabbing a finger and demanding he look at something. Corin's jaw drops, whatever it is, it's clearly not good. "Do you even know what all this is?" his father demands, yanking back a sheet to reveal something Corin clearly wasn't expecting. Corin has genuinely no idea what he's looking at. His dad grabs him by the collar, absolutely fuming, "You brat." The tension in that hallway could cut glass. Rewind the clock, 1 hour earlier before any of this went sideways. His parents and little sister are standing around, utterly baffled, asking why on earth something is happening. Two extremely glamorous women stroll in like they own the place. His mother about faints. Wait, the headmistress of the academy her son goes to? The woman just smiles and confirms Corin's an excellent student. The headmistress practically swoons, gushing that he's the top of his year. She's putting on quite a show for his parents, and it is a LOT. Then she drops the bomb. She and her dear Corin apparently have a personal relationship. His mother is instantly suspicious of those shy little eyes. Behind them, a literal chest of treasure appears. His parents can only ask, wait, is that really what we think it is? His mother, ever the romantic, decides age doesn't matter. What matters is how people feel about each other, right? His father isn't so sure, muttering it'd be a little awkward if their daughter-in-law turned out to be older than them. Everyone freezes at a sudden interruption. In walks Lunia Arden, cool as ever, dropping a bombshell introduction. She's here as, quote, your son's fiancé. Yes, that fiancé. She claims she was summoned to the capital by the royal family and figured she'd stop by to pay respects. His parents can barely get out the words, and Arden from the east. She formally presents a gift to the parents of her, quote, fiancé on behalf of the entire Arden family. She calls for her attendant to bring out the prepared gifts, insisting they shouldn't feel burdened by it. Sure, easy for her to say. The reaction in that room is priceless. Pure shock all around. And then the actual gold shows up, chests of it. His father completely loses it. He sent his kid off to study and somehow he seduced his teacher and got engaged. Make it make sense. Back in the present, his mother's trying to talk his father down from the ledge. Corin and his sister just stand there, mouths open, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Because right on cue, another one steps forward. Hello, my name is Mariette Dunaliff. She's practically glowing, thrilled just to finally get to say it out loud. H. Warren gets called out by name too, and she goes bright red on the spot. Ren's standing right there in the middle of it all, not helping the optics one bit. Ren pipes up next, I'm Ren, I'm under the care of boss, I mean your son. Alicia follows with a shy introduction of her own, just Corin's friend, Honest. For one golden second, everyone's laughing together like it's a big happy family photo. Then it actually registers with his father, more than two women, his brain audibly short circuits. The girls throw their hands up trying to defuse it, Ren included. Korin scrambles to explain, "Wait, no, this is a huge misunderstanding. I've literally never dated anyone." His sister jumps to his defense, telling their parents to at least hear him out. He's not exactly the playboy type. Warren, dry as ever, needles her right back, asking since when she started wearing all that gold jewelry. Still, even Warren backs him up. He's probably got his reasons, she says. His mother lays out her theory. If he's a real man of responsibility, he'll pick one person and commit to her, full stop. All eyes land on Korin, right? Sweat is doing a lot of work on his face right now. His father agrees hard, practically cheering his sister on. If he's the son they raised, he'd never toy with anyone's heart like that. The entire harem behind him goes starry-eyed at the sentiment. Korin can only sweat harder. Yet another arrival announces herself, gifts from the south in hand for mother and father. His mother nearly drops on the spot. The south, as in the Dunelove family, she's begging the girl to just talk to them casually, duchess or not. The girl clarifies, "Actually, my older sister came by this morning, I'm the younger one," and offers up some honey bomb candy to smooth things over. It clicks, this must be the Arden family's second daughter. His mother's thrilled, she loves that candy. The sisters do the math out loud. Wait, does that make Alicia Korin's sister-in-law now? Probably, comes the shrug of a reply. From his sister's angle, that'd make Korin her brother-in-law too, apparently. Everyone's just laughing at how tangled this family tree is getting. And the door swings open on yet another new arrival. The chaos of that reunion fades out behind them as the scene shifts elsewhere. Later, somebody's getting scolded for wandering off alone. If the other girls are stepping up, we should too, she insists. She practically drags Warren along by the wrist, telling her to just be quiet and go along with it. "Grit your teeth, close your eyes, and trust me just this once," she pleads. Korin will like it too, she promises, with a very knowing look. Warren's not exactly thrilled about wherever this is going. "This is it, you look so cute." They're clearly in the middle of a shopping spree. Warren, mortified, protests that this outfit is way too revealing. Apparently the whole plan is straight out of Professor Josephine's romance novel, Chapter 1, Men Are Weak to Skin. Solid research, ladies. And hey, look at Mariette and Alicia for comparison, someone points out, cheerfully piling on the pressure. Warren checks the mirror in her new dress, trying to convince herself this is pretty normal actually, while Korin can't help but peek. "They've all lost their minds," Warren mutters to herself. Korin notices the new outfit immediately. Meanwhile, Warren's quietly resolving to unread that entire romance novel. He tells her straight up, she was always pretty, but dressed up like this, she looks like a whole different person. She lets her hair down, literally, and the moment lands harder than either of them expected. "You should have dressed like this from the start," he says. She admits quietly that going home isn't really an option for her right now anyway. So he just asks her outright, "Want to look around the capital with me?" Somewhere close by, someone gasps, "Oh my." She goes red on the spot. Okay, she manages, still fidgeting with her necklace. Some nosy onlooker is already planning to borrow Volume 2 of that romance novel. Bold strategy considering how Volume 1 turned out. The date kicks off proper, Korin showing her the best street food the capital's got. He drags her toward the Ferris wheel, asking if she's ever ridden one. "Nope, never," she admits. They keep strolling, city sounds humming around them. He leads her off the beaten path, promising this way's better. She follows without much protest anymore, hand in his. By the time they look up, she's genuinely surprised. Wow, it's already night. Korin's got somewhere specific in mind. He explains he had, let's say, circumstances that had him living out here for a while once. They squeeze into a hidden cave together, and it is a tight fit. "Hiding here is probably more accurate than living," he admits. "Since we came all this way, I wanted to show you." She just mutters, "It's cramped," clearly very aware of how close they are. For a second neither of them moves, faces way too close for comfort. "Yeah, but," he says, "it's the clearest view from right here." She's blushing hard, and it's not from the temperature. Then the cave opens up around them, sparkling. The whole cavern lights up like a field of stars underground. Not a bad move, Korin, not bad at all. Warren can barely get the word out, "Wow." Sometimes, he tells her, you just need a place like this. It's nice sharing beautiful things with everyone, sure, but sometimes you want something that's just yours, even for a little while. I'm like that too, she admits quietly. And then she says it plainly, when you're with other girls, it makes me angry. She curls up against him, guard fully down for once. When I'm in your arms, she says, I feel at ease. A flood of memories flashes by, every quiet moment he's shared with someone in this life. When you touch me, she whispers, my heart races. I think she starts trailing off under the night sky. She's visibly working up the nerve. And then she just says it, I like you. The moment hangs there glowing. Silence, a long loaded silence. Corin's floored, a confession like that, no games, no hidden angle, just the truth. But how is he supposed to answer that, with an entire lineup of other girls flashing through his head? He's sweating bullets, half convinced his dad might have had a point about deserving a beating. He's been pretending not to notice how Mariette and Alicia feel too. This is the moment that pretending stops working. It's something he's been quietly agonizing over for a long time. In the end, who will I end up with, he keeps asking himself. But really, he realizes the question was never about who. It's the ending up part that terrifies him. If he ever clears this whole scenario, he might actually get a shot at going home to Earth. If that day comes, what choice is he even supposed to make? If he leaves this world behind, what happens to the person he's with? Could he really keep living with himself after walking away from someone like that? So, in the end, his answer is, I'm sorry, but he starts. And then he just leans in instead of finishing the sentence. He pulls her close and words stop mattering. Everything goes soft and bright around them. The whole cave seems to shimmer along with the moment. Sparks of light drift down around them like falling stars. Two silhouettes finally, unmistakably together. Their faces linger close, both of them clearly caught up in it. The moment settles, quiet and warm. H. Warren, still blushing furiously, finally asks him straight out, did you hate that? We open on a dream. Two faces drift close in the dark, breath held, the whole world narrowed down to this one moment. Corin's head dips low, lost in it, like he's terrified of breaking whatever this is. And there's HWA, blushing furiously, fidgeting with the cross pendant at her throat like she can barely handle where this is going. She asks quietly if he hated that. He blurts out no, not even a little. And immediately regrets saying it that fast, clapping a hand over his own mouth like he just gave away state secrets. But he hesitates, there's a but coming and you can feel it. They end up in each other's arms anyway, even as he tells himself he still owes her the truth, that he can't fully accept her feelings, not yet. Wait, she says, catching something in his eyes before he can finish the thought. A small, quiet ah escapes her, like she already knows what he's about to say. Narration cuts in over it. She worked up all the courage in the world to ask and still couldn't bring herself to hear the answer. Corin looks wrecked just remembering it. The dream shifts forward. Someone asks him gently if today's date was fun. Kneeling, she tells him yes, she's always sharing a body with HWA, so getting memories like this for herself makes her happy. That's a relief, he tells her. He'd hoped today would become something she'd look back on fondly. Shall we head back then, he asks. Wait a moment, she says, stopping him before they go. HM, he asks, caught off guard by the sudden shift in her voice. Today, she points out, he only really has memories of HWA, not of her. It's a small line, but it lands heavy. The dream shifts again, all starlight now. Please, a voice begs him, dream with the two of us. They embrace among the stars, weightless, everything softened at the edges. In his head, Corin's already spiraling. He's nothing but an outsider here, and yet he's being handed more love than he thinks he's earned. Is it even okay for things to be like this? Trembling, she finally says it outright, I love you, sorry it took me this long to say so. Then the dream curdles, a dark, scarf-wrapped silhouette of himself grins back out of the shadows, all teeth. Guilt has a way of showing up uninvited. Even if the dream whispers, refusing to finish the sentence, as a lit window flickers in the dark. I choose someone, his own thoughts echo back at him, hands clasped almost like a prayer. Is that really okay? And just like that, we're awake. A dazzling royal city sprawls out below, and all Corin can manage is a stunned wow. A feast fit for royalty because it literally is one. Somebody at this table just declared it the best meal of their entire life. Korin and his crew get the full red carpet welcome. Eat as much as you want, they're told, this whole banquet is for you. Sparky doesn't need telling twice. This is her first time at the royal palace and she's already got a drumstick in each hand. Someone teases that it's Korin's first time here too. He fumbles out an awkward "yeah, that's right, sure it is." His teal-haired companion murmurs quieter that this is their first time here in this regression. A small reminder that some of them have lived tonight before in a different life. Korin's expression flickers just for a second under the weight of that. It's been a while since he's seen anything this grand, he admits, taking in the gold-drenched halls. The whole group sweeps down the grand staircase into the ballroom proper. Off to the side, Sagi's already several drinks deep, gushing to a friend about how far her old academy students have come. A starstruck fan spots Alicia across the room and begs for an autograph. "Me," Alicia squeaks, clearly not used to being treated like a celebrity. Then the fans turn on Korin and he panics, admitting he doesn't even have a signature worked out yet. Somebody raises a glass. After everything they went through tearing that mage tower apart, they've more than earned one easy night. Sparky's plate has reached architecturally unstable heights and she's never looked happier. Off in a corner, someone else grumbles that of course she still has work to do, party or no party. A thumbs up, a laugh, the whole group riding high on the night. Trumpets cut through the chatter, the king and queen are entering. Red fabric sweeps through the hall as the royal procession makes its grand entrance. "Everyone, listen well," the king commands, and the whole hall snaps to attention. The king and queen process down the aisle with their full entourage in tow. He begins his speech. Today celebrates his beloved daughter, the saintess. Chosen by the gods themselves, he says, rescued from the hands of wicked mages, mother and daughter hold each other close. And there are guardians, he adds, who devoted themselves entirely to that rescue. His fist rises toward the assembled heroes. "Hero," he says, looking straight at Korin, "raise your head." The chandelier glows overhead as the whole room holds its breath, waiting. "I've heard of your outstanding achievements, great knight," the king announces. "Whatever you desire, I will grant it." "What I desire," Korin says slowly, "is only one thing. Not money, not items, not power. What he wants is a pardon," he says, and the king's whole face drops in disbelief. He clarifies, a pardon usable exactly once that can forgive any crime whatsoever. The queen and the princess both gasp, utterly floored. A ripple of horrified murmurs runs through the stunned crowd. The banquet, the king announces flatly, ends here. He pulls Korin out onto a private balcony, away from prying eyes. "Let's move elsewhere," the king says, ice in his voice. Korin's mind drifts backward. He carried a lot of regret out of his last regression. But the most painful memory of all was watching his master die in the light, unable to reach her in time. He'd trusted Park Sihu like an absolute idiot, he thinks, walking a burning city in his memory. He hadn't even realized the people around him were dying while he failed to protect his master. And a bloodied hand reaches out from the flames of that memory. The whole city burns behind his eyes. If this scenario plays out the same way, he thinks, a storm of blood is coming and he'll fail to stop it all over again. But this time, he tells himself, will be different. Back in the present, the king rounds on him, a pardon. Kneeling, Korin hedges, it's only usable once, but depending on how you read any crime whatsoever. That sounds, the king snaps, like you're telling me you intend to commit a crime. The king turns his back, visibly seething. Now that it's just the two of them, he demands Korin speak plainly. What's your plan? The king asks. I cannot say, Korin answers. Say it, the king presses again, not backing down. Very well then, he says. He'll grant a pardon covering everything except treason and the murder of royalty. Will that satisfy you? The king asks, cold as ever. No, Korin pushes back. He wants a pardon that covers every crime, full stop, no exceptions. He presses his forehead nearly to the floor, refusing to budge. The king's gloved hand closes around his collar. You do understand what you're saying right now, he growls, don't you? He hauls Korin bodily off the ground. How arrogant, he snarls. You're basically declaring you'll commit treason someday right to my face. Dangling there, Korin has to wonder, is this gamble not going to work after all? It doesn't matter, the king roars, whether he's the hero who saved his daughter or the man who leveled the mage tower. If that sword ever turns toward the royal family, he says, there's only one thing he'll have to do. You cannot kill the hero yourself, father. Estelle bursts into the room, cutting the tension in half. She sprints the length of the hall toward them. Estelle, Corin blinks, completely thrown. Corin Locke subjugated the mage tower and saved me, she reminds her father, breathless. I know, the king answers flatly, not letting go. And she adds, I have spent several nights together with him. Corin nearly chokes on the air. That's not exactly wrong, Corin stammers, somehow making it worse. Spent nights together, the king erupts, and this time he's practically wreathed in flame. Somewhere in the back, someone mutters that maybe she should try saying something that actually helps. What are you? The king demands of his own daughter, eyes blazing. All Corin can do is blink, completely out of his depth. This isn't advice as Princess Estelle, she says, steadying herself. She trusts him, she says, more than anything in the world. The room goes dead silent. Her father asks, dangerously quiet, if she's really thinking about her position as saintess before she speaks. But as the saintess, she answers anyway, standing her ground. The timing's a little early, Corin realizes, watching her, but Estelle has uncovered a secret about the order and she needs his help to deal with it. For a saintess to say she trusts him more than anything in the world, Corin thinks, is basically blasphemy. And she's visibly trembling as she says it. What an interesting spectacle, a new voice purrs from the doorway. Sir Corin is always so entertaining, the stranger adds, stepping out of the shadows. You'd ask for a pardon, she muses, sizing him up. Corin's stomach drops, Miriam. Terrible timing, he thinks. He's the one who leveled the mage tower, an ally of her church. She has every reason to hate him for it. And Miriam, who sees Estelle as a thorn in her side, is guaranteed to try and wreck this. This is about to get very bad, he braces himself. Then Miriam says, give him that pardon. Every single person in the room freezes. I won't kneel, Miriam adds with a smirk, entirely unbothered by court protocol. The view of looking down at Estelle isn't so bad, she muses, and reminds the king this isn't going to be easy either way. She stands there, all red silk and sharp teeth, leaning on her cane like she owns the room. Mir, the king growls, low and warning. He lets out a long, heavy breath, cornered. The two saintesses of the order and the two princesses of this kingdom, the narration notes, are standing shoulder to shoulder against him. To think, the king mutters, sinking, that my own daughters would take the side of a traitor. Corin and Miriam walk off together, the storm behind them finally settling. Corin Locke, the king finally says, addressing him directly. As you wish, I'll bestow on you a one-time pardon that can forgive every crime. Corin drops into a full grateful bow. Thank you, your majesty, he says, and he means every word. Alone with his thoughts, he admits he pulled it off, but he can't shake the feeling he's missing something important. It felt the same way right before they fought the Mage Tower, back when it went hunting those wolves. This time too, he wonders, walking beside Miriam, just why does this feel off? Under a cold night moon, he can't figure out one thing, why is Miriam helping him at all? Later alone, Miriam sits by a moonlit window. My hypocritical father, she mutters to herself, half smiling. Something distinctly unnatural coils in the shadows behind her. He must be terrified, she thinks, of just how far her anger and hatred could spread. By the way, she says to someone unseen, I'm disappointed. A hulking, red-eyed shape peels itself out of the dark corner of her room. I can't believe you'd barge into a lady's room without permission, she says coolly. You really do lack manners as a gentleman, I hope you understand. The intruder just grins back at her, utterly unbothered. In a dim, curtained chamber, a woman's voice cuts through the silence. She just hopes he understands. The figure she is speaking to steps into the light. A hulking, red-maned brute wrapped in a tattered dark robe, claws where hands should be. He flashes her a slow, self-satisfied grin, clearly enjoying whatever power he holds over her. I don't like things being noisy, he says flatly, like that settles the matter. She is not impressed. His recent losses have been bad enough to embarrass her. She snaps, is backing him even worth it anymore? She struts past him anyway, red dress trailing, heels clicking like a warning. He waves her off. This is just how things are and nothing is going to change that. Alone now, she mutters that this damn world just hates her too much and reaches for a glittering shard of crystal. The crystal pulses in her grip and she hesitates, unsure what it is about to show her. Everything as agreed, comes the voice behind her, read your fate. The crystal flares to life in her hands, and she flinches at the sudden surge of light. This is Rhea Fal, a legendary relic said to read the fate awaiting whoever holds it. Light spills between her fingers as the crystal keeps building toward whatever answer it is about to give her. The glow washes over her like it is searching her out specifically. Flashback: 5 years ago, a man calling himself Tades Balthazar came to her with an offer she could not refuse. Sponsor him and he would let her borrow Rhea Fal once a year. That was the deal. He tells her he hopes she gets the outcome she wants, which, coming from him, sounds more like a threat than a blessing. Light swallows her as the vision takes hold. Elsewhere, night settles over a grand estate. The scene shifts far away from her to someone else entirely. Corinlock looks up, startled, sensing he is not alone anymore. Someone raises a hand toward him and he freezes, unsure what is happening. Estelle, he calls out, spotting a hooded, pink-haired girl slipping through the gate toward him. She does not waste time on pleasantries. She has something important to tell him, she says. She admits she had already guessed something was up the moment he arranged for her to stay at the Imperial Palace right after the banquet. Her holy power, she reminds him, was sealed. He already knows that much. He asks the obvious follow-up, did she ever find out why? Even after she left the Steel Archipelago behind, her holy power never came back. For a long time, she just assumed time would eventually fix it. But then one day, everything changed. Her expression cracks, whatever she is remembering clearly still hurts. The moment she saw that strange, radiant light, something shifted for her forever. Purple chains and a glowing seal flare in her memory, whatever bound her holy power away. She holds up the golden cross she has worn her whole life, the very rosary she never once thought to question. Then she found the truth hiding in plain sight. It was not even real gold, just plating. When the Mage Tower thugs kidnapped her, they stripped her of every weapon she carried, but they never touched her rosary. She kept it on her at all times, which is exactly why she never once suspected it. So that was it, the very thing that had been drinking up her holy power the whole time. Corinlock is not convinced. How could a power from God be blocked by a chunk of cheap metal? She shrugs, a little flustered. Maybe, she admits. Maybe holy power was never really about devout faith in the Lord at all. She just said something borderline blasphemous and did not lose a shred of power for it, proof enough as far as she is concerned. Corinlock's own mana flickers strangely in his grip, and his eyes widen. So this is why his own power kept draining. It clicks into place as she says his name. Estelle looks startled, caught off guard by whatever just passed between them. She asks if he already knew. He admits quietly that maybe he did. His mind flashes back to a darker memory, alone, torch in hand, somewhere far from here. Has he really never once doubted that God even exists, she presses. This is not really about faith, she says. It is about the truth of this whole world. Her eyes go wide, bracing for whatever she is about to admit next. In the world's official story, Estelle was never even a real party member, just a background NPC. That is the divergence staring them both in the face. In that original story, Estelle never once learns her own church was riddled with traitors, and the fake rosary is never exposed at all. It is a game, after all, and this exact thread was always the one plot hole nobody could explain. But this is not that story anymore. History itself has changed. What was once an unsolvable mystery to every player who ever booted this game up is finally about to get an answer. The moment Estelle set foot back at Merkaba Academy, she knew this reckoning was coming. Follow me, she tells him, and leads him out into the night. She had always had a feeling a day like this was coming eventually. They arrive somewhere new entirely, Treasure Island Magmal. Waves crash below as they take in the island air. Estelle stares out at it all, hair whipping in the sea wind. Then, out of nowhere, 3 towering figures descend from the sky. A golden giant, a robed man, a harpist. She cannot tear her eyes away from them. These are the gods of this world, she breathes, stunned. Danan, she whispers, watching the shapes move through the dark. This can't be true, she gasps, panic setting in, breath ragged. She collapses to the grass, overwhelmed by what she has just seen. Silence, then out of a shimmering blue portal someone steps through. It is Corinlock coming to find her. Flashback, a crowd marvels at holy power like they have never seen before. What incredible talent, they gush. A young Estelle walks beside a golden-robed woman and an orange-haired man in military dress, her family, presumably royalty. Hands reach toward her for a blessing, sparks trailing in her wake. Before she had even developed wants of her own, people were already offering her everything they had. A woman gasps in open awe just watching her walk by. A knight kneels before his blade in prayer, hoping for her favor. Saintess, bless me too, someone begs, bowing low. Wherever you go, I'll protect you with my life, another vows, starstruck. If only she'd speak to me just once, a couple of fans whisper, absolutely smitten. Everyone wanted a piece of her, worshipping her with everything they had. Even she could not say anymore whether her faith created her power, or her power created everyone's faith. Crowds roar as her procession rolls through the city streets. She remembers thinking clearly that the Lord himself had chosen her. Cathedral spires cut against a blazing sunset. This is the second holy land of Xi'an, the grand cathedral itself. She greets the head of the church directly, "Hello, Pope Sikari." He lights up delighted, "Oh, Saintess, what brings you all the way here?" She does not return the smile. "Pope," she asks flatly, "do you believe in God? Surely the holy power we both carry is proof enough, isn't it?" He counters smoothly. She studies him, unconvinced, letting the question hang in the air. She holds up the object clenched in her hand, forcing a serene smile that does not reach her eyes. "You know exactly what this is, don't you?" she says, "something only high clergy are even allowed near." "Someone swapped this for my real rosary," she tells him flatly. Her eyes go wide with the full weight of the betrayal hitting her at once. "A certain rat bastard did it," she says coldly. "So what do you have to say, Pope Sikari?" His composed mask slips, twisting into a vicious, knowing grin. "Hoo, so you've finally learned the truth," he sneers. "The power we wield was never about faith to begin with," he tells her. "It's because we carry the bloodline of the ancient Danann and the giants themselves," he says, as a colossal, blazing figure looms behind him. A towering, fire-wreathed giant looms in his words, ancient and terrible. "You'll understand soon enough, Saintess," he cackles, eyes blazing red with madness. "The true gods we answer to are the Danann," he declares, "and chief among them the great Balthazar. Protestants, Catholics, none of it matters anymore," he laughs. "Soon this world belongs to those of us who hold holy power. The coming of paradise, the day the Danann's world returns for good," he tells her. Estelle freezes, horrified. What is all she can manage? "That's right," he grins, "we are the ones chosen by the gods." And yet she does not back down, her hand snaps up first. "You dare try to ruin everything," he roars, and armed guards come storming in after her. Robed figures sprint through the cathedral halls, closing in fast. Blades flash through the air, aimed straight at her. "Why didn't you just go through with it?" Someone presses her, cornered. "Ah, Saintess, with your blood we could have revived the giant and brought the coming of paradise that much closer," one of them explains, almost wistfully. "So you were all in on this together," she realizes. Her lifelong faith crumbles in that instant. Light shatters through stained glass as everything she believed in falls apart around her. Every scripture she had ever read, every heavenly being she had worshipped, all of it was a lie. "You're not fit to be pope," she spits, striking him down. "And Balthazar's no god either." "Seize the Saintess, no, seize that bitch," someone screams as chaos erupts. She is surrounded in an instant, hooded attackers closing in from every side. Blood streaks across her white robes as the fight turns brutal. Someone snarls in fury, baring their teeth. A booming voice answers from somewhere above, "Yes, Estelle, so you really are my distant descendant." A massive, tan-skinned figure appears in the sky, radiating ancient power. He introduces himself as Dagda, Danann of the earth, and offers her his power. If her bloodline is real, she'll be able to wield it. A golden weapon takes shape in a burst of light. She grips it tight. "I have a duty more important than faith," she says, steadying herself. Flames erupt around her as she stands her ground against them all. The weight of the power now in her hands settles over her. A massive spiked club, forged in gold, materializes fully in her grip. She grips the weapon, blazing with power, done playing nice. Her face sets with fierce resolve, hair whipping around her. "I'll be the one who decides," she declares, weapon raised. This is Dagda's club, the very weapon the Earth God once used to strike down the white-headed serpent clan's champion. She swings it down with everything she's got. One clean strike sends her attacker flying. This was the moment the Xi'an Protestants were forced into religious reform. She was the only one in that whole mess actually forging her own destiny. Back in the present, the crystal vision fades and the red-haired noblewoman gasps, jolted back to herself. She slumps, shaken by whatever she just watched play out. Hoo, she laughs under her breath, wiping at her face. Behind her, the massive robed figure waits silently for her report. "Did you come back after seeing the future?" he asks her directly. "Yes," she answers, practically giddy. "I see," he murmurs as she walks off, unreadable. A blood-red moon hangs over her as the vision crystallizes into a single certainty. "My fate," she whispers, staring at the crystal's crimson glow. Her voice catches, "My prince." A slow, unsettling smile spreads across her face. She wraps her arms around herself like she is already savoring it. In another life, Corinlock says he fell hard for a woman named Miriam and made her his wife, drawn in by a scent he never could resist. Surprisingly, that marriage never felt like a mistake. He says she wore a strange little crown and for once she looked at peace. For a while there he was genuinely happy with her, simple as that. But happiness was never going to be the whole story. Something monstrous wakes up behind her, twin serpent heads coiling through blood-red mist. In the story as it was always meant to go, Miriam snaps, causes a demi-human massacre and gets cut down by a player for it. He told himself if he just stayed by her side this time, maybe he could change that ending. He pictures it briefly, a quiet life together, a child in her arms, the two of them just being a normal family. If he could just make her happy enough, he figured revenge and resentment would never even cross her mind. He really believed he could save her from a villain's death. He was wrong, dead wrong, and something waking up in the dark is about to prove it. He loses it completely, screaming a single furious curse into the chaos. Even now, he says, he doesn't fully know what happened, only that he found her broken and kneeling. Whatever he did, it wasn't enough. Vengeance swallowed Miriam whole all over again. And just like in the original story, that meant fate was already circling back around. The result is the same brutal aftermath every single time, a snowfield littered with bodies. He stands there in the wreckage, back turned to us, staring down what's left. Someone calls out that it's already over, but for him, it never really feels like it is. Somebody's demanding to know where the intel leak came from. Somebody sold these people out. A terrified boy comes screaming for help, and you can already guess this isn't going to end well. Someone's scrambling, disoriented, not even sure which way is out. Then the thing hunting them shows itself, a shrieking wolf serpent tearing through the smoke. A little mouse-eared demi-human girl bolts for her life while everyone around her scatters. Someone spots her among the dead and shouts that there's a survivor. She's dragged through the dark towards safety, crying out the whole way. "Kid, run this way," someone yells, and for a second it looks like she might actually make it. Then he crashes into frame and pulls her clear, saved just barely. But the cost is immediate, blood sprays as a hand reaches out. His face is already a mess of blood, and this fight is only getting started. Something in the flames makes even him freeze. The wolf serpent locks eyes with him, and it is not backing down. He plants his spear in the blood-soaked ground and squares up anyway. Whatever's coming next, it is clearly not part of the plan. Something slams into the scene hard enough to shake the whole frame. Someone screams at him, demanding to know why he's taking this so far. He doesn't answer, he just drops in with the spear, lightning crackling around the strike. The monster roars back, and honestly it does not sound happy about this. Rain hammers down over the whole ugly scene. Red hair whips through the frame. Miriam is closer than he realizes. And there she is, right inside the beast's jaws, gasping for air. His spear goes clean through, and it's her he hits. "Mir," he chokes out, realizing exactly what he's just done. She looks up at him through the blood and just breathes his name, Corin. The wound says everything words can't. "Hoo, I couldn't stop," she manages, almost laughing at her own ruin. He tells her he's sorry and that he loves her, like that could possibly fix any of this. She reaches for him, starts to say he's her everything, like none of the carnage around them ever happened. "This is just my fate," she whispers, and that's the line that haunts him. Cut to the present. Welcome to Dana Swai, the underground city where demihumans nobody wants have carved out a hiding place. A crowd packs into the tunnels, waiting on word. From his makeshift throne, their leader calls the meeting to order. "Demihumans, have you all gathered? Meet Kush, elder of the wolf tribe and the closest thing this underground alliance has to a leader." Word comes in that another scouting party got caught by someone the demihumans just call the snake and didn't make it back. "A snake, huh?" Kush repeats grimly. The news lands hard and nobody in the room looks surprised anymore, just tired. The persecution the church kicked off keeps getting worse and one demihuman shows the proof, screaming that the snake's people took his whole arm. Someone panics that at this rate their hideout itself will be found and begs the elder for a real countermeasure now. Dana Swai was supposed to be the one place the pushed out and forgotten could keep their heads down and live. So must they really just sit here and wait to die? Kush's fist tightens, he clearly doesn't have a clean answer. He turns to Edna instead, asking what she's learned about the snake since her infiltration of the royal palace succeeded. Edna hesitates then admits the ugly part, she got made. She braces for the fallout, clearly expecting the worst. "There's no problem," she insists, in the least convincing way possible. Turns out they'd already clocked her as a werehuman too, so her job now is simple, she's told, just deliver their message properly. Two blonde, cat-eared girls listening in look absolutely floored by what that message turns out to be. "We'll tell you the whole plan, don't worry," someone promises before dropping a name Edna clearly recognizes. "I know the Koran Guardians," she finishes, putting the pieces together. "Wait, aren't the Koran Guardians the ones who saved Saintess Estelle?" Suddenly this plan has everyone's attention. The rumor spreads fast through the room. The captain of those Guardians is apparently Koran himself, the same man rumored to have beaten the Magi of Gold. Panic spreads instantly. If the royal family's hero is involved, some are convinced he'll use it as an excuse to wipe them all out. Edna just repeats the name to herself like she's trying to make sense of him. That man, Koran. Word is he's flat out said he'll crush the snake himself. That claim lands like a shockwave through the whole crowd. "He'll kill the snake," someone repeats, not quite believing it. "Is that actually true?" Another voice cuts in, desperate for it to be. Someone else takes it even further, wondering out loud if he's basically declaring rebellion against the whole kingdom. "How reckless," one skeptic mutters, "how can we possibly believe that?" Kush just watches the argument spiral, weighing it all quietly. Koran Lah is human in the end, someone reminds the room. Those so-called Protestants are all the same. They act like they'll protect us but it's all just for show, someone spits. Aren't they just standing by watching the church oppress us? The crowd roars back agreement. Fists go up, the mood turns ugly fast. Humans are all the same, someone yells, they do nothing but talk. That's enough, a voice finally cuts through the noise. Edna herself steps up, stammering out a warning to the whole crowd. Then a blonde, wolf-feared stranger appears out of nowhere, calmly asking, "You tracked me?" The room goes tense, nobody quite sure who this newcomer even is. Kush squints at him, "Are you from the Gold Wolf tribe? I thought you were all wiped out." "That was what was supposed to happen," the stranger answers, flat and cold, and the room holds its breath. The scene flashes back further, to how these two wolf-feared girls first ended up caged and desperate. But Koran saved them, simple as that. And thanks to Saintess Estelle pulling strings, they're now actually enrolled at Merkaba Academy. "If it weren't for those two," one of the girls says, "we wouldn't be who we are today." Back in the present, the stranger explains himself to Kush. He's been quietly working undercover as a kingdom clerk this whole time. "From what I've seen," he says, "their plan is actually feasible." The younger demihumans watch the whole exchange, hopeful. "We're demihumans with no nationality at all," someone says. "This might actually be our shot at real citizenship." Someone bows low, silently, letting the weight of that hope sink in. The mood shifts, relief and excitement rippling through the group. Even the skeptics in the room can't help but react. However, Kush cautions, not ready to celebrate just yet. Edna gets an elbow or two for her trouble and groans. In the end, Kush decides to trust his family's judgment on this one. Relief spreads across the room at his decision. Edna, meanwhile, is still recovering from the embarrassment. Someone just can't resist teasing her about it. And with that, school vacation officially wraps up. Back to Merkaba Academy we go. Before heading back, though, Korenlock says he had one more errand to handle. Heave-ho, he grunts, hauling around a suspiciously heavy sack. Turns out that during his Steel Archipelago infiltration, he also swiped some precious elixirs from the Forbidden Forest. He's already treating himself like it's happy hour. Besides those, he adds, I farmed a few other things too, but compared to this, those are nothing, he grins while his little vampire companion stares in horror. Kokorin, you're really going to eat that? Shouldn't you leave something like that for your future descendants? She pleads, watching him eye it like a snack. The item in question is Goryo Mountain Ginseng, a legendary root that spent 10,000 years soaking up the planet's raw energy. Naturally, he's about to just eat the whole thing. Apparently, how much power you actually absorb from it depends entirely on the recipe used to prepare it. So he needs the single best expert alive on brewing the stuff. Dishik, you can do this. The group cheers on their designated ginseng master. Meet Dishik, once known as Elder Drayan, practically weeping over the elixir he raised with his own hands about to be eaten. The brew comes together in a blaze of golden light. It bubbles and glows like liquid sunshine. Korenlock doesn't hesitate for a second, down it goes. It's done, someone gasps as the effect takes hold. A system message confirms it. He's perfectly absorbed the ginseng, his mana just exploded outward and his rank jumps clean from highest all the way to special low. And that's before stacking in his commandments and his weapon Ergitlam, whose I will save the world oath alone doubles every stat in a world-saving fight. Pair that with the Klaus Solas and Ergitlam set bonus for another 200% mana boost, and you're looking at a full fourfold amplification. That works out to roughly 200,000 mana, more than enough, he figures, to handle the sun a lot more smoothly this time. He knows the day he'll actually need all of it is coming soon. Because in the original story and even in the first run where he thought he'd controlled every single variable, Miriam still ended up causing a massacre. The memory still visibly shakes him. Like it was some fate that simply had to happen no matter what he did. And the only person who'd actually welcome that damn fate is someone wreathed in dark, pulsing purple energy. Tades Balthazar. He'd love nothing more than the church, the Protestants, humans, and demihumans all tearing each other apart until everyone's spent. Anyone who could stand in the way of his so-called arrival of paradise, he wants destroyed. Korenlock's own oaths stand against exactly that. He won't turn a blind eye to good people suffering and he will save the world. But those oaths cut both ways, break one and it's a guaranteed death sentence. Still, what he has to do is clear enough to him. His own heart sits bound in chains, the picture of a man locked into this fight whether he likes it or not. In order to survive, he has to stop the villain trying to burn the world down and keep innocent demihumans from being dragged into misery along with it. With preparations complete, someone in power offers him a single amnesty, one pardon big enough to forgive any sin at once. Thank you, he says, pocketing that amnesty for whatever he's about to do. The old wound of that snowy massacre flickers back into his mind, unbidden. And I couldn't stop her, he admits again, still carrying that failure. Never again, he tells himself, heading straight for the professor's office. I won't repeat the same mistake. Inside, the professor drops some news on him. Miriam has officially applied for a personal mentor. It's a system where, in exchange for a hefty donation, a student can request after-school tutoring from literally any professor or student they want. So you're telling me, he says slowly, Princess Miriam wants to meet with me after school every single day. Well, yes, the professor confirms, not exactly making it sound casual. He can't help but wonder what she's up to this time. Because she pulled something just like this before, too. He remembers her doing exactly this in that other life, keeping him close under one excuse or another. And then again after that. So is this Miriam's way of keeping him close enough to watch his every move? The professor offers him an out. If you don't want to, shall we reject it? He doesn't even hesitate, no. His resolve is already made up. This time he's not running from her, he's watching her back himself. I'll be her mentor, he decides, sealing the deal and maybe this time her fate along with it. Turns out Merkaba Academy runs an old-school mentoring program. Pair a senior with a junior, and if the kid actually improves, the senior gets bonus points too. It is basically a one-on-one apprenticeship, extra credit for both sides. Mess it up though, and you lose points instead, which is exactly why nobody signs up unless they are desperate or an overachieving meathead. Case in point, buff blonde cadet Jaeger flexes his way into cornering two terrified underclassmen, demanding to know if they want to be his mentee. One kid looks like he would rather die. So every new semester, seniors go hunting for juniors to mold in their own image. Problem is, juniors are already drowning in coursework, and there is zero real payoff for signing on as somebody's project. Which is why it is basically unheard of for a junior to go begging a senior to mentor them. But every once in a blue moon it happens. And of course, the guy on the receiving end does not think it is any big deal. Corin Law just shrugs through a stack of mentee applications like it is Tuesday. Wanting to chase after a senior's footsteps to get stronger, that is a fine reason. But even for Corin, this particular request stands out. He turns over a sealed envelope in his hand. HM, and the sender is the Catholic Church's saintess and the kingdom's second princess, currently lounging on a throne sipping tea like she owns the place, which, to be fair, she kind of does. Corin walks the long red carpet toward her, unreadable as ever. Her name, Miriam Hadash El Raz. Welcome, she says with a warm smile. Then, immediately, I'm sorry, not exactly a reassuring combo. My mentor, Sir Corin, she says, dipping into something like a bow. Corin's hand settles on the table, playing along with the formality for now. Once they are alone, Miriam admits she did not expect him to accept so fast and definitely did not expect to get turned down again just as quickly. Corin is not budging, his schedule is packed running the Corin Guardians. Between fall festival prep and the upcoming Guardian rank evaluation, he genuinely does not have time to babysit a princess. He laughs it off and dusts his hands, case closed, or so he thinks. As he walks off, Miriam just watches his back. Corin Law, she murmurs, and it does not sound friendly. Her expression twists, something raw and furious flashing behind her eyes. Cut to a memory, a blinding light, and a younger Miriam walking straight into it. You're my destiny, she says. A monstrous clawed hand grips an arm. I don't know the exact method, she narrates, but the stone of fate showed me a glimpse of the future. In that vision, Corin Law was there wounded, screaming, half buried in snow. Holding me and crying, she remembers. Whatever she saw, it clearly rewired something in her. Because in that future, her long-cherished wish finally came true. The vision cuts to outright carnage, a battlefield reduced to rubble and fire, someone bleeding out in the wreckage. Her real wish laid bare, wipe out every single demihuman in the Union known as Mound. Total, complete revenge. Only problem right now, she does not even know where Mound is hiding. The only thing I can rely on, she starts, is this guy. Cut to Corin, smug as ever, straightening his jacket like he does not know he is about to get dragged into a genocide plot. Miriam blinks, startled by something small and white perched near her. Then I'll be going, Corin says, walking off without a second thought. Miriam settles onto her throne, crown of thorns catching the light, and smiles. I'll make him come looking for me on his own, she decides, because I'm going to fill him up first. Cut to Corin's face doing a full double take, like he just felt a chill down his spine and has no idea why. New scene, Corin strolls up to a 5-story building, sizing it up. This is Corin Guardians, he notes to himself, his own night order, freshly minted. Ever the businessman, he starts thinking of it less like a charity project and more like a startup he happens to run. 5 stories is not bad for an HQ, but running a Guardian group takes money. Should he throw in some of his own gold to keep it afloat? A little white snake-like creature pokes its head over his shoulder, unimpressed by his business plan. Cut to Diaku, Corin's tiny red demon familiar, bossing around a fluffy white pet like he owns the place. Good morning, this is your house, so quit lazing around and clean up a bit. Corin, confused, pushes something away. Wait, a dog familiar? Since when does this place have a doghouse? Wait, could this be? He starts as the little white dragon in question tears up on the spot. Yeah, it is definitely not a dog. Up in the air, the whole city tilts sideways beneath him. Korin is out on an aerial tour, and it is not a quick one. When am I ever going to finish touring this place? He grumbles mid-flight, dragging his feet through the sky. Korin tilde, someone calls out from below. It is the blue-haired mage Mariette pitching an idea. What if they build another airfield so her wyvern buddy can fly in formation with the others? Korin, deadpan, Senior, I already said it was fine, didn't I? He mulls it over. Looks like gold will not be necessary after all. Do they actually want to expand the Guardians? Maybe he should throw in some troops instead, he thinks, as his tiny dragon companion looks vaguely alarmed at the growing budget. Oh, Alicia, what are you doing? Korin blurts, catching sight of something unexpected. Alicia's mid-workout, ripping through sword swings with way more intensity than usual. Turns out someone told her to start training little by little, and she is taking it very seriously. Watching her go, Korin figures the Guardians clearly are not hurting for manpower either. Still, he tells himself it is nothing more than a business arrangement. There are more important things than work after all. Cut to Korin getting dressed at home, a framed portrait watching over him like a nosy relative. He pauses mid-button, lost in thought for a second before shaking it off. At my age, he muses, I need something by my side every night that I just can't forget. Cue the bunny slippers. A brown-haired girl peeks in, blushing. Oh, hi there, are you sleeping here again today? She pads across the floor in pajama pants and yes, matching bunny slippers. Still having nightmares, he asks gently. Yeah, she admits, hold my hand. A tiny creature nearby does a double take. It's warm, I like it, Korin, she murmurs, already drifting off. Then let's go to bed, he says. Cut hard to Miriam, gritting her teeth in pain somewhere else entirely. She is doubled over, gasping, clearly not okay. A quiet transition somewhere, the sky shifts. Back at the cathedral, Miriam steadies herself. All right, Sir Korin. Honestly, she admits, arms crossed, I don't know what you actually need from me. So I'll ask you directly, Korin says, what do you want? They walk together through the park as he presses further. What does she actually need from him to make this mentorship real? He is willing to do whatever it takes. Really, she asks, catching him off guard with how seriously she takes it. Anything she presses, yeah, he confirms. Tears well up as she finally says it out loud. I don't care what it is as long as I get my revenge. Elsewhere, a couple of cadets, tattoo boy Jaeger among them, flinch like they just heard something they were not supposed to. Miriam's grip tightens on her staff. What? That's all, she blurts, stunned, blushing hard. Whatever Korin just asked for, it clearly was not what she braced herself for. Yes, Korin confirms, dead serious. He straightens his gear, but it won't be easy mentoring. If you don't like it, forget it, he offers. No, I can do it, she fires back instantly. Cut to the training grounds. Miriam is already gasping for air, huffing hard. Ugh, this is exhausting, she groans, bent double. Korin, now sporting a full drill instructor cap and shades, is unbothered. Of course, it's exhausting. Upside down and miserable, she gets his actual lesson. Saving someone is a lot harder than hurting someone. And your only acceptable answer to me, he barks, shall be with grit, trainee. She grips her weapon deadpan. With grit, sir, are you insane? That's enough for today's lesson, he announces near the academy banner. This time, it's time you kept your promise. She is still catching her breath. Are you serious about that? She asks warily, still huffing. Please, he says, show me you smiling. Sincerely. Apparently that's the deal, every mentoring session ends with a real smile. That'll be enough, he adds, then side-eyes her. You're not thinking of backing out now, are you? Ugh. If you're telling me to smile out of nowhere, she starts, giving it her best shot. Is it like this? The result is somewhere between unsettling and terrifying, is Korin's whole response. There's zero sincerity in that, he critiques. Your mouth's crooked, narrow your eyes more. The two of them start mirroring faces at each other like a very cursed acting class. Arg, she finally snaps in frustration, which sends Korin into full belly laughs. He is cracking up for real, eyes shut, grinning ear to ear. Guess that's what an actual sincere smile looks like. That's fine, let's really stop here for today, he says, jogging off. Then I'll see you in the park tomorrow, he calls back. Miriam, left standing there, mutters to herself, seriously, what on earth is he plotting? She stands there a moment, cane in hand, turning it over in her head. Her heels click against the floor as she walks off, still puzzling it out. Someone nearby jokes that he is messing around with a patient, because honestly this whole training arrangement looks way sketchier from the outside. It feels like you're forcing a smile, Corin critiques. Do it more naturally. Miriam grits out another attempt that's somehow even creepier than the last. I said put sincerity into it, didn't I? Time skip, then the next day the story notes. And the day after that. The smile training saga, it turns out, is a whole ongoing series. Concealment and cover are the basics of tactics, understood, he adds, somehow folding actual combat lessons into the smile bootcamp. And why's one corner of your mouth slacking, facial asymmetry or something? Put some strength into the other side too, he coaches, dead serious about this nonsense. Okay, that's it for today, he says, as her grin finally starts looking almost human. Didn't think it'd actually work in one try anyway, he admits to himself. Miriam, meanwhile, is questioning her whole life. Ugh, why am I doing this kind of thing? Then I'll see you tomorrow, he says, as the two of them head back through the forest together. Later, Corin's got a very satisfied look on his face. Has gone exactly as planned, he mutters to himself. Boss Tilda, someone calls out. Back at the Corin Guardian's office, he calls out for two familiar faces. Ron. Sorry, something came up this afternoon, so you two are covering everything tomorrow, he tells them. No, boss, we're happy to handle it, they insist. Yeah, hey, we got super close with Edna too. A red-haired girl with cat ears looks up at him. So you are Corin, first time meeting you in person. An older woman in glasses and a vest introduces herself properly. My name is Edna Elusen. Except Edna's got a secret. She is a dark leopard werehuman planted inside the royal palace, secretly monitoring Miriam's every move for the Demihuman Union mound. Elsewhere, a group gives a hopeful thumbs up. Meanwhile, across the kingdom, Edna sits across from a table of stern royal officials, pitching something carefully. She is publicly proposing new legal protections for werehumans, all while barely hiding that she is a werehuman herself. Stateless demihumans, after all, get zero protection from discrimination and violence. A haunting image follows, a chained figure and a small cat-eared child clinging to someone for safety. An aerial shot shows dozens of demihumans gathered together in hiding, exposed and vulnerable. Edna, please take this, someone says, handing over a sealed document. She stares down at it. This is. These are signatures, she is told, from people who actually cared enough to act for demihumans. One woman chimes in eagerly, I'll sign too if it's for Mariette. Another adds reluctantly, I don't like them, but there can be good demihumans too. A third cheers her on, will give a vote too, hang in there. Two of the guys practically celebrate over the growing stack of support. Meanwhile, Mariette reports in, we also strengthened Mound's barrier even further. Unless you know the exact coordinates, it'll be impossible to spot with the naked eye, so don't worry, she reassures, the barrier shimmering to life. Someone offers a quiet thank you, clearly moved. Everyone, truly, Edna adds, wrapped in a hug with Ren and Ron. Everything for now is proceeding smoothly. But then a grim flashback, a snow-covered battlefield littered with bodies. This is what Miriam used to carry out her massacre, the actual kingdom's army. She had framed demihumans as traitors and had them executed. It only worked because she never once thought about what came after. But if every demihuman becomes a legal citizen, the crown cannot exactly mobilize its own army against its own people anymore. The next day begins. So the plan is simple in theory. Keep Miriam distracted and keep her from finding Mound's location until the bill actually passes. Back with Corin walking the halls deep in thought. He just keeps walking, turning something over and over without stopping. His expression shifts, something's clearly bothering him. He keeps moving, footsteps echoing. He heads toward their usual meeting spot in the park, past an empty bench. Miriam, he calls out, no answer. The sky shifts overhead, quiet and still. Cut to the Zerum Grand Cathedral, seat of the Catholic Church, bathed in sunset light. And so, the story notes in this round, Miriam sits at a desk with someone else in the room, her back turned. Something's clearly shifted. Her finger traces a line across a map, circling a location in red. Those filthy beasts, she seethes, staring down at a cluster of small figures marking a hidden village. Finally, she breathes, a slow, unsettling smile spreading. It's as if they're mocking me, she mutters, eyeing the dark tree line beyond. I found you. Her grin stretches wide, eyes gleaming, fingers steepled like she's already savoring it. At a glittering party, someone corners the pink-haired saintess and asks how the prisoner escort is coming along, and for a second she looks like she's been caught red-handed. She recovers fast, all smiles as she struts off arm in arm with her date. Everything's on track, she says. The chapel knights are hauling in a whole batch of top-tier heretics. Somewhere in the crowd, a zealot practically licks his lips talking about judging the impure right here in the Xi'an Holy Land. And there's Exhibit A, man frozen solid inside a glowing crystal, one of the prisoners bound for trial. With this many captives, the convoy has to go overland, which means the trip is going to take a while. The saintess's eyes narrow, something's just caught her attention. She slips away from the party entirely, trading her gown for a red hooded cloak and vanishing alone into the woods. Waiting for her out there is a sharp-eyed woman with crimson hair and a temper to match. What do you want, Mir? The woman asks, already sure this isn't a social call. I know you didn't just come to ask how I'm doing, she needles. There's a price on what she's selling. So how much, she presses, are you willing to pay for that information? The saintess just watches her silent. Then she drops it flat. She already knows about the demi-human alliance and she knows Mound exists. The air between them goes tight as a wire. And I also know, the saintess adds, that the Xi'an order has been hiding exactly where it is. So here's the real question, what's it going to take to get the rest out of her? The informant just stares back, giving nothing away. I don't know what you're talking about, she lies through her teeth, and the saintess just smiles because they both know that's not true. You, the woman snarls, gripping a folded note like she wants to crush it. You'll regret this, she spits, I'll make sure of it. The saintess doesn't even flinch, she just turns and walks off, leaving the threat hanging in the air. Almost as an afterthought, she mentions the escort route happens to pass right by Lady Maria's grave. If it's all right, she says sweetly, I'll stop and say a prayer there. I don't need your God, the informant snaps back. Once she's alone, though, she can't help muttering to herself, calling the saintess a hypocrite under her breath. Cut to a war table. The thing everyone's been hunting for was hidden inside the Xi'an Order's own holy land the entire time. If you were going to hide, a voice sneers into the dark, you should have picked somewhere better. A monstrous, red-skinned woman bares her fangs, clearly thrilled to have flushed out her prey. Disgusting bastards, someone snarls right back. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman with a spiked crown thanks a man called Sir Gress for cutting her in on his plan. By betraying her own side, the Protestants, she's just handed them Mound's exact location. A man in a suit cackles that the traitor who sold out the Protestants was someone called Estelle. What a hypocrite, he laughs. Someone else, cloaked in purple, mutters that they still don't know how she even found out. A cross pendant glows ominously in the dark, a quiet reminder that not everyone wearing one is what they seem. Flashback, a magical explosion tears through a hall, flinging a body through the blast. She arrested the Pope, someone recalls, and countless priests along with him. The crowned redhead grins, admitting she only survived because she happened to be away from the order at the time. So about that, she continues, if you were to burn down all of the Protestants' holy lands this time. Not Protestants, a man corrects her with a manic grin, Xi'an. Protestants, Catholic Church, whatever, he laughs. Does it really matter which flag we burn? We're on the same side, she reminds him, with a dry little laugh of her own. She leans in close, all silk and suggestion, clearly working an angle that goes well beyond politics. I was thinking I'd make you Pope, she purrs, if you'd helped me clean up the Xi'an Church. Too bad, I guess. Pardon, someone chokes out as golden magic ignites all around him. The light swells, brighter and hungrier by the second. Then it detonates a golden shockwave that levels whatever was standing in its way. A blonde swordsman strides out of the blast, radiant and completely unbothered. His blade cuts one more clean line through the wreckage, just for good measure. Thank you, he says with a bow, for granting me this glorious chance to judge the blasphemous heretics. He sheathes his sword with a flourish, clearly enjoying every second of this. Meet Rojo, the holy knight of Zerum, and he's got someone to report to. Saintess, he calls out, bowing toward the one person here who actually outranks him. In the shadows, a hooded woman grins finally, her chance for revenge on Estelle and the Mage Tower. Beside her, an old master mage wreathed in flame settles in, ready for whatever comes next. And a gilded warrior steps up too, utterly unshaken. My loyalty, she states plainly, is always with the royal family. The crowned redhead watches them all assemble, cold and calculating. She descends the grand staircase like she owns the place because, as it turns out, she basically does. Today, she announces, I hereby give this order as the Saintess of Zerum and as Princess of this kingdom. Under Xion's spineless protection, these beasts have been parasitizing this kingdom and plotting rebellion for far too long. Every last one of them, she declares, will be exterminated. Out in the dark, a blade flashes without a sound. The red-cloaked informant goes down hard, cut off before she can sell anyone else's secrets. Just like that, one very loose end has been tied up for good. Deep underground, a young demi-human is trying his best to keep everyone from losing it. Calm down, everyone. The whole hidden community is packed into this cave, and the fear is spreading fast. The chairman will be here soon, he promises, trying to hold the room together. Shut up, someone else snaps back past the point of patience. Word is spreading that the snake herself is marching the royal army straight here. Their hideout's been blown wide open. Wait, one of them says slowly, putting it together, if the snake found them this fast right after certain people showed up. Don't tell me, he growls, rounding on them, you two aren't traitors, are you? The accusation lands like a spark on dry tinder. If you are, he warns, fists clenched, you're not walking away from this unscathed. Stop, booms a voice that cuts through the whole cave at once. An old wolf-eared elder steps down through the crowd, every eye following him. Fighting among family, he says, is forbidden. The whole room falls silent behind him. I believe I've told you that already, he adds. Now then, shall we hear an explanation? Law, someone gasps because striding out of the shadows, spear in hand, is a face nobody here expected to see. It's Corinlock, and he isn't here to dodge the question. It's because of me, he admits flatly. Every eye in the cave locks onto him. To get straight to the point, I spent a long stretch of time with Estelle at the Mage Tower. And she confirmed it. There are people inside the Protestants who answer to someone called Balthazar. But things didn't go the way they should have. A reform broke out in the middle of it all, and in the chaos, a rat slipped away. Ugh, this butterfly effect is going to be the death of me, he mutters. But it isn't over yet, he says, meeting the elder's eyes. Just give me a little more time. In 3 days, he explains, there's a legislative trial. He's been quietly drafting a civil bill, one that would finally recognize demihumans as citizens. More than half of the kingdom's forces answer directly to the crown. If that bill buys us just enough time, he says, we actually have a shot. Behind the scenes, his allies are already working every angle to drum up support. At the very least, Corinlock says, the king's own army legally can't turn its weapons on its own citizens. Everyone is doing absolutely everything they can, he insists. One of his contacts is already pushing hard, convinced there's still a way to end this civil war. Without anyone bleeding, Corinlock finishes, please don't let all of that effort go to waste. One demihuman just looks lost, damn it, I can't even tell what's happening anymore. Panic ripples through the crowd, we have to run. The elder says nothing, just watching, weighing it all in silence. It's my mistake, Corinlock says quietly, and it catches even him off guard to hear it out loud. The elder grabs him by the collar. I made this same mistake once before too. The mistake, he snarls, of trusting humans. His grip tightens, fury barely held in check. If we just sit here like this, he growls, we won't even last one day. Every demihuman in Mound gets slaughtered. From the start, the elder says, this was always a fight that wouldn't end until one side fell. I see, Corinlock answers, so that's your answer then. He plants his spear and stands his ground, ready to fight beside them to the end. Chairman, someone cries out. In the distance, an army is already closing in on the valley. Everyone, the elder bellows, rallying every last one of them. He's already bleeding, bruised, but he keeps roaring anyway. Even the children and the women are coming to the battlefield, he commands. Those with claws, kill with your claws. Those with fangs, kill with your fangs. Stop hiding and get out here. We'll have nothing left to protect otherwise, one of them says, just fight. They already see us as monsters, so let's show them exactly what that means. One after another, they shed their disguises and let their true monstrous forms tear loose. What monsters we really are, one mutters. If we can't kill the snake, we're all dead anyway. Fangs bared, one of them snarls a single word, survive. No more hiding, someone roars, let's kill the enemy. A monstrous red-eyed face howls into the night. Claws rip through the dark as the fighting explodes. Someone chokes out a startled sound, caught completely off guard. Over there, someone shouts, spotting new arrivals closing in fast. Protestants' chapel knights, someone says in disbelief. Row after row of white-robed knights march in, weapons raised. Are you here to fight alongside us, the elder demands, or against us? The knights fan out, blocking the only way forward. Polearms clash as the elder tests their resolve head-on. The result catches him completely off guard. No, one knight answers flatly, we're here to stop you. More boots close in around him, cutting off every direction. If you want to reach Mir, the knight says, you'll have to go through me first. But Saintess Estelle is human too, the elder says warily, refusing to lower his guard. Saintess, we have nothing but gratitude for the shelter you've given us, someone offers. And yet, the elder presses, it seems you couldn't defy your own blood after all. Are you really siding with the snake, he demands, the one threatening every life here? Estelle says nothing at first. Then she smiles, warm and almost playful, completely at odds with the tension in the air. I'm only here to hold you all in place, she says lightly, just for 3 days. This is not the time for jokes, Saintess, the elder snaps, grabbing her. And if we all just sit here for 3 days, he demands, who exactly fights the army that's already outside right now? No, someone growls through gritted teeth, far from the cave. A face goes rigid with shock at the news. Because right now, a torchlit army is already cutting straight through the forest toward Mound. The night swallows the trees whole as they march on, unstoppable. Row after row of knights escort a carried litter through the dark. Inside it rides the crowned redhead herself, torches blazing on every side. Everything, she murmurs, eyes ice cold, is not going the way any of you think it is. Back at the cave, someone mutters grimly, you just have to settle it with force. What else can we possibly do? Back at Mound, Corinlock plants his spear in the snow and squares his shoulders because when it finally comes down to humans against humans, he already knows exactly which side he's standing on. Night falls over the ridge as an entire army pours down the mountainside, torches blazing like a wall of fire in the dark. Rank after rank of soldiers march in dead silence through the moonlit forest, an endless tide heading straight for them. At the head of it all rides their commander, carried above the horde on an ornate throne borne by ranks of white-masked knights. She studies the battlefield in total silence, calculating. Not a flicker of doubt crosses her face. Something heavy and clawed steps forward through the snow, ready to be unleashed. I didn't expect you to stand against me, she calls out, amused that anyone would even try. Corinlock plants his feet and doesn't budge, back turned to the endless army bearing down on him. For a long moment, there's nothing but falling snow and silence between them. I know you're strong, but, she purrs, clearly unbothered. Do you really think just a handful of people can face my army? She sneers. Behind her, spear after glowing spear, rises an army built to bury them. Every soldier in that wall of steel is ready to move on her word. I'll trample you and move on, she declares, raising a hand to give the order. On their side, someone braces, fist tightening, ready to answer. Their own archers snap into position along the wall, bows drawn and waiting. The sky goes black with incoming arrows and spears, a storm aimed straight at him. He doesn't flinch as the barrage screams down. A massive golden barrier blooms out of nowhere, and the entire volley shatters against it like it's nothing. Arrow after arrow bursts apart on the honeycomb shield without leaving a single scratch. The barrier doesn't so much as waver. The commander's eyes narrow, her smugness cracking for the first time. A barrier, she mutters, genuinely thrown. Somewhere behind the lines, a saintess raises her hands, praying to the old earth god Dagda for strength. Her prayer ignites into a surge of raw golden power. Earth, she whispers, pouring everything she has into the invocation. Grant us the strength to face the enemy's iron chariots with honor, she pleads. The spell answers her, exploding outward in a blinding wave of light. From above, the barrier reveals its true scale, a star-shaped sigil vast enough to blanket the entire valley. A barrier that's this wide, someone gasps, unable to believe what they're seeing. That's ridiculous, the commander scoffs, refusing to be impressed. Korinlok finally exhales, relieved the shield held. This buried stronghold, hidden even from Zion's holy land, is known by an old name, Dana. A procession of knights and robed figures descends into its ancient stone gate. It's an underground city built ages ago by the Danan, the old god Dagda's own people. Legends still speak of Dagda's true form, towering and unknowable. The relic at the heart of it all, called Undry, holds no power of its own. It only amplifies whatever spell or oath is channeled through it, commandments, curses, all of it. In the wrong hands, that means an endless stream of beasts dragged straight out of hell. But others use it very differently. Estelle chose to use it to protect people instead. Korinlok listens, fascinated. The war between the Danan and the giants was apparently big enough to end the world. His eyes go wide, taking in just how massive that history really was. Word has it the two sides bound each other with an absolute oath, a G's, to stop that war from ever happening again. Someone steps forward, ready to explain exactly how that old magic works. However, young man, the elder begins, fixing Korinlok with a pointed look. Golden light gathers around them as the lesson continues. The old contract magic flares to life, ancient and unmistakably real. State the contract conditions, someone demands. The barrier hums as the terms of the duel take shape. Is he a mage from the Mage Tower? He knows quite a bit, someone murmurs, eyeing Korinlok. This is Saintess Estelle's own G's, and the arena it carves out has a name, Dagda's Arena. It's not one-sided defense magic, someone clarifies. The rules glow into being, an absolute compliance contract, 5 champions from each side fighting fair, one duel at a time. Whoever loses and can't continue withdraws on the spot, and the winner faces the next challenger. It's an old kind of magic. Whoever wins takes everything. The runes of the contract settle into place. The golden seal locks in, binding both sides to it. So what will you do? Someone asks Korinlok point blank. I doubt you'll just give up on the mound and go back, comes the challenge. Korinlok just smirks, and it's the kind of smirk that should worry everyone in the room. The reaction across the enemy line is immediate, a flicker of alarm nobody expected. Whatever, in the end I'll be the one laughing last, the commander scoffs, descending unbothered. Not bad, Sir Korin, comes the approval from their side. I'll accept your proposal, the armored elder rumbles, sealing the deal. The enemy's 5 champions gather, a motley, dangerous-looking crew. This G's is grand magic, nearly impossible to break once it's set. 5 portraits burn themselves into the contract, marking the enemy's chosen fighters. On the other side, Korinlok's own 5 step up to answer them. But once the rules are locked in, they apply to everyone equally, no exceptions. Their own names sear into the seal as well. Which means this fight won't necessarily go their way. Why did we lose? Someone shouts, blindsided. Korinlok and an ally stare in disbelief. The fight had barely even started. Something or someone is quietly helping it along. Estelle is holding back the demi-human forces right now, comes the grim explanation. And just maintaining the G's is already more than enough to strain her. Estelle's face says it all, she's running on fumes, just keeping the barrier alive. Under the G's, any fighter who can't continue has to withdraw immediately, no arguments. Back on her throne, the commander watches it all unfold with a satisfied little laugh. To begin with, you can't even activate a G's without accepting a real disadvantage, the hooded elder notes. So 4 left, someone counts grimly. Alright, then let's start the second duel, Korinlok says, jaw set. The contract shifts, locking in the next pair of names. 2 fresh portraits burn into the seal. Representing Korinlok's own guardians, Ron steps up. He rolls his shoulders and cracks his knuckles, ready to go. Watching from the enemy side, a hooded figure marvels, grand magic he's only ever read about in old records. And now I'd also like to get a look at the Gold Wolf clan too, he murmurs, eyeing Ron. I'm excited, he grins, and it is not a comforting kind of excited. It's been far too long since I last saw a living specimen, he says, flexing clawed fingers. Are you from the Mage Tower? Ron demands, alarm bells going off. His teeth clench. Whatever this guy is, it's nothing good. Yes, the elder confirms simply, and the ground erupts. And I create more perfect life forms, he crows as a crackling chimera lunges. Blue lightning tears across the arena as the duel explodes into motion. Fire answers lightning as the hooded mage unleashes his own brutal magic. The blaze keeps building, swallowing the arena floor. This is Elder Calatin of the self-styled school of beast leader, and he's just getting started. Ron is caught square in the blast and sent flying. The chimera presses in, wreathed in fire, going straight for the kill. It roars, sensing blood, and doesn't let up. Even hurt, Ron moves at an insane speed nobody in the stands can quite track. Two academy girls watching from the sidelines can only gawk, stunned. Ron pushes through the pain. Stopping for even a second is the same as handing the enemy a free shot, his mentor always told him. He twists out of the blast at the last possible second and fires back. Corinlock, watching from the crowd, recognizes his own old training advice and can't help but be a little proud. But then something's wrong. Ron lands a clean hit, driving the chimera back. He freezes mid-strike, eyes going wide at something he's just seen. The beast reels from the blow, staggered but far from finished. The fight blurs into pure motion, faster than the eye can follow. Sloppy, you should have finished the chimera when you had the chance, Corinlock mutters from the sidelines. That thing's big and strong, but it's slow. He had the opening. You could have taken it down, Corinlock presses, watching the hesitation cost him. Ron's attack detonates against the beast in a flash of gold. But the chimera counters hard, catching him completely off guard. Claws and spikes come down on him before he can recover. Calatin watches it all with a cold, satisfied grin. The chimera's true monstrous shape surges with dark purple energy. A devastating beam tears clean through the arena. The blast levels everything in its path, debris flying everywhere. Ron screams in pain, badly hurt and barely holding on. The fire keeps rolling, and there's nowhere left for him to run. A wave of flame crashes down over him completely. Look closely at this thing, Calatin taunts, wanting Ron to really see what he's fighting. Ron grits his teeth through the pain, refusing to go down. Then it hits him. This monster is stitched together from his own kind. Buried under all those mismatched parts, he can still recognize pieces of his own clan. Hoo, the Gold Wolf clan's fur is excellent material, Calatin gloats, boosts every kind of defense and resistance. And of course it looks good too, but in the end it's just a beast, he adds, dismissive of what he's done. Low intelligence is unavoidable, he sneers as Ron gets knocked flat again. Are you feeling pity for a puppet like this? Calatin needles, reading Ron's hesitation perfectly. The chimera bears down on him again, and Ron can barely get his guard up. He takes a brutal hit dead on. That's no surprise, Calatin says, utterly unbothered. The Gold Wolf clan shares an incredibly strong bond, real affection for their own kind, he explains. Which means you literally cannot bring yourself to strike your own people. The beast lunges in for what looks like the finishing blow. My research on you is already finished, Calatin says. He planned this from the start. But my creation doesn't share that weakness, he adds, as Ron goes down hard. It perfectly compensates for the one flaw the Gold Wolves have. Calatin finishes. Ron never stood a chance. The finishing blow lands with brutal finality. Smoke and dust settle slowly over the wreckage. Jeans, Ron mutters bitterly through split lips, beaten and bloodied. Was that why he didn't attack? Someone asks. I don't know. I don't think so, comes the uneasy reply. A colossal lion-headed chimera looms over the arena as the next challenger steps forward. Ron lies where he fell, the fight already moving on without him. Another monstrous chimera rises, crackling with dark purple energy. A hulking beast with glowing eyes emerges from the shadows, ready for round 3. The next duel erupts in a streak of light and violence. A brilliant golden beam tears straight through the arena. Dark magic answers back in a burst of purple. Hoo, Calatin chuckles, still supremely confident. Who knows, he shrugs, coy about whatever he's planning next. Someone's eyes go wide, caught completely off guard by what they just saw. A fist clenches, glowing with resolve. Pity or a sense of humanity, Calatin needles, testing the new fighter. A lone figure strides forward through the smoke and wreckage, unshaken. I don't have anything like that, she answers flatly. It's H. Warren, eyes burning red, chains rattling, absolutely ready to fight without an ounce of mercy. Somewhere above the fight, a voice cuts through the wind. Sympathy, humanity, two things she just does not have. A shadow stalks forward through the wreckage, claws raked deep into the stone. I lack those things, she snarls, drenched in rain and blood, done pretending otherwise. Chained at the wrists and bleeding from her knuckles, she is still standing, the cross around her neck rattling with every step. Somewhere close by, someone is already begging her to stop. Don't come any closer. But the fight is already tearing the sky apart, a hooded spearman and something monstrous colliding in the storm. Whatever this Calatin was, he is not winning this one. He goes down roaring. The scoreboard does not lie, Calatin loses. She turns, almost puzzled by how easy that was. Up in the stands, her cheer squad completely loses it. Hit, that isn't it. Oh right, she mutters, like she had already forgotten she won. On the sidelines, Corin cannot resist rubbing it in. How about you give up and go home? That gets the enemy princess's attention. Red hair, sharp eyes, zero patience, so she is your secret card. H. Warren rolls her shoulders, grumbling that holding back this much power really is not easy. Her opponent is not impressed, looking away mid-fight. Do you have a death wish? Wrong assumption, she was never distracted. For a second his true form flickers through, white hair and burning eyes. This is Rojo and he is not playing around. You're fast, he admits grudgingly. Message received, the fight has already begun whether he likes it or not. Demihuman, he spits like it is an insult. No matter how powerful you are, he taunts, certain his defense cannot be broken. If you can't hit me, you'll end up riddled with holes. He lunges, sure this ends it. From the sidelines, someone watching the match nods, not bad. Corin watches with a sharper eye than most, already reading exactly how this ends. His read, you cannot even touch Rojo unless you tap into your domain. On another stage entirely, a different fighter panics mid-swing, impossible. It is a brutal matchup either way, Corin adds, no amount of skill changes the math. Because his opponent is not just tough, she is indestructible. And right on cue, H. Warren strides forward to prove it. I will not bow down, Rojo howls, refusing to fold even as the hits land. I cannot give up here. H. Warren answers with a battle cry of her own and closes the distance. The clash lights up the whole arena, her eyes blazing through the smoke. A final scream tears out of her as she throws everything she has into it. The exchange ends in a blur of shouts and impacts. Rojo goes down hard, bound and beat. I lost, he admits, I accept my defeat. His sword clatters uselessly to the ground beside him. The verdict comes down, H. Warren has won. Officially it is Rojo's defeat, one more name off the board. On the sidelines, Corin and his teammate cannot hide how pleased they are. The enemy princess is nowhere near as thrilled, that wench. Her maid wonders aloud if H. Warren has just been saving her strength for something bigger. No, nothing like that, the princess mutters, clearly still working it out. Someone in her retinue suggests she just forfeit outright and save herself the trouble. But an old armored knight steps in instead, fists raised, refusing to let her fight at all. No worries, princess, this old man has no regard for his life. If it's what accomplishes your wish, I'll gladly sacrifice myself, he says, pouring everything he has into one last strike. Corin sees exactly where this is going and yells across the field, that's not how this works. The old knight's suicidal charge slams home anyway. Someone is left gasping in the aftermath, barely holding it together. The princess clocks something off about the whole exchange. So your plan, she realizes, was to waste as much time as possible from the very start. She almost laughs at how obvious it is now. You got me, Corin admits with a shameless grin. Because the real goal was never just winning. It was buying enough time to get demihumans recognized as citizens by law. Lose the clock war, and a binding G's locks their ally Miriam out of the holy grounds forever. The contract is absolute, the losing side can never set foot there again, unless something unpredictable throws the whole thing into chaos instead. Which is exactly the loophole they have been playing, keep the fight going as long as possible. On the holy grounds themselves, the ritual that decides everything is already glowing to life. The safest bet is simple, pin Miriam here in this arena until the law actually gets signed. Because this fight only ends one specific way. When someone dies, forfeits out loud, or drops unconscious. So if talking is the loophole, the fix is brutal but simple: gag him before he can say the words. We need to make sure he can't talk. A bit more violent than planned, Corin grins, but hey, it works. Warren just tells the old knight to stay still, it is already over anyway. Then something changes, and everyone freezes. A silver spear, Warren blurts, staring at a weapon that just appeared in her grip. It wasn't me, Corin mutters, and he is not talking about winning. He grabs the shaft, and the look on his face says he recognizes this weapon far too well. Corin trails off, spotting a figure standing in the dark where no one should be. The old knight lies dead on the ground, run clean through, and neither Corin nor Warren did it. Could it be? Someone gasps, flames licking around them as the truth dawns. Arba, the name lands like a curse. A profile flashes up like something out of a game menu. Snake's shadow, Arba. Where another copycat could only mimic appearances, Arba goes further. She copies weapons and power outright. The catch is the weapon itself is only a visual copy when used against other high-tier threats. And it only works while she is actually facing her target head-on. Most one-of-a-kind weapons, including anything from Danan's treasury, cannot be properly replicated at all. Against most people, that makes her manageable. But the power she just stole belongs to someone who tears chimeras apart barehanded. That is an entirely different problem. Wearing the maid's body like a new outfit, she grins. It's a nice body. Aren't you curious? She purrs, daring them to find out. So who wins when two indestructible objects finally collide? She taunts. Corin's lightning meets her stolen power head-on, and the whole arena lights up. The shockwave alone is enough to crack the ground beneath them. It hurts, someone admits through gritted teeth, clearly not used to losing this fight. Warren staggers, clutching a wound that is bleeding worse than it should. Corin narrows his eyes. You aren't used to getting hurt, are you? Arba needles, reading him like a book. Your reactions are slow, she snaps, landing another brutal hit. Warren has had enough of watching from the sidelines. How about you forfeit before you die, demi-human? Arba sneers, sparks crackling around her stolen power. Elsewhere, a fighter with fire in his eyes vows to defeat his own opponent and topple someone called Mound. Corin's answer is one word, teeth bared, no. I'll win, the other fighter growls, throwing himself back into his own battle. Blood and lightning streaming down his face, Corin refuses to give an inch. Arba reels from a hit she clearly was not expecting. What, martial arts? You actually know how to fight instead of just being stupidly powerful. I've wondered that myself, Corin smirks, already moving again. You and me, Warren says, stepping in beside him. Who's more desperate here, she asks, and it is not really a question. Her true power starts bleeding through, the heavenly yaksha stirring just beneath the surface. If you won't forfeit, then die, Arba shrieks, throwing everything she has at Corin. Lightning and stolen power collide again, this time with both of them bearing down on her at once. Cracks spread through Arba's stolen form, it is starting to give. Her borrowed power flickers, unstable, refusing to hold together. No way, she gasps, hands pressed against the ground. How could a mere demi-human? She snarls, staggering back in disbelief. An opponent my copied power just does not work on, she realizes. I've met one before, Corin says quietly, dark energy curling off him. Compared to him, you're nothing. Ugh, wait is all Arba manages before Corin closes the distance for good. Warren throws a fist in the air, victorious and still chained at the wrists. The call comes in loud and clear, it's Warren. Officially, Warren wins. She flops flat on the cracked ground with a satisfied sigh. Both sides are left too wrecked to keep fighting. Thanks to her stalling out the clock, the time left before the law passes is now down to just one day. The princess and her people retreat to regroup. Warren, thanks for fighting so hard. Are you all right? Corin asks, crouching beside her. This is nothing, she waves him off, I just need to rest. With Miriam's champions all nullified, it is finally the princess's own turn to step into the ring. Alicia, are you ready? Someone asks her through the match interface. Of course, I'm all warmed up, Alicia shoots back, grinning. Then the display glitches and everyone goes quiet. Estelle, what's happening? Alicia demands, staring at the corrupted readout. Corin, something's weird, the G's changed. A voice neither of them recognizes cuts in, almost admiring. It was a beautiful fight. I was in awe. This voice is, someone gasps, red light slashing across the sky. Korin, H. Warren and the rest all snap around at once, on full alert. Somewhere in the dark tree line, something is already watching them. The caption does not waste time on subtlety. Balthazar's closest ally, Danon of Beauty. It's been a while, he says, an eclipse burning behind him. Another title card follows, even less subtle, the omnipotent Demon King. No need to waste any more time, he says, and somehow that sounds like a promise nobody wants kept. A beautiful fight, someone murmurs, watching a spear fighter drop through a crumbling tower, the kind of scene you can't look away from. A cloaked figure turns their back to us, wrapped head to toe in a blood-red aura. Yeah, that can't be good. This voice, a trio freezes mid-step, recognizing someone they really did not want to hear again. Two shapes collide out of nowhere, and everyone nearby just about jumps out of their skin. A cracked portrait swings from its chain, the hooded face inside barely visible. Somebody's about to have a very bad day. Enter the reveal card, Balthazar's closest ally, stepping out of the tree line. They call this one Danon of Beauty. Under a blood-red eclipse, Danon steps into the light, all muscle, gold hair and glowing crimson eyes. Subtle, he is not. Danon's grin stretches wide, eyes flaring red under all that hair. This is someone who enjoys his work. No need to waste any more time, Danon says. I'll handle you myself. What brings someone like you all the way here? Korin asks, spear steady, clearly not buying the theatrics. What do you get for killing some demihumans? Korin presses, closing the distance, weapon ready. We have a beautiful stage, Danon preens. It'd be a shame if a star like me wasn't featured. Danon cackles, chest puffed out with pride, bragging that an ally named Zerum working through someone called Princess Miriam has helped their plans greatly. It is my duty, Danon declares, to improve relations with such a great ally. Somehow that's supposed to be a compliment. Empty words, Korin mutters, power crackling gold across his clenched fist. This is what you want, right? Korin says, done talking, ready to make Danon regret coming here. Danon admits, almost thoughtfully, that there are questions even he hasn't been able to answer himself. How did you get information about the sun? Danon suddenly demands, eyeing Korin with real suspicion. Danon rants about an old grudge. Why did the divine King Nuada hand over the legendary Ergetlam, a weapon that was supposed to be his? A flashback flickers by a battered warrior, a fiery duel from long ago. Old wounds that clearly never really closed. Danon's golden eyes narrow, aura flaring, replaying whatever grudge just surfaced. But seeing you here, Danon says, studying Korin, I understand, cryptic much. Danon leans in, smirking, that face of yours, it'd be a waste to kill. Handsome enough to charm plenty of women. You've got talent as an actor. Korin doesn't dignify that with a response, he just lunges, aura flaring red. Well, Danon adds, reaching out, I don't think beauty is limited to what's on the outside. Sure, buddy. Danon rounds on some poor nearby soldier. Hey, you, hand over that sword. The soldier freezes, hand tight on the hilt, clearly not liking where this is going. Boo, but this sword is already broken, the soldier stammers, sweating bullets. As he said, Danon muses, raising a fist. Beauty isn't limited to appearances. Danon swings fast and merciless, proving a point nobody asked for. A heavy shadow falls over the scene, the calm right before Danon brings the pain. Now, Danon says flatly, and somehow that single word is the scariest thing said all chapter. The strike lands not on the soldier but on Korin, who takes it head-on with a pained shout. Korin's fingers close hard around the blade jammed near him, refusing to go down easy. Korin cries out, doubled over in pain, red aura roaring around him. Against the cosmic backdrop, three words hang in the air: a broken sword. Turns out it's not so broken after all. Danon lifts the ornate golden weapon triumphantly. This so-called broken sword clearly still has bite. Is sufficient, Danon finishes, in carving open the belly of an ordinary man. Charming. The story pauses to set the stage. There are people known as superhumans in raw talent, gifted with the power to put down monsters and evil spirits. Some of them, it reminds us, carry the fate of entire fights on their shoulders alone. Flashes of old battles flicker by moonlit fights, blue flame legends in the making. So who exactly are the so-called special ranks, the narration asks, the ones said to stand at the very top. Deep inside Korin, a system flickers to life system backup commencing. His first commandment lights up, duty never turn a blind eye to others' misfortunes. Two more follow, restraint and oath, I will save the world, each commandment boosting him further. The system all but crowns him outright hero Korin Lach, here to defeat evil and save the world. A rating flashes a ++ as backup stats climb 200%, just in time, with Danon bearing down on him. Danon comes down hard, aiming to end this in one strike. Turns out it tracks every one of Balthazar's underlings is a monster in their own right, this one carrying the title Calamity Serpent. Korin answers with a named technique of his own, the slithering serpent, spear cutting a vicious arc through the air. Every one of Balthazar's monsters, it turns out, is strong enough to be a final boss on its own, and Korin's trading blows with one right now. Their attacks collide in a blinding magical explosion that lights up the whole battlefield. In a one-on-one fight, the narration reminds us, keeping your distance is everything, and Korin uses every inch of it, dodging Danon's blade midair. Korin flips through the air, spear in hand, a dark silhouette against the red sky. So a spear is a serious advantage, the narration adds. Danon's eyes narrow, he's clearly noticed too. The clash speeds up, blades and spear tip flashing faster than the eye can follow. Danon swings again, and this one connects hard. Korin grunts through the pain as Danon, almost admiring, comments that it's a good spear, nice and light. A hand clamps down hard on the spear's shaft, the struggle for control turning personal. I want it, Danon says simply, of course he does. Both fighters charge again, the ground cracking beneath them. Danon staggers, the spear grazing dangerously close. The fight barrels on through the wreckage, neither side slowing down. Korin cries out as blood sprays. That last hit landed harder than he'd like to admit. Another exchange, too fast to fully track, leaves the air ringing with steel. The narration explains Korin's trick. He fights armed with all sorts of hidden pieces he's picked up mid-combat over the years. Danon braces defensively as a burst of energy rips through the space between them. Purple energy slices the air in a vicious arc. He is the weapon master, the narration reveals, who uses any weapon as if it was his own. Now that's a title worth earning. Danon smirks through wind-blown hair, clearly enjoying the challenge more than he'll admit. Korin's eyes go wide as he barely gets a block up in time. Energy crackles around a straining hand, the pressure of the clash written all over it. Danon grits his teeth, gripping tight, clearly feeling this fight more than he's letting on. Why didn't you just give Ergetlam to that Jiangxi? Danon asks, a pointed jab clearly aimed at Warren. A flash of memory, a dark-haired girl in blood-stained robes standing beside an ally in blue. Old company Korin's kept, apparently. Or what about that girl who walks the domain? Danon presses, then lays out the rule of this world: push any quality, aura or mana far enough past normal and you earn the title special rank. A bloodied fist tightens around the spear, refusing to let go. I hope, Danon says with a flourish, that the final stage will be as beautiful and elegant as it can. Drama queen, this one. Korin drops through the night sky, spear leading the charge. Danon charges up a blast of pink energy, clearly done playing around. You belong offstage, Danon sneers, looking down at Korin from above. The blast rips free with a scream, pink energy tearing through everything in its path. Someone screams Korin's full name in horror, and deep inside him, a hidden power answers: rune of regression, activate. The devastating blast slams into a glowing rune shield that flickers to life just in time. Rune magic, Danon blinks, genuinely thrown, blood trickling from a stray cut near his eye. A single drop of blood falls in the sudden quiet. Korin's back on his feet, leaping straight back into the fray, spear first. Fists and steel collide again, the red aura around them burning brighter than ever. Korin takes another hit across the back, blood spattering the ground. The two silhouettes trade blows in a blur, impossible to tell who's winning. Danon's lip is split and bleeding now clearly. This fight isn't as one-sided as he'd hoped. Pink energy swirls violently around Danon, temper flaring right along with it. From a distance, Korin hangs in midair, spear raised, squaring off against Danan below. I know you're confident fighting with any weapon, Danan says, almost like a warning. Korin just grins back, blood on his face and not a shred of doubt in his eyes. But you can't harm me with a spear, Danan finishes, fists clenching like he's about to prove it. A long pause, then a grudging admission, an excellent spear indeed. Danan snaps his fingers, and magic begins pooling around him. Dozens of golden swords materialize out of thin air, hovering, waiting. Danan stands at the center of it all, swords radiating outward like a crown of blades. In return for seeing an excellent weapon, Danan says, I should show my proper manners as the swords begin their descent. Unblockable by any armor, the narration warns, and it never misses. A glowing arm channels pure magic, the strongest weapon of the Danan, ready to be unleashed. Fragarach, Danan breathes, the weapon's name alone enough to chill the air. The name flashes in full. Fragarach, the answerer, as a massive blade of pure flame roars to life. I know you're just mad about your face being scratched. Korin fires back, unleashing his own named technique, the second demonic spear. 5 dragons fall from heaven. Let's decide this in one hit, spearman, Danan shouts, all in and grinning like a maniac. His grin stretches wider, eyes practically glowing with bloodlust. As I wished for, Korin answers, eyes burning red, not backing down an inch. Jaws clench on both sides as the two powers build toward collision. Impact blood sprays, and for a second neither side can tell who landed the hit. The clash speeds into a blur of slashing light and shadow. Korin's glowing weapon meets Danan's lightning-wrapped strike head-on, the whole battlefield lighting up. Shadows and lightning tear through the dark in one last chaotic exchange. The dust barely begins to settle, one last slash mark cutting through the silence. Then everything goes white, a blinding explosion swallows the battlefield whole. The shockwave rolls outward, tearing the ground apart. Far off, a witness stares up in disbelief. What is all this? They choke out. A whole group of onlookers reels back, weapons half raised, completely rattled by what they just felt. Exactly as it's read, someone murmurs, as lightning tears across the sky. The storm keeps building, raw power crackling through the clouds. It rolls across an entire mountain range, dwarfing everything beneath it. The narration doesn't hold back. It was a moment where heaven and earth itself split open. Where every man shakes in fear and awe, it continues. Honestly, no exaggeration. The legend writes itself in real time, 1 man against 1,000, the supreme pinnacle of strength, the heaven above heavens. They're already giving him a title for it, the all-destroying warlord. A halo of light wraps the blade as Danan roars through the clash. Wise enough to trump 10,000 men, the legend continues, transcendent. Jaw locked, lightning crackling past his face, Korin doesn't even flinch. And one title, the narration finishes, which encompasses every single one as Korin screams through his final strike. A gauntleted fist slams against the spear, blood flying from the impact. Silence for one long beat, broken only by trailing streaks of light. Then it erupts again, one last blinding burst of pure energy. The noise fades into a low, exhausted hush. A white shockwave rolls out and dissolves into nothing. For a moment, there's just empty white silence, both fighters completely spent. The crater left behind says everything words can't. How troublesome it would be, Danan mutters, clearly worn thin. To kill you here, Danan says, catching his breath. And he adds, drawing the moment out. His sword plants into the ground as Danan sinks down, barely holding himself up. For me to die as well. A mere human, Danan admits, actually stood his ground against Fragarach. How could I not praise you, Danan says, almost impressed. You deserve to make it to the final show. He smiles genuinely, this time not the earlier smugness. Korin Loch, Danan says his name plainly, watching him stand back up through the blood and dust. Danan turns and starts walking away, done for the day. Let's say we drew today, Korin says, bloodied but steady, calling it even. Hey, Danan calls back, I'm still good to go, and we've still got one last fighter waiting. He steps through a shimmering blue barrier, vanishing without another word. Your fated enemy is not me, Danan's voice echoes back. It does not matter, cryptic to the very end. Watching it all from somewhere unseen, a pale figure with long silver blue hair, wrapped in a strange, glitching blue light. But now I see, the mysterious spear wielder murmurs, studying Korin from a distance. A burst of blue light flares like a star igniting. It truly does befit him, the stranger says quietly, high praise from whoever this is. The figure drops from the sky, vanishing into the ruins below. A crumbling structure hums with fading blue wards as they disappear. Back on solid ground, Korin's knees finally give out, the pain finally catching up to him. Korin, someone shouts, sprinting toward him in a panic. Are you all right? They ask, worried sick. I'm good, Korin lies badly, still gasping for air. Slumped against his spear, Korin admits the truth to himself. He thought he was going to die pretending he was fine. He barely managed to delay the inevitable, but the terms hold. Danan and his army can't set foot in the holy grounds now. Elsewhere, an army marching for Dana Swai seethes with fury, itching for a fight of their own. But watching two special ranks throw down like that, it knocked the fight clean out of them. Instead, for reasons nobody bothers to explain, they're all just standing around, an armchair priorities. One soldier on a cliff edge voices what everyone's thinking: Princess Miriam, could she? Korin stands alone in the wreckage, blood-streaked and drained, staring up at a sky that doesn't care how close he came to dying. The fight between the two special ranks, the narration reminds us, was never really about who'd win. He limps through the ruins, and somewhere behind him, an ancient magical binding finally shatters for good. Regardless of the results, the narration notes, all contracts are now void. Whatever deal was struck, it's over. Dark magic detonates outward, throwing a robed figure clean off their feet. From the very beginning, the story warns, cutting to a snarling, white-furred beastman baring his teeth. Someone drops through the air mid-fight, dust exploding on impact. The snake, the narration reveals, wasn't interested in victory as a colossal serpent looms into view. Its jaws open wide, a single red eye blazing with hunger. Someone's caught in its path, struck down before they can react. And was waiting for this moment, the narration finishes. As a voice purrs, I was able to enter the holy grounds thanks to you. Out of the chaos steps a woman with fiery red hair and a spiked crown, grinning like she's already won. Dark slashes tear through the aftermath, whatever just happened leaving nothing but wreckage. Thanks, Korin, she says with a mocking smile, the serpent glowing red behind her. The whole duel, just a distraction, and it worked. So picture two royal sisters. The older one, Estelle, was born with honest-to-God divine power. She was destined to be a saintess from day one. Her little sister Miriam had no magic gift like that. So she just outworked everyone, burying herself in books until the whole kingdom started calling her their future queen. Tutors poured every ounce of arcane theory into her, and she soaked it up like a sponge. Smart, disciplined, and warm-hearted to boot on paper, this girl had it all. Her big sister Estelle used to drag her away from the books just to play, begging her to stop studying for 5 minutes and just be a kid with her. And Miriam, rolling her eyes with a grin, always gave in. Okay, Tilda. Back then, Estelle wasn't some untouchable saint on a pedestal, she was just Miriam's big sister and best friend. The nanny and maids who'd raised both girls since infancy would gossip proudly that the king had nothing left to worry about with daughters like these. "Mir, my daughter," someone called out, and Miriam's whole face lit up. And there she was, her mother. Miriam couldn't run to her fast enough, shouting mother. The woman who scooped her up laughing was the one person Miriam loved more than anyone else alive. Her name was Maria Elizabeth El-Raz, and to little Miriam she was everything. Her mother and sister together, that was Miriam's whole world in a nutshell. One particular night, mother and daughter set off together on a trip to celebrate a holy day. It should have been a happy memory, it was anything but. All that's left of that night is the sound of someone sobbing, gasping for breath in the dark. "You have to run," a voice rasps out, as a shadow looms over the bed in a room bathed in blood-red light. It should have been the happiest day of her life. Instead, it became her nightmare. Miriam's eyes go wide with pure terror, a strangled gasp all she can manage. She scrambles up screaming for anyone, everyone, help me. She spots the nanny lying still nearby and lets out a scream that tears her throat raw. But no one's coming. The very scholars who once taught her magic and letters are already gone. Bodies litter the halls she used to run through as a kid. Every nanny and maid who'd raised her since she was in diapers, gone, all of them in a single night. Whoever's doing this isn't finished. Miriam has nowhere left to run. Barefoot and bleeding, she just runs, screaming into the dark. She throws herself at a door, praying it leads somewhere, anywhere safe. And through the smoke, someone's running straight at her. Mir, the voice calls, weak and broken. Miriam freezes, she knows that voice. Miriam, it's her mother, staggering toward her under a blood-red moon. Then a monstrous set of claws rips through the dark, a silver-furred beast, and it's already on top of her. My daughter, her mother chokes out, shielding her with the last of her strength. And then she just collapses, right there in front of her. "Mo mother," is all Miriam can whisper, kneeling in the wreckage of everything she loved. That day took everything from her in the space of a single night. Something in her cracks wide open, and it isn't grief anymore. The beast responsible had a name whispered in fear across the kingdom, the Silver Wolf. That's exactly how her mother died, torn apart by the Silver Wolf. And the father Miriam trusted? He'd been hesitating in the war against the demihumans the whole time and quietly buried his own wife's death as a mere accident. Meanwhile, her sister Estelle rose to become the saintess of the Protestants, dedicating herself to protecting the very demihumans Miriam now had every reason to hate. A holy, glorious cause on one side, and on the other, a little girl left utterly alone with her grief. Nobody came for Miriam, not one single person. But that girl never went back to sleep on it. Revenge became the only thing keeping her moving. Lacking any divine gift of her own, she filled the gap with raw mana, and used every ounce of political leverage she had to pull more and more people to her side. Step by step, Miriam clawed her way up to become saintess of the Xi'an Order herself, and even seized control of the kingdom's military. She was building an army out of pure spite, and word of it started to spread. Then one day, sitting alone by a grave, someone finally came to find her. A dark, horned stranger held something out to her with a simple question: "Do you want revenge?" Grief-stricken and out of options, Miriam had nothing left to lose. What he offered was an artifact called the Infinite Serpent, Midgard Orm. The moment it's activated, it's an ancient spell that drains the life out of every living thing for miles around. No exceptions. The stranger just grinned. "Perfect," he said, watching her take the bait. "Once I achieve my dream," Miriam murmurs, picturing the people she means to make pay. And just like that, the stranger who handed her a weapon of mass destruction simply walks off into the dark. "This is a life," Miriam whispers, staring down at the power now coiled in her hands. Something monstrous stirs awake inside that artifact, answering her call. She clutches it tight, refusing to let go now that she's this close. "I won't need it anyway," she says quietly, meaning her own life, not the weapon. The Infinite Serpent begins to answer her call, coiling tighter around everything nearby. Whatever this spell costs her, she's already decided she's willing to pay it. This is Miriam's own unique magic now, and it's about to be unleashed. "Everyone run!" someone screams as the Infinite Serpent Midgard Orm rears its heads. Out in the chaos, a wolf-feared warrior throws himself between the beast and the people it's hunting. A terrified kid screams after him, "What about you, mister?" He can't even answer her, he's too busy holding the line. "I have something I have to do," he grits out, refusing to fall back. Just like that day, all those years ago. He swears he won't just stand there and watch helplessly again, not this time. "No, no," he yells, watching the serpent's tendrils close in. A small demi-human girl cowers right in its path, too scared to move. He sprints through the ruins toward her, repeating it to himself like a promise. His fists clench so hard they start to shake. "Damn it," he growls through gritted teeth. A sharp voice cuts through the chaos. "What are you doing?" A second fighter drops in out of nowhere, spear crackling with lightning. He hits the ground running, spear already swinging. Steel meets serpent flesh in one brutal collision. Bloodied and breathing hard, he asks the wolf-feared fighter point blank, "If you go, can you actually stop Miriam? Or were you just planning to throw your own life away begging her to stop?" That gets a snarl back. "TCH, what do you know, human?" More allies close in through the smoke to back them up. "You know damn well we can't just leave this alone," the wolf warrior mutters. "Better than anyone, actually." "Wait," someone breathes, catching sight of something that stops them cold. What is that wound? They've just noticed how badly Corinlock is actually hurt. He's barely standing, blood soaking through his shirt, but he waves it off. "I've got my own job to do," Corinlock says flatly, like that settles it. There's no talking him out of it, not with that look in his eyes. Somewhere in the distance, the serpent's shadow rises higher over the skyline. Korenlok grips his spear and walks straight toward it. He never thought he'd have to look this monster in the eye a second time, the infinite serpent Midgard Orm. It's a spell straight out of myth, one that summons a creature that should never exist. In the previous run of all this, it slaughtered countless demihumans without mercy. And it was the very same spell that ended up killing Miriam too. If this spell completes, it won't stop with a handful of casualties, it'll massacre countless innocent people. Korenlok can feel it, the past clawing its way back to repeat itself, exactly like it did before. His hand crackles with power, he's not about to hold back. The serpent's monstrous head swings toward him, jaws wide. Korenlok launches straight into the fire without hesitation. In his hand, a legendary weapon, Gidirg, one of the twin spears of Manon and Mac Lur. And with it comes a brutal question: does he have to kill her with his own hands, just like he already did once before? Somewhere inside that writhing mass of serpent flesh, Miriam is still in there. His grip on the spear tightens. Or he thinks there might be another way. This spear was practically built to hunt monsters, dealing massive bonus damage to any beast-type enemy it strikes. They don't call it the Red Spear's Beast Hunt for nothing. He drives it forward with everything he's got. He's gasping for breath, running on fumes. Miriam, he calls out, finally face to face with her inside the monster she's become. At this point, he's not sure words will even reach her. No matter what you say, Miriam tells him, it won't matter anymore. There's an unsettling calm in her smile, like she's already made peace with dying. She's exhausted too, running on nothing but sheer will. I saw fate, she says, staring past him at something only she can see. And in it I was smiling. I know, Korenlok cuts in. I know you're planning to finish activating Midgard Orm right here. And you won't call it off until the very moment your own life burns out completely. Only once it's ravaged its way all the way to the Arctic continent will you finally get to die. Miriam's expression cracks. How did you see Riafal too? I also heard you were on bad terms with someone called Balthazar, Korenlok adds, watching her closely. Well, she says after a beat, it doesn't matter now. The serpent coils tighter around her, restless and hungry. Energy crackles off her in violent bursts. The whole area lights up in searing purple light. Turns out that question was a trap. Thanks for confirming that for me, she says with a satisfied smirk, having tricked him right back. So in the end, Miriam says, raising the artifact one final time. I'm finally getting my wish, she breathes. The serpent rises impossibly huge over the skyline. Power floods out of her in a blinding wave. The spell locks in, Midgard Orm is fully activated. A shockwave of raw magic tears through everything around them. The cost of the spell flashes plain and simple: sacrifice Miriam herself. NGH, pain like this is nothing compared to what I've already survived, she grits out. It's nothing like Riafal. I saw it happen with my own two eyes, she says, and there's no doubt left in her voice. Korenlok doesn't wait around for her to finish, he's already moving. He launches himself straight into the heart of the storm. Trivial tricks, Miriam snarls, batting his attack aside like nothing. It's useless, Midgard Orm is already active, I'm the only one who can stop it now. This isn't the first time we've met, Korenlok roars back, refusing to back off. That's exactly why I know this scene sickeningly well. Their attacks collide in a blinding clash of light. The serpent's coils lash out, trying to drag him under. But he doesn't let up for a second. Power surges wildly between them, neither one giving an inch. The magic around them howls like a living storm. Korenlok reaches through the chaos, straight for her. One more desperate strike closes the distance. You're not exactly the type to just listen if I talk, he shouts, diving straight into the serpent's mass to grab her himself. The tendrils thrash violently around him as he pushes through. His hand finally closes around the source of it all. Miriam's eyes go wide in shock. Light erupts around them both, blinding and violent. She fights to hold onto the artifact with everything she has left. That's my fate, she cries out. Yeah, that fate, Korenlok snaps right back, refusing to accept it. Please just stop saying that, he begs her, voice cracking. Because I'm here now, he tells her, holding on tight. There's a fierce, stubborn kind of hope on his face, like he genuinely believes he can change this. He reaches further into the light, refusing to let go of her. A blinding burst of pink energy rips through the air, the aftershock of a spell already spiraling out of control. The explosion swallows the sky whole, twin bolts of raw magic screaming past like something is trying to tear the world open. "Let go of me, you'll just die a dog's death," she snarls, bloodied and defiant, refusing to undo the spell she's cast. Her glowing hand trembles as she whispers, "That's my fate." "Yeah, that fate," comes the reply, and it catches her completely off guard. "Please," she begs, "just stop saying that," while his face only hardens with resolve. Dark energy churns around him as he braces himself, teeth gritted against the storm. "Because I'm here," he growls, and power surges around him like something alive. The grim truth sets in. The forbidden spell Midgard Orm has already been triggered, and it isn't stopping on its own. "What can you possibly do now?" she screams. Midgard Orm devours the caster's life force until nothing's left, and she knows it better than anyone. But his fist ignites, molten with resolve. If the spell can be triggered with a single life, he realizes, then maybe another life can stop it too. Her eyes go wide with horror at what he's suggesting. He grits out a scream of effort, forcing himself against the runaway magic. The blast rips outward, wild and blinding. "No way," she gasps, "you're saying you'll stop it by betting your own life. And you think that'll make me give up?" She snaps back, refusing to yield an inch. He starts, blood already streaking down from the strain. His fist burns bright red-orange, jaw clenched through the pain. "I just don't want to lose anything else," he says, and for once he means it plainly. "What?" The words stop her cold. "What are you even talking about?" she demands, thrown off balance. The monstrous serpent conjured by the spell rears back and roars. Dark tendrils of magic lash out, slicing through the air like claws. Its jaws snap wide, fangs gleaming, close enough to swallow him whole. "Corin!" someone screams, sprinting in as he braces against the creature's next strike. The fight explodes into full chaos, twin serpentine shapes thrashing as a swordswoman cuts in to help. Through the smoke, someone is hauled clear of the wreckage, half carried to safety. And then, in the middle of it all, a stray thought cuts through everything. "So this is how I die." The world dissolves into memory. A village burning red under a terrible sky, a small figure crumpled beside a body that isn't moving. The memory turns inward, aching, the day her mother was taken by a silver wolf. And a stunned realization follows. Why is he suddenly inside Miriam's memories? He watches, helpless, as the scene unfolds. This is the root of Miriam's hatred, her single worst memory. A small red-haired figure stands frozen in the wreckage, refusing to accept what she's seeing. "You still don't understand me," she whispers, grief written across a face too young for this. "Everything from here on," the memory warns, "is where hell truly begins." Tears streak down a child's face, raw and unguarded. Her father, it turns out, had ended the war with the demihumans and wanted nothing but peace. The tragedy that followed gets quietly filed away as an accident, buried, not investigated. Her sister Estelle, it turns out, had been secretly sheltering demihumans the whole time. A wrist twists in restraint, and the memory names exactly what excuse was used against them: discrimination dressed up as justice. She clawed her way into military power and became a saintess of the Catholic Church. Also, no one could stop what came next. Her expression is unreadable, hollowed out by everything that came before. Revenge carried her all the way to this very moment, and she did it entirely alone. Every day since losing her whole family, she says, has been shaped by that isolation. Sword in hand, dressed for war, she gasps like the memory itself still hurts to touch. A tall, cloaked figure looms in the background of the vision, watching. "It was the worst memory I have," she admits, and from somewhere close a quiet voice answers, "I understand." "Don't be absurd," she screams, hair whipping wild with fury. "You can't possibly understand me," she insists, refusing any comfort. "You think I don't know about your family?" she snarls, "living all cozy as ordinary citizens in the capital, while mine. If I kill every one of them and show you the bodies," she threatens, "then maybe you'll finally get it." "No," comes the flat, immediate answer. "I've lost my family before too," he tells her quietly. The memory shifts to a snow-covered massacre, bodies scattered everywhere, Miriam standing numb in the middle of it. A stunned, hangs in the silence of the aftermath. "Are you saying this now because you're scared you'll feel guilty looking at this?" she accuses, voice shaking. More bodies lie frozen in the snow, the scale of the slaughter sinking in. Mir, someone screams, footsteps racing toward her across the blood-stained snow. Hoo-hoo, I couldn't stop myself, she admits, something breaking in her voice. Are you trying to tell me revenge is pointless? She demands through the storm. Don't twist my meaning, the mentoring's over. I've already seen the future, she snaps and gets a strange answer back. It's not the future, it's the past. Her face goes blank with shock. You won't believe this, he tells her, but sometime after everything that happened, I went back 3 years into the past. What? The revelation hits her like a physical blow. From where I'm standing, he says, blood streaked across his face, your death already happened. It's history to me. That's enough nonsense, Sir Corin, she snaps. How is that any different from the future Leah Fail showed me? In the end, she insists through the driving snow, it all just means everything happens according to fate. Something shifts in the memory, dark and shapeless, and a startled escapes him. The two of them stand close in an ornate room, the moment charged with something unspoken. Sunlight spills through a curtain caught mid-billow, warm and golden. I'm not trying to talk about fate, he says, blood still on his face from the fight. This, the memory explains, is a story about the family he lost. A seductive, demonic vision taunts him. In this life you failed to charm me. Rings slide onto joined hands, a quiet, private vow. Sunlight fills the room as the two of them sit together, clearly husband and wife now, her hand resting warmly over his. The scene lingers in the doorway, golden light framing the two of them at peace. Does it really look fake to you? He asks softly, holding her close through a snowstorm. I want to save the world from Balthazar, he tells her plainly. I'm sorry and I love you, someone says through tears, the words breaking apart as they're spoken. He admits he can't stand by while innocent demihumans are sacrificed, but he'd also wanted more than anything to have a child with her. Mom, I'm sorry, a small voice says, and the memory turns unbearably quiet. A face crumples with grief, silent tears falling. A bloodied hand reaches out across the snow, grasping for something already gone. What he'd stood in Miriam's way to protect, the memory finally admits, was a family he had already lost. Back in the present, a question surfaces, the pain of being left completely alone. Does he really understand it? A blade catches the light, cold and waiting. I already know it well enough, he says, purple energy roaring to life around him. His glowing hands strain against the pressure building inside him. She watches in stunned silence, unable to find the words. Blood streaks across a face pushed past its limit. I'm going to, he starts, voice iron with resolve. Her face twists with shock as the power around him spikes. Stop Midgard Orm, he finishes, and the storm of magic answers him. Shocked as the purple energy detonates outward. Damn it, she curses, watching him refuse to back down. Don't tell me, the realization of what he's about to do dawns on her. A glowing rune blazes into existence, the rune of continuity, activating at his call. A shadowed figure smirks from somewhere in the dark. Struggling is pointless, it says. Elsewhere the battle rages on, screams tearing through the chaos. HNG, save me, someone begs, overwhelmed and desperate. I can't handle numbers like this, another cries out, the fight spiraling out of control. The stakes crystallize into one brutal fact. Once Midgard Orm fully activates, every demihuman caught in it dies. That's the fate of this world, the voice taunts. You can't run from it, Corin Lach. Balthazar, he snarls, recognizing exactly who's behind all of this. No, Sir Corin, then I'll, she cries, moving to sacrifice herself in his place. A magic circle flares to life around her, desperate and dangerous. No, he says flat and final. Dark magic collides violently in the air between them. A startled escapes as something unexpected happens. Her face crumples, shocked and near tears. Sorry, he says quietly, I'm not interested in losing you twice. Energy crackles and gathers, sharp fractures of light splitting the air around him. She falls through open sky, weightless and helpless. Sir Corin, she screams after him. Gah! His scream tears through the battlefield as something monstrous looms behind him. A system-like interface flares to life in his mind. System backup start, reviewing commandments. His thoughts flash back to the decisive battle with someone called Ohard. He fights on through the wreckage, refusing to let up. His mana and the aura from his 3 cores, he realizes, have both hit rock bottom. Startled as the interface keeps building around him. His own commandments scroll into view: duty, never turn a blind eye to the suffering of the innocent. Restraint and oath, I will save the world. He lets out a short, disbelieving laugh at the sight of it because of course there's a status screen for this too. The system flags his enemy directly, Tades Balthazar, threat relevance X as high as it gets. His stats spike 300% from the backup and the villain snarls a warning: if you interfere, the story changes. This isn't fate, he answers flatly, fire and fury exploding around him. He powers through the blast, refusing to be knocked down. Because I'm here to protect what I decided, he declares his own oath blazing behind the words, I will save the world. Another commandment flares into view: I won't turn a blind eye to the misery of those who are good. Miriam stares in disbelief as the system brands him outright. Hero Korin Law, defeat and save the world from evil. His face sets, teeth gritted, power building to a breaking point. A spell name forms on his lips, Clau Solas. Genesis he finishes, fingers glowing white-hot with unleashed power. Light pours from his hand, building toward something massive. The blast detonates with a deafening crack, and the monstrous serpent doesn't survive it. The shockwave rolls out across the entire city skyline, purple light washing over rooftops and towers alike. He hits the ground hard, blood pooling beneath an outstretched hand. Her eyes well up with tears at the sight of him lying still. Please, she begs, voice cracking, open your eyes. Blood streaks across torn fabric as she clutches at him. Tears fall freely now, panic setting in. Please, she whispers again, gritting her teeth against the fear. He lies motionless, blood-streaked and still. Her face twists with grief, refusing to give up on him. Please, she cries out again, desperation cracking through. Tears stream down as she holds on, refusing to let go. A weak cough answers her and then, wait, not that, he mutters, which is such a strange thing to say it almost breaks the tension. A tear falls as she stares at him, disbelieving that he's actually still breathing. Yeah, he manages, a tired, relieved laugh escaping him. Ha, he laughs again, bloodied but very much alive. Her face breaks into a smile through the tears, sunlight catching the moment. She pulls him close, holding on like she never wants to let go again. The chapter opens on chaos, a face streaked with blood and tears giving nothing but a broken yeah in answer to a question we are not privy to yet. And somewhere close by, someone else is laughing, the kind of laugh that never means anything good. A red-haired woman lets a smile break through her tears, power crackling to life in her raised hand. It's so nice to see you smile, someone tells her, and somehow that is the most unsettling line in the whole scene. Reinforcements come sprinting through the rubble, weapons drawn, racing toward whatever is about to happen. And in their wake, bodies down, the ground cracked open, the fight already half decided. A wolf-feared fighter loses it completely, screaming that this woman, this one right here, is the so-called serpent princess behind all of it. Then one word cuts through everything: stop. Rewind to how we got here. A crowd's voice cracks with alarm, calling out a single name, Lord Kush. And there he is, a grizzled wolf-feared warrior in a tattered green sash, flanked by horses and allies, walking in like he owns the wreckage. Princess Miriam freezes. Whatever she is looking at, it hits like a punch. Her breath catches, red eyes locked on him, barely getting out a broken ah. Yo, you're the one from back then, she manages. Recognition is dawning and it is not a happy one. Her mind flashes back. A blood-red moon, a lone fighter squaring off against a monstrous, orange-maned beast. The memory clings to her like a shadow she cannot shake. Silver-furred Kush, she finally spits out his full name like it burns. Kush does not flinch. It's been 10 years, Princess Miriam, he says, calm as anything. And today, he adds, I will set all my wrongs right. Translation, he is not planning on walking away from this. Miriam does not wait for more explanation. She is already moving, red battle magic whipping around her. The fight is on before anyone can call for a timeout. Bloodied and furious, she snarls that he is going to regret ever letting her live. Someone nearby chokes on a gasp. The whole crowd is shaking, bracing for what happens next. She lunges again, magic screaming through the air. Kush does not so much as raise a hand to stop her. He starts, then finally says it outright. I regret everything that happened that day. The commotion draws a crowd fast. What? Onlookers scramble in as the standoff spills into the open. And there it is, out loud for everyone to hear. 10 years ago on that day I killed your mother. Kush says it without hiding from a single word of it. But as a result, he continues, I ended up putting our entire race in danger. One of his own people panics, blurting out something about his daughter like that is a card that should not be played right now. Be quiet, Kush snaps, shutting that down instantly. Then, to Miriam, do what you must do, he is not even going to defend himself. And right on cue, a battered, familiar face steps into frame. Corinlock looking like he has had a rough day of his own. Before anything else can happen, Kush turns to his own people. My death here is of my own will, never seek revenge. Then kneeling, take my head, princess, and I beg you. Miriam raises her glowing hand over his bowed head. This is really about to happen. The air itself seems to hold its breath. Then a small figure comes sprinting out of the crowd, desperate. No, no, someone screams, and for a second even Miriam's resolve cracks. It is a young wolf girl begging through tears, Lord Kush is like a father to me, please don't kill him. She throws herself in front of him, shielding the man who supposedly deserves to die. More of his people join in, begging Miriam for mercy on behalf of the man they clearly love. Even Kush looks shaken by how far his people are willing to go for him. A hand reaches out trembling. And Miriam, furious, grieving 10 years of hurt behind her eyes, just stops. Around her, a handful of young wolf-feared kids are sobbing outright, too little to understand anything except that they are terrified. Let go of this, someone urges her, not the vengeance, not the grudge, all of it. That's enough, comes the call, and somehow, that is exactly what breaks the tension. Miriam turns and walks away, and behind her, an entire crowd of wolfkin bows low with relief. I want to be done, she says quietly. 10 years of chasing this moment, and she is choosing to let it go instead. She lets out a long, shaky breath, wiping her face, the weight of a decade finally off her shoulders. Word travels fast in the capital, and so does the gossip. They say the demihumans were behind the incident when the queen passed away 10 years ago. Someone whispers on the street. What? It wasn't an accident. Turns out the official story is finally cracking wide open. Boo, but look at this, someone is waving around proof. A photograph changes hands, quiet and damning. Cut to the man at the center of it all, the king himself, picking up the story. 10 years ago, I lost my beloved wife. However, the beginning of, he trails off, bracing to say the part nobody has heard yet. That incident started when my wife became deeply absorbed in the Catholic Church's doctrine, he admits. It is not the version of the story anyone in the palace ever wanted told. The queen, it turns out, fell in with the church's hardliners and joined them on a demihuman hunt. And there, the king admits flatly, she massacred countless demihumans. Kush was one of the ones who survived it, and he did not come out of it quietly. My wife was killed by a father who lost his daughter that day, the king says. Kush's own daughter did not survive the massacre. Corinlock does not hold back the obvious question, why did you conceal that? He is not asking as a bystander either. Miriam is standing right beside him for this whole confession. The king grits his teeth. Father is as far as anyone gets before he has to collect himself. In his final moment of rage, the king explains Kush held back and spared his daughter, spared Miriam. From 10 years ago until recently, the king admits, not a single day went by without me agonizing over it. Torn between rage at losing his wife and gratitude for the mercy that saved his daughter, he never found a clean answer. But because I could only empathize with his rage and his mercy, he says, the king and Kush bound together by the same impossible grief. 2 fathers, 2 losses, one shared unbearable weight. I chose to postpone the decision, the king says, and to carry that choice alone. It is a decision that has been quietly haunting the palace for a decade. And endure the grief of losing my wife, he finishes. Without ever understanding the heart of my daughter, the one who actually survived, he admits. And that is the real gut punch of this whole confession. Miriam just listens. 10 years of silence finally has an explanation, and it is not exactly a comforting one. I'm sorry, Mir, is all her father can offer. Life, meanwhile, keeps moving. A royal messenger hawk streaks across the sky with news of its own. The bill passes, demihumans are officially recognized as citizens. And yes, that is a tiny cameo of Korin waving from the crowd in the background. Blink and you will miss it. Even Korinla cannot help but react to the news. At the same time, Kush finally stands trial for the queen's assassination. By every measure, the defendant was headed straight for execution. But then something tips the scales toward leniency. The victim's own family, the king himself, formally requests clemency. A petition signed by the people with every right to want him dead, asking to let him live instead. Which brings us back to the present, Miriam, alone at her mother's grave as the sun goes down. So you were here, princess, Corinlock says, finding her exactly where he expected. I came to tell you the news about mother, he adds, closing the distance. She turns to face him, hair catching the light. We're going to hold another funeral soon, he tells her, a grand one for a whole month. Congratulations! The queen would be happy too, Miriam replies with a smirk that is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Heh, would she? She adds dryly, now that all of mother's atrocities have gone public she might be furious instead. Dark humor still very much her love language. Corin changes the subject fast, perfect timing. I have something to show you, something that, judging by the sound effects, slithers. Miriam's eyes go wide. Don't tell me. Is this Midgard? She starts, already bracing for the worst. No, it's different, Corin explains. Midgard Orm is just a medium for summoning the mythical creature, the infinite serpent. But this one, he clarifies, holding up a tiny snake, is the infinite serpent itself. Even though it lost its power, it found its way back to me, he says. Are you planning to raise it as a familiar? Miriam takes the little serpent, considering it. The raising and nursing I couldn't do before, she says softly, I should at least try now. Corin's face says he was not ready for that answer. So you do remember everything from back then, he stammers, clearly rattled. Yeah, I'm curious how it'll grow from now on, she says simply, then cannot resist needling him. Sir Corin, you really are something. I didn't know you could be so rough with a lady. Corin's internal panic is almost audible. Exactly how much of those memories got shared? He, just kidding, Miriam laughs, clearly enjoying every second of watching him squirm. For a moment she is just genuinely, unguardedly happy. The tension of the day finally starts to melt off her. Corin watches her quiet, letting her have the moment. It's gotten quite cold, so get home safely, he tells her. She lets out a long breath. Yeah. It's autumn now, after all, he murmurs, watching the season change around them. She heads off down the path, and he watches her go. After the storm ended, the next season came in with a light breeze. The story tells us just as grain ripens and bears fruit, peace for now. But peace never lasts long around here, and the story is already sliding into its next scene. A figure steps out of the shadows, red hair, red heels, and clearly not here for small talk. Miriam, snake curled calmly around her arm, does not look surprised to see them. You look well, the stranger says, and Miriam's whole posture goes rigid. In answer, she summons the infinite serpent in full, twin heads, magic circle blazing, no hesitation at all. Impatient as always, you came quickly, the stranger notes, sounding almost amused. I don't like fighting with toys, Miriam snaps back and the fight is already on. Blades and fangs collide in a blur. The serpent lashes in, fast and vicious. There's no feel to it, the stranger sighs, unimpressed, like he is barely trying. Miriam gets hit hard enough to send her hair whipping back. Even I was quite surprised that your fate changed, he tells her, and this time her pained ugh is very real. A clawed hand closes in on her throat like it is nothing at all. Your future was never certain, he says coldly, but the ending was always the same. His eyes burn red, some kind of mark glowing at his throat. Whoever this is, he is not a random mugger. Your final moments being killed, he starts closing in for the finish. We open on a nightmare. A cold voice tells Princess Miriam Elizabeth El Raz that her fate has already changed, and all she can do is groan through the pain. A monstrous clawed hand closes around her from the shadows behind her. Whoever this is, they did not come to talk. Cold narration cuts in over the darkness. Her future was never certain, but the ending was always the same. This is the moment she gets killed. The culprit steps into the light, a shadowy, dark-haired man with a blood-red eye and strange knotted rune markings creeping across his neck. Claws flash through the dark in silhouette. This is the fight that's supposed to end her. And the narration finishes its grim little sentence, killed by the player. Miriam screams through gritted teeth, trapped inside whatever nightmare this vision is dragging her through. A blade, or maybe a claw, comes down close. Even the vision itself seems to flinch with a confused beat of silence. A burst of raw power rips through the scene like a spear of light. Whatever just happened, it was not gentle. "You're not going to kill me," Miriam stammers, wrist caught in his grip, and he admits killing her right now would honestly be a golden opportunity. "Well," he muses, "your survival is quite an important event. You see, like she's a piece he's not ready to sacrifice just yet." He lounges back, turning a glowing white core over in his hand like it's the most ordinary thing in the world. "But it does bother me," he adds, eye flaring red, so there is a nerve buried in there somewhere. "We were once allies who shared each other's plans after all," he says, then simply, "Let's do this." Dark energy coils around his raised hand. Whatever this is, it does not look like a kindness. Miriam cries out in pain as his order lands like a curse. Do not make contact with Corin Loch. Not until the endless winter arrives, he warns, and Miriam is left shaking, furious tears in her eyes. He turns his back on her without another word, claws glinting, already halfway gone. "I am always watching your every move." His voice lingers behind him like a threat that never really leaves. "If you run your mouth carelessly and ruin my plans," he finishes, "that price will be paid with death." "Well then, let us meet again," he says almost cheerfully, and just like that he's gone. The chamber dissolves into writhing blue light, and Miriam is left crumpled alone in the wreckage of whatever just happened. Cut to a bright blue sky over Merkaba Academy. Just like that, we're yanked out of nightmare territory and into a perfectly normal afternoon. A cheerful girl named Melina thanks Senior Corin for walking her home today. Seems harmless enough, right? Corin waves her off with a casual "see you at the crossroads, Melina," and lurking nearby, classmate Germain Luther looks like his whole world just ended. Lies, he chokes out. Germain lunges out of hiding, choking out her name like he's just seen a ghost. "Me, Melina." Melina just blinks at him, completely clueless. "Germain, what's wrong with you?" He finally spits it out. Did she really promise to meet up with Corin this Friday? "So what if I did, and how do you even know that?" she shoots back, not exactly denying it. Germain's whole face short-circuits. Jealousy has officially entered the chat. "Why, Melina," he wails, spiraling fast. "I thought we had something going on until now." Poor guy's clearly been quietly pining this whole time. He groans into his hands. Why does it always have to be Corin, while Melina just stares, totally lost? Germain pulls himself together through sheer willpower. "No, I believe in Corin," he sniffles, not convincingly. "There's no way Corin would swoop in knowing his feelings for Melina, right? Corin always looks out for his juniors, right?" Cue Corin himself strolling by, flanked by Alicia and his vampire companion Mariette Dunalef like it's the most normal thing in the world. Oh, sweet, oblivious Germain. Germain's optimism visibly deflates on the spot. Corin's practically got a girl on each arm, laughing without a single care in the world. The man is a walking jealousy generator and doesn't even know it. "That's it," Germain snaps. "How am I supposed to trust that womanizing playboy?" His fists clench so hard you can practically hear his knuckles crack. He marches up and grabs her hands. "Melina, I'll be honest with you, I don't want you going on that date with him," he blurts out, and Melina's left stammering, completely caught off guard. He's all in now, face burning red, hands locked with hers. "Why?" Melina squeaks, then hesitates. "Actually." She goes red to the tips of her ears, hands pressed to her chest. I like you too, Germain," she finally admits. The two collide into a clumsy, overjoyed hug. Somewhere nearby, a wide eye peeks over at the scene with pure "oh, really" energy. The new couple practically bows in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Corin." Turns out this whole jealousy meltdown was his plan all along. Corin strolls off with Alicia and Mariette Dunalef, quietly proud of himself. Operation Make Him Jealous, mission accomplished. Awa, they finally started dating after all that back and forth, Corin muses, thoroughly pleased with his own matchmaking skills. Autumn rolls in, the season of harvest, when everyone finally gets to enjoy what they fought so hard for. The season when you reap what you've sown, and for Germain and Melina, that apparently means a happy ending under falling leaves. The fruits of your labor, I suppose, Corin muses, walking off into the fading light. A quick flashback montage rolls. It all started with the Mage Tower subjugation, a full-blown army mobilized around him. One brutal fight after another blurs together, monsters, allies, and magic exploding across every memory. Even the memories are chaos, fangs, fire, and enough destruction to fill several lifetimes. And then the journey through Xion's holy land. Yeah, I went through hell for that one too, Corin admits. But finally he says, even if just for a little while, I've actually got some peace. He tips his head back and just lets the autumn leaves fall, a rare, quiet moment. It's warm, he murmurs, soaking in sunlight that for once isn't trying to kill him. Then a familiar sing-song voice calls out, Junior Corin Tilda, and he can't help but grin. He glances over, one eyebrow raised, HM. It's the Saintess Estelle, breezing over with her attendant Clara in tow. I told you to call me Nuna, didn't I? She scolds, sprinting up to him like she's got all the time in the world, which, being a saintess, maybe she does. Well, people are watching, Corin mutters, glancing around nervously, not exactly a firm no on the Nuna thing though. Clara shoves a flyer under Corin's nose before he can even process what's happening. None of that matters right now, look at this, Estelle insists. The flyer reads, Lady of Autumn, applications now open, uh-oh. Corin tries to dodge the subject entirely. Wait, don't you have to be back at the Holy Land for the harvest? Nice try, I'll just watch the believers from afar and pop back for the actual selection, Estelle says, completely unbothered. That's even allowed, Corin asks, deeply unconvinced. For context, the Autumn Harvest Festival is basically a universal celebration. Every culture in this world has some version of it. Picture lanternlit streets, food stalls, and crowds soaking up the season. Last year, Merkaba even ran a special joint festival with the Tau Academy, creatures and all, apparently. It's not all fun and games either. Some of these festival competitions get surprisingly intense. Normally though, it's just the Academy's own nationwide harvest festival, same as always. And the crown jewel of the whole event, the title of Lady of Autumn. The golden ribbons handed out for the festival's various competitions traditionally get gifted straight to the Lady of Autumn hopefuls. It's basically one big popularity contest. Turns out it was even a quest in the game's main story. If you played a female character, you had to campaign hard to win the crown. And if you played a guy, you had to win a competition yourself and hand your ribbon off to one lucky heroine. Which brings us right back to Estelle's very unsubtle demand, go win a golden ribbon for her. She's already grinning like the deal is done. Wait me, why me? Corin protests, sensing exactly where this is going. Just do it already. Tilda or Nuna's gonna start pouting, she teases, fully aware a crowd is now watching this unfold. Saintess, people are watching, Corin hisses, I don't care, you started this so you take responsibility, she fires back, not helping at all. Before things escalate further, someone else calls out to her, Saintess. Yes, Junior Mariette, Estelle answers, turning to Corin's blue-haired vice-captain. Corin doesn't like it, Mariette states flatly, cutting straight to the point. Estelle's eyes go wide, didn't see that coming. A long awkward silence follows. Mariette starts fussing with Estelle's outfit strap without so much as asking, leaving the Saintess sputtering. Tilda is all Estelle manages, thoroughly out of her depth here. The silence turns heavier, tension crackling in the air between them. And just like that, red and blue magic collide. Saintess versus Vice Captain, round 1. Senior, you're not even interested in that sort of thing, Mariette starts, turning on Corin himself now. Obviously you'll be giving me the ribbon, right? She says, somehow both a question and not a question at all. Corin's brain audibly short-circuits. Before he can even respond, H. Warren latches on, Corin appa me too. Alicia edges in shyly, blushing hard, Corin SSI me too. What is all Corin can manage at this point? WHY is everyone like this today, he practically shouts into the void. This is officially big trouble, at this rate forget the Harvest Festival entirely. You're not giving it to the Saintess, right? I was friends with Corin first, Mariette needles, reigniting the whole rivalry. H. Warren murmurs to her other half reassuring, half scheming. It's their first harvest festival since waking up and Appa won't abandon them. Alicia, still bright red, squeaks that she'll be looking forward to it. The ribbon, Corin repeats under his breath, the dread visibly setting in. One single, terrifying question hangs over him: who will you give it to? Every girl in his life crowds into frame at once, expectant and more than a little intimidating. Ugh, Corin lets out, completely swallowed by the pressure of the moment. If I give the ribbon to just one of them, then everyone else, he trails off, already imagining the fallout. Somewhere in the crowd, a very entertained bystander muses, "Ooh, are we finally gonna see Corin drawn and quartered?" That bystander is Jaeger, decked out in 3D glasses with a bucket of popcorn. Honestly, this is the whole reason I still show up to class. Corin bolts before he has to answer anything. I have something to do, so I'll just pass on the whole competition. Mariette lets out a startled "oh" as he vanishes in a blur. See you later, he yells over his shoulder, because rather than pick one girl and invite total disaster, he's already sprinting full tilt toward literally anywhere else. I need to find a better way out of this. There's exactly one person he trusts to fix this mess, the chairman of Merkaba. And that chairman just happens to be his old master herself, Erin Danua, now running the whole academy. I'll just have Master cancel this whole Lady of Autumn thing, he decides, with the confidence of a man about to be very wrong. Even if the sky itself falls, he mutters dramatically, there is a way out of this. Somewhere behind him, a chorus of red-eyed girls seems to sense exactly what he's up to. He thinks he just hit the escape button, doesn't he? For some reason, that thought alone is enough to make the whole group glow with quiet menace. Blissfully unaware, Corin sprints toward the chairman's office, hollering Master Tilda at the top of his lungs. Spoiler alert, that button he just pressed looks a lot more like a death button. "Ma Master," he yells again, taking the stairs 2 at a time. He bursts in dramatically, arms flung wide, ready to plead his case. "Oh my, disciple, whatever is the matter?" Erin Danua asks, utterly composed behind her desk. He's doubled over, completely winded from the sprint across campus. "It's about the Lady of Autumn. At the Harvest Festival," he manages between gasps. "A troublesome matter, could it be?" she muses, already 3 steps ahead of him. "Well," she starts, clearly enjoying this far too much. "They actually want me to enter this year's Lady of Autumn contest," Corin blurts, still not over the indignity of it. She just smiles, tapping her chin thoughtfully, definitely not planning to help him escape this. She looks him over head to toe, sizing up her prized disciple like she's already picking his outfit. "Right then, Corin, which event are you planning to enter?" she asks, completely skipping past the part where he begged her to cancel it. "My disciple is such a splendid child, he wouldn't be lacking in any event," she beams, not at all helping his case. "Though I suppose if you win a ribbon," she adds sweetly, "you will have to decide who to give it to." "The ribbon, heavens, I should give it to," Corin whispers, spiraling right back into the exact nightmare he was trying to escape. There's no rest for this man. Somewhere down the line he's already sobbing, promising the golden ribbon to someone, anyone, just to make it stop. He sniffles pathetically, completely defeated by his own harem. And somewhere in the back of his mind, one thought echoes louder than anything else: he was wrong to ever think peacetime had actually arrived. The ribbon, Corin muses ominously about a golden ribbon before we even know what is going on. His maid stands over a dresser and drops a bomb. "Master, at midnight on the last day of the Harvest Festival." Corin steels himself. "I should give it to her," he decides. "The golden ribbon, I will give it to you." "Fine," he mutters, staring at his own clenched fist. "I understand I can't run away from this." "Jaw tight," he whispers, "it's time to do what I have to do. Someone's about to get very lucky or very stressed." The maid tilts her head, worried. "Oh my, you look very troubled. Did something happen?" She presses again, gentle but insistent. "Master, at midnight on the last day of the Harvest Festival." Her eyes go wide and glassy, bracing for whatever he's about to say next. She freezes mid-step, caught completely off guard. "My midnight," she squeaks, face going red as a tomato. She lets out a soft, flustered clutching her collar like she might combust. Hand pressed to her chest, she finally manages an "all right." Corin, jaw set, promises, "I'll definitely." Cut to a hazy memory of him kneeling in a grand library before someone he clearly respects a great deal. He rises, straightening his jacket, already committed to whatever ridiculous plan he's cooked up. Make you the Lady of Autumn, he finishes, and yeah, that's a real title he apparently just invented. Cut to the Merkaba Academy cafeteria, where this whole mess is about to get explained properly. His buddies grill him over lunch. I asked if you could handle it, one says, and Tattoo Boy doesn't hold back. Yeah, you're fucked. Korin just sits there in stunned silence while the verdict sinks in. Turns out he's got a very specific problem. The women competing for his attention include Estelle, Mariette, Alicia, H. Warren, and one more just as important. 5 total. Cut to said women, practically glowing at the mere thought of a ribbon from him. Every single one of them has subtly hinted she wants that golden ribbon. Korin sweats bullets just thinking about it. The big problem here, he groans, is that I'm just one person. And to make matters worse, he apparently made some over-the-top promise to someone back in that fancy library. Back at the cafeteria table, he's spiraling. What do I do? Tattoo Boy just shrugs. What do you mean what? Pick one and give it to them. I can't do that, Korin snaps. The rest will be disappointed. This is fucking bullshit. Bookworm chimes in, all sincerity. Friend, don't worry, there's a way. Korin actually looks hopeful for a second. Oh, what is it? He asks, practically begging for a lifeline. The advice turns out to be garbage. Die, that's the only way. Highly recommend. Suicide recommend. Unhelpful bastards, Korin mutters while his so-called friends cackle behind him. Still, in the middle of all this nonsense, something in him hardens, but I won't give up. Flashes of old battles rip through his mind, fire and dark power crackling around him. I've always been like this, he reminds himself. No matter what trials came, I never gave up. Since it's come to this, he says, and you already know a terrible plan is coming. I'll gift golden ribbons to all 5. I'll enter 5 separate competitions during the Autumn Harvest Festival. And win all 5, he roars, flames practically erupting behind him. Subtlety was never his strong suit. The declaration ripples through him like a battle cry. He starts cackling ha, while Tattoo Boy just stares in horrified silence. Crazy bastard, going this far just to be a playboy, Bookworm sighs. Tattoo Boy shrugs, it's our friend's last moments, let's cheer him on. I can do it, Korin declares, and Tattoo Boy just loses it laughing. 3 weeks before the Harvest Festival, just north of Merkaba City, there's a small mountain waiting for him. It's called Wish Peak, famous for moon viewing festivals and a killer view of the city from the summit. Lately though, words spread about a new attraction on the hiking trail and 2 exhausted seniors are groaning through it. Your voices are too quiet, sisters, brothers, someone booms. Is this all you amount to? Louder. Knees on 1, hands on ground on 2. The drill sergeant routine is fully underway. Jump on 3, heave. The whole crowd of hikers leaps in unison, howling HO. That's right, well done. 1 grandma cheers, absolutely thrilled. 2 elderly women gawk at their mystery trainer. Oh my, wow, what's this? Word travels fast. He's been leading exercise sessions here lately. I heard he's a night student at a Guardian Academy. That body, one of them practically swoons. I've never felt muscles this firm before, she gushes, giving his arm a squeeze. Oh my, little Korin, look at those muscles. Yep, it's him, apparently moonlighting as the hiking trail's favorite heartthrob. He's even got a fake resume going now. Former national team candidate, personal trainer. A muscle magic show for the ladies coming up, he announces, flexing shirtless for the crowd. The grandmas absolutely lose it. Oh my, oh my. Kaya, appa take me, one shouts. Naturally the flirting only made him dance harder. He should be busy prepping for the Harvest Festival. That's the whole reason he's working this hard in the first place. Somehow, even so, he's out here charming an entire retirement community instead. Right, brothers and sisters, he tells the crowd with a completely straight face. You know about our Harvest Festival this time, right? He asks the crowd, grinning like he's up to something. This, he says, is the first step in Harvest Festival preparation. Sure it is, Korin. 2 weeks before the Harvest Festival now. Robed mages start gathering in formation, clearly summoned for something. Secretly, without anyone knowing, he narrates, looking way too pleased with himself. He addresses a whole crowd of mage tower spellcasters like he's their commanding officer. Bookworm spots them from a window, stunned. Aren't those the mages of the mage tower? Right, there's also an elder mage I respected, Tattoo Boy adds, though that crazy Corin's using them all as errand runners now. My preparations are underway, Corin announces to his conscripted mage army. Listen carefully, like I said. 1 week before the Harvest Festival. Cut to the training facility. Corin and Alicia are sparring, both winded on the floor. You've improved a lot lately, he tells her. In the domain area, she deflects modestly. You're too modest, you've been beating me consistently, he presses. She shakes her head. Still, in a real fight I'd lose. I can't even imagine beating you, Corin. The two of them square off again, tension crackling between them. I should have worked hard before, Alicia admits. I was scared and avoided the sword for no reason. He counters gently, quantity of experience isn't what matters, it's density, you've still got plenty of room to grow. Corin smirks to himself, so that's what you were worried about, how amusing. Density, Alicia repeats, turning the word over in her head. Ugh, do I need to beat my grandfather to get over this, she mutters, going quiet. Later, catching his breath, Corin's mind drifts right back to the ribbon problem. Alicia, still behind him, asks the question he's been dreading. What are you going to do? Including whoever else he thinks chugging water. There are 5 people. The math is not comforting him. He chokes on his own water, krhm. Alicia bursts out laughing at his mini crisis. Ahoha. Right, she teases and he mumbles back, yeah, I know, sitting close beside her. Then out of nowhere she says it plainly. I like you, I really do like you, Corin. He goes bright red, thank you is all he can manage. So, she continues, quieter now, you don't have to give one to me. Something in her expression shifts, the moment turning heavier than either of them expected. Corin blinks, caught off guard. Her thoughts spill out unspoken, I like Corin. Standing close, hands almost touching, she admits, I don't think I'd lose to anyone in those feelings. But there's a catch, separately from that, I'm scared of not being chosen, she confesses. So I'll give up from the start, she decides. I'll take the result of having yielded and just step back from the competition. A memory flickers in, a much younger Alicia, wounded, a sword lying discarded beside her. Even then, gripping a blade nearly her own size, that was the choice she'd made since childhood, yield before you can lose. But this time her eyes harden with something new, no. Back in the present, Corin reaches for her without a word. She startles, what? I know it's cowardly and petty, he admits, but I'm going to give everyone the golden ribbon. Her jaw drops, but for that you'd have to win 5 events. He shrugs it off, self-deprecating as ever. A pathetic guy like me was too indecisive and somehow ended up in a harem, so at least I should suffer for it. Flustered, Alicia tries to wave him off. I'm fine, so stop. He cuts her off, dead serious this time. You're worthy, he says, gripping her arm. She freezes, completely floored by how much he means it. Cut to the special dormitory. This week is exam period, right? Someone asks over dinner. Corin sits with the cuties, the academy's twin cadets. For now, yes, he answers vaguely. Then he drops it, I'm giving up on the exams, cleanly. The twins are floored. Are you crazy? One blurts, bro, that's not right, is it? Can't be helped, he says, eyes burning with resolve. To secure 5 ribbons, I have to win 5 competitions. And to prepare for all 5, I don't have enough time for exams too, he adds. The math still isn't mathing. The twins bring up a wild card. What about the Snake Princess? Turns out Miriam's holding her own event in the capital and won't even show up. Since even 3rd place gets a ribbon, Corin reasons, pointing at a podium chart, there's no need to overdo it, if I just... He circles back to Alicia's earlier words in his head. Besides, you don't have to give one to me. One of the twins smiles smugly, clearly enjoying his misery. If I discriminate and give to just one, they'll be disappointed, he insists. I can't do that. Someone yells the obvious verdict, playboy. The twins pile on the accusation while Corin just takes it on the chin. Hunting competition, cooking sales event, he starts narrowing down the list. Commerce event. A whole board of options gets circled: mock trial, magic exposition, hunting competition, food sale competition, charity auction. Do you really think you can win all of these? The twins demand. There's a way for everything, he says with way too much confidence. He jabs a finger at the board, already scheming. First, the reason I called you guys here is this, he tells the twins, and you just know it's going to be chaos. Cut to the Harvest Festival grounds, decked out in banners and lanterns for the big day. Day 1, the hunting competition. The host whips the crowd into a frenzy. Now, this is the highly anticipated first competition marking the start of the Harvest Festival. The ringmaster pumps her fist, hyping the packed crowd of competitors. The hunting competition begins now. The competition is exactly what it sounds like, actual hunting. Fire-wreathed demonic boars come charging out. Special monsters are released into the hunting ground and competitors score points by taking them down. But there's a catch, one very special rule. Competitors murmur confused, what's that? Is that okay? Someone asks the rulebook official. He hesitates. Hunting dogs, you say. Yep, tilde, he confirms, and Corin's grin says he's already 3 steps ahead of everyone else. I paid a lot to bring these foreign breeds, that's why, Corin explains smoothly. Rulebook eyes the situation nervously. No, but still, this is too big. He's not wrong. Corin's hunting dogs are 2 towering wolf warriors, holding their leashes like it's the most normal thing in the world. Haha, since they're so big, they're super cute, right? The rules technically do allow bringing professional hunting dogs to the competition. They're well trained too, he adds, patting one on the head like it's a golden retriever. Yellowy shake, he commands cheerfully. Internally, he's wincing. Sorry, Ron, help me out just this once. One of the dogs bares its fangs and lets out a low, distinctly unamused growl. Rulebook scratches his head, deeply unsure. Am I supposed to let this through? Corin strolls past with his leashed wolves in tow. Are there any restrictions on hunting dog breeds or size in the rules? He asks innocently. No, not really, the official admits, defeated by his own rulebook. He mulls it over one more time, clearly regretting every choice that led to this moment. The ringmaster raises the mic one final time. The competition tilde. It begins tilde, she bellows, and somewhere in the crowd Corin quietly corrects the terms in his head. No. He flashes a knowing grin, sweat beading, fully aware of what he's about to pull off. It's to use things that aren't in the rules, he says, laying out his entire life philosophy in one line. Ren and Ron's wolf forms blaze with power, fangs bared and ready to tear through the competition. Corin's own aura ignites, gold light crackling down his arm like a live wire. The whole scene blurs into motion, streaks of light and fury. The hunting contest crowd holds its breath as the winner is about to be revealed above the autumn treetops. Somebody in the crowd can't believe what he pulled off, and the chant kicks off, Corin lach, Corin lach. Corin wades into a pack of massive beast hounds barehanded, laying into them like it's just another Tuesday. One onlooker squints at something on his belt, muttering that it looks weirdly familiar. Corin cracks up laughing, waving around whatever golden prize he just snagged. In the end, simple as that, he says, he won. His crew catches up, half relieved and half exhausted. They pulled off running this contest, but what's the plan for the rest of them? Corin just grins. Of course, he's already got the perfect plan. The prize gets handed over, the festival's very first golden ribbon. First golden ribbon officially secured. Day 2 of the Harvest Festival kicks off with the charity auction, and no, they insist, it's not actually people being bought and sold here. Mostly. Bidding opens hot, 13 gold coins already on the table. Turns out what's really up for grabs is a date pass, and this one's for third-year night faculty student Lunia. Lunia herself gets the final number readout, 13 gold coins, and the crowd goes wild for her. Win the date pass and that person becomes your knight for the whole day. Naturally, someone works up the nerve to ask her outright. Turns out the winning bidder is some bold junior, and Lunia can't hide her surprise. Didn't see that coming from him. It's basically chivalry cosplay for charity, and it's a hit with the crowd. Word spreads fast that Senior Bayok and a first-year named Jane are both up for auction tonight, and the students are already scheming. Somebody's wallet is already crying just thinking about the bidding war ahead. Popularity plus an auction always equals chaos. And naturally, one particular someone is about to become the main event of the night. A full-on bidding battle breaks out. If you want to bid on that walking disaster of a playboy, somebody says, you'd better get out there yourself. One mint-haired underclassman panics. Corin told her not to even show up tonight. She can't stand the thought of other girls snatching him up though and begs her friend to bid in her place instead. Her friend hesitates, aren't they supposed to just be friends? The poor girl is left blushing and completely speechless at the thought of it. Regular students usually only have 4 or 5 gold coins of pocket money to their name. Realistically, most of them can scrape together maybe 10 coins, tops. But given Corin's fame, the ceiling on his bidding is probably closer to 50 coins. This final auction is already the talk of the whole town. The host grabs the mic and starts hyping the crowd, a hero who saved thousands of lives. The Academy's rising star, tipped to be the next special rank knight, it's Corin Loch. Corin strolls out onto the stage in a sharp suit, and the whole room erupts. Half the crowd starts booing, calling him a harem-managing bastard. One girl straight up screams for him to die, only half joking. His friends debate whether to even bother bidding. Harem management does sound like a bit much of a commitment. Corin's already got a plan cooked up for being the very last item on the block. He recalls the top bid of the night so far. Lunia went for 13 coins. His math is simple, bid exactly 14, one more than her, and end this quietly. His animal-eared friend is locked and loaded with her coin purse, ready to just win the bid herself and shut the whole thing down. The host raises a hand, let the auction begin. It's Junior Corin's own date pass on the block tonight, starting bid 3 gold coins. 4 coins, 5 coins, hands start shooting up all over the room. It keeps climbing, 6 coins, 7 coins, and still counting. Corin's fist clenches, wait, 9 coins already. 2 of his friends cheer him on, one of them flatly declaring she won't let anyone else steal the ladies away from him anymore. Jaeger throws his fist in the air and slams down 20 coins. The crowd loses it, 20 coins. Isabelle throws her hands up triumphantly, caught up in the moment with the rest of the crew. 20 coins have officially been bid. Corin breaks into a cold sweat. This is Senior Mariette. His proxy bidder is devastated. She won the battle, sure, but she's just lost the war and her whole coin purse. 21 coins, another hand shoots up in the firelight. But really, this is just getting started, 22 coins. Isabelle herself throws down a jaw, dropping 50 gold coins, stunning the whole room, including herself. Even she can't quite believe it. Why did she just go this far? A friend gently steps in. Wait, Senior Isabelle, I get it, but isn't this maybe a little too much? Somebody points out she could have just quietly asked Mariette on a date instead. The 50 coin bid stands regardless. The host checks the room one more time. Any more bids? Then out of nowhere, 1 platinum coin. Jaws drop across the room. 2 figures stand frozen under the spotlight as the whole room holds its breath. Someone spins around in disbelief, and it's not just Isabelle who's shook. 100 gold coins, the mystery bidder announces, cool as anything. For context, 1 platinum coin alone could buy an entire floor of a building. Isabelle can't wrap her head around who'd torch that much money, especially when that kind of cash could buy the finest horse in the South. She's stunned, all that for 1 single day. Then it clicks, Uncle Mard. Mard greets her warmly. Oh, it's been a while, Isabelle. The students around them are baffled. Why is a duke here? Why would a big shot like him even bother? Someone smirks, isn't it obvious? Their Marie must have asked him to. Mard declares, dead serious. Corin Loch, unless sand gets in my eyes, I will not see Marie by your side today. He cackles, Marie is going to spend the whole day on a date with her own father instead. Wahahaha. Corin deadpans, excuse me father. Mard snaps back instantly, don't you dare call me that. Corin can't resist, you're being a little undignified right now. Mard just shrugs it off, history is written by the victor. Isabelle throws her weight behind the counter bid, waving a bag of coins. 100 no, 110 coins. She's practically begging Mard to stop by now, no. Mard grins wickedly, sure, his daughter gave her plenty of allowance, but he's the one who gave it to her in the first place. He throws his fist up for the knockout blow, 1,000 coins. Corin, watching from the back, mutters that it looks like the bidding's finally dried up, then I'll. Mard smugly straightens his tie, clearly convinced he's already won. Then a voice cuts through, honey, what exactly are you doing here? Mard freezes on the spot. His wife levels a look at him, you weren't trying to interfere with our Marie's date, were you? he stammers, "Eek ho honey." He turns pale and shrinks back, caught completely red-handed. Unbelievable, she snaps, grabbing him by the collar. Mard gets dragged bodily across the floor, wailing for his wife to have mercy. He begs pathetically, "The kids are waiting, so let's just follow me instead." His wife just laughs it off, "Oh right, of course." Corin bows dramatically to her, "Please take good care of him, mother." Mard, still being dragged off, sputters, "Who's your mother, who's your mother?" The camera pulls back on the packed, gleaming auction hall, rows of onlookers and guards lining the aisle for the whole spectacle. With the chaos finally clearing, Corin quietly slips off the stage. Then out of nowhere, 1,001 gold coins, the whole room gasps. Isabelle, clutching her nearly empty coin bag, admits they went way over budget, but hey, she can technically still scrape by. The host calls it 1,001 coins, going once. Any more bids? Jaeger's still cheering like it's the finals. The rest of the crowd taps out one by one, muttering that nobody in their right mind is topping that. Corin, holding his ribbon, admits he got what he came for, but honestly this is not the scene he was hoping to end up in. Just when it looks like it's finally over, one more bid drops out of nowhere, 2,000 gold coins. A single golden eye gleams in the dark. Footsteps cross the hall as the shock ripples through the crowd. A silhouette drops in from above and someone lets out a stunned, "What?" The mystery figure's hair catches the light for just a second before the scene cuts away. As the Harvest Festival rolls on, all of Merkaba City lights up right along with it. The academy itself stands as a quiet promise of safety over the whole city. Down below, nobles mingle across the auction hall's checkered floor, sponsors and guests trading pleasantries. It's exactly why the nobility bankrolls the Guardian Academy in the first place, and the evening's hostess works the room with practiced charm. Playing host to wealthy sponsors is just part of the job, and she thanks each guest for coming with a warm smile. Someone elsewhere sighs into their wine, wishing they could just go see their old disciple already. Out past the window, the crescent moon hangs over the city. Another year, another harvest festival. This festival's history runs deeper than anyone currently alive, older even than the woman remembering it now. It began long ago as a burnt offering thanking Dagda, the Danan of the earth, for the harvest itself. On that same feast day, the other Danan received their own offerings from grateful humans in turn. First came Dagda, who blessed the land with its bounty. Then Nuada of the sun and Lug of light, who made everything Dagda planted actually grow. And Mannanan of the sea and Ingus, the god of love himself, added their own blessings to the feast, harp music and all. This year, a new Lady of Autumn has been chosen for the ceremony, petals drifting around her. She receives her blessing in a golden ring of light, hand in hand with the divine figure presiding over it. It's the Danan of beauty bestowing the honor, and watching it all unfold stirs old memories for someone else entirely. A time when this kind of harmony still made the whole world prosper. Alone on a balcony, white hair catching the moonlight, Erin Danua lets herself remember. Those old friends from another age, she barely lets herself think their names anymore. They're nothing now but nostalgic memories she can't get back. Has it really been 2,000 years already? Her expression stays composed, but there's real weight behind those eyes. The Danan of beauty himself, Ohard Bress, appears before her, wrapped in an eerie glow. She looks out over the glittering city below, lost in thought. It's been so long since they last spoke face to face, she tells him, and it's a shame they only get to meet now through illusion magic. She asks him outright, why get involved in this world at all, let alone as Tadeh's subordinate? His answer is a warning. Balthazar is going to win, and everything, including everything she's built here, will end up in ruins. She doesn't flinch. Nobody debates justice or beauty over a pile of ruins. Their time, she tells him, has already passed. The city glitters below in the night, indifferent to it all. What this new era actually needs, she finishes, is light shining over the ruins instead. A figure descends gracefully, landing on a gilded rooftop under the stars. The scene cuts to the glittering Merkaba City luxury hotel, lit up for the night. Inside, soft piano music drifts through an elegant room as Corin arrives for his hard-won date. A voice calls out to him, and a bare foot playfully brushes against his leg. According to plan, she says smugly, she's just secured herself one more golden ribbon, Junior. Her hand grazes his skin, and Corin's face goes red on the spot. He breaks into a nervous sweat, stammering out a "but." She leans in close, all smirk, "Want to play a naughty little game with your big sis?" Green eyes glinting, she looks entirely too pleased with herself. Imagine, a voice says, as a shadowy figure lingers in a candlelit hall. A stunning pink-haired woman leans in close, dripping with charm she clearly knows she has. A hand reaches out, promising something a lot bigger than dinner. Over candlelight they trade absurdly grand titles at each other: heir to the sun, successor of the earth itself. "We would combine our power into one," she purrs, subtle. She muses about the incredible kid the two of them would apparently produce together. The daydream keeps escalating fast, "We will just fade to black here. With your strength and my beauty," she teases, closing the last bit of distance. Then a sharp huff cuts the fantasy off cold. Turns out it is just Corin, completely zoned out at his desk, being called back to reality. The real woman in front of him looks nothing but flustered that he spaced out on her. Without warning, Corin grabs her by the foot. Fingers dig straight into the ticklish spot. She shrieks and thrashes across the table, completely caught off guard. Full meltdown mode, cackling and kicking, all dignity abandoned. She finally catches her breath, blushing hard and laughing it off. Corin is still not over it. Is 2,000 gold really a joke to her? She tries out a soft junior on him, hoping it'll diffuse things. It does not. "Do not call me that," he snaps. And it is not just her, apparently Mariette pulled the same stunt too. "That is a serious sum of money," he reminds her, not something to toss around carelessly. "There is a line for a reason," he says. He never wanted the girls just buying their way to festival ribbons. She goes quiet, the point clearly landing. The mood shifts into something more private, the two of them alone over dinner again. "Well, you could look at it that way," she admits. But buying the ribbon outright, she clarifies, was never actually the plan. Both her and Mariette, she insists, would have done the exact same thing in that spot. She admits she already knows exactly why he is entering the festival's auction event too. She has watched him juggle every competition at once, quietly drowning himself in guilt over it. But even for a single moment, she admits, the idea of him being owned by somebody else, however briefly, just feels unbearably wrong to her. Her hand tightens into a fist, the thought clearly eating at her. "Do not worry," she tells him softly, eyes glassy. "I promise you this. Just like always, that is never going to happen," he says, leaning down to meet her eyes. The moment lingers a while longer in the dark before it fades. "I really do like a happy ending," she murmurs. Day 4 of the Harvest Festival dawns bright and clear over the academy. The Guardian Academy mostly exists to train fighters who hold the line against demons. But plenty of students here could not care less about swordplay. Some would rather bury themselves in their studies instead. Anyone into magic, trade, or knighthood is welcome to line up and show off what they have built. Literally anyone can enter and put their work on display. A massive crowd has already packed in for the showcase. One student proudly shows off a portable water purifier for expeditions into the wild. Another rigged up an ice magic shaved ice machine, cute if a little pedestrian. Then someone unveils an honest-to-God rocket, designed to land itself back on solid ground. Normal people build gadgets for chores, the truly gifted ones build the future. The crowd just stares, dumbfounded, at what they are even looking at. Inventions like that do not come from nowhere. Then without any warning, something crashes straight through the showcase. A flipping hunk of scrap metal tears through the wreckage. "My booth," a vendor wails as his entire stall gets flattened. "What crazy bastard did this? Is this some kind of attack?" someone screams from the crowd. Corin spots the culprit and freezes. That face is unmistakable. The wrecked truck thing skids to a stop in a cloud of dust and debris. The showman behind it all steps out of the wreckage, grinning. "Here is my submission," he announces, cool as anything. Shirtless, scarred, and thoroughly unbothered, he poses right on the roof of his junkyard ride. He wrecked someone's booth and he's entering that piece of scrap. The crowd cries foul. "Judge, reprimand him," someone shouts. He gets a flat quiet in response. The wreck hums with an actual heartbeat, glowing at its magical core. It launches off the ruined booth, roaring to life like something alive. The presiding professor stares it down. Its body is pure junk, but magic pumps through it like blood. Somehow it is nothing like a slow, lumbering carriage. This thing wants to run wild. This beast is telling me all about it, he grins. The professor's eyes narrow. How did a pile of junk like this ever get a soul? Corin Lach, she mutters, recognizing the technique buried underneath it all. Ah, I knew you would clock it, Professor Dana, he smirks. He traded a rough outline of the technique for his crew's freedom from the Dunilif potato farm, of all places. I do not need to look at anything else, he says, soaking in the win already. A golden ribbon drops right into his fist. Magic exhibition winner, the wreckage-strewn crowd roars. His ragged little crew hoist him up in celebration. Champion hands down, no contest. A grinning judge admits this win came from shamelessly playing to exactly what the panel wanted to see. We did it, we will not get chased off anymore, his crew cheers. No more potato farm for us, they shout. Good work, slaves, he deadpans back. Elsewhere across the grounds, a spear meets a wolf's fangs, just one more corner of a chaotic festival day. Back at his own booth, Corin's charm offensive keeps right on rolling. The food market is packed with balloons and regulars who greet him like an old friend. I am here with my friends, someone chirps, admiring his cute, simple little stall. He is pouring drinks and running favors non-stop, not a single complaint out of him. Free physical therapy on the side too, because apparently the man just cannot stop helping people. Word spreads fast. Corin Lach's booth just posted the biggest profit in festival history. Honestly, the outcome was never really in doubt. 4 golden ribbons down, 1 left to go. And the last event, he is more confident about that one than any other. Next up on the docket, the mock trial. Contestants split into defense and prosecution and argue over a made-up defendant. That defendant is literally a dummy, modeled on a real school incident just for immersion. All in the name of realism, apparently. That mannequin's smug little grin looks suspiciously familiar. Defense, Corin Lach. His rival brags he memorized the entire law code, fired up over the new demi-human rights bill. No student here knows the kingdom's laws better than me, he boasts. The professor playing judge is mostly there just to keep the show moving. The actual verdict comes down to the jury, a whole room full of fellow students. The case, illegal dumping for chucking food out a classroom window. How do you even defend that? I win, the prosecution smirks. Corin does not miss a beat. The defendant simply returned what nature gave right back to nature. The prosecution's jaw drops. Wait, what? Your Honor, this is ridiculous, he sputters. Even the jury has to admit it. Food does technically come from nature. Gasps ripple through the whole gallery. Next charge, ditching class to hang around in the city. He was simply exploring his own educational path, Corin declares, and somehow people are nodding along. Was anyone hurt in the explosion? As long as the students are safe, it is fine, someone reasons. They are all innocent, honestly, Corin shrugs with a dramatic flourish. He strikes a ridiculous victory pose, practically glowing with self-satisfaction. Innocent, the crowd erupts, Corin Lach. Destroy them with that tongue of yours, someone screams from the stands. Settle down, there is still one case left, the judge warns, gavel raised. The finals begin. Prosecution, state your accusations. Across the aisle, Lark Bugman for the prosecution, already smirking like he has won. Now here comes ribbon number 5, Corin grins, ready to argue the case of one Joran Jock. This round's defendant, a dummy with an unmistakably smug grin. Joran Jock stands accused of weaponizing his good looks and silver tongue, oddly familiar smug face and all. The specific charge, juggling relationships with 5 different women at once. The prosecution calls it borderline cheating at an elite level. Cheating, objection, Your Honor, Corin shoots back. Nowhere in the kingdom's code does it say dating multiple people at once is illegal, he argues. Besides, he adds, the defendant never officially called any of it a relationship. That changes everything, apparently. It happens between friends, right? He says with a wink. Yeah, they are just friends, someone backs him up none too convincingly. Could something like that really be called just friendship? The prosecution roars back, practically on fire. Who told you that? Who squealed? He demands, completely unraveling. Someone gently points out this is a trial about a completely fictional defendant. He just keeps losing it, laughing and raging at his own outburst. The whole courtroom watches from above, thoroughly entertained. Please think about it, Joran Jock could have had his reasons, Corin pleads, sweating bullets. Maybe he never dated anyone properly because he was too busy saving the world, he blurts out. The gavel comes down, verdict time. According to the jury's vote, the defendant Joran Jock, the whole room holds its breath. Day 5 of the festival wraps as the sun dips behind the academy. Whoa, congrats, 5 ribbons for real, someone gushes over the hall. A glittering pile of golden ribbons stacks up. Except one is not gold at all, 4 golds and a lone silver, thanks to a split verdict on that last trial. Nearby, a sore loser rants that tearing a golem apart for every girlfriend the defendant supposedly had his way too cruel. The stone golem gets shredded apart to make the point anyway. A small cat-eared kid just watches, thoroughly unbothered by the whole meltdown. Boss, you are not even human, one of his crew mutters, watching his ribbon count climb. 1 ribbon left, just 1. Damn it, Corin mutters, staring down the last event. Guess I have no choice, he sighs, as his crew asks if he is really about to go through with it. Yeah, he answers flatly, resigned to his fate. This is genuinely all that is left, he groans, head in his hands. The sign-up board for the final event just stares back at him. The festival's final day dawns. Sure, he will admit it, he was never exactly the brains of the operation. Every scheme he has ever pulled off had a decent chance of blowing up in his face. Back in the day, Park Sihu did all the planning, Corin just carried it out. So this really should not be hard at all, he tells himself, shrugging off his shirt. Gear comes off piece by piece. This is something only a real man can do, he declares, flexing beside an equally shirtless friend. It is the manliest act there is, no shame in this at all, he insists, psyching himself up. The fishnet stockings come out next. His own name gets called, Corin Lach. The finale of the Harvest Festival, a towering, muscle-bound host announces. The outfit comes together, stocking by stocking. Let us begin, someone says as Corin lies there, resigned to his fate. Picture this, the Academy is throwing its big autumn cross-dressing competition, gold ribbon on the line. And let's be real, nobody in this crowd signed up because they wanted to. Most of these poor souls are only up here because they lost a bet, and this one is already regretting not picking scissors instead. To everyone else, winning does not even matter, just surviving the humiliation is the whole goal. Backstage, the wardrobe crew is not exactly being gentle about it. One competitor is just praying this whole nightmare wraps up fast. Except for one person in the building who is dead serious about actually winning this thing. She is chanting it like a war cry, I'll win, I'll win, I'll win. The crowd absolutely loses it the second the next act hits the stage. Turns out it is Jaeger, tattoos and muscles and all in a skirt, and the crowd is begging him to take them home. Tattoo Boy really commits to the bit too, striking a pose like he has trained his whole life for this. Somewhere in the crowd, one girl is just staring, wondering why the hell he is trying this hard. One rival just laughs it off, no way this is actually happening. The announcer is already hyping up the next batch of contestants. Backstage descends into chaos as more competitors get shoved out to screaming fans. One girl swears she is holding her breath until they show up. Somebody is watching all of this unfold and just muttering, these fuckers. That somebody is actually Corin, and he is starting to suspect the other contestants are teaming up just to keep him from winning. Fine then, if that is how it is going to be, he is going all out too. And going all out means Corin steps out in a wig and a costume, radiating main character energy this competition absolutely did not need. Turns out he has a secret weapon, a genuine knack for dancing. Courtesy of endless nights watching K-pop videos back when he was stuck in the army in his old life. Meanwhile, Tattoo Boy is backstage hyping himself up. What matters here, apparently, is immersion. Somewhere a fan is already losing her mind, imagining his big triumphant moment. One rival catches the fallout of it all and has absolutely no idea what just hit him. It devolves into a full backstage scuffle. Out in the crowd, jaws are hitting the floor. Corin, he is literally destroying the stage. No exaggeration. The man is doing full acrobatics, smashing set pieces, turning a cross-dressing pageant into a demolition derby. The audience goes dead silent, not entirely sure what they just witnessed. One rival throws his hands up, screw this, just give the guy the ribbon already. The rest of the competition officially forfeits on the spot. Even the judges go quiet while somebody just starts serenading the crowd like nothing happened. One girl in the audience is fully blushing, completely charmed. And there is the reveal, wig and all, grinning like he just won a war. Standing over a stage full of defeated rivals, Korin just soaks it in. The survivor the winner is announced, Korin Loch. Gold ribbons rain down as he quietly tells himself, I did it. The scene drifts somewhere much quieter later that same night. Someone points out the view of the whole city skyline from up high. Down below sits the old shopping district, where this whole academy actually got its start. Turns out the school began life as a humble orphanage. Just 2 people and a handful of kids who had lost everything to monsters. A quiet moment on a moonlit balcony. Someone asks the Lady of Autumn if she ever feels empty watching the parade from so far above it all. This whole festival, after all, is supposed to be for the students, not for her. He crosses the terrace toward her in the dark. She tells him she has been plenty happy, happier than she lets on, and she can feel the resolve building in him lately. He just stands there a second, taking her in. She asks the question that has clearly been sitting with her. Something happened, didn't it, ever since he called her up to the clock tower? Go ahead, she tells him, tell me. Master, he starts, I want happiness. Not just for me, for a lot of people. 2 kids nearby, one telling the other she just wishes everyone could be happy. Elsewhere, someone getting dressed for the festival murmurs about wanting to protect that kind of joy for people. 2 more students dress up for their one shining night, just for today. Back on the balcony, she reassures him, you will be able to pull this off. He watches the city lights from the terrace, weighing everything still ahead of him. I have to, he says quietly. Their hands find each other, and something unspoken passes between them. And you need to be there for the ending, she tells him. Stay with me, she says, until everything is over. And so it begins. Flashback to the final day of an old autumn festival. This was the single biggest event, deep into the story of the game he used to play. The Academy's destruction, that is what they called it. At the stroke of midnight, time itself froze solid. More specifically, the whole world got dragged into a frozen instant. The thing responsible for stopping time was sitting at the very top of the clock tower. It was the very first letter of an ancient original rune. One that Tades Balthazar hid there himself back when the Academy was first built. Balthazar taps into that hidden power and unleashes it. Enough to force-activate thousands of movement runes buried across the entire city. The whole skyline lights up in that same sickly purple glow. Every rune resonating at once, dragging the whole city, buildings and all, straight into a place called Shadow Paradise. And with that the Academy falls. Something monstrous stirs in the dark. Chaos tears through the streets as the city gets overrun. Shadow beasts flood every street and ordinary students cannot even move. A handful of standout students try to fight back, Yule throwing everything she has into shielding goggles. Lightning and magic collide across the wreckage. However, even the golem crews get dragged straight into the fight. A blinding flash tears through the battlefield. Tades Balthazar himself steps into it. So does the legendary Ohard Bress, wreathed head to toe in fire and fury. The whole city becomes a war zone. Shadow beasts carry out the attack in full force, and it all started right there. By the end of it, a staggering number of the Academy's people are dead, important characters included. And the fires just keep burning through the ruins. One of them in particular was Master. Her spear still glows even as the flames close in around her. Because back when he actually played this game, the original rune was flat out impossible to destroy. And when he got dragged into this world for real, alongside Park Sihu, that same fire, that same fate was already waiting for her. In the memory, she walks straight into the flames toward the boy she raised. For the heroes of this academy, young Korin can only watch, terrified as the fire closes in. For the sake of her disciple, I'm an adult, she says, steadying herself against the heat. As an adult, she tells him, I have a responsibility to protect you children. Children, she repeats, walking further into the blaze. And that is exactly what she did, she sacrificed herself. That's right, present-day Korin realizes old grief burning behind his eyes. Tonight is her final night. Back in the present, something is clearly wrong, and a companion catches it on his face right away. The fated hour is closing in fast. At midnight, the clock keeps ticking closer. The hands creep toward 12. And the original rune begins to activate, right on schedule. Purple light erupts around the clock tower. It spreads out, thousands of runes across the city, all resonating together, exactly like before. Down on the street, completely oblivious, a couple just strolls along enjoying candy and each other's company. However, this time it is not the rune of movement lighting up. Because fall, as it turns out, is the season of harvests. Festival floats glide through the crowd, packed with cheering students in their finest. It is the season where you finally reap what you have spent all this time sowing. A group of girls gets to admire the spoils together, laughing over jewelry and gifts. The fruits of your labor delivered in full. And ever since he landed in this world, somebody has clearly been cashing in. One little demon is absolutely thrilled with his haul. Somewhere quiet and small, a house lights up under the moon, someone dancing around with their new fortune. Korin's thoughts drift back over everything it took to get here. He worked himself to the bone just to get stronger. Every single second he spent at Merkaba Academy went into carving that resolved straight into himself, rune by rune. It was one long string of failures, if he is honest, and clawing his way back from every single one of them. Somebody gives him a nod of approval, and he gives one right back. A quiet moment passes between them, all to protect the lives that were always meant to keep going. Your ordinary, mundane lives. And the tomorrow he was handed by her. He is just trying to give it back. Returning it all to you, he tells her, holding her close. Light catches through old stained glass. But somewhere else, something with glowing red eyes is already stirring. The cold winter is coming next. That same menacing figure just watches, waiting. Will they even make it to spring, however? Happy birthday, someone says, as fireworks light up the whole city behind them. He can't help but laugh, soft and easy. Thank you, she tells him, smiling. Mr. Disciple, she calls him, teasing. They hold each other close just for a moment. A hooded figure conjures a glowing rune shaped like the letter T, muttering about a plan he set in motion long ago. He wanted to tear open a gateway to paradise and swallow the whole academy inside it. His voice cracks with frustration. He never pulled it off. The memory shifts to a glittering high society gala, elegant guests descending a grand staircase as fireworks bloom overhead. Turns out that big doomsday ritual fizzled into nothing more than a fancy fireworks show. Someone quietly took apart every trap laid in its path, one by one. For an entire year, right under their noses, their whole scheme was being dismantled piece by piece. A pale hand swirls a glass of blood-red wine, savoring the sting of it. The mysterious noblewoman studies her wine with a faint, dangerous smile. She is clearly not done plotting yet. He thwarted us, she murmurs, still simmering over exactly how badly their plans got wrecked. She names her culprit outright. Korin Law is without question the fated enemy she has been hunting for. Beside her, a scarred, bare-chested giant of a man clenches his fists at the name. A grinning stranger lurks nearby, wondering aloud if it is really wise to just leave this troublesome guy alone. He is rewriting the exact future we planned, the stranger sneers, clearly rattled that their carefully plotted story keeps getting hijacked. Another voice cuts in with worse news. The princess they thought was dealt with, Miriam, is somehow still very much alive. Still alive, they repeat, letting the weight of that failure sink in. A memory flashes of two figures on a moonlit balcony, city lights glittering below. The academy still stands too. None of this, they grumble, is the story they wrote. So why not just fix it themselves? Kill the princess, topple the academy, reset everything to plan. Do not be afraid, Ohard, the noblewoman coos to her scarred companion. She swirls her wine again, savoring the idea like it is the best plan she has heard all year. Doesn't this excite you? She purrs at Ohard, who can only manage a low, tense laugh in return. I have watched that woman's fate for a very long time, she muses. No matter how many futures I glimpsed, they all led to the exact same ending. Ohard, brooding on the balcony, admits it really is remarkable how thoroughly their plans keep getting derailed. In all my years, the noblewoman adds, I have only seen fate itself defied a handful of times. Nearby, another schemer with golden hair raises her own glass. Isn't that, she points out, exactly why this whole situation is so dangerous? They game out the worst case. What if Corin Loch simply skips the final stage or hides instead of walking into their trap? No, comes the flat answer. That is impossible. A hand glows with raw magic as someone declares with total confidence, he will come. Ohard stands shirtless atop a mountain fortress, arms raised to the sky, radiating quiet menace as he braces for whatever is coming. That man will walk right to me on his own accord, he vows, staring at the burning sunset like he already knows how this ends. Two silhouettes stride forward together into the glow, certain their trap is about to spring shut. Come, Ohard growls, fist clenched and glowing with barely contained power. His muscle-bound arm ignites with jagged red claw marks of energy, power surging like it is answering a call. The red light keeps tearing across the darkness, hungry and unstable. 1 month later, winter break rolls around, blanketing the academy town in snow. The academy grounds lie quiet under fresh snowfall, the calm before whatever is coming next. This marks the 4th winter our narrator has lived through in this world, and he is caught in the same grinding cycle all over again, sparring hard against a familiar white-haired opponent. But this time he insists things are actually different. He surges forward with his blade wreathed in fire, faster and sharper than ever. Faster, the training intensifies, blades and sparks flying in a blur. He unleashes a technique straight out of legend, a spear strike known as Serpent Intent, torching the air around him. The move is called Slithering Serpent, and it hits like one, a dark blur crashing forward spear first. Blades meet in a shower of sparks. Two fighters clash midair, energy crackling between them in a blistering exchange. The impact throws sparks in every direction as the duel rages on. His white-haired sparring partner spins through the air, weapon flashing, matching him blow for blow. He finally lands the final step of the technique, the one he failed to master last time around. Even he sounds a little stunned by it. If his master were not alive this time, he admits he never would have gotten this far. Someone jokingly asks if they should tone down all the dramatic lighting. The two trainees plant their spear in the ground and take a breather, agreeing it is time for a break. Wind tousles white hair as his sparring partner watches him quietly, catching her breath. I have nothing left to teach you, she tells him, spear crackling with light. But I still cannot beat you, he admits, frustrated despite how far he has come. Sparring and real fights are different, she reminds him. You are the type who steps up when it actually counts. He deflects the compliment, saying he cannot afford to lean on maybes when lives are on the line. He stands there afterward, golden eyes narrowed, clearly turning her words over in his head. I need to get stronger than I already am, he says, then out of nowhere asks her to touch his arm. She hesitates, flustered, before giving in with an awkward okay. More thoroughly, he presses, guiding her hand along his arm like he is trying to teach her to actually feel the aura moving through it. She goes along with it, blushing, as he asks her to tell him exactly what she senses. Yo-yo, I am not talking about anything weird, she stammers, face bright red at the implication. Were you trying to say something else? He teases and she quickly backtracks, insisting her own muscles are nothing special next to his. That is because you use aura, he points out, unbothered. She blinks, caught off guard by the observation. His mind drifts back to their training together, flashes of fire and steel. His master, he recalls, never relied on aura at all when they sparred. Just pure hone technique, nothing more. Using skill alone, she once parried a spear strike infused with the raw power of the sun. Your power is already complete, she told him. What you are missing is not more strength. It is learning how to unlock what you already have, she finishes. Someone asks who on earth she is even talking about. She admits she last saw him decades ago when he was still a hit-headed young man and has no idea what became of him since. She turns thoughtful, clearly digging up an old memory. Garand, she finally says. His name lands like a thunderclap. He freezes, eyes going wide with disbelief. Garand Arden, the name alone drags up a memory of a fiery silhouette against a dark, wind-torn sky. That old man, the reveal hits him like a punch to the gut. The moment hangs there, heavy with everything that name implies. Somewhere floating towers catch the light. Shem, he mutters, the Sword Emperor. The memory sharpens, This is what happened when the Sky Island itself came crashing down. It is not like I could just go visit him in person, he thinks grimly, picturing the encounter. He would probably try to kill me the second we met, right? He wonders, only half joking. That is not good, he mutters, walking through the city with that thought weighing on him. A small black cat perches on a park bench nearby, blissfully unaware of his spiraling worries. His mind drags him back into a darker memory, chaos and shadow tearing through a ruined skyline. In that other, harsher timeline, the city fell, the academy crumbled, and he lost his master for good. That previous winter, he admits, was brutal from start to finish. This time around, though, he has already handled Firmak Damon, Dune Skies, and Miriam, and the academy is safe. He tried to use this quiet break to actually get stronger. He sighs, settling onto a bench. There is just one problem: if he cannot get an audience with the Sword Emperor, he is completely stuck. He scoops up his black cat companion, Butterfly, and decides it is about time to sort out some business with the Guardian Association. It is a bit early, he figures, but I might as well handle this now. Cue a cheeky stat card rundown of his career. He entered the academy 2 years ago as a lowly 5th-ranked knight, then rocketed to 1st rank in a single semester. Since then he has quietly been running as an unofficial semi-special rank knight through his whole 2nd year. Officially, though, he has never actually been granted special rank. Even the military unofficially treats him like one, after watching him go toe-to-toe with Ohard Bress. His raw power flares, a blade of light cutting through the frame. The catch, the authority that comes with an official special rank, is enormous. Which means official approval is brutally hard to obtain, no matter how strong you actually are. Time to head to the Guardian Central Association, tucked near the heart of the kingdom. He got in thanks to a favor from Miss Josephine, using this winter break to finally push his paperwork through. "Oh, Corin, over here," a familiar voice calls out, waving wildly from the courtyard. It is Alicia Arden, all smiles, asking if he had a nice time back home. He is actually here for his special rank evaluation. She blinks. Corin goes red in the face, clearly not expecting to run into her here of all places. "Hi, have you been well?" Alicia beams, practically glowing with excitement to see him. She leans in a little too close, and someone off to the side is very much not thrilled about it. Alicia throws her arms around him in a warm hug, admitting she has been stuck out east with her sister this whole time and missed him. A gloved hand tightens around a blade nearby, jealousy simmering just out of view. The reveal comes fast, 3 figures tumbling together as a familiar voice shrieks, "H. Warren." H. Warren locks eyes on the scene, her red eyes narrowing with unmistakable jealousy. "You are too close," she snaps, physically wedging herself between Alicia and Corin. "So you are here too, H. Warren," Alicia mutters. Alicia pouts, arguing it has been a full 2 weeks since she last got to see him, so she is allowed a little cozy time. The narration drifts back to the incident that started all this tension between them. Old memories flicker of Alicia and a younger HWA, both blushing over something equally embarrassing. Corin groans, caught squarely in the crossfire of 2 very determined women. Alicia and H. Warren bicker like siblings, flames practically crackling between them. Neither one, he notes, is even bothering to hide her feelings for him anymore. Before he can process that, a new face steps up with a polite bow. "Sir Corin, it is nice to meet you." The man laughs heartily, delighted to be recognized on sight. He is introduced as Letic Giorgio, a former Grade 2 mage now serving as chairman of the Merkaba Guardian Association, and clearly proud of every bit of it. They shake hands, and Corin is reminded that in any association, being the chairman has nothing to do with how strong you actually are. He plays it smooth, buttering the chairman up by calling him a proud alumnus of the academy. The chairman gushes right back, asking how good old Miss Josephine is doing these days. "Still going strong, sir," Corin assures him. "I brought you a little something," Corin says, whipping out a very fine-looking bottle. The chairman's jaw drops. Turns out it is rare Southern Duna wine, gifted by none other than Miss Dunaliff herself, a close personal friend, he claims. Corin hands it over with a grin, adding with a wink that unfortunately he himself is still too young to drink it. "Young man, you shouldn't have," the chairman gasps, thrilled beyond words. Watching from a distance, Alicia and H. Warren wonder aloud if they should just set up a standing meeting with the guy, since apparently this is how business gets done now. The chairman happily takes the bottle, gushing about what fine manners this young man has. Ahem, Corin clears his throat as he turns, noticing someone approaching. What? H. Warren, watching the whole exchange, deadpans that she just witnessed a very scandalous transaction between grown adults. I trust today's evaluation will be completely fair, Corin asks sweetly. No worries at all, it will be perfectly fair, the chairman assures him. All you need to do is pass one simple little test, the chairman adds. Corin is already celebrating in his head. Special rank is basically in the bag. All he needs now, he thinks smugly, are the judges' signatures, and they will follow the chairman's lead without question. From somewhere nearby, an unfamiliar voice booms out, delighted. Ho ho ho, they are evaluating a potential special rank, are they? Corin freezes, that voice, there is no way. A massive silhouette descends, radiating an aura that makes the whole room go cold. I got quite a good look at the clouds, thanks to you, the newcomer says with a dangerous half-smile, power crackling violet around him. The name hits like a gut punch, Garand Arden. Every official in the room drops instantly to their knees. My greetings to the Sword Emperor. Garand does not even look at them twice. Hey, chairman, he says instead, casual as anything. The poor chairman practically folds in on himself. Go ahead, great sword, he stammers, in no position to say no. I am simply exercising my rights as honorary chairman, Garand announces, and everyone present knows exactly how bad that sounds. Shit, no, someone breathes, dread setting in fast. Corin Locke's rating, Garand declares with a terrifying grin, is now unlimited. Corin can only stare into the void and think one thing. He is, in no uncertain terms, completely fucked. Picture the strongest heroes in this whole legend, forget the villain for a second. First up, Erin Danua, the Danan of Justice. Next, Josephine Clara, the Witch of Space, radiating raw power even standing still. And then there's the third name on that list, and it hits different. Garand Arden, the Sword Emperor. Monsters that only show up once a century, this guy cut them down like it was a Tuesday chore. Countless swordsmen spent their whole lives just trying to walk in his footsteps. But that was then. Word is that mountain of a body isn't quite what it used to be. The aura that once shook the heavens doesn't radiate off him anymore, or so everyone assumes. Deep in the woods, one knight grumbles that even special ranks age. What's the old man supposed to do against time? His buddies got a plan, bag this one monster bird and maybe they inherit his special rank seat. Then he freezes. Wait, do you see that? Something in the trees is watching them right back. And there it is, a hulking, red-eyed nightmare of a bird, way bigger and uglier than anyone signed up for. One of them charges in anyway, blade drawn, because apparently that's the plan now. The association is crazy, he chokes out, already regretting every life choice that led here. How do they expect us to take that thing down? Fair question, honestly. Then out of nowhere, an eye snaps open in the dark right behind them. Someone barks back up and a blinding streak of light cuts clean through the darkness. The monster doesn't even get to finish its swing. One clean strike and it's already torn wide open. Their rescuer just casually parted a legendary once-a-century monster like it was nothing at all. He doesn't even glance back, just strolls off like it's a routine errand. The forest barely rustles like he was ever there. The two knights just stand there stunned. Despite all these years, he's still that terrifying. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what a living legend looks like up close. Turns out the rumors of his decline were dead wrong. The Sword Emperor hasn't lost a single step. Take care of the cleanup, he says, already walking off without a backward glance. And that's exactly why the Sword Emperor is a living legend, a special rank knight who defines an entire era. A man built like a walking myth, sword slung over one shoulder. A man every knight will admire forever, and ever since that day someone's been quietly stewing on it. That someone quit fighting on the front lines and gave up chasing more power, cashing in his monster-slaying fame instead for a seat in internal politics. Eventually that seat became the chairman's chair of the whole association. No regrets about the choice I made that day, he insists, but the ones who actually earn the title special rank are simply built different. and right now that difference is walking straight toward the chairman's office. Garand cuts straight to it. Korin Locke's evaluation will be handled personally by him. Got a problem with that, Chairman? Not at all as you wish, Honorary Chairman, comes the very strained reply. Korin's stomach drops. He's fought the Sword Emperor before and it did not go well. Flashback hits hard, his demonic core flaring, a slash tearing clean across his chest. One clean cut nearly took his whole arm off. Not bad, Garand grins through the carnage. You'll be truly formidable in another 10 years. Then, completely deadpan, take Lunia to your bed as soon as your wounds heal. You have my permission. Korin, still bleeding, has one question. What in the world is he even talking about? He almost lost an arm. Korin thinks it over. Just like Alicia, anyone obsessed with the sword tends to cross the line too easily. It's obvious this could easily turn into a fight to the death. It's too dangerous. The safe move is to run. A quiet voice from memory, your power is already complete. What you need isn't more power. You need to unlock it. I always knew how, so I can't walk you through it, but meet someone with a past like yours and you might find your answer. Back in the present, Korin turns that cryptic advice over in his head, a companion at his side. But the real danger, he realizes, isn't losing a fight. It's losing the chance to get stronger at all. At this rate, I'll never be able to beat Balthazar. Of course not, comes the blunt reply. Korin squares his shoulders in his formal captain's uniform, confidence creeping in. Time to stop coasting. All right, he says, let's do this. Garand strides down the hall, sword in hand, heading straight for the evaluation. A burst of white light settles it. Yes, that should suffice. Purple energy crackles up the length of an ancient blade. Garand lays out the terms flat. Block 3 attacks and he'll personally vouch for special rank. Cue the association's training grounds about to get very, very expensive to repair. From above, 2 tiny figures square off on a grand staircase. Meanwhile, in a council chamber, the suits are grumbling. Is this evaluation really worth being so thorough about? Special ranks are rare and these days their authority is mostly symbolic anyway. Shouldn't the association be preventing disasters like this instead of picking fights? One official dabs his face nervously. Honestly, wouldn't it be easier to just hand Korin the rank and get on the Dunilov family's good side? Tusk, why did that old man have to get involved? Someone mutters, watching the standoff from below. I'm ready, Korin says, and he mostly even believes it. Garand doesn't even turn around. Good. Purple energy tears through the air for the first strike. Korin's demonic core flares to life, dark aura curling like horns. Use everything you have to block it, Garand warns. Garand's face cracks with genuine shock. I was planning to. Black energy detonates between them. A monstrous claw of purple force rips through the air. A blinding flash sends a tiny figure flying clean through the wreckage. Up in the gallery, the council officials go pale. A wooden railing snaps clean in half from the shockwave. From above, dust erupts around a single glowing strike. A scrap of torn cloth drifts down through the smoke. A last flicker of gold energy sputters out. Kikyug, I blocked it, Korin gasps, barely believing it himself. A blade smolders, still glowing red-hot from the impact. Dust and debris settle around a battered but standing Korin. Excellent, Garand grins, you wield your weapons like your own limbs, you've more than earned semi-special rank. Korin thinks grimly he had to use his silver arm just to block that. This monstrous old man. Here comes the second strike, Garand announces, like that's a comforting thing to say. 6 steps Sura Garand's technique ignites, his face lit up like a demon out of legend. Shit, another attack already. Korin barely has time to react. Korin counters with the second demonic spear, dragon-shaped energy howling around his weapon. The technique's true name flashes across the fight, dragons fall from heaven. Purple and blue energy collide in a silhouette of pure violence. Garand's counter, 5 dragons, rips through the field as Korin scrambles to hold his ground. For one heartbeat everything just goes still and red. The clash freezes into something almost mythic, wings, fangs, one tiny figure holding a spear against it all. A dragon's silhouette looms, enormous against the sky. Then it all detonates in a blinding flash of purple-white light. The shockwave rolls outward, energy still crackling in its wake. Garand stands tall in the wreckage, sword planted in the ground like he barely broke a sweat. Korin starts, still catching his breath. Garen's jaw is set, teeth gritted, he's clearly not done yet. A streak of gold light cuts across the ruined training ground. Korin's spear sinks into cracked stone, both of them finally holding still. Korin's face is a mess of exhaustion and pure adrenaline. Garen starts talking unprompted. In my youth I chased that same hunger. I hunted down legendary weapons and elixirs. I honed my martial arts and aura, obsessively chasing absolute power. I thought that was the correct path, he says, staring past the wreckage of some ancient kill. Your master, Eren Danua. His grip tightens on the sword, the memory clearly still sharp after all these years. She was the one who showed me defeat. Consider this my repayment for her grace. For a moment his face goes somewhere far away. The lessons she gave me back then, he says, power visibly building around him, I intend to pass on. Open your eyes, Garen orders, look closely. This is the path you have to walk. The path to attaining true power. Unlike the last two strikes, this blade moves painfully, deliberately slow. Light as a feather, almost lazy. And yet Korin's whole body is screaming that something is very, very wrong. My instincts are screaming at me, he thinks. Dark energy claws at the edges of his vision. This, he starts and can't even finish the thought. Cannot be blocked, full stop. A level I cannot even comprehend, Korin realizes, but I know this feeling. The comparison flashes up. The sword demon's own thousand-hand peerless, a space sword that levels everything for a full kilometer. Red threads spiral around a monstrous silhouette, pure, city-ending overkill. Next, Alicia's domain crusher, a blade that teleports past any distance you could ever hope to run. And then Eren's infinity, a divine spear that simply erases the gap between it and its target. A white-haired figure moves through pink spearlight, unstoppable and silent. Blood and light blur together in the memory. Garen's expression is unreadable, watching to see if Korin actually gets it. A wall of red energy slams toward Korin, and for once he looks genuinely terrified. The divine sword that cuts straight through the sky itself. Blue and orange light tear the air apart. A golden beam of pure destruction slams down onto the academy grounds from above. The whole city rocks. This technique has a name, Heaven Cleaver. It's too early for you to block this one, Garen says almost gently. Dust and rubble rain down over the ruined training ground. Up in the gallery, the officials just stare, speechless. The ego you'll pour into your spear, Garen says, the law you'll come to seek. From the cliffside, tiny and alone, Korin still has his spear raised. What? But I never blocked that last attack, he realizes, dust still settling around him. His shoulders rise and fall, breath ragged. The first two strikes proved you were capable enough, Garen says. Ghost images of every clash flicker past, echoes of the fight. But is being special rank actually enough for you? Garen asks. His expression doesn't soften one bit. Are you content with your power ending right here? Korin flinches because, annoyingly, he's right. Korin's fists clench. To actually stand a chance against Balthazar, this is nowhere near enough. Somewhere, a window blows open, a blurred figure dropping through the wreckage. Korin looks back over his shoulder, spear resting against it, resolve settling into his face. Understand it, boy, Garen says, voice suddenly dead serious. And complete it. Garen's aura roars back to life, crackling around him like a challenge thrown down. Korin stares him down. This isn't a test anymore, this is an ultimatum. The sword Emperor Garen Arden doesn't mince words, staring someone down with a cold order, and complete it. Korin's jaw sets under the weight of that order, tension crackling in the air around him. He can only echo the word back, stunned, your ultimatum. The scene dissolves into memory, a lone door creaking open in his mind. We flash back, a younger Korin gripping a blade nearly as big as he is, Garen watching his every move like a hawk. Back in the present, Garen's warning lands like a blade, fail this trial and stay weak forever. As you are now, you're hardly worthy of the Arden family, Garen says flatly, and Korin's face does a full cartoon double take. Turns out the real problem is romantic ambition. Garen snaps that a mere special rank has no business eyeing his granddaughters. Then the twist nobody saw coming. Clear the trial, Garen says, and he'll hand over both Lunia and Alicia for marriage. Korin's brain short-circuits mid-sprint through the training ruins, Alicia and a hooded companion racing along beside him. A starstruck cadet squeals her support from the sidelines while the nun next to her looks ready to pass out from second-hand embarrassment. Korin can only manage an exhausted sigh. What the hell are you even talking about? Shaking it off, he refocuses on the actual question at hand. Did he really just qualify for special rank? A pair of sharp eyes narrow in the dark, watching his rise with quiet interest. Cut to the ceremony hall, where a crowd gathers to formally welcome the newest special rank. Congratulations, Sir Korin, you're officially a special rank, the officiant declares as the promotion magic lights up around him. The crowd buzzes as they file out. It's been years since anyone new cracked the special rank tier. An official reaches out, all smiles, ready to shower Korin with congratulations. But the smile freezes when someone points out an awkward slip. Is that really how you'd address the Sword Emperor too? Korin turns, all business, aura flaring behind him like he's about to make this very complicated. What? The flustered official stammers, insisting he's entitled to every privilege of his rank. Privileges of a special rank, correct? A mustached elder cuts in, already sensing where this is headed. Wait. Korin finishes the thought with a smile that spells trouble, including, technically, the right to run for association president. The room's collective color drains out in real time. That regulation's been nullified. Someone blurts, only for the elder to note, pointedly, that the screening process mysteriously vanished the second the Sword Emperor spoke up. Wait, that's because the Sword Emperor was also the association president back then. Someone tries to explain, already losing the argument. The actual sitting president finally explodes. I won't allow it. I've given this association 30 years of my life. He's practically vibrating with outrage at the idea of losing his seat to a nobody. I refuse to be pushed aside by some nobody, he roars, drawing his blade to make the point. Korin just shrugs it off with a lazy hum. Fine, strolling in with Alicia and a companion at his side like this is no big deal. The onlookers freeze, sensing exactly how this duel is about to go. Then let me make this offer as a special rank, Korin says, gripping his weapon as flame licks up his arm. His demonic aura flares, half his face washed in crimson light. I'll supervise your unranked evaluations myself. Block 3 exchanges from me, he offers, fist already crashing forward, and I'll hand you my special rank on the spot. Silence, nobody in the room even considers taking that bet. One very fast beatdown later, the former president is groveling on the ground, begging the new association president to proceed. The rest of the officials drop to their knees in a chain reaction. Nobody in that hall is arguing with Korin anymore. Korin allows himself a satisfied smirk. Don't worry. He's not planning a coup, just a quick fix. He'll only hold the presidency for a year before handing the reins over. In that year, he intends to rally every capable guardian on the continent, and the veterans flanking him already look nervous about the workload. First order of business, Mariette Dunaliff is named manager of the southern branch, and she looks utterly blindsided by the honor. Next up, H. Warren gets the western branch. Korin is stacking his cabinet with people he actually trusts. H. Warren's eyes widen as the announcement lands, the weight of the new title settling in. He lays out exactly why the association needs rebuilding. The death of Chairman Iryu at the academy still hangs over everyone. Add the Saintess's kidnapping and the Magic Tower's increasingly erratic behavior to the pile. Not to mention the recent chaos within the kingdom itself, the association needs to be ready to actually protect people. The gathered veterans nod along, grim-faced as the stakes sink in. Then Korin does something rare for him. He asks for help, openly, from guardians who have been doing this far longer than he has. Unlike me, who has none of that experience, he admits, please help me. Please guide me, my seniors, he calls out, bowing his head before the entire assembled hall. Alicia and Yule watch from the crowd, visibly moved that the guy who just curb-stomped a sitting president can still be this humble. Next stop, the royal palace, where Korin opens with a deep formal apology to the king himself. The king doesn't waste time reminding him it hasn't been long since he pardoned Korin for treason, and pointing a spear at Princess Miriam was already pushing it. And now you take office as association president and announce your resignation in the same breath, the king says, one eyebrow raised. That's a year away, the king shrugs. Anyone who wants my throne after that will just have to work harder for it. He's already been briefed on the coming threat too, straight from his eldest daughter. My second child was nearly caught up in it, but since you saved her, I'll back the association and your plans, the king says. Corin bows, thank you. Walking out, Corin exhales east, west, south, central, all secured. All that's left now is bracing for whatever winter actually is. So the king calls after him, almost amused, shall I address you as Association President Locke from now on? Please, whatever feels comfortable, Corin replies, already halfway out the door. There's an awkward pause before the king admits someone in his court suggested offering Corin one of his daughters and that he, personally, has zero intention of doing that. Corin breathes an obvious sigh of relief right before a voice cuts in from behind, just take both of them. It's Garand, of course, looking entirely too pleased with himself for someone crashing a royal audience. Corin's brain reboots for the second time this chapter. Meanwhile, down south at the Dunaliff estate, someone inside is already shouting for backup. Mard Dunaliff's wife rushes in, alarmed. Dear, what's wrong? Something on the floor has clearly rattled him badly. Turns out it's his own daughter, collapsed, and Mard whirls on a servant, hauling them up by the collar. What were you doing when this happened? Someone shoves a newspaper in Mard's face. Hurry up and read it. His reaction says it all. Is this true? The headline says it all. The king has publicly offered both princesses' hands to Sir Corin. That's not all. Look at the paper from the east. Garand's gone public too. I will give my granddaughters to Corin. Don't even think about cutting the line, your majesty. The Sword Emperor too. The household reels. Corin has somehow become the most eligible bachelor on the continent overnight. Mard rounds on his wife. This is all your fault. She's understandably baffled. Mimi. You kept scolding our son-in-law Corin, that's why he went elsewhere. She snaps back. Mard sputters that it's clearly that gigolo's own fault. You should have been nicer to him. You should have declared him our official. She cuts back in before he can finish. Son-in-law? Then nobody would have dared covet him. Bring me my son-in-law right now, Mard bellows, fully committed to the bit. And just like that, he's out the door at a dead sprint. Back inside, someone notices Mariette's legs giving out from under her. Mard lunges to catch his daughter before she hits the floor. Mary, he cries out, cradling her. Dad, I saw the news, she manages weakly. What am I supposed to do? Corin is everything to me. Her mother tries to comfort her. Oh, sweetheart, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Mard chimes in, hauling her up. Even if it's not him, the most eligible bachelors in the world will be lining up for the Dunaliff name alone, he finishes, puffing out his chest with pride. Mariette manages a weak jab back. You're the Duke of Dunaliff, Dad. You're supposed to keep good relations with the royal family. I know, he admits. I've actually respected that about you since I was little. Your sense of noblesse oblige, she adds quietly, blushing. Then immediately gets embarrassed by her own sincerity, hiding her face against the floor. Mard just watches her quietly, at a loss for words. Something about the moment clearly stirs an old memory for him. We drop into that memory, little Mary running through the fields after him, beaming, "You're so cool, Daddy." She trips over her own feet mid-run. He's there in an instant, scooping her up. Mary, are you okay? I'm okay, she sniffles. Back in the present, adult Mariette groans into the floor, still mortified. One more memory surfaces, little Mary declaring she's a big girl now and she's going to marry someone just like her daddy. Mard's inner voice admits the truth. Some small part of him wanted to beg her to never marry at all, to just stay by his side. Mary. Snapping out of it, Mard sets his jaw. We Dunaliffs don't let anyone else take what we want. Dad, Mariette blinks, confused by the sudden shift. Trust your father, he says, dead serious. I swear it on the golden potato blossom. I won't let any man get away with making my daughter cry, he vows. Not even if they're royalty, not even if their last name is Arden. Several days later, though, the fallout isn't romantic, it's economic. A crowd is being told to line up outside a shop. This is the royal capital of the Lost Kingdom, and that line is for bread. Wait, how can you just jack up the price of bread like that? Someone shouts at the counter. The notice on the wall explains why the southern merchant caravans that hold the flour monopoly have simply stopped showing up. Somewhere, someone furiously curses out that evil, stubborn potato man, and we all know exactly who that is. Cut to the Eastern District, the Arden family estate. It's been days since food shipments last reached the East, and someone is politely but firmly demanding an explanation. Lunia stands in the training hall, arms crossed, clearly aware of exactly what's going on. "Grandfather," she says pointedly to Garand, who's staring out the window like he has no idea what she's talking about. His hand clenches at his side, giving him away completely. He knows exactly what he started. Back at the Guardian Association headquarters, someone bursts in with breaking news, aghast. The headline: the Dunalifs have launched a hostile takeover of the Royal Merchant Guild, and the Ardens have deployed troops to the southern border, the kingdom's economy hanging by a thread, all because two rich old men want the same son-in-law. The papers have found their scapegoat. Everyone wants Corin Lach as a son-in-law. Is he a hero or a beast of ruin? Complete with an absurdly exaggerated cartoon of him. "How is any of this my fault?" Corin demands of no one in particular. Who the hell wrote this article? He grips the paper hard enough to wrinkle it, thoroughly done with today. The joke curdles fast, though the kingdom should be preparing for the disaster on the horizon, and instead its most powerful families are tearing each other apart over him. His expression hardens, demonic fangs bared. This won't do, no. Something has to be done about this, one way or another. So Corin calls in a summit, at the Guardian Association of all places. What happens next, the story teases, is an event that deserves a place in this world's history books. A very nervous aide clears his throat in a room full of people way above his pay grade. Great sirs. The king doesn't even let him finish. "Great sir, my ass, call me father-in-law." Mard Dunalif, representing pure wealth, snaps just as fast. "Who the hell is great sir?" And Garand, representing raw martial power, grins wide. "Call this old man grandfather." The three most powerful men on the entire continent, the king, the wealthiest duke, and the sword emperor himself, all in one room. And Corin can feel every single one of their eyes on the back of his neck. They've all gathered here right now for exactly one reason, and none of them are backing down. Mard's glare alone could curdle milk. Corin can only stammer out the words, father-in, laws, plural, all three of them at once. In the castle's grand hall, someone finally addresses the man everyone's been waiting on. "Now then, Corin Lach. Welcome to the Kingdom Conference Room, where today's meeting is about to get very personal." A memory surfaces, some old tempter once cornering a much younger Corin Lach. "Take them both as your wives and become the supreme ruler of all." He wasn't buying it even back then. The throne, is such worldly honor really that great? For martial artists like us, he shrugged, it's enough just to advance to a higher realm. The old schemer wouldn't let it go. "What do you say, Corin Lach? Take my granddaughters," he pushed, "and leave behind an even stronger bloodline." Corin Lach's answer was ice cold. "Power, might, those are all things that can be bought with money." Somebody at the table cracks a joke about Mariette's family. "If you just listen to her, you'll find potatoes even in your sleep." Back in the present, the memory snaps shut. Now. A ghostly voice thunders the same old demand: "Choose." The king rubs his temple. "Power, might, wealth, he's heard this song and dance before." Sigh. Corin Lach cuts straight to it. "King David, cancel the royal marriage proposal and put an end to this conflict." King David bristles. "To think you'd refuse the power of the royal family. The Dunalifs owe me a debt they can never repay, do they not? I saved the lives of your daughters after all," Corin Lach reminds him flatly. The king grits out an admission. His whole family owes this man everything. "Repay that debt right now," Corin Lach presses. King David has nothing left to say. So he caves completely, lifts every sanction on the royal family and the Ardens, and drops the marriage plan cold. Even the king has to admit, "You truly are a martial artist." "I'm not interested," Corin Lach says flat out, and the king's jaw nearly hits the floor. "I have little interest in money or power," he goes on. "The same goes for martial arts." The king erupts. "Do not lie in my presence. There is no one in this world who isn't interested in those things." But Corin Lach isn't lying. "The world," he says quietly, "will soon fall into crisis." The room goes dead silent. "We'll die," he continues, voice flat as stone, "and many people. I am no exception," he finishes. The final confrontation, we're told, draws near. A flash of grainy, half-glimpsed images races past, shadows of the battle still waiting for him down the road. I can't afford to hesitate, he tells himself, or let fear paralyze me. If that happens, there will be people left behind to grieve. Even if I bond with someone, that fact doesn't change, parting with a loved one. He remembers that pain too well, having had to carry that grief completely alone 3 years back. That's why, he tells himself, I can't recklessly enter a relationship. Back at the conference table, he turns to face the room again. I'm asking you. Mariette, Alicia, Lunia, Miriam, Estelle. They're all wonderful women who deserve to be loved, he says, but if the worst should happen, I refuse to leave any of them behind with a broken heart. Someone else cuts in. Gentlemen, now isn't the time to be divided. We need to join forces and prepare. We must first save the world, Corinlock declares, and just like that, the meeting has a whole new agenda. The persuading continues, one stubborn noble at a time. Old allies flash by, H. Warren, a lightning-fast swordsman, a fiery fighter and more, each weighed for what's coming. Things to prepare for, things to ask for. Cashing in on every favor he's earned so far. Corinlock talks the kingdom's biggest power players into falling in line. And just like that, a whole month slips by. December 25th rolls around. At the Kingdom Hotel, Corinlock groans about the grind. I'd rather just use my body. This daily mental fatigue, he mutters, is no joke. Since Mariette and H. Warren are coming back tomorrow, he starts trailing off in thought. Something bursts into the room in a flurry of red hair and flower petals. Corinlock jolts awake in bed. You're here, comes the delighted shout. Miriam tackles him clean off the bed, giggling the whole way down. It's been a while, sir. It's been a while, princess, he shoots right back, teasing her with the title. You should know by now, he says, drugs don't work on me. I know, she admits, I just needed a bit of medicine and a change of scenery. Do you know what day it is today? There's no way I could forget, he thinks, and an old memory pulls him under. Congratulations, sir, a voice offers, somewhere in a dusklit castle. Or should I call you Count Corin now? Footsteps close in through the half-light. He barely reacts, his little imp familiar hovering close by his side. For the merit of defeating Professor Firmac Damon and Ohard Bress, the ceremony gets underway. He's been invited to the banquet held in his honor. Problem is, nobody here is actually enjoying it. Someone reaches for his shoulder as he stands with his back to the room. Gravestones sit in the pouring rain, the names carved into stone. Cranel, Drin, Druid, Yule, all gone. The people I once brushed off as nothing more than NPCs had come to mean more to me than I ever could have imagined. Back then, he thinks, I only understood that after I'd already lost them. A voice interrupts. What's the hero of the nation doing out here all alone? He turns toward the voice. Princess Elizabeth, he greets her. Just Miriam is fine, she says, we're no strangers. I'm tired, she says, would you escort me to the lounge? It's a bit secluded, she adds, so I'll need a knight's escort. Subtle, real subtle. Since you're here, have some tea, I'll brew it myself. So suddenly. Don't you need an excuse to kill some time before you leave, she teases. Well, he hesitates, sipping his tea. So she says, leaning in close, play with me. Pardon is all he manages. The teacup slips from his hand and shatters on the floor. My knight, she murmurs. Conquer me, she whispers, take everything that's mine. His mind is already going hazy. Whisper your love to me. Let's just say the rest of that night takes care of itself. That, it turns out, was the day before his 3rd year adrift in this other world began. Back in the present, Miriam suddenly sits bolt upright. December 25th, she says, you remember, right? You've seen this far into the memories. The two of them stay wrapped up together, present day. Right, so it wasn't just an illusion, he says. I've thought about it a lot, unfamiliar memories and feelings kept surfacing. It's a severed connection, she says, just think of it as a passing dream. But you don't actually believe that, do you? His silence says everything. If it really was severed, he says slowly, there'd be no reason to save me or to stand in the way of my revenge. A surge of purple energy flickers, but you risked your life, she says, and you pulled it off. Which means, she says, everything can be restored now. Me, she starts, her voice breaking. In our child. His face falls. Don't do this, he warns her. She's shaking, clutching at her own arms. Why? It happened today, in that memory it was this exact day. It won't come back through methods that naive. "What's the difference?" she cries. He grabs her and holds on tight. She collapses against him. "Sir." She starts. "Just forget it all," he tells her. "Let the weight of remembering fall on me alone. I forced something so awful onto you," she says. "It's not your fault," he answers. She clings to him. "It's my selfishness. I couldn't control my own need for revenge. I'm sorry." "It's okay," he tells her, watching the moon through the window. A December 25th, quite unlike the one before. The night passes quietly. His sincere pitch to the kingdom's power players had worked. Somewhere a grand estate sails through the sky on wings, a strange and hopeful omen. The Dunalefs, true to their word, lift the sanctions. Mard watches from a window, satisfied. Knights march in formation, the army reorganized and ready. The Sword Emperor heads back east, to wait for his promised time. Before he goes, Garand leaves behind one more piece of advice, something about the ultimate essence. Just one. Garand tells him, focus your mind on a single thing. Fold in the state of mind, the domain, and the logic you're reaching for. Korenlock trains himself ragged. Unite the energy, the old master's words echo, align all three and you'll touch the ultimate essence. He keeps at it alone in the snow, silent and stubborn. Sweat and effort are etched across his face. What does that even mean? Damn it, I still don't get it, but his eyes burn with resolve anyway. A hand glows faintly in the dark. Is it finally starting? Shirtless, spear in hand, he walks straight into the storm. This year's winter refuses to end, and something massive stirs in the white. The blizzard swallows everything, ice ripping through the air around him. He stands alone before a towering, shadowed shape. The struggle against a winter that feels like it will never end finally shows its face, a colossal, ice-armored monster. Our story picks up somewhere you really do not want to be without a coat, a frozen, storm-battered border city clinging to survival. A lone, hooded figure trudges toward the city gates through the whiteout, spear slung over his shoulder. At the crumbling northern wall, a couple of frozen guards grumble about the cold, wondering when their visitors are finally showing up. Word is some official investigation team is coming to check out the freak weather, or so the paperwork claims. One guard scoffs that it is winter here literally every single day, so what is the point of a climate survey? He figures they are really just coming to find something to nitpick. Then, almost too casually, he asks whether anyone has done maintenance on the south gate lately. His buddy admits the wall has been a 3-year patch job nobody bothered to fix properly, then catches himself sounding way too familiar with a superior. Before that awkwardness can land, the gate slams open and both guards jump half out of their boots. Corin Loch steps through, sizing up the wreck of a city with a tired sigh. It is worse than he expected. He strolls in through the storm, greeting the stunned guards like it is just another Tuesday. He introduces himself plainly, Special Rank Guardian Corin Loch here on official business. The wind howls through the silence that follows. Nobody quite knows what to make of him yet. The storm keeps hammering the huddled rooftops of the half-frozen town. His orders spell it out. An investigation team is being sent to survey the abnormal climate beyond the wall, and every official in the city is to cooperate fully with its leader, Corin Loch. Someone reads the notice back with more than a little skepticism. A climate survey, huh? Officially, the locals are thrilled to cooperate and thrilled for an excuse to break out the drinks. Before any real business happens, it is decided, first they are having a drink. They toast to a very convenient northern proverb, never put off until tomorrow the drinks you could have today, and warn him not to go snubbing their hospitality. Someone grumbles that their spread might look humble by continental standards, but does he have any idea how hard food is to come by out here? One more glass turns into Corin just straight up chugging the jug. He gasps that this stuff is properly strong, truly worthy of the north. His hosts laugh that what passes for alcohol down south is basically water. Real drink should hit this hard. But under the buzz, Corin's mind drifts somewhere darker. Even in his last time around this loop, he never really understood the north, not until the massive wall fell the moment war broke out. The people who lived behind it either died in the collapse, or ended up dragged off in chains, fighting a battle they had already lost, or simply defected to whoever offered them a way to survive. The memory keeps unspooling. prisoners hauled away, a city already broken before the real disaster even started. Ruins of what the wall used to be flicker past in his mind. In that other timeline, the warming season never came. The cold just kept getting worse, freezing the whole world solid. The South's vast farmlands missed their planting season entirely, and food prices shot straight through the roof. The sudden cold snapped through the entire continent into chaos. Enemies used that chaos to tear down the northern wall completely, unleashing demonic beasts to turn the whole continent into a living hell. And behind it all, one name. This was Balthazar's plan all along, an eternal winter engineered to break the world. Corin realizes with a jolt, this frozen, forgotten city is where it all began. Snapping back to the present, he finds himself surrounded, and the tattooed old leader of the guard is being physically restrained by his own men. Someone warns him flatly, special rank or not, he will not be pulling off any tricks here. Turns out that friendly drink was spiked with a drug strong enough to floor a frost giant in one shot. Furious and drugged, Corin demands to know what they want and why they are doing this to him. The blunt answer, because they simply cannot trust him. They ask almost mockingly if he is really who he claims to be, the actual Corin Lach. His name has gotten famous across the continent lately, and fame like that, they say, breeds a whole lot of imposters. And well, honestly, they have got their own reasons for what happens next. Corin's captor lays it out cold: this city is already circling the drain. Since the nation was founded, barbarian tribes have crossed the wall at every opportunity, and lately even the Valkyries have started eyeing it too. The northern warriors have bled defending these walls for generations, even when they throw their lives on the line to hold the border. Battle after battle stacking up in grim memory. The kingdom back home keeps cutting off their food and resources, hiding behind excuses like mage tower subjugations, civil wars, and climate anomalies, while 10,000 people are left to survive on nothing. Corin tries to protest, but he is cut off cold. It is no use no matter what he says. The savages beyond the wall are still coming for their throats, while the comfortable kingdom to the south enjoys its peace and looks the other way. This, the old leader Vayan snaps, is simply the rule of the north. You might feel wronged, but do not assume you are the only ones suffering. Corin argues back that the north has suffered plenty already. Vayan just smiles grimly and notes that unlike continental liquor, northern alcohol catches fire. Flames roar to life all around Corin, swallowing him whole in a wall of burning liquor. Vayan murmurs an apology through the smoke. Do not resent him for this, Corin Lach. His death, Vayan says grimly, will be the message he sends back to the continent. In this frozen land, he says, they will die by their own hands before they die begging. Then the fire detonates outward in a blinding shockwave, hurling everyone off their feet. When the smoke clears, Vayan and his man are the ones sprawled on the ground groaning, very much alive. Vayan stares up in complete shock. Because standing in the middle of that inferno, completely unbothered, is Corin himself. The fire that was supposed to kill him did not even singe him. Calmly, Corin tells them he has just confirmed one thing: they are not on Balthazar's side. Yet. And because of that, he says simply, he is not going to let them die. Power surges around him, his hair flaring white and violet as the second, demonic core he has only just started to master roars to life. The storm around the city seems to hold its breath. Light floods the frozen streets. For a moment, the whole battered city is lit up like dawn. Vayan's hand trembles as the truth finally sinks in. He shouts it out loud, stunned. He was right. Corin admits it plainly. The climate survey story was always a cover. He really came here to end the eternal winter itself. And he came here to wage war. Behind him, his allies gather in force, his little demon familiar Diaku included, all ready to back him against Balthazar himself. Corin flashes a confident, fanged grin, power still crackling through his newly white-streaked hair. His gear settles back into place as the surge of power fades. 3 days later, the mood in the city has completely flipped. Work crews are out felling timber in the forest, cheering each tree as it drops. Sweet. The rising sun breathes new life into the frozen town, and the wall guards, who had been stretched thin on a shoestring budget for years, finally have what they need to work. The moment real food and manpower show up, everyone moves briskly, Turns out morale problems are usually just supply problems. Orders fly to move the timber and get the wall reinforced immediately. Yes, sir, comes the eager reply. Even the guards who used to grumble about the cold are working with real purpose now. Warren drops in to help too, and Vion barks a simple order to clear the way: move. One of the sisters watching over her frets that she has not taken a single break and begs her to just come join them for a bit. Warren just shrugs it off. This way is faster. Up on the wall, Vion watches the whole rebuilding effort in silence, saying nothing. The stacks of cut logs keep growing by the hour. Someone offers to switch places with her. Warren predictably insists she is fine. The two women decide to pack a lunch for Corin later, since he is clearly working harder than anyone. They debate whether he would even like malatang. He will like anything as long as you are the one making it, someone teases, and Warren goes red under her collar. Warren gets straight back to hauling timber, trying hard to hide how flustered she is. Logs split clean in half under her strikes. She throws way more vampiric power into woodcutting than the job actually requires. Splinters fly everywhere as she puts on a one-woman lumber show. When someone suggests tossing some bird meat into the stew, Warren freezes. Turns out she can only actually identify about 3 kinds of birds. She reasons out loud: this one is not a chicken, no stubby legs, no comb. And it does not have a hooked beak like a bird of prey, so. This bird is, she gasps, spotting a big white crane sweeping in. Without missing a beat, she just grabs it by the legs, dinner plans fully locked in. The kingdom left the north to freeze on its own, no reinforcements, no rescue, nothing. And in that frozen dead zone, evil didn't just survive, it bloomed. Something massive claws its way out of the snow, and it is not happy to see you. Word spreads fast: 3 demonic beasts rule this wasteland, and hunters who cross them don't come back. These things have terrorized the north for generations. Locals don't even bother fighting anymore, they just run. First up, Defiant Frostfoot, a wolf built like a small mountain and just as hard to kill. Then there's Bladeclaws, a snarling white beast that shreds through anything dumb enough to get close. 2 down on the introductions, 1 demonic monster left to meet, and it's the biggest of the 3. Say hello to Mighty Bear, the last of the trio, and exactly as subtle as the name suggests. A pack of northern hunters charges in anyway, screaming a war cry like that's actually going to help. Spoiler, it does not help. One of them is already screaming for backup. The bear rears back, hit by something a lot harder than any axe. The hunters keep pushing forward anyway, running more on desperation than any real plan. A gust rips through the camp and the old-timers freeze up, because they know exactly what's coming. They always said the 3 demonic beasts of the north couldn't be beaten. Nobody told them someone would just show up and try anyway. That someone is Swinging Dirg, a spear so cursed that anything it stabs gets stuck with the beast hunter's curse for good measure. And just like that, beast number 3 is face down in the snow. Corin Luck plants his spear and asks, almost bored, if that's really the last one. 1 week, 3 legendary monsters, and he's standing on the last one like it's just another Tuesday. A grizzled tribal elder can barely believe what he's watching. Corin Lach, so the rumors were true. He's incredible to slay all 3 demonic beasts of the north in a single week. A man that powerful and that righteous, the old chief mutters, still staring. Is undoubtedly worth following, he finishes, and honestly, who's going to argue with him? Then the system chimes in, because apparently killing 3 legends in a week earns you a brand new title. It's called War Flag, become the symbol everyone watches, and your stats scale with how much attention you're pulling. His jumped from 40% to 60% overnight, and every stat spiked 20% with it. Beating a field boss solo just handed him a free power spike, not a bad trade. It almost makes the beating he took from Dune Skies and that golden mage Idrin feel worth it. Almost. The Elder's jaw drops even further. The guy just soloed 3 apex monsters and he's still acting hungry for more. Corin brushes it off, crediting the spear's curse bonus for making the fight almost too easy. Then he admits it, quiet and a little tired, he still doesn't feel strong enough. His second-in-command isn't having it. You pushed yourself way too hard, boss, she snaps. I'm fine, really, he tries, and nobody in this scene believes him for a second. "No, you aren't," she fires back instantly, not even blinking. She's been on standby the whole time because he told her to, and he hasn't slept once this entire week. And on top of hunting 3 monsters, he's apparently also been personally holding up an artificial sun over the city, non-stop. That blazing light keeping the whole city safe, that's him running on 0 sleep. "All right," he says flatly, then mutters under his breath how touching because sincerity makes him uncomfortable. "Everyone heard that, right?" he asks the crowd, then tries to wriggle out of it. An oral contract is still a contract. Before he can finish arguing, a whole mercenary company barges in yelling that the bear carcass belongs to them now. "It's ours, so treat it with care." Corin snaps back, muttering a much less polite word under his breath. He decides arguing over bear meat isn't worth his time and figures it's best to just head back. His mind's already elsewhere. 3 demonic beasts gone is good news for him, but it's probably bad news for whoever he's about to go to war with too. In his head he's already crossing threats off the board, 1 demonic monster at a time. Before anything else can sneak up on the city while his back's turned, he wants those walls personally inspected. Because if those walls crack the moment he marches off to face Balthazar, this whole city could get surrounded fast. Although, he trails off, clearly not done worrying yet. He blinks up at the sky, genuinely surprised morning snuck up on him already. The sun's climbing over the fortress walls, painting the whole city gold. Somewhere below, his temporary quarters are waiting, and so is an actual bed. Guardian's temporary quarters, finally, a room with his name on it. He jolts awake with a gasp before he's even properly asleep, because his brain apparently refuses to switch off. He forces himself back down. "Let's get some proper sleep first," he tells himself, like his body actually gets a vote. He's already handed the wall fortification work off to the rest of the team. "If nothing goes wrong, they'll manage without me," he mumbles and finally actually passes out. Cut to Josephine, absolutely floored by whatever just got said to her. Warren, dressed down in her plain training habit, casually asks how exactly you're supposed to prepare to raise a baby. She says it so calmly you'd think she just asked for a recipe. Warren, "So, did you spend a night with Corin?" Josephine finally manages to ask. "Yep, a bunch," Warren answers, not even slowing down. Josephine's whole face goes red with rage. That crazy womanizing bastard actually, and the rest gets censored for everyone's sanity. She catches her breath and softens up. "You're going to be in for a lot of hard work from now on. Raising a baby is no easy feat." "I know," Warren says simply, already resigned to it. "It doesn't even show yet, has it only been a few weeks?" Josephine wonders, while Corin's little demon sidekick Diaku grumbles that he didn't think finding a stork would be this easy. Overwhelmed, Josephine calls out for Aaron, begging the universe for advice. "What am I even supposed to do with this information?" she wails. Cut to the hot springs where the gossip train is already rolling. "Do you know what happened today? The temporary wall just collapsed out of nowhere. Guess the supports were loose. Someone nearly got hurt." Mariette nearly comes out of the water in shock. "Oh no, so what happened?" "Haha, so I just cut the whole thing down in a single strike. You should have seen it," her friend brags. Cue the dramatic replay of her one glorious sword swing, because apparently once is never enough to tell it. An old man lounging by the fire just sighs with relief that nobody got hurt, then asks them to crank up the water temperature. Back in the water, Mariette's mind starts drifting somewhere very specific. Corin would be able to relax so much if he were here, she thinks. "Oh, maybe I should just ask him to bathe together, and then after that, we all see where this is going." Her whole face lights up bright red just thinking about it. She goes completely silent, lost in her own daydream until someone snaps her out of it. Mariette." Her friend's sneaking up right behind her, and Mariette has no idea how much of that daydream just showed on her face. Flustered and fired up, she blurts out, "All right, I'm going to go tell Corin." Tell him what exactly is still very unclear. She marches off through the snowy streets, full of purpose and zero plan. Her friends tag along, probably just to see how this plays out. They stumble onto a toy shop where a clerk is pitching baby toys to 2 very familiar shoppers. Professor Josephine and Warren. Mariette does a double take. Are they actually baby shopping together? Now she's really curious. Mariette wanders over with an easy "Hey, have you guys had lunch ye?" only to catch Josephine mid-sentence about which toys babies like. Is about all Mariette can manage. The pieces click into place on both their faces at once, and their jaws hit the floor. Well, Josephine says, trying to play it cool, think of it as preparation for H. Warren. You're going to be a mother soon, Mariette says slowly. Does Corin even know? Not yet, H. Warren admits, completely unbothered. Somewhere across the city, the news is already leaking out, and one more unsuspecting girl freezes mid-conversation. Meanwhile, Corin's still wandering around, completely oblivious to the storm brewing behind him. The gossip hits another group, and the reaction is exactly as loud as you'd expect. Eyes go wide all over the city as the news keeps spreading. Somebody else just about drops what they're holding. By nightfall, the whole city's buzzing about it, whispers flying from rooftop to rooftop. The city settles into a quiet, gossip-fueled night. Far from all the noise, Erin Danua is still hard at work tallying up her latest rune. That makes 100,000. She's been carving protective runes across the entire city non-stop, all to get ready for the monster wave Corin predicted. Every single one of those runes is for the fight he warned them was coming. Josephine catches up with her, clearly still rattled from everything she just found out. I should tell her, right? That idiot Corin is about to be a father, Josephine mutters to herself, gritting her teeth. Yeah, she'll be way more shocked if she hears it secondhand, she reasons, then immediately second-guesses herself. Arg, but... Before she can spiral any further, she radios her aide. Clara, I'm finished here, can you transport me to the next location? Sure, comes the answer, and off she teleports. Left alone, Erin sighs, I wish I could have done this with my disciple. But Corin's busy, so it can't be helped. She hasn't seen him in an entire week, and it's clearly eating at her. I really want to see him, she admits quietly, blushing like a teenager despite being centuries old. Back with Josephine, she's clearly still stewing over the whole situation. Somewhere in the dark, a voice growls out a demand, say it. Back at the Guardian's quarters, Corin is finally, blissfully out cold. Dead to the world, completely unaware of the chaos closing in on him. The preparations are perfect. We'll do it tonight, someone whispers and gets a simple, determined okay in reply. Two of the girls cuddle up giggling under a blanket. In a city where storks live, will sleep holding hands tightly. Yep, one of them confirms, way too pleased with the plan. Someone else reaches out with a blush of their own, clearly not wanting to be left out of whatever this is. Corey, someone starts to call out, right before everything's about to hit the fan. Corin stirs, sensing way too many people converging on his room at once. Diaku's massive true form looms protectively behind Mariette as she marches in. And then someone just crashes straight through the window because subtlety was never really an option tonight. Corin scrambles backward, clearly regretting ever falling asleep. H. Warren drops in next, cape flaring, looking very much like she has questions. Someone's already got receipts ready to go, photo in hand and everything. Mariette freezes up completely, caught right in the middle of it all. Even Diaku looks nervous now, sweating buckets and clearly wishing he were anywhere else. Under cover of darkness, someone leans in close to a sleeping Corin, ready to make her move. She doesn't even get the sentence out before she catches herself someone's watching. Across the hall, H. Warren's eyes snap open, she felt that too. And here comes Alicia, crashing through a window like this is a rescue mission. Even Corin's poor imp familiar jolts awake, sensing the storm brewing. The whole household is waking up to the same terrible, wonderful idea. One by one they converge on Corin's room, and somehow he's still fast asleep through all of it. First blood already, and Corin hasn't even opened his eyes yet. This whole mess, it turns out, didn't start tonight. See, Alicia grew up in a seriously peculiar household, and her idea of a normal relationship reflects it. By everyone else's standards, it's severely twisted. Her big idea, just take turns with Corin like sharing a library book. Twisted, the narration isn't being subtle about it, twisted. The room goes dead silent, nobody is on board with the rotation schedule. But silence never lasts long around here. The first spike of frost cracks through the air. Someone screams for backup, and just like that, war breaks out. Ice erupts across the rooftops as the fight goes fully nuclear. They're trading blows in midair now, gravity be damned. Corin is staying with me tonight, one of them screams, and she means it. Somebody's teeth are gritted hard enough to crack diamonds. Alicia squares up in the snow, done playing peacekeeper. Give him back, she growls, right before the whole street explodes. That explosion is doing some real structural damage, by the way. Alicia launches herself straight into the fray, boots first. Fists, frost and lightning collide in one glorious mess. Another direct hit and the collateral damage count keeps climbing. And somewhere in the chaos something is just barking, nobody questions it. Dyaku finally drops the cute act and goes full demon. Even the little familiar can't quite believe what he's looking at. The magic keeps stacking, this fight stopped being cute a while ago. Someone finally gets knocked flat on her back. No nuo, somebody is not taking that loss well. Feet scramble for grip on an icy rooftop mid-brawl. Mid-collapse, one of them scoops the other out of the air. Can't let a rival actually get hurt, apparently. Round 2 kicks off before anyone's even landed from round 1. Phew, looks like you're not hurt, Alicia pants, checking on someone even mid-fight. Then, out of nowhere, a change of heart, guess I shouldn't keep him all to myself. Wait, is someone actually warming up to the sharing plan now? That truce lasts about half a second. A fresh spell rips down from above, and it is not a peace offering. Someone's about to eat that spell whole. You're going too far, H. Warren, the winged vampire shouts, swooping in to check on Corin and whoever just got clipped. Another punch lands, and this one has H. Warren's name all over it. H. Warren actually staggers. Someone just sliced clean through the force of her signature punch and even she's stunned. The building itself is losing this fight too. H. Warren resets, jaw locked, ready to swing again. She winds up for an even bigger haymaker. As expected of H. Warren, incredible punches the ice mage taunts, but they don't work on me. A burst of alchemy magic catches someone off guard, straight through the gut. Ice spikes erupt everywhere, somebody's about to get skewered by the scenery alone. Someone takes a real hit this time, blood and all. She's in tears now, clearly regretting every decision that led to this rooftop. She goes flying, streaking across the sky like a very unwilling comet. The fight just will not quit. Another shockwave rattles what's left of the block. And somewhere in the middle of all this destruction, Corin is just being dragged around like luggage, still fast asleep. Completely limp, completely out cold, completely unaware he's the reason a city block is in ruins. Turns out there's a reason he slept through an actual war zone. Somebody hit him with a serious sleeping curse. Wait a second, that signature, that's Mariette's magic. Someone vows to break the curse before this goes any further. A blade of ice comes down to make sure that doesn't happen. I can't allow that, Mariette says flatly, standing between Corin and anyone who'd dare wake him up. Even in the middle of a war zone, somebody's getting bored enough to yawn. We just want Corin to stay still today, someone says, in the least reassuring tone possible. All of you, a newcomer shrieks, arriving just in time to find the entire cast mid-meltdown. Calm down, children, comes the voice of reason, a voice about to be completely ignored. Is this how kids are these days? Somebody has had entirely enough. Then H. Warren rounds on the peacemaker directly. Hand him over, Aaron. Yeah, hey, she just tried to fight the chairman. Everyone within earshot freezes. Did she seriously just say that to the chairman? Back off, comes the reply, calm, firm, and absolutely not backing down. Your turn is after hours, chairman, Alicia yells. There is no context that makes that sentence less unhinged. Morning finally comes, and Corin wakes up like he got run over by a truck. Why am I so tired? He has no memory of any of it. His whole body aches like he ran a marathon in his sleep, and the wrecked rooftop outside isn't helping his confusion. He spots the girls standing amid the rubble below, and something feels very wrong. Oh, what's going on? Nobody makes eye contact. Did something happen overnight? Corin presses, the silence is deafening. You all seem nothing happened, they cut in, perfectly in unison. Subtle ladies. Nope, nothing, the most convincing denial in recorded history. Even Dyaku looks lost. Master is all the little demon can manage. The evidence is scattered everywhere, and none of it is subtle. Nothing, someone repeats a little too fast. Happened. Corin, meanwhile, is spiraling, genuinely convinced he must have done something to deserve this. Down in the streets, the actual townsfolk are asking the same question, with a lot more reason to panic. A stork glides calmly over the wreckage, completely unbothered by the disaster below it. The narration tries blaming the chaos on discovering storks live nearby. Cute theory, then someone spots the actual problem. Because this is a lot more than a bird problem. Wait, the wall, the barrier, somebody just noticed the city's entire defense is in pieces. Korin turns to look and his stomach drops. Last night's little love triangle just took out the city's outer wall. He's moving before he's even finished processing it. We're in trouble, the North Kingdom tribe is using the breach to invade. Just as I feared, a knight mutters, already bracing for the worst. Korin, where the warning cuts off before it can finish. And there they are, the North Kingdom tribe, charging the broken wall in full force. Over 300 of them half-giants, witches, shamans, every kind of demi-human warrior the North has to offer. They've camped outside those walls for who knows how long, just waiting for exactly this kind of opening. Korin's side technically outguns them on raw power, thanks to a few special-ranked fighters. But a tribe that survived on raiding and pillaging alone won't go down easy, and a real fight here would tear the city apart even worse than last night already did. Both sides brace for a battle nobody actually wants to fight. The tribe surges forward, weapons raised, dust kicking up behind them. Something massive roars back at them, and it's not backing down either. And then, astonishingly, the entire horde drops to its knees. We surrender. The chief looks less like a warlord now and more like a man who's seen a ghost. We marched here the second we saw the walls fall, he explains, still shaking. But we witnessed it, a battle between wielders of unbelievable power. He means the girls' catfight. He has no idea what he actually saw. From a distance, apparently, 3 jealous girls throwing hands looked exactly like a clash between gods. While it would be an honor to fight warriors like that, the chief begins, clearly reconsidering his life choices. We'd rather march to Valhalla at your side. Korin, utterly bewildered by his sudden new fanbase, just goes with it, lead us to battle. Korin's own soldiers are considerably less charmed. You liars, you think we'd ever believe you. They live off looting and pillaging, someone protests, Korin just shrugs, sure. One of his men jogs up, clearly worried about where this is headed. Germain, I told you we need all the help we can get, Korin says. I don't entirely know why, but our walls and half the city are already wrecked. Behind him, the girls suddenly find the ground very interesting. But will those barbarians actually follow you? Germain presses. They could stab you in the back the second you turn around. Trust me, Korin says simply. Turns out the North Kingdom tribe worships a nearly forgotten war god of the North, Odin, and Korin's about to meet who else answers to that name. If you truly want to ally with us, Korin tells the chief, I have one condition. Let me meet the Valkyries. The chief grips his hand. The warriors of God, he says, like he's handing Korin the keys to something enormous. Time passes as word is sent ahead, and Korin's group makes the journey out to meet them. A sprawling camp comes into view, the Valkyries' temporary quarters tucked well outside the city. A messenger eagle swoops in with urgent news. It's not going well, the report reads, we've lost another one. One of the Valkyrie sisters reads it grimly, we're at our limit, you need to make a choice now, sis. Her sister doesn't hesitate, the prophecy remains the same, she says, cradling a glowing orb. The man with a spear will change our fate, the vision is clear whatever it means. Inside the orb, a spear-wielding silhouette stands tall, and it's not hard to guess who that might be. Yes, your prophecies have never been wrong, the captain admits. That's exactly why some of our own sisters have already defected to join Tades, but she's not ready to just roll over for fate. I will fight, she vows, gripping her spear. She plants her feet, ready for whatever's coming. Armor gleaming, spear in hand, she stands tall against her camp's fate. 3 days out from the north, and things are about to get complicated. Riding an eagle mail courier across the sky, Alicia checks in. Is it swap time yet? Down below, Korin confirms they're still closing in on the north. No long-range teleport without markers first, so the group's told to rest up while someone slips off to check in with a higher authority. Danua, Korin, and Alicia huddle up. Everyone wants the full download on what's actually waiting for them up north. Korin admits his intel on the north is all secondhand, pulled from his time inside the game, before he got chained up during the final showdown with Sihu. A flashback flickers up Korin shackled and helpless while that whole endgame played out without him. All of this planning happened before he got trapped, back when the group first mapped out how the final battle would go. But there was one detail in that plan that made Sihu absolutely lose it. A beat of silence before the flashback rolls on you can practically feel the smirk coming. The lore drops in. An order of female warriors guards Odin, the Danann worshipped as the North's living god. These are the ones who fought in the ancient war between the Danann and the giants. Strong, beautiful, and living out their whole lives in the frozen north. They fight without fearing death, but 80 years ago, Ohard killed their god anyway. The slaughter that followed painted the streets red. Most of the Valkyries were wiped out that day. That's how Balthazar and Ohard ended up splitting the north between them. Out of the original 540 Valkyries, word is only about 40 are even left standing. Just like the Danann themselves, someone murmurs, watching that golden throne fade back into legend. Korin lays out exactly why this final fight is going to be brutal. And it's not just because these demigod Valkyries hit like a truck. It's their special powers that make them nightmares on the battlefield. In the game's final act, Balthazar's army is built entirely around these Valkyries and the barbarians of the north. Plus a whole legion of frost giants for good measure. That massive combined force is exactly why the fight is so hard to win. In the original storyline, that army turned the rest of the continent into an outright hellscape. But things are different this time. Korin already leveled the magic tower and stopped the frost giants from ever coming back. Second win on the board, the demihumans who once got shoved into the barbarian ranks out of pure discrimination are now recognized citizens. A quick montage flashes by of how that whole alliance actually came together. Meanwhile, the northern barbarians threw in with the City of Walls, though of course, one unexpected incident had to go and complicate everything. Somebody, it turns out, blasted a literal hole straight through the wall. Anyways, Korin just shrugs that little detail off. Net result, Balthazar's down to just one core group left in his whole army. So Korin sets his sights on meeting the warriors of Odin himself. The Valkyries, someone confirms. Then word comes in their fort's been attacked. 2 Valkyries brace against the flames. If their sisters are really caught up in this, it should already be over. A masked Valkyrie decides all that's left to do now is figure out his punishment. Spears clash midair as the fight breaks out for real. Fire and steel everywhere. This is not a fair fight, and not in the Valkyrie's favor. One of them stares him down, stunned. Just what? She starts and can't even finish it. He insists they can still talk this out. A beat later, excuse my rudeness, and steel flashes anyway. When the dust settles, Korin's the only one still standing over a pile of downed Valkyries and northern warriors. I have an offer to make you, he tells them, cool as anything. One Valkyrie can't believe it. He handled 3 of them plus the northern warriors solo. I see, Korin Lach, she says. Something huge and frost-white roars in the background, setting the mood for the standoff to come. A burst of light and feathers flares across the dark. The Valkyrie commander finally faces him properly amid the firelight. That must be you, she says. She calls out the flaw in his whole pitch. It's not rude at all for the strong to oppress the weak. How ridiculous. Korin fires back, gearing up for round 2 of the argument. She sneers. Does he honestly think he's earned the right to make her an offer? So this is the rule of the North, he mutters, back turned to the flames. He clarifies he didn't come here looking for a fight. He warns her they'll all die at this rate and pitches joining forces against Balthazar together. She scoffs that they couldn't possibly join forces. Could she even take down Ohard, the one who killed her god? Their duty, she insists, was only ever to protect him, not avenge him. If they'd actually protected their god properly back then, she says, Ohard would have just slaughtered them all anyway. The strong survive, the weak die. Maybe they should have just died with their god back then, she says. But look at what they've actually built with the lives they kept, Korin counters. She just listens, silent for a moment. She admits it, their thirst for revenge has faded, and half their sisters have already gone over to Tadez's side. Soon their own spears will be pointed at each other. We've become pathetic, she spits, surviving despite losing everything. All they really want now, she says, is an honorable death at the place their god fell. If that's really his offer, she tells him there's nothing left to talk about. Leave Corin Lach. Something stops her cold mid-turn. Corin falls into step beside her. Instead, he's decided he'll attempt the wall of fire. One of the northern warriors bristles. How does a mere human even know about the wall of fire? Even Corin admits he didn't expect to talk his way this far. The wall of fire looms ahead of him now. A flashback rolls in Odin himself, naming Brunhilde as the one who will command all his warriors. I bestow this armor onto you for your protection, Odin tells her. That special armor, gifted to Commander Brunhilde by Odin himself, is an eternal flame that never goes out. It exists to test any man who tries to claim her without his blessing. Serve whoever can actually take that armor off. Whoever survives that trial earns the right to command her completely. Brunhilde manifests in a roaring vortex of energy above him, ready to put him through it. She warns him plenty have tried this trial drunk on her looks or drunk on her power. The half-giant, the shaman, the warrior, every single one of them ended up a pile of dust. She even dared Balthazar to try it himself once. He refused. What will you do, Corin Lach? Will you attempt the wall of fire? Corin stares down the swirling vortex, weighing exactly what he's about to walk into. His jaw sets, yes. He steps straight into the flames, spear raised. He channels Ergetlam, the sun-forged relic that not even the sun itself can melt. However, even with all that power blazing, he's still straining against it hard. It is scorching, unbearably hot. Of course, this is a trial left behind by a dead Danan, Odin's own final test. There's no easy way out of this one. He plants his feet in the fire and holds his ground. I understand, he tells her. I'll do as you want, I won't use easy methods. The trial itself starts needling him. What exactly is this power he's chasing? What does it even mean for a man who wants warriors to call his own? To actually achieve that, Corin roars back through the flame. He doesn't like where this is going. The trial pushes harder, only the strong survive, and the weak have to die. Then it goes for the jugular. He could just die right here, since the person he wanted to protect is already gone. Corin screams through the pain of it, refusing to give an inch. Stop the bullshit, he shouts back. He roars, spear blazing brighter than ever. His answer lands: if there's no god left worth protecting, then you protect your allies instead. If I am strong, it's only natural to protect those weaker than me. A Valkyrie watching from below can't believe what she's seeing. What the? Brunhilde and the others react in disbelief. The wall of fire is actually giving way for him. This, she realizes, is a man without a single ounce of a lie in him. Elsewhere, a hand rests on a glowing orb. I am sure, a voice murmurs. This is the man who will change the Valkyrie's fate, exactly as their foreseer Skuld predicted long ago. The man holding the spear, standing tall inside the dying flame. Corin stands there, having broken clean through, aura still roaring around him. Brunhilde stunned. In this world, Corin finishes it for her. There's no such thing as a life that deserves to perish without meaning. He says her name directly, Brunhilde. One last burst of motion as he finishes, proving himself against her guard. The moment settles into quiet. Blood on his knuckles, Brunhilde speaks. My god has told me this. Her expression settles, resolved. She turns to her sisters. Serve the man who stripped her of her armor, take us and command us. The Valkyries fall in behind Corin, spears raised, marching as his army now. However, Corin actually turns the offer down. Brunhilde's eyes go wide with shock. Though, he adds, there's one thing he'd like to ask, and the Valkyries follow him anyway. He keeps walking unbothered. Whether they run south to safety or choose to fight by his side, he tells them that part's entirely up to them. That's my only wish, he says, and one of the Valkyries watches him, visibly moved. Just don't throw your lives away dying pointlessly on Balthazar's side, he tells them. Someone reacts, shaken. Then the ground itself lurches, an earthquake. Everyone scrambles to react. There's a reason these tremors are violently shaking the whole world. Something massive is on the move, and it's getting closer. It's because every single soldier in this army is a giant, each one packing the punch of a first-rank fighter. A northern sentry stares out at it, refusing to believe his own eyes. No way. An endless column of giants marches along the wall, farther than the eye can follow. And it just keeps coming rank after rank without a single break in the line. More of that same relentless column grinds forward through the dark. A horned, demonic giant reaches out of the storm, one eye burning red. It has begun. Sunlight cracks through the storm clouds, an uneasy calm right before it all goes sideways. A beam of crimson energy tears straight down through a city below. Northern warriors stare up in pure horror at what just happened. One of them can barely hold it together, shaking with fear. Something monstrous claws its way up out of the wreckage. More warriors scatter as another blood-red slash rips through the sky. Even Korin freezes for a second, stunned by what he's looking at. Someone chokes out horrified. Another explosive impact sends everyone running for their lives. A colossal, horned ice demon looms out of the storm, one eye burning red in the dark. And as always, it flashes him a wide, mocking grin. Somewhere out in the frozen dark, a towering horned giant makes his demand plain. The promise better be kept, druid. Snow howls around him as a small hooded figure turns and trudges off into the blizzard, dwarfed by the beast looming above. The old hooded druid bows his head. Of course, ancient being, he mutters, and you already know this deal is bad news. Once the humans overrunning these lands are gone, the giant promises, the age of the Danann and the giants returns just like they agreed. Turns out the muscle behind that promise is an entire army of sky giants and half-giants, massing out in the dark. Their descendants still walk the land today, though they're barely a shadow of what came before. But the true ancient giants, vanishingly rare relics of a war most people treat as a bedtime story. Two of them made it into legend, the sky giant Sharvan and the giant King Balor, whose body was destroyed so thoroughly nothing was left to bury. And leading this new charge, a frost giant absolutely nobody up north is ready for. Say hello to Loki, the frost giant, the self-appointed observer, and he's already got a chilling promise of his own. After the goitel, you will be next. His eye burns like ice under starlight, and he is not bluffing. Something ancient stirs in the storm, carving its mark into the dark. Let the hunt begin, he says, and unleashes something far worse than himself. Meet Skal, a monstrous, blood-red wolf, teeth-bared, ready to run down anything in his path. And Skal's twin, Hattie. Together, these two are basically the apocalypse with fur. Meanwhile, at ground level, rebuilding a wall up here is never just a matter of manual labor. The north is locked in bone-shattering cold and blizzards, which means burning the only fuel these people have left just to build something new. Up on the wall, a guard admits he has no idea how they survived before that glowing thing showed up. No more firewood just to stay warm. The wall stands quiet under a faint artificial glow, guards scanning the horizon. Another chimes in. The clouds have blocked the real sun for ages. They'd have frozen solid without this thing, all thanks to Sir Korin. Isn't that so, Sir Bjorn? One guard asks, turning to their gruff, heavily tattooed captain. Of course not, Bjorn grumbles. Those damn barbarians have run our food supply dry. There are limits to what the South can ship up here, he snaps, and that Korin Loch clearly didn't think this through. Then the captain's face goes rigid with alarm. Something is very wrong, and everyone on the wall feels it at once. Feast Skal, comes the order, and the wolf answers, tearing straight for the town. The light powering the north's makeshift sun goes out, and with it, every scrap of warmth. From above, the town goes dark, house by house, swallowed whole by shadow. The world snaps right back to its natural, miserable, freezing state. Back to a time before light even existed, back to the age of giants. Giants and wolves surge forward together, an army built from nightmares. Jaws snap in the dark, hungry for the kill. Call it what it is, the age of darkness has officially arrived. The horde marches on, unstoppable, claws and blades catching what little light remains. And right at the front of it all, Loki himself, crystal horns gleaming, leading his army home. Stone giants smash through the outer wall like it's made of paper. The sky itself seems to crack open above the town. What's going on? Someone screams as debris rains down. A young man grabs a terrified girl and hauls her back from the collapsing street. Korin, where's Korin? He shouts right before a scream rips through the chaos. A young girl freezes, clutching herself, too scared to even move. Somewhere close, someone is badly hurt, and it's bad. Steel meets ice in a blinding flash. A monstrous shape looms over a small child huddled alone in the snow. The sun is Bjorn starts, and you already know where this sentence is going. Gone and Corin Loch is nowhere to be found. Aren't we just going to die anyway? One soldier blurts out. It'll be hard, comes the steadier reply. But don't you remember the days we survived staring death in the face? Did we not promise each other? The young soldier presses. Ahead of us, the horrors of the northern wastes. Behind us, a continent that doesn't care if we live or die. The warriors square up anyway, grim and unified, despite the odds stacked against them. We will die within our walls together, someone vows, gripping a chained blade. We will keep our promise, Bjorn says, as the army of shadows finally lurches into view. Stand your ground until the civilians can evacuate, charge. Bjorn leads the charge himself, roaring like a man with absolutely nothing left to lose. Something catches Bjorn's eye mid-fight. This is war, fight like our forefathers and earn your seat in Valhalla. Charge, warriors of the north. Steel clashes claws as the two armies finally collide head-on. Woa, the barbarians of the northern kingdom. Someone gapes reinforcements nobody expected. Hey Mr. Knight, you Bjorn starts to say, stunned. A glowing magic circle blooms in the air behind him. Look ahead, comes the shout. Go, Ludin warrior, and a massive golem answers the call. Cranial Ludin rides in on his war golem, and the battlefield just got a lot less lonely. The Corin guardians will hold the gates. Someone yells as Mariette smashes a stone golem apart barehanded. Fend off the demonic beasts and giants climbing the walls, Mariette commands, water magic crackling around her. Bjorn just stares, stunned, barely able to process the rescue. Delay your death a little, Drin says coolly, chains and fire wreathing his blade. Flame and chain light up the night as he cuts clean through the enemy line. Thank you, Corin Loch, Bjorn breathes, finally letting himself hope. Northern Guard, to your positions, don't you dare let those barbarians overpower you. We won't be lonely on our way out, one soldier grins, throwing himself right back into the fight. Blades flash through the dark as the tide for a moment actually holds. Far from the walls, one lone figure is cutting his own path straight through the horde. This, Corin realizes grimly, is unmistakably the work of Loki's two wolves, the ones that mark the start of an eternal winter. The beasts of demise, Skal and Hattie, the mythical wolves that devour the sun itself. It's the perfect counter to my son, Corin thinks, honestly rude. In his head he lays it out. This whole war against the giants is a scripted event, triggered whenever a player wanders deep into the Northern Kingdom. But this time the giants didn't wait to be found, they invaded first, and he's caught with nothing prepared and his strongest weapons sealed away. The final act, the eternal winter, has begun. The battlefield fades into freezing static as the scale of it sinks in. And to top it all off, the enemy army is way bigger than the original script ever called for. These aren't just giants serving the frost giant. Corin spots shadow beasts mixed into the ranks, and his stomach drops. I see, he realizes with a jolt. His mind flashes back to the Harvest Festival warm lights, a cheering crowd. He remembers the girls all dressed up that night, laughing together because he'd wrecked someone's carefully laid plans. The shadow beasts that were supposed to attack the academy and get slain there on schedule have instead been rerouted straight into this battle. Great, love that for him. I let my guard down, he snarls at himself, blood streaking his face. This isn't the first time I've messed with the timeline, he admits. I shouldn't have left my post. So close to the enemy, a massive clawed foot comes crashing down right on top of him. He barely dodges clear, the strike close enough to draw blood. It's all my fault, he snarls through gritted teeth. I endangered everyone, he thinks, and keeps swinging anyway. Elsewhere, Cranel's golem plows straight through another wave of enemies. Damn it, Corin grits out, refusing to slow down. He carves a bloody path forward, sword flashing through the dark. I can't get through, he realizes, let's tighten my attacks. His grip on the blade tightens, hand already slick with blood. There's too many of them, even if it costs me some defense, he decides. I'm making it forward. Something shifts in him, a decision has been made. There's just one thing I need to do, he tells himself, eyes narrowing like something's about to crack open. Light erupts around him as he tears straight through the enemy line. Battered and bleeding, he flat out refuses to go down. And reach my allies, he finishes. It doesn't matter if I don't have the sun anymore. I still have the unyielding heart of a warrior, the spearmanship my master taught me, and the will of the world behind me. Bloodied but standing tall, he grips his weapon and pushes on. Break through, reach my allies. Three glowing commandments flash through his mind: duty, restraint, oath, the code once carved into Duke's own soul, now his to wield, all of it. He surges forward, blade blazing, powered by every last ounce of it. The horde shrieks as he carves through their ranks without slowing. A blinding flash of light rips through the darkness as he breaks another line. A shadow beast shrieks as his blade finds its mark. He grunts through the pain, refusing to stop moving. Blood sprays as he slashes another beast down. Another one howls in pain as it falls. A pillar of light and blood marks the path he's cutting through the enemy. Think of just one thing, he tells himself, just one. One of the shadow beasts snarls a single word back at him: die. He grits through another brutal exchange, chasing something bigger than himself, the domain, the truth. Unite your mind, heart, and body, an old teaching echoes in his head. A creature shrieks as his blade finds it again. And when imagination, domain, and belief become one, the memory continues as he tears through another wave. Only then will you, the voice trails off, cryptic as ever. A heavy foot slams down nearby, barely missing him. Arrive at the very end, the memory finally finishes. He staggers, catching his breath, utterly spent. Shit, I don't understand any of this, he admits, even after arming myself with the commandments and running flat out this whole time. This mountain of enemies just cannot be breached, he realizes. I needed to be stronger, he thinks bitterly, staring down at a fresh wound. This isn't enough, just one strike, he mutters, a memory of some other devastating power flashing behind his eyes. He remembers the academy, once struck by a beam of overwhelming light. If I could just replicate something like that. If I could just reach the ultimate already, he thinks, dwarfed by the towering enemies around him. Standing amid the wreckage, weapon raised, he admits what really eats at him. I would have been able to save more people. Then out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the noise: don't stop, warrior. His head snaps up, startled. Valhalla, the voice tells him, is the only place warriors need to rest. And behind him, spectral wings unfurl. Look forward and believe in your allies, the spirit urges. Green hair, wings, utterly unreal. A blazing figure thrusts forward, spear alight with power. Something vast and icy answers the call from the other side of the battlefield. A hand grips a blade as color and light erupt around it. A whole line of spectral warriors charges forward, spears raised, flame at their backs. A blast of blue light rips across the battlefield, the opening flash of a fight already spiraling out of control. A spear thrust tears through the chaos in a spray of crimson, somebody's opening strike landing hard. Rank after rank of armored soldiers surge forward with a battle cry, charging headlong into the fight. A voice cuts through the noise, promising the fighters that the angels of the battlefield will stand at their side. A black-winged warrior crashes through the enemy line, blades flashing red in the dark. A blue-haired fighter whips around mid-strike, chain and blades singing through the air. A face grits its teeth in the firelight, jaw clenched against whatever's coming next. A young fighter stares out at the carnage, stunned, and can only ask, why? A massive blade or wing flares crimson against the sky, an omen of the fight to come. A lone figure trudges away across a broken, snow-covered ridge, weapon dragging in the frost. Because you were different, someone says quietly from the warlord Tades Balthazar to their own god, everyone else only ever saw them as tools to use. A grim, hardened face reacts, lit by some flickering aura, remembering exactly what that felt like. They only thought of how we could be used, the voice goes on, bitterness barely restrained. A horned commander leads his ragged troops onward, telling them plainly, run south or fight beside him, just don't throw your life away for Balthazar's sake. That is my only wish, he says, it was you, the one person who ever gave them a reason to keep living. Another explosion rips through a winged figure mid-fight, the battle far from over. A shadowy figure moves through the dark, resolve hardening into motion. I believe this suffices as an answer, comes the reply, a decision made for better or worse. Title card: the northern wall city of Bifrost. Someone scales the battered walls as the siege bears down. Shadows of the barbarian horde loom in close-up, a wall of bodies stretching into the dark. The numbers flash across the scene. 230,000 non-combat civilians travel with the barbarian horde alone. 150,000 warriors march with them, an army built for a slaughter. Meanwhile, the northern city they are marching on holds just 10,000 citizens total, its fur-clad defenders bracing at the gate. Among those 10,000, only 500 are trained city guards. Rows of soldiers line the walls, hopelessly outnumbered before the fight has even started. The enemy's army is more than double that number, and every single one of them hits far harder than it should. However, cut to the walls themselves, where the defense line is somehow, impossibly, still holding. At the northern gate, a question hangs in the air. How has this battlefront held out for this long? A fighter snarls in the thick of it, brushing off the horde like it's nothing. These monsters are nothing. Alicia Arden whips into a spinning kick, one of the 50 Corrin's guardians who have cut their teeth on mission after mission. Alicia dodge, someone shouts and she flinches, catching the danger a half-second too late. A hulking wolf-like monster snarls out of the smoke, fangs bared. Steel meets claw in a blur as the defenders trade blow for blow with the beast. A white-haired fighter kneels, spent but still standing, as the story turns to exactly who's holding this line. A crimson flash lights the sky, the ones known simply as the special ranks are about to make their entrance. A streak of silver light cuts through the battlefield, a fighter moving almost too fast to see. "Leave this to me and go help Clara," the silver-haired woman orders, already turning back to the fight. "Okay," Alicia answers, and the title card confirms it. This is Erin Danua, the Danan of Justice herself. The story turns to those known as Special Rank, the handful of fighters strong enough to hold an entire gate alone. Crackling alchemy magic tears through the air in jagged blue shards. A dark, winged fighter weaves through a hail of ice spikes without missing a step. More ice magic erupts across the field, spikes blooming like frost flowers. The technique finishes forming Snowflower just as the east gate comes into view. Mariette, the Academy's blue-haired water mage, catches her breath mid-cast. Phew, this isn't easy. The fight blurs into motion, a flurry of strikes too fast to fully track. At the west gate, a hush falls for a moment as a lone fighter steps forward, lit by a dull red glow. Red streaks tear across the dark as the fighting picks back up in an instant. The title card confirms its Special Rank Jiangshi, the heavenly Yaksha H. Warren, fist wreathed in red light. Next. There are 3 special ranks holding the line, the east, west, and north gates, each blocked by monstrously strong fighters. Inside the walls, Madame Josephine works fast, using her space magic to evacuate civilians out of the crossfire. "They are all your allies," someone reminds him, a familiar, focused face taking that reassurance in. "So don't stop." At the west gate, Chairman Iryu Kassar channels a glowing purple orb to hold the line. Something dark shifts against the sky, barely visible through the chaos. Row after row of soldiers hold their line along the wall, grim and unmoving. The wall stretches on, packed with defenders bracing for the next wave. A thought cuts through the noise: the enemy here is stronger than they ever were in the story he remembers. But that goes for my allies as well, he reminds himself, watching Corrin's guardians, demon, druid, and vampire hunter alike, marching together. To command them, they wouldn't fall apart, he thinks, as another burst of blue energy rips through the field. The Guardians push forward as one unit, unshaken even without him standing at the front. He breaks into a full sprint, closing the distance toward the fighting. Steel meets steel in a flash of pink light. Believe in them and push onwards, he tells himself. There are no other choices. Despite the bone-chilling cold sweeping the mountains, nobody on that wall is shivering. The living spill blood hotter than fire, a demonic aura flaring behind one soldier's scream. A burst of red streaks across the fighting, the chaos never letting up. Nobody shivers because the dead, lying still in the snow, are the only ones who have stopped feeling the cold. A barbarian chief howls with laughter, gripping a defender by the collar. "My ancestors, die for your descendants, you ha ha ha." Some fight to reach the afterlife of warriors, the narration notes, as a bald, tattooed defender roars back. I won't send a single one of you behind me, you damn monster f asterisk 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 s. Some do it for the family waiting behind the walls, an arrow-lit burst of light marking another clash. And those who have chosen this ground as their grave trade blow for blow anyway, steel ringing through the cold. A horned brute roars through a hail of arrows. Whatever comes next, they've earned the right to walk into Valhalla proudly. A dark, horned shape looms over the fight, arm raised for another strike. The bold warrior pants hard, catching his breath between exchanges. Ha, ha. He roars back into the fray, axe raised, and admits it, I've forgotten to count. His grip tightens on the axe handle, knuckles going white. The only reason he's still breathing, he realizes, is the army of the North Kingdom still standing at his back. A massive horned demon looms over him, blotting out the sky. Still alive, warrior, the demon sneers, closing in for the kill. Blades and claws collide in the dark, sparks and blood flying. This chatty barbarian, the demon taunts, I intend to hold your funeral southern style, lunging in for the finish. Working quite well together, he thinks, fighting shoulder to shoulder with another soldier. If we keep going like this, the end will come. So why, he wonders, eyes narrowing, is this ominous feeling still here? It's not because I'm watching my allies die, he tells himself, as soldiers battle through a wall of fire. Arrows rain down on the burning wall, defenders scrambling to hold their ground. It's not the endless waves of enemies either, he realizes. It's something moving within that darkness. A wolf-shaped monster snarls out of the flames, eyes glowing with malice. That beast, he thinks, catching a glimpse of something with glowing eyes lurking deeper in the dark. The creature lunges, claws slashing down at the exhausted defenders. Whatever it is, it hasn't shown itself yet, and that's the scariest part. No way, someone breathes, staring in disbelief at what just happened. Aaron Danua's eyes go wide, the flow of battle changes in an instant. How could they? Soldiers reach up desperately from inside a wall of flame. Mariette tumbles through a shower of shattered ice, the great magic protecting them has just been broken. Because, as the narration coldly puts it, the sun no longer belongs to humans. Fire and embers swallow the frame, the battlefield tipping further into chaos. Another burst of ice magic detonates across the field, defenders scrambling to hold formation. Aaron Danua reels backward through shattered ice shards, spear barely keeping her upright. Of all my opponents, someone mutters, gripping their weapon tighter. An icy explosion rips outward, shards scattering like shrapnel. Aaron Danua spins midair through a storm of ice blades, fighting to stay ahead of it. Even for a special rank, the narration warns, this fight is far from safe. Something monstrous grits its teeth in the distance. Attacks are coming from somewhere none of them can reach. By the 3 special ranks, the wall holds barely as fire and arrows rain down around them. The careful balance of the battlefield, held together by sheer force of will, starts to slip. All the defenders can do now is dig in and defend. Oh, someone falls, hold on, a voice cries out as the enemy presses the advantage. Someone falls from the sky in a streak of light, struck clean out of the fight. A weak groan escapes someone in the dark, barely clinging to consciousness. Amid the rubble, the bald warrior staggers, coughing blood. Cug. He grips his axe tighter, breath ragged. Cuck. My throat is dry, he thinks, blood trickling from a fresh wound. A pack of wolf-shaped shadows circles closer through the flames. He plants his axe in the rubble and manages a grim joke. It'd be nice to have a strong drink. The narration finally names him Vajan Solberg. All his life he pictured his death exactly like this, alone on a wall fighting off barbarians. A close-up of his tattooed scalp. Whatever's coming, they were never really fighting each other, not deep down. Barbarian warriors clash sword against axe, some turning on each other in the chaos. We will finally be able to go, one screams, and the narration notes bitterly, it won't be a lonely death. A tattooed head throws back in unhinged laughter. Ha. Through the dark, the same manic cry rings out again, we will finally be able to go. A clawed hand reaches through the flame, come death. Vajan Solberg plants his feet in the rubble and embers, axe raised, steeling himself. A shadowy wolf shape spins through the smoke, closing the distance. He stands alone amid the ruins, back to the wall, waiting for whatever comes next. Something crashes down from above in a streak of light, slamming into the monster looming over him. Vion Solberg pants raggedly, barely holding on. Huff, huff. A fur-trimmed cloak comes into view through the smoke. Somebody's just arrived. A figure lands hard atop the rubble, weapon in hand, silhouetted against the firelight. Something stirs in the swirling snow and mist, closing in fast. "I told you," a familiar voice says quietly, cutting through the storm. The blizzard rages on and Korin plants his feet in the snow, refusing to give an inch. "I already told you," he growls into the storm. Nearby, a fur-cloaked northern fighter braces for the next wave, watching the dark close in. Korin's hair whips pale in the battle light, teeth gritted, eyes blazing through the exhaustion. "I won't let you die," he vows, gripping his spear tighter than ever. A grizzled, tattooed northern chief spots him through the storm and mutters under his breath, "Korin Lach." And his eyes go wide at shapes dropping out of the clouds. "They are," he gasps. Winged warriors crash down out of the sky right alongside Korin, spears flashing through the snow. "Valkyries," someone shouts, and the old chief roars with relief. "Woa, the shield maidens have come for us." A Valkyrie with pink hair and a winged helm lands beside Korin, a little sheepish. Korin," she starts. "Seeing you fight makes me want to hit you in the neck," she teases, and somehow that sounds like a compliment coming from her. Another warrior grumbles he has no idea what that means, then admits the real issue: he's jealous. This guy's basically got a golden ticket to Valhalla. The Northerners whoop it up, joking that the Valkyries only showed up because they want to personally escort a great warrior's soul home. Korin hears the whole pitch about guiding a soul to Valhalla and just shakes his head. "I see," he says, "but no, I'm the type to fight tooth and nail until the very end." One of the winged fighters grits her teeth. "I refuse to die for nothing," she says. Spear in hand, Korin sprints through the drifts, shouting for a status update. "How's the situation?" "Can't you tell?" comes the grim answer. "The enemy flooded straight through the east and north gates the second the Guardian's barrier flickered." Back at base, the rest of the crew huddles over the reports, watching their chief hold the wall against the flood alone. "Go to them," the chief orders, waving Korin off. "If they collapse, there's no hope. The Northerners will protect this place." Somewhere in the dark, a cloaked shape watches the chaos unfold, giving nothing away. Bleeding and unbowed, the chief waves off any help. "There's no need," he growls. Mariette lowers her staff, stunned. "The attack has stopped," she reports. Korin turns to an older comrade beside him, uncertain. "Senior." Word comes in that the enemy is pulling back entirely. Korin can't quite believe it. "What?" The Valkyrie scans the field and nods slowly. "It seems they really are," she confirms. As the smoke clears, a voice seems to whisper out of nowhere, "Korin, think about the path you've left behind." Across the ruined field, ghostly enemy forces pour back into the dark, abandoning the siege as fast as they started it. More good news rolls in. The kingdom's reinforcements are close and Mariette's own mage corps is inbound from the south. A runner sprints through the wreckage, shouting for the captains. "Master, madam." Korin looks over his battered, bandaged troops with real pride. "You all, good," he starts. "Work," he finishes, and the exhausted fighters finally let themselves collapse into the snow and breathe. One of the wounded soldiers looks up, almost afraid to hope out loud. "Is it over?" Korin's gut says otherwise. "Something strange," he mutters. "There's no way it's this easy." He stares out at the smoking, breached wall. They finally broke through, so why retreat now? Something about the sudden silence just does not sit right with him. "We're missing something here," he says, turning to a survivor. "What kind of monster did you actually run into?" A shaken mage describes a wolf that burned so hot it simply cancelled her magic outright, a sun-swallowing beast. A battle-worn ally keeps her weapon raised, still rattled from the encounter. For some reason it broke off after a close call. Its name, they learn, is Skal, the sun-swallowing wolf. Someone turns the question back around. "And Master, what about you? What did you run into?" Blood-streaked and grim, she describes a giant archer built like a mountain, the Watcher, Frost giant Loki. Korin's expression darkens as the pieces start clicking into place. "Meaning," he starts. His head snaps up in sudden dread. "H. Warren," he shouts. Allies scramble down the line checking for her. "Oh, over there, I don't see H. Warren." Corin tears across the battlefield toward her last known position, dread building with every step. The horrifying truth clicks into place. Those monsters only pulled back because they'd already finished their hunt. It's the work of the moon-swallowing wolf, Hattie, comes the grim confirmation. He took H. Warren. The whole group freezes in horror at the news. No way, someone protests. H. Warren has an indestructible body. How could a mere beast abduct her? But her own 9 yin absolute meridians make her body a literal well of yin energy, someone explains grimly. And Loki's hunting wolf has fed on nothing but the moon's own energy since ancient times. Worse, the beast can absorb that yin energy outright and make it his own. Somewhere out in the storm, H. Warren's own power churns violently against her captor. A monstrous shape thrashes against the dark, locked in a fight for control of her own body. Corin orders everyone else to hold the wall until reinforcements land. His friends stare in disbelief. Corin, are you going to the enemy camp by yourself? No, he says simply, already moving. A steel-eyed Valkyrie falls in step beside him. I will save her before they reach the enemy camp, she vows. Corin's jaw sets, every scrap of exhaustion burned away by pure resolve. Alicia, let's go, he calls. Take it out, she blinks, caught completely off guard. What now? Alicia yelps, scrambling to draw her blade and catch up. Out in the storm, H. Warren's overflowing yin energy surges past even her own indestructible defenses. In every practical sense, it is an invincible well of power. And that well of power is exactly what's feeding the wolf, dragging her further into the dark. Hattie is a creature that has thrived on consuming yin energy since ancient times, and he just found the richest meal of his life. H. Warren's own dark power flares up, refusing to go quietly. The wolf's jaws clamp down around her anyway, utterly undeterred. Her endless yin energy makes her the perfect prey for something like Hattie. H. Warren snarls in confusion as her own strength starts slipping away from her. What the hell? My power, she gasps, feeling herself drained. HWA. She thrashes against the wolf's grip, but it's like fighting the tide. Back at the wall, the northern defenders press their sudden advantage and charge. Hattie tears across the frozen wastes faster than sound itself, H. Warren locked in his jaws. Somewhere behind them a voice screams into the wind, wake up, HWA. Fast as the wolf is, he's not actually the fastest thing on this battlefield tonight. Corin closes the gap at a dead sprint, spear held ready. His speed is the gift of the Danan themselves, carried inside a human soul. For a flicker of a second, the memory of that ancient blessing lights up around him. I see her, almost there, he shouts, gaining ground. Ugh, that wolf is so fast. Alicia rides hard right beside him, matching his pace stride for stride. Alicia, keep going, Corin yells, pushing them both harder into the chase. Corin calls his legendary spear Gi Dirg into his grip, one of the twin spears of Manan and Mac Lur built to shred beast-type monsters. He unleashes the fifth step, closing the last stretch of distance in a single blur. Steel meets fur in a shower of sparks as he finally lands a clean hit. The impact rocks the great wolf mid-stride. He follows up instantly with another named Strike Pagoda Tree, pressing every inch of the advantage. Hattie snarls in pain, staggering under the blow. Another hit lands clean, and the wolf finally starts to slow down. You hit it, Corin, Alicia cheers, spurring their mount on even harder. Faster now, Corin urges while somewhere close by an unseen voice murmurs, grudgingly impressed. A massive shape rises out of the blizzard ahead of them, blocking the way entirely. Is that the frost giant? Alicia calls out in alarm. The figure's eyes flare gold in the dark. Yes, he says, I am Utgard's Loki. I am a being from ancient times, the one you call the frost giant, Loki says, almost amused. Do you know how to win in battle, Goidel? My ears are ringing, Corin, Alicia shouts over the wind. Ignore it, he snaps back, just keep going. Alicia, Corin barks a warning. It takes away whatever's most precious to its opponent, that's how it wins. Loki lunges in a blur, and blood sprays hot across the snow. The attack lands hard before either of them can fully react. Through the pain, someone snarls right back at him, don't get ahead of yourself, you won't take me, H. Warren or the sun. Corin launches himself back into the fight, spear leading the charge. Loki keeps right on talking, even as blades clash. And even the Danann who called themselves gods were the same, he sneers. Even the insignificant ants, and you, Goidel, he adds, twisting the insult straight at Corin. Every species crowns their strongest and wisest being, Loki muses, lecturing between attacks like this is a seminar. Corin answers with a vicious spear strike instead of a rebuttal. And makes them king, Loki finishes, completely unbothered by the hit. Corin finally spots her, chained and barely conscious. Warren, she groans weakly in response. Thus, the king becomes the leader of their entire species, Loki drones on, circling like this is all just a lecture to him. So I picked out a king amongst you Goidels, he says, eyes gleaming, who are frankly like a colony of ants to me. More Valkyries pour into the fight overhead, wings cutting through the snow. Corin plants himself squarely between Loki and Warren, spear raised. Guy Dierg pulses crimson in his grip, ready for whatever comes next. Yule stares up in disbelief at the reinforcements, Valkyries. Loki's grin only widens at the sight of them. The true prey, he says, savoring the moment, was none other than. Yes, he confirms, closing in without a shred of doubt. A Valkyrie dives past, spear flashing, buying them precious seconds. Loki's eyes lock on Corin. It was always you from the start. Before he can react, Corin is yanked bodily toward a glowing crimson portal, Valhalla's gate itself. A voice booms out from inside the gate calling his name, Corin Lach. Chains snap tight around him as he thrashes to break free. Alicia, catch, someone shouts, hurling something across the field to her. Alicia spurs her mount forward in a full panic, screaming his name, Corin. Nearby, another ally's face drops in horror. Corin, she screams. The Valkyries dive as one straight at the gate, trying to cut him free before it seals shut. A shockwave of ice and light rips through the battlefield as they collide with it. Someone charges in right behind them, spear raised, refusing to let the gate win. Corin wrenches an arm free and fights back with everything he has left in him. Alicia takes a brutal hit trying to reach him and doubles over with a pained gasp. The whole area lights up in a blinding flash of impact. The Valkyries plunge straight into the blast without a second's hesitation. Alicia drops to one knee, wounded, sword jammed into the ground just to hold herself up. A cold voice looks down at the fallen and hands out its verdict, weak. A massive clawed foot presses down, daring anyone else to try their luck. Alicia forces herself back up anyway, refusing to stay down. To enter Valhalla, the voice sneers, you're simply too weak. She grits her teeth and raises her blade anyway, daring it to say that again. A blazing golden weapon ignites nearby, ready to answer the insult in kind. Yule swoops in on a burst of spirit magic, throwing herself straight into the fight. Estelle rises with holy light blazing around her, the cross at her throat catching the glow. Her weapon comes down with the full weight of divine judgment behind it. Corin's eyes snap open, startled, as the tide of the fight suddenly shifts. Another ally throws herself into the fray to shield him, refusing to let him fall. Somewhere in the chaos, someone chokes back tears, calling out for the princess. She turns toward him, eyes brimming, and breathes his name, Corin. Estelle's face twists with strain as she pours everything she has left into the fight. I'm barely, she grits out, holding it in as it is. The frontier lies in ruins, smoke still rising over the northern barrier city. This is Bifrost, the kingdom's icy shield up north, and right now everyone here has a much bigger problem than the weather. Corin is gone, and nobody in this room can explain how. Voices crack and torches flare. Where did he go, and how did he vanish without a trace? One shaken young cadet breaks down in tears, convinced her own weakness is the reason Corin's gone. Rewind a few minutes. Corin had just leapt onto the very wolf that bit Warren, spear raised, ready to end it. And then reality just tore open. A massive gate bloomed in the sky and swallowed him whole, gone, right in front of everyone. One ally studies the wreckage, no known spell opens and closes a portal that fast. Whatever did this isn't playing by the rules. They already have a name for it, the Gate of Valhalla. And judging by the tension in the room, that name means nothing good. One woman's eyes go wide at a name pulled straight out of legend, Brynhild. A silver-haired warrior steps forward, armored and winged, clearly not from around here. She's a Valkyrie, she explains, one of the Reapers who have spent centuries guiding fallen warriors straight into Valhalla. Only a Valkyrie can open that gate, meaning whoever took Corin wasn't some rogue monster, it was one of her own sisters. And here's the gut punch: half of her sisterhood has already sworn loyalty to Balthazar. Great, more of him. A flock of winged warriors takes to the sky, wings slicing through the dark. The search for Corin's captor is on. Brynhild confirms the worst. One of her own sisters personally dragged Corin through that gate. Brynhild's voice drops, tracking him the normal way. Forget it, that's simply not going to work. Turns out every single Valkyrie has her own private Valhalla. There isn't one afterlife to search, there could be hundreds. Originally, 540 Valkyries walked this world, 540 gates, 540 separate paradises to check. Small mercy, they don't have to search all 540. Silver linings, right? Most of those sisters are long dead, cut down generations ago by the legendary warrior Ohard Bress. Here's the catch: when a Valkyrie dies, her Valhalla doesn't vanish. It just locks forever, sealed away from everyone. A whole realm gone dark and unreachable the moment its guardian falls. Do the math, and 40 Valkyries are still breathing, which means 40 gates are still open for business. And 19 of those 40 have thrown in with Balthazar. Do the rest of that math yourselves, the room already has. One fierce ally isn't waiting around to hear the rest of it. Warren's already itching for a fight. Her plan is refreshingly simple: round up all 19 traitor Valkyries, problem solved. Someone shoots that down cold. Who exactly said she gets a say in any of this? The insult lands hard: you people are the ones who lost him in the first place, stay out of the way. The room goes tight with tension, nobody willing to back down first. Princess Miriam steps up, crown and all, and makes it very clear she's not asking permission from anyone. That gets shredded instantly. Not you incompetent wenches, comes the reply. The gloves are officially off. The accusation flies. The princesses were busy dawdling in the capital while Corin was in danger. Which gets furiously denied right back. They marched out the second the news broke, chapel knights in tow. Someone really needs to referee before this turns into an actual brawl. The bickering gets personal fast: one jab about failing to protect a single disciple, one blistering comeback calling her an old woman spouting nonsense. A staff slams into the ground hard enough to shut everyone up. Brynhild's had enough. She reminds them flatly, no time for this. She turns and walks off, letting the silence do the scolding for her. She gives them the real history lesson instead. Valhalla used to be an actual paradise: endless feasts, endless mead, the full warrior's afterlife fantasy. All of it powered by the blessing of their chief god, Odin himself. But then the northern gods vanished, one by one, off the face of the world. And paradise rotted into something desolate and starving. If Valhalla were still the paradise it used to be, Corin would be perfectly safe right now, sipping mead somewhere. It isn't, not even close. Her sisters have kept their own gates sealed for ages, terrified of what might come pouring out if they didn't. Whatever's inside Valhalla now, it answers to no one. And Corin just got dropped right in the middle of it. These things don't fight, they shred. Anything in reach gets torn apart on sight. Corin is strong, there's no denying that. But these are, without exaggeration, the fiercest warriors the Valkyries themselves have ever faced. Worse, they physically cannot die. Valhalla's rules forbid it. Relics of the old age of gods, and now Corin's only company in a starving afterlife. So exactly how many of these immortal warriors is Corin up against? 1,000. An entire army of the Undying, closing in on one guy with a spear. Corin plants his feet and grips his weapon tighter. No point running, there's nowhere to go. He lets out one long breath, steadying himself. Power gathers at his fingertips, quiet and building. Then he roars and raises his blade high. Let's do this, he mutters, which in Corin speak means everyone else in this fight should probably be worried. Somewhere else entirely, a very different confrontation is brewing, and someone just said Corin's name like they've been waiting for this. Handling the sun despite being a mere goitle comes a voice, equal parts impressed and offended by the very idea. A monstrous fanged creature snarls out a grudging compliment: you had a strong army once. If it weren't for this body, it growls, I might have actually given you a real fight, Balthazar. The horned figure just watches, unreadable, letting the old grudge hang in the air. Silent, just silence. Then something clicks. Wait, the horned figure murmurs, could it be? Don't be ridiculous, Balthazar, comes the sharp interruption, like the thought itself was insulting. Look at those foolish little things, it sneers, turning its attention elsewhere entirely. Back in the thick of it, allied fighters are throwing everything they've got at the horde. Pathetic dust, their enemy sneers down at them. That's all you goidles amount to. Rank after rank of the undying warriors march forward, red eyes burning in the dark. Steel meets steel again, over and over. Did you really think your true adversary was hiding among such lowly creatures? The mocking voice booms. The scene pulls back to a grand, moonlit hall, and there he is, lounging on his throne like all of this is beneath him, frost giant Loki. Is that really what you think? Someone challenges him, unimpressed by the throne room theatrics. That because you've watched it all unfold as some ancient, unkillable being, the future's just going to play out the same way it always has. Loki's smile doesn't move an inch. How arrogant, he says right before the real fight starts. Blades flash through the dark, wings cutting hard turns midair. Light detonates across the battlefield, throwing cloaked figures every which way. One of the flyers drops out of the sky, caught off guard. The chaos swallows everything. It's impossible to tell who's winning anymore. Someone spirals down through the storm of magic and steel. Warren barks the order without hesitation. Go now, don't wait for her. Chains rattle as she braces for whatever's coming next. If you fail, she warns whoever's flying off, dead serious, I'll kill you myself. Tough love, Warren style. Under a cold moon, a lone figure races toward the fight that matters most. Ice erupts across the battlefield in jagged, glittering spears. You mere lowly creatures dare, Loki bellows, genuinely offended someone's fighting back. The blast rips through the air and everyone braces against the shockwave. One fighter grits her teeth and pushes straight through it anyway. A rider charges the frost head-on, blade already swinging. Too slow, someone shouts, and from the look on a nearby ally's face, that's not a good sign. For one breath, everything goes eerily still. Then a snarling beast wreathed in fire comes crashing back into frame. Loki's fury boils over. How dare these insects try to stop the second coming of the Age of Myths? One ally grits her teeth, ready to burn herself out completely if that's what it takes. Once more she breathes, gathering every last drop of strength she has left. She surges forward, blade blazing. Lightning wraps around her like a second skin as she closes the distance. Someone recognizes the strike the second it lands, that slash from back then. The impact rips clean through, light flooding out behind it. I won't just stand by and lose Corin again, someone vows, dropping straight into the fray. Alicia steps in next, blade ready. Sorry, she says, not sounding sorry at all, but it's my turn now. And she swings like she means it. Fists and blades collide in a blur. That your outdated myths, someone's mid-taunt, cut off by the chaos of battle. A boulder-sized chunk of stone gets sent flying. One clean slash cuts straight through the noise. Then Estelle drops in with a grin, Danan's successor of the Earth herself. Got an update, don't you think? Someone asks the obvious question, how exactly did they pinpoint every rogue Valkyrie well enough to plan this whole assault? The rescue party regroups, allies falling into step together, ready for round 2. Miriam just smirks. Where would you hide something too precious to ever let get stolen? Cryptic, sure, but effective. Don't be stupid, Estelle, she adds, rolling her eyes at her own sister. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure in red watches it all unfold from a distance. Something is being set in motion, quietly out of sight. A horned, blue-skinned figure with burning eyes admits, almost embarrassed, that even he thinks his own plan is disgusting. But he's doing it anyway, joining forces, whatever it takes. His eyes flare with quiet, dangerous intent. This is all for Corin, he tells Aaron, Danua, and Miriam, offering up his own power without hesitation. Take as much as you need. A magic circle blooms beneath their feet as the power transfers. If it's to save my husband, Miriam says simply, and that settles it. Right, can't be helped, comes the reply. Power surges through both of them, crackling and bright. Back at the throne, Loki's composure finally starts cracking under the pressure. A raw, furious scream tears out of him. He staggers, snarling through gritted teeth. You insect-like bastards, he spits, genuinely rattled now. If we're allies, don't just stand there, come and help, he screams to whoever's still listening. Valkyries, the call goes out across the battlefield. One winged ally isn't having it. Frost Giant, are you calling for backup because you can't even handle this much? Savage. Reinforcements dive in from above anyway, blades drawn. A mere snake like this, one of them scoffs already swinging. The battlefield erupts again, throwing fighters through the air. Even the allies flinch at the scale of it. Blinding light floods the whole scene. Was this the method you used? Someone asks, watching the light show with awe. More reinforcements pour in behind it, wasting no time. Alicia, glasses and all, owns up with a small smile. I applied your methods. Golden light wraps around the front line as they push forward. Shields lock together as the Valkyrie ranks advance in formation. Someone under a witch's hat cracks her knuckles. Handling you apparently won't take long. How arrogant, the enemy snaps back, lightning splitting the sky. Do you really think you can handle us demigods all by yourself, witch? For a split second, even she looks unsure. Then Aaron Danua steps forward, calm as ever. One who rages at injustice, follows the rules, and preaches righteousness. She squares off against them without a shred of hesitation. That is I, Aaron Danua, Danon of Justice. Not exactly a subtle introduction, but it lands. Everyone must have their own circumstances, she says, sword already moving. So I'd rather persuade and reform them than simply cut them down. Justice, apparently, comes with paperwork. But you, she adds coldly, eyes on the ones who took Corin are the exception. Her expression hardens into something far more dangerous. I'll make every last one of you kneel, she promises, and she is not exaggerating. She moves like a storm given a name, closing in to take back what was stolen. Her spear catches the light, blazing bright against the dark. One more step, one more strike, closing the gap. To take back my disciple, she finishes, and for Aaron Danua, that was really all the reason she ever needed. The siege has stalled outside a castle ripped half to rubble. Everyone knows defending's easier than attacking, but that just makes what's coming next crazier. Even a castle this beat up still has an edge. Fewer weak points means fewer ways in for the enemy. But the warriors of the north don't care about textbook tactics. They come pouring down the broken walls anyway. A mixed horde of holy crusaders and demi-human fighters charges out as one, howling into the storm. They spill out past the castle walls in a wave, weapons raised, giving the defenders everything they've got. Don't give up, their numbers are thinning. Someone screams over the chaos, urging the line to hold. The reason their numbers are thinning is simple. They're not fighting alone. This ragtag alliance of Protestant holy crusaders and demi-human fighters is throwing itself at something monstrous, screaming for our savior, as a horned nightmare rises out of the smoke. For the Saintess, another crusader roars, charging straight into the enemy line. Overhead, a whole mage army rains fire down from the sky, covering the ground troops. Not everyone down there is a willing volunteer, though an overseer barks at a hulking half-giant to keep fighting or else, and somebody screams for rescue. Someone shouts Corin Loch into the storm right as something huge, blue-skinned and red-eyed bursts free of the ice. Fire meets steel as warriors clash against a towering, flame-wrapped monster. A monstrous roar rips through the battlefield as a fist smashes clean through solid ice. A horned, blue-skinned demon snarls, red eyes locked on its next target. A massive glowing eye snaps open above the fighting. Off to the side, meanwhile, one woman has already finished quietly evacuating every last civilian. A blinding beam of light rips down from the sky, a magic circle blazing beneath a lone silhouette hanging in the air. Somewhere in the chaos, an ally with hair and eyes now blazing pure gold roars, pouring everything she has into the fight. The strain shows she looks half a second from collapsing, drained but still standing. A single word says it all: meteor. A wall of fire comes crashing down on the enemy line. A colossal beast bellows amid the wreckage while riders cling to its back, undeterred. Of course, someone mutters, watching another burst of light erupt across the field. Despite humanity throwing literally everything they've got at it, the enemy just won't go down. That's because they're up against actual myths made flesh. A colossal, horned, purple-scaled dragon serpent snarls right back at them. This thing and its partner are being called the two beasts of the apocalypse, and neither one looks ready to quit. A lone fighter reaches toward the beast anyway. Myths don't break easily, sure, but even so, somebody's not backing down. You annoy me, the great serpent rumbles, coiling tighter around its prey. This is the snake of the apocalypse itself, and if we're counting beasts like this one. It turns out humanity brought its own monster to the party. Two figures grapple in a swirl of dark magic. We have one on our side too, someone points out. A pink-haired commander barks orders through the chaos. Hold down the frost giant's ankles, that's enough. Elsewhere, calmer voices talk strategy. In the first place, our goal isn't to win, one says. You're aware, Chairman. A white-haired figure strides forward through the storm, spear in hand, a line of cloaked warriors falling in behind her. A demonic eye glints in close-up. Our goal, the thought continues, left hanging. A stern voice cuts through the flames. You'd better return, my disciple. Somebody just made this very personal. A witch-hatted woman in a blackened white gown turns and walks off without another word. Turns out the real goal here is simple: get Corin back. You think this is over just because you've trapped us, a captive spits at her captors. They've got themselves an actual Danan of justice on their hands, Erin Danua. Nearby, another prisoner sits bound in chains, a strange collar clamped over her ears, dark hair hanging loose over her face. The one who once stood above even the Sword Emperor, someone says of her, and that's not a title you throw around lightly. The bound woman glares back, unbroken, and what about it, she snaps. For all these long years, a voice intones as thunder cracks overhead, what is the reason we've guided brave warriors to Valhalla? An army of spear-wielding soldiers marches on, lightning splitting the sky above them. Sisters, someone says quietly, and the lightning keeps crackling. Open the gates, comes the order. Give the sons of Odin another chance to chase blood and victory. A glowing portal splits open beneath a single word, Einherjar. A ghostly horde of undead warriors comes pouring out of it, eyes burning with purple fire. These are supposedly the strongest warriors who ever died fighting, now clawing their way back through the gate. Once upon a time, their god Odin made these warriors a promise, shown in an old memory of Viking-style fighters clashing under open sky. He promised them a paradise where food and drink never run out and the battle never truly ends. Then Odin vanished. Ever since, they've just kept starving and clawing back to life for centuries, glowing red eyes and all. Stripped of everything but a thirst for battle, they can't even tell friend from foe anymore, even if the Valkyrie Brunhilde never meant to summon monsters like this. Erin Danua wades straight into the horde, spear flashing. She cuts through wave after wave of the risen dead without slowing down. All that's left for them is victory and blood. The moment reminds us grimly, you are the one who, someone starts to say. A green-haired, fanged figure grins wide and taunts her. Who's going to lose, Erin Danua? Meanwhile, deep in the same nightmare, Corin fights for his life, red aura flaring with every furious swing. To think I'd meet them like this, he thinks bitterly, staring down the Einherjar. He tears through the battlefield, blade flashing red with every strike. The fighting doesn't let up for a second, not since the day the gods themselves supposedly ended. It was the Valkyries who summoned this whole army in the first place, cracking open their gates. These berserkers apparently made their name hunting down frost and flame giants back in the day, and they were terrifyingly good at it. In Valhalla, they were promised immortality. Now they are an undead army that flat-out refuses to die. The one thing that actually counters them, sunlight, pure and simple. A flash of golden light plays out like an old memory, warriors caught mid-battle in its glow. But thanks to that damned wolf, Corin grits out, I can't even use that right now. Something huge and wolf-shaped looms in the clouds. A hand reaches out through the fog, grabbing for someone about to fall. I've burned through all my aura fighting on the walls, Corin admits to himself, exhausted. I've got no son and no allies here. I honestly don't know, he mutters, forcing himself through another brutal exchange of blows. How much longer I can last, he finishes, as a towering skeletal warrior looms under a blood-red moon. Steel meets steel again in a blur of crimson light. The clash sends sparks and debris flying everywhere. An armored warrior presses the attack, bathed in that same eerie red glow. The fight becomes an unbroken smear of motion and violence. Corin grits his teeth, refusing to let up even for a second. A single brutal slash cuts clean through the enemy line. The impact sends a shockwave of steam and light rippling outward. Another warrior goes down hard, spear clattering away. Shit, Korin snarls through gritted teeth, blood streaking his face, eyes blazing. Back on Aaron Danua's side of the fight, the taunting fanged woman sneers again. How long do you think Korin Loch can last now that Valhalla's turned into hell? He's probably already dead, she adds sweetly, so maybe worry about yourself instead. Aaron Danua doesn't even dignify that with a reply, she just keeps cutting through the horde. Bare feet, one ankle wrapped in a shackle, plant firmly on the frozen ground. I'm sure my disciple is fine, she says simply. After all, she adds, I taught him to be. She moves like she hasn't broken a sweat. Blue-white light flashes as she cuts down another wave of attackers. She leaps clean across the icy battlefield without slowing down. The fight rages on beneath her, barely keeping pace. Elsewhere, another white-haired fighter races across the ice, a smaller vision of Korin's own battle flickering in the corner. I believe he can make it, she says with total confidence. Remember, my disciple, the words echo, as warriors clash in a burst of white light. A dark-haired swordswoman braces herself, blade raised, ready for whatever comes next. Your power is already complete, the voice continues, as silhouettes clash in red light nearby. Korin's bloodied hand tightens around his weapon, eyes burning with red aura. What you need isn't power, the voice insists, as another blade flashes through the fight. It's to realize it, the thought finishes, as Korin presses on through the wreckage. Rows of undead eyes glow bright red, closing in from every direction. Horned warriors clash weapons in a burst of purple light, refusing to fall back. I stand on the path that you walk, Aaron Danua says quietly, cutting down silhouette after silhouette. Blue and red blades collide in a shower of sparks. So follow me, she says, hanging in midair wrapped in red light, spear raised high. Another burst of red energy tears through the ranks. A dark shape plummets through the chaos. It lands softly on the frozen ground. I await the day you surpass me, Aaron Danua murmurs almost fondly. The Einherjar wiped out that easily, the fanged woman gasps, watching in disbelief. Her composure cracks completely, jaw hanging open. Stop her, she's just one person, someone shouts. Even if she's a Danan, a coordinated strike from all of us demigod Valkyries will take her down. Blades blur through the air as the Valkyries converge on her at once. Aaron Danua meets the whole squad head-on, spear spinning through their formation. Well, she says, utterly unbothered. One Valkyrie drops out of the sky, defeated in an instant. Then another and another, their coordinated attack falls apart in seconds. A blade drips red in close-up, the fight already decided. One more clean strike finishes it. The fanged taunter reels back, wounded blood spattering across her face. In just a moment, she stammers, eyes wide, completely shaken. Aaron Danua carves through another wave, blades of blue-white energy trailing behind her. Crossing beams of light streak across the battlefield. Her bare foot lands on cracking ice. Its name, she begins naming her technique. She's attacked dozens of times already. Someone gasps, unable to process the speed. Since there's no gap between her strikes, the moment explains, more light crossing the frame. The technique's name flashes across the panel, ultimate. She spins through the air, spear trailing light mid-combo. The second word appears, infinity. One she finishes, you just need to find one single gap in an endless defense. The Valkyries regroup for another coordinated assault amid crackling stormlight. If there's even one Valkyrie who doesn't open her own gate, the thought continues, as another attacker falls. Then inside that particular Valkyrie's door, Aaron Danua says, flying through the storm, spear ready. Is Korin Loch, she finishes, and the fanged taunter's face goes white with realization. Open it, now, Aaron Danua orders, ice cracking around her. She forces the gate open by sheer will, wrenching it wide in a burst of light. Somewhere beyond it, the fight rages on, unaware that rescue is finally coming. Korin, gasping for breath, keeps swinging through the endless red battlefield. Alone and exhausted, he wonders quietly how much time has passed. My consciousness is fading, he admits to himself, and my hands went numb a long time ago. So I figured I was just hallucinating, he thinks, right as a blinding portal cracks open and a voice cries out, Korin, over here. The undead horde closes in around him, grinning wide, weapons raised. Korin, the voice calls again through the portal light. His eyes go wide, master. Silhouettes gather ominously under the blood-red moon. He keeps fighting on the cliff's edge, red aura flaring, completely silent now. A fist clenches tight against the crimson light. A hallucination I made up myself, he realizes, except it wasn't a hallucination at all. The battlefield around him seems to blur and dissolve. Reality warps into a swirl of light and color as something pulls him free. "Oh, dear," Aaron Danua says dryly, hauling him bodily through the gate by the arm. The fanged taunter reels back in shock, blood spattering, completely blindsided. Somewhere in the dark, a pair of red eyes gleam with a slow, unsettling grin. Aaron Danua stands calmly over a field of fallen Valkyries, sword in hand, not even winded. Blood pools beneath the defeated at her feet. Two exhausted fighters stare each other down under a blood-red eclipse, gasping for breath after who knows how many rounds of this. One more thrust cuts through the chaos, steel flashing red under that ominous sky. In his head he's still counting. How many exchanges has it been now? He remembers every one of these monsters, especially the one that opened his shoulder. That skull-faced knight, he thinks, the one whose neck he's cut 3 times and who still shrugged off 2 direct hits from his spear. At first, he admits, they all just looked like the same generic monster to him. But these things earned their reputations once. As expected of legends from their own eras, they're not going down easy. Their old skills are surfacing now, bit by bit, written all over their movements. Martial arts from an age before swords even existed, and it's all bleeding through in real time. He's airborne, weapon out, meeting 2 more of these ancient warriors head-on. Every single one of them, he realizes, would be a genuine threat on their own. And yet he thinks grimly, here they all are at once. Blades rain down through the red haze as the undead horde presses in from every side. Steel screams against steel, he's barely holding the line. He's panting hard now, and a grim thought creeps in: if he dies right here. Even people who were legends in life ended up like this after death. Will he end up the same, stuck in this hell forever? Just like back then, he thinks bitterly. He pictures himself broken on the ground all over again. Is this world really ending, he wonders, just like it did before? He keeps swinging anyway, meeting another horned undead head-on. His grip tightens on the hilt, he's not letting go. Damn it, he growls, can he really not pull this off even on a second try? Maybe his persistent warrior's regeneration has finally hit its limit. His wounds aren't closing anymore, his aura ran out a while ago. Whatever reserve he had left is spent too. Right now he's completely powerless. Even the extra power he borrowed from his commandment has burned out. Blades lock overhead, he's dying and he knows it. Something huge and monstrous looms over him, blade raised for the kill. I'm dying, he thinks again, blood streaking down his face. He starts, and his eye flares with a strange pink light he's never felt before. Everything goes black for a moment, like the world itself is fading out. A memory surfaces instead, a younger version of him sparring hard against a spear wrapped in silk and flowers. Someone laughs, delighted. First time I've seen that face, youngest. Young and irritated, he snaps back, shut up. A blonde woman scolds him for the language, using an old, half-mocking word for mortals. Watch your mouth, Goidel. You, she tells him warmly, are our family. In a memory far older than his own, a warrior grits through the era when giants and Danan tore each other apart. It was terrible, she says. She leaps into another exchange, silver hair whipping through the fight. But it wasn't as crude and ugly as it is now, with humans covering the earth, she admits. I don't know what the future looks like once light finally rules the world. Blades clash again, sparks flying between 2 old rivals. She spins her weapon, weighing her own words. But wouldn't it be something, she muses, to watch this crude world get covered by a new light and disappear? A shard of something falls through the frame, catching the light. Would it be beautiful enough, she wonders aloud. At the end of the world, she says, let's face that sight together. Cut to a different battlefield entirely. A colossal serpent thing rears up and a wounded fighter cries out. Something massive stirs in the dark. The serpent lashes out, claws raking through the air as a lone figure darts overhead. Girl coughs hard, barely upright, a red-haired ally holding her steady. How much longer do you think you can hold out? Asks a jagged, otherworldly voice. She forces out an answer. I'm okay, just help Corin. The voice explains itself almost detached. I replaced the magic that required death as collateral with special mana. Holding out like this is close to a miracle. The promised time has already long passed, it warns, and her face crumples with dread. Something snaps into focus, wide-eyed and reeling. Then a shocked cry, "Chairman!" The chairman descends in a wash of purple light, spear raised, ready to turn this fight around. Light streaks through the air behind them. Someone's expression turns grim, bracing for what's coming. The blue-haired mage freezes, eyes going wide. No way, she breathes, staring at something just out of frame. Rain lashes down as a figure plummets out of the sky. "Mariette!" Someone screams, throwing up a magic circle to try to catch the fall. A jolt of shock ripples through the group as armored, red-eyed monsters close in from the dark. Fangs bared, the horde presses closer, blood already in the air. Back in the vision, the icy serpent beast thrashes, something pale and winged caught in its coils. "He's been released," someone shouts. "Attack, attack, don't let Lady Mariette get caught in it." Fire and wind collide in a blinding wash of color as the battle explodes outward. The monster barely reacts, so annoying it mutters, "Get lost." A massive eagle shrieks in pain, wings tearing through the storm. Hull damage," the crew shouts, breaking off the assault. "We're turning back, we're sorry, my lady." Silence falls over the ruins, heavy and ominous. "Did you kill all the Valkyries?" someone asks almost casually. "You've done something commendable, Balthazar." The monster throws its head back and roars a single word: "Listen." An army of gray, hulking soldiers surges forward like a tide. More of them pour out of the dark, weapons raised. A pink-haired woman stares in disbelief. "What did you say?" she asks. A chained figure answers coldly, "I have no intention of advising you to surrender. Because you'll all die miserably, just like Corin Lach did anyway," she says flatly. Don't lie," someone stammers. "Corin Lach is dead," she gasps, horrified. A young fighter grips his axe, shaking. "Alongside your parents and children," the threat continues. "What does that?" he starts before a blade cuts him off mid-word with a sickening "Guh." "Everyone who remembers you will die," the voice intones. "You will disappear. And no one in the world will remember you," the voice says. "Do not fear disappearing." Through a swirling portal, two silhouettes face each other. "Oh, humanity," one sighs. "Do not grieve, just as you erase the giants and the Danann," the voice continues, while a white-haired woman breaks down in tears. "Now myth will erase you too," it finishes. A massive glowing blade rises out of the dark, dwarfing the shadowy figure beneath it. An entire horde of tusked, armored warriors bears down, claws raking the air. "However," she says, standing inside a circle of light, "I, who existed on this land from the very beginning, will remember you," she finishes, fierce and defiant. Light floods the frame as her resolve flares to life. A spear plunges into the ground, red light erupting from the impact. A dark silhouette walks away through the haze. The strike lands again, harder this time, energy tearing through the air. The figure keeps walking, a faint portal of light flickering behind it. Ice shards rain down as someone's eye goes wide in disbelief. His allies just stand there, speechless, staring at what he just did. "How?" one of them finally manages, surrounded by drifting ice. A burst of red light rips through the battlefield. A single blade stands upright in the ground, blood dripping down its edge. The frost-armored guardian squares up again, weapon raised for another exchange. "How?" it snarls. The gates of Valhalla shouldn't even exist anymore. Its expression twists in confusion, muttering something about being pierced through. It just stands there a beat longer, processing what just happened. "Interesting," comments a distant, detached voice. "So this is the adversary chosen by Balthazar. The fact that you die here remains unchanged," the guardian growls, lightning crackling around it. "But it adds, baring its fangs. Disappear along with your kin," it roars, lunging forward. Ice explodes outward in a violent shockwave. "Corin," someone screams, allies sprinting toward him through the wreckage. Dust and debris settle in the aftermath of the last strike. His face is a mess of scars and grit, but his eyes are locked, dead certain. "I have no strength left," he admits, fingers closing tight around the shaft of his spear. "But I feel no fear left either," he says. "It's not hard to stand again in the place I once stood. I recreate the concept that pierced through dimensions," he murmurs, calling up an old technique. "The target the spearhead must reach," he focuses, narrowing everything down to one point. The Frost Guardian looms over him as he levels the spear. And the line toward the target he finishes, light gathering along the blade. Erasing everything in sight, I converge it into one, he says, focus narrowing to a razor point. What remains is, he continues, the Guardian's face filling with dread. Energy coils around the blade, red eyes locking onto him. A single point, he finishes, and the whole world seems to collapse into one blinding star. The Guardian's eyes go wide, caught completely off guard. Blue light detonates outward, swallowing the battlefield. A tunnel of pure white light rips open. Ultimate, the attack announces itself, lightning crackling down its entire length. The spear punches straight through, light and steel both. The technique finally has a name, Nameless. Full power, no holding back, nothing left in reserve. Power stab, he finishes, driving the spear home with everything he's got left. The blade stands buried in the ground, dripping, the fight finally over. He lets out a long breath, blood-streaked and wrecked but still standing. This is it, full power, watch this thing eat everything he's got. A monstrous claw locks around a blade of pure ice, bracing for what's coming. Then contact, a blinding flash rips the dark wide open. The strike punches clean through, sending icy shrapnel flying in every direction. Debris rains down through the smoke as the shockwave keeps tearing outward. And there it is, the monster's face twisted in shock. That hit actually landed. A strange white rift yawns open behind it, ash and light swirling together. Bloodied and reeling, this creature just took the worst hit of its long, long life. Its colossal body finally buckles, crashing earthward. The giant's massive frame slams into the ground, defeated at last. Real pain, mortal pain, a sensation this ancient thing had long since forgotten. Memories flood in, all the way back to the day it was born into this world. A primordial being, older than nations, staring up at a sky it has always known. Since the day it rose from the earth itself, it has witnessed countless ages come and go. Back when frost giants and flame giants still roamed freely across the land. It remembers the moment of creation itself, when the first of the countless Danann gods were born. And the moment those very gods first turned their brand new weapons on each other. The survivors degraded into mere humans. One era, one tiny spark of rebellion, and an entire species of gods got erased. That's the war it remembers most. An army of nobodies charging in with spears, refusing to kneel. It watched every second of it happen, hidden in the dark. This is what's left of a being who once ruled over empires. The moment the old rulers of the world finally got forgotten. When every last one of its kin vanished, wiped out because of the Danann. The survivors who lived through it got reduced to ordinary humans. It always knew, a century or 1,000 years, it didn't matter. This was always going to end. And it would all be forgotten anyway. So it chose one thing for itself, to be the one who remembers. Watching everything unfold from the shadows for eons. And this is how it all ends, Balthazar, this is all his fault. Wounded and furious, it can't stop replaying how it got here. It never should have lost to some ordinary human. Something makes it freeze mid-thought. If Balthazar had just let it keep watching the world, let it observe in peace for eternity. It finally recognizes what's happening. Do you know what this is? A mark of alliance straight from our leader, Balthazar had told it once. An old archdruid admits even he couldn't make that seed sprout and asks Balthazar if he knows the trick. Balthazar just smiles, there's nothing he doesn't know. But this particular seed, he says, was never meant to sprout at all. The giant realizes what that means, dread creeping in. Balthazar must have known that too, it thinks, which is exactly why he handed it that seed. Balthazar, you knew it all along. That this puny, worthless human was fate's chosen killer all along. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, someone's shouting for Corin to move. Corin scoops up a badly wounded ally and drags her clear of the wreckage. I was fated to be killed by him, the giant realizes at the very end. The very fear it's carried through eons of life is finally catching up to it. That seed was the last remaining seed of the world tree. Cut back to Balthazar, turning the seed over in his mind like a chess piece. Do you think the frost giant will actually move according to our plan? Someone asks him. The seed sits glowing on its pedestal, quietly waiting to do exactly what it was made for. His old advisor looks genuinely startled at the very idea. Of course, Balthazar says, utterly unbothered. If he's got a twisted enough fate. He'd never have gone looking for his own executioner in the first place. Its claws dig into the earth, one final act of defiance. What have I even survived for? It roars into the storm. So that I would never be forgotten, it rears back up, refusing to die quietly. Dark tendrils burst out of its collapsing body. You shall not forget me, it screams, and the tendrils lash out even further. Remember me, it howls, and somewhere else, Korin and a wounded ally flinch at a sudden crack of lightning. Is this? They both freeze, sensing something's gone very wrong. In the name of calamity, the dying giant shrieks and dark lightning tears across the sky. The tendrils keep unraveling, swallowing the battlefield whole. One last agonized scream tears out of it. The seed buried in its chest starts drinking down every last drop of its ancient blood. A body stitched together from centuries of time and myth cracks open, and something new claws its way free. The tendrils keep spreading, faster than anyone can track. Soldiers get snatched up and flung around like ragdolls, screaming as the chaos spreads. Something massive rises out of the wreckage, horned and roaring. The wreckage settles into an uneasy, ashen quiet. Down below, soldiers scatter under a churning purple storm. One fighter, wild-haired and sharp-eyed, can only stare. What is going on? Deep in a cave, something ancient and glowing claws its way out of the rock. Two onlookers can only stare, stunned. This is too fast. The ash tree stretches straight up toward the sky. It's the kind of tree that once marked the golden age of myth itself, except this one is carrying a primordial giant's dying will inside it. And it shows absolutely no sign of slowing down. Piercing straight through the clouds, its branches keep expanding, and every branch is about to steal the light right off the surface. Its roots, meanwhile, are draining the land dry. Word spreads east first. Then south, where even Korin's own hometown starts feeling the dread. One guardswoman keeps watch through the night, spear in hand, over someone who didn't walk away unscathed. The final act is moving way too fast, someone murmurs, watching it all unfold. This sight never stops astonishing me. Then a voice, wait, that voice. A figure lands lightly on one of the tree's massive branches. The view from the very top of the world tree is something else entirely. From up here, you can practically see the whole planet curve away below. A flash of light rips straight through the canopy. The stage, the figure declares, has been set. Come forth, my adversary, they call out into the night. Somewhere below, a familiar wild-haired fighter grits his teeth, blade ready. For I am here. Rewind a bit. After grinding through the mid-bosses, two monstrous wolves and a squad of Valkyries. The whole party regroups, banged up but still standing. Next up, the big one, the frost giant itself. A raid stretched across 5 brutal phases kicks off. Phase after phase, the giant throws everything it's got at them. But right when they finally start closing in for the finishing blow. But to think that it would end like this. Something in the air shifts, and not for the better. Korin plants his feet, blade raised, ready for whatever comes next. He recovers the power of the sun stolen by Skull, cuts down the remaining shadow beasts, and takes down the giants who'd lost their leader. So in theory, they all just head back to the city. No. We'd fled. Back in the city, everyone's doing their best to just not look up at the giant, glowing tree currently swallowing the sky. Korin, looking a little worse for wear, gets ambushed the second he walks in. Korin. It's the saintess herself, cheek to cheek with him. You wanted to see me, right? Say you missed me and I'll give you kisses. Someone yelps that people are watching. Estelle just shrugs, so want some head pats too. A couple of guards nearly have a heart attack. The saintess, does he think he's getting away with this? I'll kill him. Meanwhile, the princess gets an earful of her own. I saw him flirting with a dozen women already. Get off him and act like a princess for once. Estelle just cackles at her. Oh, my dear sister. Are you jealous? She needles and Miriam splutters. For real. Miriam just sighs. I don't think you two understand the situation. Later, around a campfire with Estelle and the others, things finally settle, a little. Miriam sits turned away from the group, quiet for once. A couple of grizzled mercenaries can't get over it. What the hell is this guy? Princesses, nobles. He's so fucking lucky. Up on a rooftop under the stars, somebody finally asks the question everyone's been avoiding. What do you think happens now? Miriam doesn't even blink. Well, I don't think it'll be that big a problem. She says it so calmly you'd almost believe her. By the fire, word goes around that everyone plans to head home the second this is finally over. Except it's not that simple. The battle was won, sure, but homes got wrecked, refugees are flooding in, and there's a mountain of politics left to untangle, especially with the barbarians. One blonde cadet just stares off. Once things are over, He doesn't finish the thought. Whatever's on his mind, he keeps it to himself. Miriam finally cracks just a little. I'm sorry, could you two give me a minute alone? Nobody argues. Corin quietly steps out, leaving her to it. Somewhere else in the dark, the cost of all this starts adding up. Some people fight for revenge, some fight to protect the only home they've got. And some just quietly start digging graves. Leaving the safety of the walls to charge straight at the enemy, they knew going in there'd be heavy losses and they braced for it. Someone sits alone afterward, quietly working through the reports. But amongst all the barbarians and the ordinary people of the city caught in the crossfire, there are just too many who never made it back. The weight of that number sits heavy on everyone still standing. Someone starts and can't quite finish the sentence. I'm sorry, Corin kneels alone in the snow and means it. His fist clenches, shaking.